This boy's name is Song Lichio. Gifted with exceptional intelligence, he displayed remarkable talent from an early age. But life did not go as he dreamed. Tragedy struck when his only family died in an accident. Unable to accept that reality, the predatory nature of a beast awakened within him. Through a series of schemes and meticulous actions, he killed the man responsible for his brother's death. But from that moment onward, he was drawn into an endless vortex. What will become of his life? What kind of journey awaits him in the treacherous martial world? Let's find out. The story begins in a bustling marketplace crowded with passersby. Ming Long and Sheng Chung kept following someone and pleading, "Just this once, Chu. Just one more time. Let us see it again." No, Lichio stopped, his face full of regret. "My brother said I'm not allowed to do that anymore." But they continued asking, "Why? Why won't he let you play?" He explained. He said people would call me a crazy boy possessed by demons. Sheng Chung hurriedly reassured him, "But I've never thought you were crazy. If I could do it, I'd do it every day." Lichio kept a straight face as he sighed. "That's because you're my friends." A loud voice suddenly rang out from afar. "Ming Long." Ming Long stammered, "And mother." His mother crossed her arms sternly and scolded him. "Didn't I tell you not to play with him anymore? Come here right now." The boy trudged away sadly. "I'm leaving." Seeing that, his mother struck him and shouted, "How dare you disobey me? How many times have I told you that orphan boy Lichio will be a bad influence on you? Go back to your room and study." Sheng Chung rushed after him, calling nonstop, "Chu, wait for me." He silently followed along. Suddenly, Lichio spoke. "Let's," he whispered a mischievous suggestion. "Do it one last time." Sheng Chung became excited. "Really?" He eagerly called out. "All right, let's go cause trouble again." The scene shifted to a dark corner behind some old houses. Lichio pressed his face close to a dusty crack in the ground and imitated the squeaking of rats. He peered intently inside and whispered a few more words. After calling them, Lichio pressed his ear close to listen. Deep within the crack in the wall, sounds began to stir. Strange noises suddenly filled the air and echoed outside. He immediately stood up and said happily, "It's done. Let's go." After carrying out their prank, the two boys quickly left the scene. Lichio found a good spot and waved Sheng Chung over. "Come here. Sit here." He raised his fingers to count with a sly grin. 1, 2. As the two quietly watched, a terrified scream rang throughout the restaurant. "There they are!" Someone immediately screamed in panic. "Rats!" The diners suddenly froze, chopsticks in hand, and looked around in confusion. "There are rats." "What? Rats?" Black rats came darting out of every dark corner. "What is going on?" "There's a whole swarm." "Where do they come from?" A huge sewer rat suddenly leaped up and knocked over bowls and plates, sending everyone into a panic. "Catch them. There are too many." On the other side, the two boys smiled with delight. The giant rat swarm surged forward. One man climbed a pillar and screamed, "I hate rats." His face had gone completely pale as he desperately clung to the top. Then the support pillar and awning collapsed into the crowd. The two boys laughed so hard they nearly toppled over, clutching their stomachs at the sight of the chaos. Suddenly, Ming Long came running from afar, shouting over and over, "Lichio!" Lichio turned to look back. He rushed over and urgently reported, "The shopkeeper is looking for you. Go find him." Ming Long pointed behind him and called, "Brother!" Suddenly, Lichio's eyes widened. Sweat ran down his cheeks. Lichio stood frozen in place as he stared at the cold corpse. "That bastard." The shopkeeper knelt to inspect the body and slowly explained everything. "He accidentally bumped into someone while serving wine. How could that man beat a child to death over something like that? He's just trash who lives off women. What is the Jade Emperor doing? Why isn't that bastard dead already?" The shopkeeper could only sigh. The shopkeeper turned to leave, continuing, "I'll find 2 more people to help bury the boy." Lichio choked out, "Who was it?" The man abruptly stopped. "What?" Sitting numbly beside his brother's body, Lichio asked again through tears, "Who did this to my brother?" The shopkeeper's mouth fell open before he shouted, "What do you need to know for? Are you planning to take revenge? He isn't someone you can afford to provoke. Forget about this. Forget everything and live for your brother too." I'm sure that's what he would have wanted. Tears welled in Lichio's eyes as he looked at the shopkeeper. "At least tell me who he is, so I can curse him for the rest of my life." Hearing those words, the man stood silently. A shovel was raised, ready for the first dig. The people hurriedly made a simple grave. After the burial, they called out, "Kid, let's go home. Leave him alone for now. Let's head back first." It isn't easy to lose your only family. Now Li Qiu sat alone beside the grave, his head bowed. As he sat there, he quietly called out, Huang. He's from the Zetian sect. Li Qiu's expression darkened as he gritted his teeth and repeated the name, Huang Dong. Elsewhere, Huang Zheng tilted back a large jug of wine and drank deeply. In the crowded market, he staggered along while clutching the jug tightly. Huang Zheng gave a sinister grin and wiped his mouth. He swaggered closer, glaring threateningly. I'll eat every last one of you. The people turned pale in fright and quickly moved away. What's wrong with him? He must be insane. Huang Zheng looked around and threatened. What are you looking at? Do you want to die? The other person trembled. No. He continued dancing wildly, his crazed laughter echoing through the street. Touch me, and you'll all die. Huang Zheng raised the wine jug to drink, then suddenly staggered to a halt. After taking a few more steps into an alley, he covered his nose in alarm. What is this? Who dumped filth everywhere? Looking at the mess under his feet, Huang Zheng grimaced in disgust and cursed. Damn it, this stinks. I'm sober now. A long wooden pole suddenly rose. From afar, Li Qiu stood silently watching. He stared blankly ahead and said, One. Huang Zheng was still pinching his nose and muttering, What a disgusting smell. Beside the wall was a small, sharpened opening. A shovel had been carefully secured in place. Along with a quiet count came 2. Li Qiu remained utterly focused, his gaze fixed ahead. Everything had been prepared perfectly. 3. Li Qiu immediately rushed toward the shovel. Huang Zheng was still irritatedly muttering, If I catch whoever did this, I'll dump shit all over his head. Li Qiu's feet flew as he ran. The man's body gradually moved closer to the opening. Li Qiu leaped up, his face showing not the slightest hesitation. He put all his strength into kicking the shovel, sending it shooting forward and straight through Huang Zheng's body. The sudden attack twisted Huang Zheng's face. Having spent all his strength, Li Qiu fell to the ground. Huang Zheng's eyes rolled back as he managed only a pained cry. Li Qiu sat there panting, his face covered in sweat. The scene had been arranged perfectly. The view shifted to a small stream flowing beneath a wooden bridge. Ming Long ambled along a narrow trail, his footsteps steady and even. Suddenly, Li Qiu poked his head out and called softly, Over here. Ming Long turned in surprise. Zhu, hidden behind a pile of straw, Li Qiu held a finger to his lips. He carefully unwrapped the paper, revealing 2 steaming hot buns. Here, eat. Thank you. The 2 boys sat on the ground. Ming Long looked around curiously and asked, Why are you here? Li Qiu replied indifferently, I'm playing hide and seek. Ming Long innocently asked, Who's looking for you? No one. I'm playing by myself. The space suddenly fell quiet, leaving only the sound of him eating the bun. Ming Long gave a gentle smile. That sounds fun. Li Qiu then asked, Did anything happen in the village? I've been hiding here, so I don't know anything. Of course. Zhang Sun was punished and made to stand naked outside his house because he wet the bed. Can you believe it? He's already 10 and still wets the bed. Anything else? Besides that, he leaned in and excitedly continued, Some people died in the valley and their bodies were covered in filth. Isn't that disgusting? I don't know whether to laugh or cry. After hearing that, Li Qiu fell silent in thought. Then he said, I'm leaving. Ming Long asked in confusion, What? Leaving here? My brother isn't here anymore, so I have no reason to remain in this place. I'm going to wander the martial world and see just how vast this world truly is. Ming Long replied, That sounds exciting. I want to go too. Li Qiu immediately answered coldly, Your mother won't allow it. Right. By the way, go see the shopkeeper before you leave. He's been looking everywhere for you. Your brother is dead, and he's afraid you might do something foolish and follow him. Li Qiu suggested, Let's sneak into the inn. Sure, that's easy. A while later, the 2 boys crept forward step by step. They carefully followed the wall and quietly drew closer. When they spotted someone passing by, Li Qiu and Ming Long immediately hid behind some large wooden crates. Li Qiu whispered, Hide. Once they found a safe hiding place, both sighed in relief, secretly pleased. Good. The final step of the plan is complete. You'll come back, right? Yes. After saying that, Ming Long left, turning back to wave goodbye. Make sure you come back. Once Ming Long was gone, Li Qiu stood up and furtively looked around. Then he approached the entrance of shop. Li Qiu gently pushed the door open and called, "It's me, Chu." The moment he stepped inside, he froze at the sight before him. The shopkeeper was looking for me. Huang Long turned toward him with a vicious expression. Li Qiu was stunned by the scene unfolding before his eyes. In the midst of danger, the shopkeeper shouted with all his strength, "Run!" Li Qiu jolted backward. Without another word, he immediately turned and fled. He ran furiously for his life. The others all gave chase behind Li Qiu. Their footsteps grew faster and faster. Li Qiu lowered his body and swiftly weaved through the passers-by. Li Qiu made himself as small as possible to slip through the folds of people's long robes. Ming Chao ran, while roughly shoving aside everyone around him. "Move! Get out of my way!" Amid the chaotic crowd, he paused briefly, his eyes constantly searching for the boy. A loud shout came from behind him. "Over there!" Li Qiu spotted an opening and hurriedly squeezed inside to hide. They chased him into the narrow alley, cursing, "You damned brat." Ming Chao stood above and shouted, "Block the rear." Understood. Inside, Li Qiu struggled to crawl along the ground. Although utterly exhausted, Li Qiu did not give up and continued crawling with all his strength. Before long, he slowly emerged from a hole. The instant he crawled out, Li Qiu froze in shock when he saw Huang Long saw him too and rushed over, shouting, "Brat!" Li Qiu nimbly climbed onto the rooftops while Huang Long looked up and roared, "Stop right there!" Huang Long casually grabbed a wooden crate from a table. Then he hurled it at Li Qiu. Just as Li Qiu climbed up, the crate smashed the roof tiles. Despite the pursuit, Li Qiu gritted his teeth and poured all his strength into his legs as he sprinted away. Beneath the cloudy sky, his small figure raced across the rooftops. Below, Ming Chao ran murderously through the crowded market. Suddenly, he looked up and saw the boy make a daring leap. Li Qiu was airborne. A moment later, he landed with a skillful jump. His escape continued, but this time, in his haste, he tripped over a roof tile. He lost his balance, and his body tumbled several times. With nothing to hold on to, Li Qiu fell freely from above. A loud impact sounded as he hit the ground. The fall left Li Qiu lying motionless in pain. Despite the pain, he forced himself up with his hands. Suppressing his agony, Li Qiu once again gathered strength in his legs. He sprang forward and ran, his footsteps becoming ever more frantic. Upon reaching an alley, he turned aside. Suddenly, a rough hand seized him by the collar. Ming Chao had caught Li Qiu. As he was lifted into the air, Li Qiu's eyes widened in terror. Without mercy, Ming Chao immediately threw him hard onto the ground. Li Qiu lay sprawled on the ground, dazed. Ming Chao frowned and remarked, "I never thought a brat like you could kill Huang Dong." Li Qiu braced himself against the ground and shouted angrily, "He killed my brother!" With an expression as cold and unmoved as ever, Ming Chao drew his sword and said, "Yes, he killed your brother, and you killed him. So if I kill you now, that settles everything, doesn't it?" Faced with the sword point at his throat, Li Qiu felt no fear, only rage. "Fine, kill me, kill me." Though he shouted defiantly, Li Qiu still raised an arm to shield himself. After waiting for a while, without anything happening, he slightly opened his eyes. Another person had struck Ming Chao on the head with a sword. Ming Chao fell face first to the ground. Huang Yu slowly said, "You must be fleeing the Zetian sex pursuit." Before Li Qiu could understand what was happening, Huang Yu held out his hand and suggested, "If that is the case, why not come with me?" His anger vanished. Li Qiu looked up blankly at the unexpected offer, then quickly raised his small hand. Huang Yu warmly took Li Qiu's hand. The scene shifted to the sound of galloping hooves in the distance. It turned out Huang Yu was taking Li Qiu back with him. The two traveled along a path leading toward misty mountains. Rows of houses stood atop the high mountain. Yu Kai hurried out to greet them, looking astonished. "Fifth brother, that child." Huang Yu lifted Li Qiu down from the horse and declared firmly, "Yes, the boy will inherit my legacy. He will not lose to the disciples of any of my brothers. Greet him. From now on, he will teach you." Li Qiu timidly bowed his head. "My name is Li Qiu. Nice to meet you, kid." Yu Kai approached Huang Yu and said, "Go to the meeting hall. Everyone is waiting for you." "What is it?" Yu Kai glanced over. "I'm not sure. Eldest brother seems to have something to say." Hearing this, Huang Yu fell silent for a moment. He turned and left, but not before instructing, "Take him to the residence first." A moment later, Yukai introduced him. We have a new member. He will be your martial brother. He opened the door and beckoned Lichio over. Come here. Lichio hesitantly stepped through the door, his eyes darting around fearfully. There were several other boys and girls inside. They all turned their curious gazes toward him. Seeing his new companions, Lichio paused awkwardly. Elsewhere, Huang Yu entered the room and said, Have you all been waiting long? The people inside answered, Not at all. Sit down. I heard you want to bring back an heir. Well, is he to your liking? As he sat down, Huang Yu added, Compared to your disciples, the boy is still far behind, but I'm certain he will prove highly capable if properly taught. I'm curious about him. His surname is Song. His name is Lichio, and he is 10 years old this year. His 13-year-old elder brother was beaten to death for spilling wine on a drunk man. Song Lichio sought out the culprit to avenge his elder brother. He killed him cleanly, without making a single mistake. Can a 10-year-old really do that? He frowned and continued. That drunkard was Huang Dong of the Zetian sect. Everyone was startled upon hearing this. Luo Chao turned around in disbelief and pressed for more details. Really? Yes. The people in the room continued talking among themselves. I heard Huang Dong died atop a pile of dung, but I never expected Song Lichio to be the one responsible. That boy was born to be an assassin, a true genius. Huang Jiao smiled and filled a cup with wine, offering his praise. Looks like your wait was worthwhile. You found yourself an excellent disciple. Congratulations. Here, drink. Thank you, senior brother. Huang Yu asked again, but I heard eldest brother had something he wanted to discuss. Tian Lam set his cup down heavily. Now that everyone is here, let's talk business. Brothers, I need you all to forgive me for this. The scene shifted to the room where Song Lichio was staying. Everything still seemed unfamiliar to him, leaving him blankly looking around. Suddenly, a hand slammed down on the table, startling Song Lichio. And seated opposite him, leaned forward with a meaningful smile. Then the boy leaned back in his chair and casually asked, So, how many people? Song Lichio stared blankly, not understanding what Yin meant. With drooping yet probing eyes, Yin asked, How many people have you killed? The boy froze, shocked by the question. The boy puffed out his chest proudly. I've killed 16 people. If you've killed more than me, your rank is higher. If not, it's lower. Miaowen is ranked last. She could only kill one weak-old man. Miaowen shot him a contemptuous look. Shut up. You'll regret it if you provoke me. Yin whispered, She's a little rough, but she's pretty, right? Don't get any ideas, though. She's mine. As for Dosa, he never says anything, so I have no idea. I think he was chosen because he looks ugly as a demon. Li Shi raised his head and said coldly, I haven't killed anyone. I only turn people into vegetables. But Yun, I can absolutely kill you if you keep spouting nonsense. The boy curled his lip. He isn't someone you should get close to. So, how many people have you killed? When Song Lichio did not respond, Yun shouted, Are you pretending not to know what I'm talking about? Do you really not know why they brought you here? Song Lichio softly replied, I was being chased, and they... Elsewhere, a man fell to his knees and begged, Save me, brothers. Please forgive me. The banquet hall descended into chaos. Everyone sprang to their feet in shock. Eldest brother, what are you doing? Eldest brother. Tian Lam lowered his head, tormented by guilt. I killed Qiu Qi, the sword saint. At that name, everyone fell deathly silent. Still stunned, Luo Chao stepped closer and asked, Eldest brother, you killed him? I'm too ashamed to face everyone. Huang Yu asked doubtfully, So what? We've killed plenty of people before. He bowed deeply and confessed. In my haste to return, I left my sword sheath behind. Now the whole world will know the Dead Spirit Bureau was responsible. You've never made a mistake before. Why now? It seems you had your own reason for accepting that mission. Tian Lam fell silent at those words. Another man rose to his feet with a sorrowful voice. I had a bad feeling the moment that woman came to see eldest brother. Third brother, stop talking. I didn't think much of it because I trusted eldest brother. Are you planning to abandon the Dead Spirit Bureau and your brothers just to avenge that woman? Tian Huang angrily struck him and shouted, Third brother, how could you say such a thing? Luo Chao stalked away in frustration. I am sorry. He angrily shoved the door open and stormed out. Yukai, who was carrying wine, asked in confusion, Third brother, where are you going? Luo Chao did not answer and ran away. Yukai called after him, Third brother. Inside, the others tried to ease the tension. Eldest brother, please don't take third brother's words too seriously. He didn't mean it. Tian Lam could only sigh. No, he was right. A man beside him added, It seems the 10 great sects will blame the Dead Spirit Bureau and destroy us. Tian Lam frowned and made his proposal. Please help me deal with the 10 great sects. I will accept being purged. Everyone was stunned by his words. Eldest brother, the execution ceremony is tomorrow. Huang Yu immediately objected. You can't do this. Fight. We should fight until the very end. Huang Jiao, standing beside him, also spoke up. Fifth brother is right. Isn't fleeing and dying the same as fighting and dying? Think of little Gao. Tian Lam cut him off. We must think about the future of the Dead Spirit Bureau. Even if we die, the Dead Spirit Bureau will endure as long as little Gao survives. No matter how slim the chance of saving her is, shouldn't we seize it? The room abruptly fell silent as everyone thought to themselves. Little Gao. The scene shifted to a ruined temple. A man leaned closer and called softly, Captain. Tian In slowly opened his eyes in confusion. He sat up, yawned, and asked, What is it? Some Shaolin masters are here to see you. Tian and Luke somewhat surprised. Shaolin masters? Outside, 3 Shaolin monks were approaching. Someone hurried over and greeted them. Good heavens, why have you come to such a miserable place? Standing before the eminent monks, Tian In clasped his hands in greeting. It is an honor to meet you. I am Tian In, captain of the Southern Yang Beggars clan. Amipa, we have come to deliver the decision of the alliance of the 10 great sects. Hearing this, he stammered, An alliance? Wu Xia slowly announced. The alliance of the 10 great sect has issued an order to purge Tian Lam, the assassin, who killed Qiu Qi, the sword saint. At sunrise, you are to purge Tian Lam of the Dead Spirit Bureau. This is the purge order and the portrait of the assassin from the Dead Spirit Bureau. The monks turned to leave, but did not forget to say, We trust you will complete this mission. We shall take our leave. Amipa. After the monks had gone some distance, the others gathered together and discussed it in hushed voices. So, the captain is the executioner? Looks that way. Tian and held up the order, full of questions. But what exactly is a purge? Under the quiet night sky, Yukai called out, Third brother, please come back. Luo Chao looked up at the sky and sighed. In all of this, eldest brother must be suffering and despairing more than anyone. Suddenly, Tian Lam came over and called, Third brother. Hearing the call from behind, the two turned around. Eldest brother. Luo Chao lowered his head and clasped his hands sincerely. I was too impulsive earlier. Please forgive me. It's all right. You don't need to apologize to me. With resolute yet sorrowful eyes, Tian Lam clenched his hands and said, Everything has come to this because of me. We brothers have only tonight left together. We should not waste this precious time resenting one another. The man hesitated before calling out, Eldest brother. Tian Lam placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Never forgive a foolish eldest brother like me. Please don't say that. No matter what, you are still the leader of the Dead Spirit Bureau. Tian Lam then explained, The reason we have been able to roam freely through this bloody and lawless Central Plains is because of the purge. If things continue like this, the world will fall into the hands of evil men with no way out forever. That is why the 10 great sects established the purge law. It serves as a powerful warning to the gangs, factions, heretical groups, and evil sects of the Central Plains. Old man, yes. Tianin rudely interruptive. Stop rambling. Langha scratched his head and explained awkwardly, Yes, sir. Because the Dead Spirit Bureau killed Qiu Qi, the sword saint, without just cause, the entire organization should have been exterminated according to the law. However, in order to preserve a path to survival for his brothers, Tian Lam, the assassin, voluntarily accepted the sentence of purge. Your task is to carry out his execution. What exactly does an execution involve? Severing his arms and legs, piercing his eardrums, and gouging out his eyes so that he can never hear or see anything again. Then sealing the central gate and blood sea acupoints so that he can never use internal energy again. In other words, the condemned will be made to live a fate worse than death. Upon hearing about the purge sentence, Tian In looked somewhat shocked, but moments later, he put on an arrogant expression and spread his hands. I never thought they would send me to dismember him. Interesting. Too bad I can only lay my hands on Tian Lam, the swordsman. Executing him does not mean the entire Dead Spirit Bureau will be allowed to flee or survive. The 10 great sects will hunt every last one of them down. He turned and asked, So in the end, they all have to die? That's right. Tian In coldly continued. Tian Lam, the swordsman, volunteered to be executed for an impossible sliver of hope? How pathetic. He shouted to the group, "Go to sleep early tonight. We leave before dawn." The scene shifted back to Song Lichio. He was about to fall into a deep sleep when Song Lichio suddenly sneaked out of bed and put on his shoes. The moment he began tiptoeing away, a voice startled him. "If you're planning to run away, give up now." Song Lichio hesitantly replied, flustered, "I wasn't going to." "Don't waste your effort." He turned around and offered an excuse. "Why would I run away? I just need to use the latrine." The scene shifted outside the latrine. After finishing his business, Song Lichio leisurely stepped outside, then quickly ran across the wide courtyard. As he moved along, Song Lichio suddenly stopped, his face full of curiosity. He stood before a towering wall as sounds drifted from the other side. Curious, he placed one hand on the wall, gripped the roof tiles tightly, and strained upward to listen in. A sword thrust straight ahead. A cloaked stranger, completely concealed, was practicing with a gleaming blade. From above, Song Lichio held his breath as he watched the mysterious figure perform sword techniques, her feet gliding skillfully over the ground. Below, the figure continuously unleashed sharp sword strikes. Little Gao revealed herself, her hair white as snow. Song Lichio's face showed both admiration and fear. Suddenly, the girl stopped and glanced toward the wall. Little Gao turned toward the wall where he had been hiding. Nearly caught, Song Lichio ducked behind a wooden crate and heard someone call out, "Did no one tell you that you aren't allowed outside?" "The training yard felt too stuffy, so I came out for some air." "Get back inside before anyone finds you." "Yes, it seems the Dead Spirit Bureau is about to face a great calamity. I am worried. That is a matter for adults. Don't concern yourself with it. Focus on your training." "Yes," Yukai gently instructed her. "Little Gao, no matter what happens, never forget that you are the only one who can revive our Dead Spirit Bureau." "Yes, I will remember." The scene shifted to a brightly lit room. Lively voices came from inside. "That's right, eldest brother. Do you remember Xian Zekin? Sin Se-jun?" "Of course I remember. His dragon head sword was extraordinary." "What did he say before he died again?" "What did he say?" "He died immediately afterward." With a provocative, mocking look, Luo Chao said, "Of course he said something." He said, "Ugh." His joke made everyone around him burst into laughter. Then suddenly, a sound caused them all to freeze in shock. The entire group fell silent, every face turning somber and sorrowful. After a while, Tian Lam finally voiced what had been in his heart for so long. "The time I spent with all of you was the happiest time of my life. Eldest brother." He spoke with a satisfied expression. "Because of you, I have lived a life worth living. Take care, all of you. I hope that one day we can reunite here again." With both hands clasped in a solemn salute, Tian Huang stepped forward respectfully and called, "Eldest brother." The others also clasped their hands at the same time, their expressions grave. Tian Lam looked at them with tears welling in his eyes. All 6 men rose together and offered a formal salute. The next morning, footsteps approached. Then a foot stopped abruptly on the ground. Tian and his men stood before the gate. His eyes were firm. Tian stood with his hands on his hips and shouted threateningly, "Tian Lam, the swordsman, assassin of Qiu Qi, the sword saint, come out and accept the purge sentence." The sound of pounding on the door rang out. "Wake up! Everyone wake up!" Song Lichio was still groggy with sleep, his eyes only half open. "Song Lichio, get up now." Huang Yu pointed urgently. "Wake up right now, Song Lichio." "Yes." He turned to Yan. "Wake up quickly. What's going on?" He hurriedly ushered the children out of the room. "There's no time. We'll explain later. Get outside." The boy was still bewildered, unable to understand what was happening. The 4 children hurriedly followed behind. Huang Yu instructed them, "My brothers are waiting. Run quickly, children." A voice called from afar, "Fifth brother, over here." The moment he arrived, he immediately signaled them, "Find your own masters and follow them onto the horses." "Song Lichio, come over here." The adults lifted the children onto the horses. "Hold on tight. Don't fall." Once the children were mounted, the older men climbed up as well. Tian Huang turned back and urgently instructed them, "Brothers, in case something happens, we must not tell one another where we are going. I hope we will all survive and reunite in 10 years. Luo Chao and Huang Diao sorrowfully called out, "Second brother, take care of yourself." They exchanged worried looks. "All of you take care. Second brother." With that, Tian Huang sharply whipped his horse. The group spurred their horses and raced away together. All right, let's go. The scene shifted to Tian Lam, facing Tian Un. Tian informally announced, I am the chief of the Beggars clan, acting on behalf of the 10 great sects to purge a traitor. Tian Lam calmly replied, I have heard of your reputation. I am Tian Lam, the leader here. Bastard. Tian En roared furiously. How dare you assassinate Qiu Qi, the Sword Saint? Do you understand the gravity of your crime? Tian Lam remained calm and looked directly at him. I know I have broken the laws of the martial alliance, but I do not believe you have the right to judge me. Hearing this, Tian En gave a derisive smile. He smugly stepped forward and pointed at Tian Lam's face. Look at you, spouting nothing but nonsense. Speak while you still can, before you become an empty shell. Let's see how long that arrogance lasts. He immediately shouted, Where are the others? They have all left. I do not know where they went. I will bear every punishment myself. Let my junior brothers go. Tian turned and questioned him. It seems you do not know what the punishment is. I know. Of course I know. He stepped closer, pointing defiantly. Whatever you do is futile. Do you think you can escape the grasp of the 10 great sects? Tian pronounced grimly, a foolish dream. A pleading hand was raised. He turned and gestured as he walked away. Begin. Prepare the execution. At his command, the men moved at once. Prepare. The men roughly restrained Tian Lam and ordered, Kneel. Following procedure, they stripped off his upper garment. Rope rapidly coiled around Tian Lam's wrists. Then they pulled it tight with all their strength. Seeing the scene before him, Yu Kai's eyes widened in horror. Eldest senior brother, Tian En pointed and shouted, You, do not interfere, or you will be punished as well. He wore a smug expression. That's right, stay quiet. Otherwise, who will clean up his corpse after the torture is done? Trembling with anger, Yu Kai turned his face away. The rope tightened around Tian Lam's top knot like an inescapable noose. They brutally dragged Tian Lam away. Once they had finished their preparations, they shouted loudly. Once they had finished binding him, he was pinned firmly to the ground with his arms spread wide. In despair, he squeezed his eyes shut, as though he already knew his fate. A scroll of imperial decree was slowly unfurled. Tianen announced prosif. Holding the document, he began to read aloud and commenced the execution. First punishment by order of Shaolin. Life is the most noble and precious thing in this world. Only heaven may take back the life it has bestowed. How dare a mere mortal take another's life? Therefore, Shaolin will take one of your eyes for the sin of viewing humanity through a distorted lens. That is the price of your cruel deeds. Blame no one. Umipa, take out his eye. Tian Lam's hand clenched painfully. Tianen watched with narrowed, contemplative eyes. He had not uttered a single scream as his eye was gouged out. What a stubborn bastard. No wonder he could become an assassin. When the men had finished, they replied, It is done. Second punishment, by order of the Wudong sect. Your heart has been tainted by evil, and your 9 palaces are infested with treacherous demons. We pray that the true man Tai shall purge the demons from your body. Pray earnestly to him. Pray that the evil spirits are consumed in the flames of the true man Tai. Should this take your life, it would be a fitting recompense for your sins. You should be grateful that only one eye has been taken. May the rest of your life be peaceful. Take out his eye. The proclamation continued. Third punishment, by order of the Amei sect, pierce his right eardrum. Fourth punishment, by order of the Huashan sect, pierce his left eardrum. Fifth punishment, by order of the Qingshang sect, sever his right hand. Sixth punishment, by order of the Zhongnan sect, sever his remaining arm. Seventh punishment, by order of the Kongtong sect, sever his right foot. Eighth punishment, by order of the Diansong sect, sever his left foot. Ninth punishment, by order of the South Sea sect, destroy his dantian. 10th punishment, by order of the Beggars clan. Tian gritted his teeth and coldly continued the order. Destroy his abdominal cavity. Elsewhere, the brothers split up and headed in different directions. Tian Lam lay sprawled on the blood-stained ground, racked with agony. Unable to endure the torment any longer, he opened his mouth wide, his throat trembling violently. The scene was utterly brutal. Then, a sound echoed in from afar. The pounding of galloping hooves drew ever closer. Along a mountain path, Huang Yu and Song Liqiu rode at breakneck speed. As they rode, Huang Yu suddenly stared ahead in alarm, tightening his grip on the reins. The horse came to an abrupt stop. Huang Yu reined it in and slowed down when he spotted 2 people walking ahead. He angrily shouted, Hey, my horse nearly ran you over. walked closer to the side of the road. The two ragged men stretched out their hands and pleaded, "We're starving. We can't walk any farther. Please save us, sir. Give us something." Without another word, Huang Yu threw them a coin. "Here, get out of my way." The two men were overjoyed when they received it. They hurriedly lowered their heads. "Thank you, sir." Their actions made Song Liqiu turn back and examine them. He looked at the two men, who were bent over in a pitiful manner, before continuing onward on horseback. The two men's expressions abruptly changed, revealing their suspicion. They pulled out a sheet of paper and compared it. "That man, wait." Turning over the paper, one of them exclaimed, "I knew it. It's him. Send word to the others. We've just encountered a member of the Dead Spirit Bureau on Cloud River Mountain." "Right. We've been lying in wait here for a long time." One of them quickly planted a signal tube into the ground. Two stones scraped together, producing sparks. The other stood watch anxiously. "It won't light." Did the flint get wet? An unfamiliar sound reached him, and he looked behind him in confusion. Suddenly, Huang Yu came charging toward them on horseback at terrifying speed. The two men jumped in fright. As he approached, he swung his sword. Huang Yu swept his sword at them, knocking one man flat onto the ground. The other clenched his wooden club, gritting his teeth in fury. "You bastard!" Huang Yu wheeled his horse around. Hoofbeats thundered. Huang Yu charged at the man with his sword raised. Facing the incoming blade, the man roared viciously, "You scoundrels, get him!" With a single slash, the wooden club split in two and blood sprayed everywhere. After dealing with the men in the forest, Huang Yu and Song Liqiu rode to a small town. There, Huang Yu found a small house, shut the door tightly, and sat inside staring through the window. After a long while of silence, he glanced behind him suspiciously. Song Liqiu sat on a small bed with dusty bedding, his head lowered as he stared at the floor. Huang Yu was the first to speak, still looking outside. "Don't you have anything to ask me? Aren't you curious about what's happening?" Song Liqiu raised his head and calmly replied, "If it is something I need to know, you will tell me without waiting for me to ask." Huang Yu finally looked away from the window. He remained silent for a moment, his brow slightly furrowed. After a while, Huang Yu explained in detail, "We're going to flee to the heart of the city, where the 10 great sects cannot throw their weight around. Although the Dead Spirit Bureau is no longer hunting you, now that you are here, you must go into hiding again." Song Liqiu asked, "Are they more dangerous than the Dead Spirit Bureau?" Huang Yu gave a slight nod. "They're the people who wiped out the entire Dead Spirit Bureau in a single night." His voice grew solemn. "I, my brothers, and you are all in danger." Song Liqiu did not answer. He sat quietly, lost in thought for a long time. Finally, Song Liqiu innocently asked, "I have a question." Huang Yu answered briefly, "About what?" Song Liqiu smiled faintly, his eyes bright as he looked at Huang Yu. "What should I call you?" Huang Yu turned to look at him thoughtfully. Song Liqiu looked away, as though avoiding his gaze. Then Huang Yu said in a low voice, "Call me your master. I will teach you everything if the two of us make it out of here alive." Song Liqiu did not look at him, but he was thrilled inside and unconsciously smiled. Outside the small house, someone opened the door and entered, saying, "I'm back." Huang Yu sprang to his feet. "Did you find a boat?" The man nodded and pointed outside. "Yes, it is docked at White Day Ferry. It has a yellow wooden eye on its prow, so you will recognize it easily." Huang Yu reached into his robe. "Thank you. Please take this." The man hurriedly stopped him. "It's all right. You do not need to do that." He smiled politely at Huang Yu. "Consider it my repayment to you for avenging my parents' deaths. Truly, this is nothing." Huang Yu patted him on the shoulder. "Thank you." The man nodded in return. "Take care of yourself." Huang Yu hastily packed his things as he said, "Keep the horse outside. We will not need it anymore. Liqiu, let's go." Song Liqiu answered loudly, "Yes, master." Meanwhile, elsewhere, someone slowly recounted, though his ears, hands, and feet were severed and he lost an eye, he never uttered a single scream. It was Tian. He lifted his face toward the sky, speaking in a low voice. "I have never met anyone as resilient as him. We have not even finished carrying out the punishments. Only their leader has been executed, while the rest of his brothers have escaped." He confidently patted his chest. "The reason the 10 great sects chose me to purge the Dead Spirit Bureau is because they believe I am capable of completing the task. "We believe so as well." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of people surrounding him spoke in unison. "We wholeheartedly agree. We are proud of you, Chief." Amid the crowd, a man raised his hand and hesitantly said, "Please forgive me, Chief. I apologize for interrupting the mood, but—" Tianan cast him a weary glance. "What is it?" The man quickly replied, "Min Min and Inchun, who were lying in ambush at Cloud River Mountain, have not returned." Tianan sighed and clicked his tongue. "Those idiots. Leave them alone. They're probably asleep in some cave on the mountain." Suddenly, a loud shout rang out from somewhere. "Pathetic." Everyone present immediately turned to look. The newcomer was Blackwood, accompanied by his two disciples. He looked at Tian-un with contempt. Blackwood shouted angrily, "While carrying out such an important purge, you should check again and again to ensure there are no mistakes." At the sight of him, Tian-in rushed over in such haste that one of his sandals flew off. He cupped his hands respectfully and declared, "Greetings, Elder Blackwood." The people who had been surrounding Tian and followed suit. "Disciples of the Beggars Clan greet you, Elder." Blackwood stood before Tian-in and questioned him sharply. "How exactly are you carrying out this mission? You let all the assassins escape, yet you sit here chatting." Tian-in lowered his head and said softly, "This junior has many shortcomings. I will continue to improve myself. I hope Elder will forgive me." Then he raised his head and cautiously asked, "But why have you personally come all the way to Southern Yang?" Blackwood sneered. "Am I not allowed to come here?" Tian-in awkwardly looked away. "That is not what I meant." Blackwood slowly walked inside. "The 10 great sects have reached their decision. Shaolin will arrive later to assemble its forces. Huashan will pursue the 3 wolves assassins, while Wudong will handle the remaining fugitives." Tianan followed him with his gaze and asked. Then Blackwood coldly passed by him. "Yes, the one your Beggars Clan must capture is the assassin Huang Yu. He is quite dangerous, and I have been assigned to supervise your Beggars Clan." Everyone in the courtyard lowered their heads and shouted in unison, "The disciples of the Beggars Clan obey Elder Blackwood's command." Blackwood suddenly stopped and turned to Tian-un. "Send men to find those 2 who were stationed at Cloud River Mountain. Most likely, they have already been killed by fleeing members of the Dead Spirit Bureau." Tianan nodded. "I will go at once." Blackwood continued walking, instructing him as he went, "If they travel from the Dead Spirit Bureau to Cloud River Mountain, they will pass through White Day Ferry and take a boat there. Reinforce the forces around Cloud River Mountain and double the men in Horse Road Village." Tianan watched his retreating figure and shouted firmly, "Understood." Blackwood stopped again. "One more thing, Chief of the Beggars Clan." Tianan answered loudly, "Yes." Blackwood frowned at Tian-un and spoke threateningly. "The 10 great sects assign the purge to you because the Beggars Clan is the closest to the Dead Spirit Bureau, not because of any special reason. Do not get conceited." Blackwood's gaze made Tian-in tremble in fear. He bowed his head and stammered, "I will keep that in mind." On a town street, a cane tapped against the ground. "Please, spare me some money." A blind beggar walked with a bowl in hand, saying, "I have been starving all day. Please help this old man." A passerby waved him away. "I have nothing." The beggar continued through the crowd. "Please have mercy and help me. I am so hungry. Even a little food will do." Wherever he went, he held the bowl before his chest. But suddenly, he thrust the bowl forward, blocking someone's path. The beggar stood before Huang Yu and repeated, "Please help me." Huang Yu studied him briefly. Song Liqiu stood behind him with a bewildered expression. The beggar refused to give up. Huang Yu had no choice but to lead Song Liqiu around him. "I am sorry, but I am in a hurry." The beggar sighed dejectedly and said quietly, "Thank you for your kindness, sir." Unlike before, he did not keep walking, but remained standing there for a while. His eyes remained tightly shut. After Huang Yu had walked some distance away, the beggar suddenly opened his strange eyes wide and watched him. Huang Yu and Song Liqiu suspected nothing and calmly hurried onward. The beggar squeezed his cheeks, stroked his patchy beard, and cleared his throat several times to change his voice. Then he turned to 2 other beggars and snapped his fingers. "What now?" The beggar pointed ahead. "Assassin Huang Yu is over there." The other 2 rushed over. "Where is he?" The first beggar ordered one of them. "Tong K, go inform a chief. The rest of you, come with me." Tong K stammered. "What are you going to do?" The beggar replied irritably, "What else?" He grabbed a knife from a nearby fish stall and shouted, We need to capture him. The fishmonger angrily yelled, "Hey, why are you taking my knife?" Tong K called back, "Let us borrow it to slaughter a pig. We will return it later, so do not worry." Tong K and the beggar ran through the bustling market with knives in hand, weaving through the crowd as quickly as they could while passers-by stared at them curiously. Tong K stopped short and looked around. "Where is he? Do we lose him?" The beggars searched as well. "No, he cannot have gone far." The two split up and searched in different directions for Huang Yu. In a narrow alley, the beggar spotted Song Lichio's small figure hurrying away. He called out to Tong K, "Over there." Then he ran into the alley. When they reached a corner, the two hid behind a wall. The beggar whispered, "1, 2." As soon as he finished, he raised his knife behind his head and rushed out, staring down the alley. Tong K followed, but they found only Song Lichio standing alone at the end of the alley. The beggars stared at the boy in surprise. Song Lichio looked back at them innocently. The beggar sighed and completely lowered his guard. The murderous look in his eyes softened when he saw the boy. As he approached, he looked around. "Kid, where's your father?" Song Lichio did not answer. He slowly raised his right hand and pointed straight ahead. The beggar and Tong K looked at him in confusion, but still turned to look behind them. They craned their necks, seeing nothing there, unaware that Huang Yu was dropping down from the roof behind them. Huang Yu moved without a sound and drove his elbow hard into the beggar's head. The beggar collapsed on the spot. Tong K froze in shock at Huang Yu's sudden appearance. In his panic, he roared furiously, "Assassin Huang Yu!" Tong K swung his knife at Huang Yu, but Huang Yu merely ducked and avoided it completely. Before Tong K could launch another attack, Huang Yu seized the hand holding the knife. Tong K could not react in time. Huang Yu clenched his right fist and struck him hard in the left cheek. Tong K reeled from the blow and was flung aside, dropping his knife. Without hesitating for a second, Huang Yu caught the falling knife. He stepped forward and mercilessly slashed Tong K across the throat, blood spraying in every direction. Tong K fell flat on the ground. The beggar, dazed after the blow to his head, slowly sat up and whispered, "Spare." Huang Yu glanced at him, grabbed him by the hair, and yanked hard, leaving him stunned. Huang Yu forced him to his knees. His left hand gripped the beggar's hair, while his right held the knife to the man's throat. Huang Yu looked coldly at Song Lichio and pulled the beggar's hair, forcing him to look ahead. The beggar screamed, his voice trembling with fear as he finally managed to plead, "Spare me." Ignoring his pitiful cries, Song Lichio remained calm, watching intently with his large round eyes. Huang Yu grew slightly impatient and said quietly, "Hurry, the beggar's clan will be here soon." After dealing with the two men, Huang Yu and Song Lichio headed to the ferry where a boat was waiting. At the ferry, many armed men were searching people. "Hey, let me get a good look at your face." The townsfolk stared in confusion. "What are you doing?" Huang Yu and Song Lichio hid in an abandoned shack nearby and watched. "Damn it, we are too late. There are too many of them at the ferry. We cannot take them all out." Huang Yu said nothing, merely following Song Lichio's gaze as he considered their options. After pondering for a while, Huang Yu spoke. "For now, we'll hide here and hope they give up after failing to find us." No sooner had he finished speaking than a noise from somewhere nearby made them both snap their heads to the side. They saw a beggar's clan disciple wandering around, looking for a place to relieve himself. At first, he paid them no mind, but after glancing around to see whether anyone was nearby, he spotted them. Huang Yu gritted his teeth. He and Song Lichio stared intently at the man without looking away. They all recognized one another, yet they simply stood there staring without saying a word. Earlier, the bodies of the beggar and Tong K had been left in the alley. They lay in pools of their own blood. When the beggar's clan members arrived, Tian-In and the others knelt beside the bodies to examine them. He rose and reported to Blackwood. Judging by the wounds, the weapon was likely a knife. This was clearly the work of an assassin. "I'm certain Assassin Huang Yu did this." Blackwood glanced at the corpses. He must have been in quite a hurry. No assassin would leave bodies behind after carrying out an operation. Suddenly, the beggar's clan disciple, whom Huang Yu and Song Lichio had encountered, came running over. "Chief, Min Min and In Chun have been found on Cloud River Mountain." Tian-In urgently asked. "They're unconscious, aren't they?" The man stammered. "As for that," he shook his head, clenching his teeth. They're dead. Min was beheaded. Tion punched the wall hard, shattering its wooden boards. Those bastards. Blackwood did not seem particularly surprised. As expected, if they traveled from Cloud River Mountain to White Day Ferry, they intended to leave by boat. Tion snarled furiously. That bastard Huang Yu! Damn it! Blackwood shot him a look and ordered, "This is not the time for your temper. That assassin has walked right into our trap. Gather every disciple. We must find him." Tion strode fiercely out of the alley and shouted, "Yes, move!" The others immediately followed him. A few minutes earlier, when the Beggar's Clan man had confronted Huang Yu and Song Liqiu on mountain, he had recognized them long ago, but pretended to be clueless while thinking of a way to handle them. In the end, realizing he could not face Huang Yu alone, he gave a foolish chuckle. Huang Yu frowned, silently calculating what the man intended to do next. The Beggar's Clan disciple merely turned around, slowly pulled up his trousers, and tied his belt. Scratching his head, he made his way down the mountain with a foolish grin on his face. Huang Yu made no move, quietly watching his retreating figure. The man did not look back even once, and simply continued onward. Huang Yu watched him disappear around the corner. Only then did he furrow his brow and dash out of the makeshift hut after him. He rushed forward, accelerating as fast as he could to catch up. Before long, Huang Yu reached the corner. He abruptly stopped and looked beyond it. The Beggar's Clan disciple was also running at full speed. Seeing Huang Yu behind him, he screamed. Huang Yu immediately gave chase. As he ran, the man shouted, "Assassin Huang Yu!" Huang Yu's left hand gripped the sword sheath at his waist, while his right hand slowly unwound the cloth concealing it. The man kept running desperately, shouting for help. "I found Assassin Huang Yu!" Huang Yu drew his sword as the Beggar's Clan disciple reached another corner. Huang Yu rapidly closed in behind him. He clenched his teeth and tightened his grip on the sword hilt. As he rounded the corner, he slid across the ground to stop, swinging his sword behind him. However, the Beggar's Clan disciple was too fast. He turned down another path, trying to shake Huang Yu off. Huang Yu froze in place, both hands tightly gripping his sword in sheath, ready to fight. Meanwhile, seeing Huang Yu rush away, Song Liqiu immediately ran out of the hut as well. His eyes widened in confusion, and for a moment he did not know whether to stay and wait or follow Huang Yu. Just then, Huang Yu ran back to him. Song Liqiu cried out, "Master!" Huang Yu rushed towards Song Liqiu and urgently shouted, "Run!" Song Liqiu froze. Huang Yu hurriedly explained, "They found us. The Beggar's Clan will be here soon." Following Huang Yu's lead, Song Liqiu sped after him. "Run!" The two fled onto a mountain trail. Shouts rang out below the mountain. "It's Assassin Huang Yu! Catch him!" Huang Yu and Song Liqiu were already far away. Huang Yu said to him, "I think we need to abandon the idea of escaping by boat." When the Beggar's Clan arrived and failed to find Huang Yu, Tion angrily kicked the man who had discovered Huang Yu in the stomach. The man doubled over, clutching his stomach amid Tion's curses. "Useless bastard!" Tion looked at him contemptuously and roared, "Why didn't you keep chasing Assassin Huang Yu?" Blackwood, standing beside him, intervened. "Chief, stop!" Tion glared at him irritably. "Elder Blackwood!" Blackwood glanced at the disciple kneeling on the ground and clutching his stomach. How could a mere disciple stand against someone from the Dead Spirit Bureau alone? He asked in a low voice, "Did you notice anything unusual about Assassin Huang Yu?" Tion threatened, "Make sure you don't leave out a single detail." The man scratched his head. "Well, I didn't see anything unusual." He glanced toward the old hut, trying to remember. He was hiding in there with a child. A child. While the others pondered the reason, Blackwood suddenly bared his teeth in a grin, then burst into hearty laughter as the others watched him in confusion. Blackwood walked toward the hut. The half-divine Azura, the invisible assassin, the clairvoyant wraith. All of them took a child with them when they fled. And Assassin Huang Yu is doing the same. Tion asked in confusion. It's already hard enough to escape on their own. Why would they burden themselves with extra baggage? Blackwood answered calmly, "It is only natural. Mortals often make foolish decisions in moments of passion. Look at the ancients. This path was never strewn with roses." Assassin Tion Lam put all his brothers in danger solely because of his own greed. Tion looked at him suspiciously. Didn't he lose his mind when he killed the Chiu Chi Sword Saint? Blackwood spoke evenly. A woman named Waian Zhang bore his child. That child may have become the reason she was cast aside by the Chiu Chi Sword Saint. That is why Assassin Tion Lam took the child away. He accepted the purging punishment and entrusted a child to each of the brothers who fled, perhaps to protect that child. As he spoke to Tion, Blackwood seemed lost in recollection. He paused briefly, then turned and stared at Tion. Wyan Zhang's child should be about 4 years old now. I'm certain of it. Those children survived, and they will grow up with hearts full of hatred. One day, they will return to take revenge on us. For the sake of the future, we must eradicate every one of those seeds of disaster. Tion nodded after hearing this, then shouted an order to the disciples. Did you all hear the elder? Until we find assassin Huang Yu, none of you are allowed to sleep. Move! And so the entire Beggars clan searched for Huang Yu in Song Liqiu until late into the night. In a dark forest without even a single light, a stomach suddenly growled loudly from somewhere, followed by a long silence as though nothing had happened. The forest fell quiet again. After a while, Huang Yu's voice sounded. Are you hungry? Song Liqiu replied awkwardly. No, I'm not. Leaves rustled, and the grass trembled slightly, as if something were hidden beneath it. Huang Yu rose from beneath the ground, lifting a clump of grass with him. Song Liqiu had been hiding in the hole with him. Huang Yu said quietly, Let's go. We need to find some food. The boy obediently replied, Yes, master. Then, as they cautiously descended the mountain, they talked. I think we need to do something to distract those Beggars clan people. Tomorrow, they will flood into Horse Road Village. The two headed down the trail they had used to escape during the day, and lights from the houses below came into view. Huang Yu found a closed eatery and knocked twice on the door. A voice called from inside. Who is it? Huang Yu respectfully answered. Forgive us for disturbing you in the middle of the night. Please give us some food. I will pay you generously. The old woman inside cracked the door open and replied, My place is shabby, and I have very little to offer you. Why not go a little farther, to Horse Road Village? Huang Yu slipped 2 gleaming gold coins through the gap in the door. We are starving and cannot go any farther. The old woman's eyes widened with delight at the sight of the money. She had been irritated moments ago, but now she smiled brightly. Huang Yu and Song Liqiu were invited inside. A few minutes later, 4 steamed buns were placed on the table. The old woman headed back into the kitchen. I told you, I do not have much. Huang Yu replied softly, It's all right. Thank you. Song Liqiu politely added, Thank you, Grandma. Huang Yu nodded towards Song Liqiu. Eat. The boy immediately cheered happily. Thank you for the meal. Holding a bun, Song Liqiu curiously asked, But master, we are not going back to Horse Road Village, are we? As he took a bite, he glanced toward the kitchen. They're on such high alert. Only a fool would go back there. His words startled Huang Yu as well. The old woman in the kitchen was intently listening to their conversation. We have no choice but to go back up the mountain, but I want to travel by boat. Huang Yu looked at Song Liqiu in astonishment, inwardly marveling. This kid lies far too naturally. The two resumed eating heartily until a light knock sounded outside the door. The old woman emerged from the kitchen. Why are there so many visitors at this hour? She shouted. Who is it? The people outside shouted back. We are disciples of the Beggars clan. The old woman cracked the door open and squinted outside. What wind has blown the honored disciples of the Beggars clan here? The man outside held up a sketch of Huang Yu. Have you ever seen this man? He is an assassin who has killed many people. The instant the old woman saw it, she recognized him. Her eyes widened, and she froze on the spot. Inside the eatery, Huang Yu also tensely looked back, sweat beading on his forehead. At that moment, Song Liqiu suddenly raised his plate and called out, Grandma, I want more steamed buns. The old woman absent-mindedly replied, All right. Then Song Liqiu looked to Huang Yu. Father, would you like more? Understanding his intent, Huang Yu stood up with his plate. Yes. Wait here, all right. The Beggars clan members began growing impatient and demanded, You have never seen him? The old woman tried to see the picture more clearly and stammered, I'm not sure. Maybe not. But the Beggars clan man did not care about her answer at all. He grabbed the wooden door and yanked it open, making the old woman stagger. He stepped inside, sniffing the air throughout the eatery. What is that smell? The old woman looked around uneasily. What smell? The man frowned in irritation. What smell do you mean? You're saying you can't smell it. He leaned close and whispered to the old woman, but the steamed buns smelled delicious. Then he shoved her aside and entered the eatery. Seeing Song Liqiu, he suddenly laughed loudly. Song Lichio was not frightened. He sat upright and smiled innocently up at the man. The man raised a hand. "Hello, kid." Song Lichio obediently replied, "Hello." Then, the man glanced toward the kitchen as the other beggar's clan members followed behind him. Entering the kitchen, the leader asked, "It must be nice to have a grandmother who makes such good steamed buns." Huang Yu, picking up a bun, replied, "We are grateful to be fortunate enough to have her." The man looked around. "Because we have been pursuing a murderer, we have not eaten anything. Can you share some with us?" Huang Yu chuckled softly. "Of course, but I'm not sure you'll like it." He stood with his back to the man, who turned a wary gaze toward Huang Yu. The man smiled amiably as he reached behind him for his sword. "If a beggar like me complained after being given food, the whole world would stone me." Huang Yu murmured, "If that is the case." Before he could finish, the beggar's clan disciple's right hand had already gripped his sword hilt. Huang Yu sensed the movement and instantly spun around. Holding a kitchen knife, he slashed straight across the man's throat. It was so fast that the man could not react. Only when blood gushed from his neck did he raise a hand to clutch it, letting out a pained gurgle. Before the shocked eyes of those outside, blood sprayed violently from his throat like a waterfall. One of the beggar's clan members outside drew his sword and shouted, "You must be assassin Huang Yu." But before he could fully draw it, Huang Yu seized his hand. His left hand clamped down on the man's wrist, while his right swung the kitchen knife toward the back of his head. However, the man leaned back and evaded it. The knife plunged into a nearby wooden pillar, splitting it apart. Before he could react, Huang Yu drove a powerful kick into his stomach. The man was sent flying backward, while the others outside readied their blades. A man standing at the doorway saw Huang Yu charge out and rushed forward with a saber, intending to slash his back. But Huang Yu's kitchen knife swiftly blocked the huge blade. Keeping his arm braced against the saber, he fluidly turned his body and slipped around it. Huang Yu tensed his left arm and smashed his elbow painfully into the man's jaw. He shoved the man aside and charged directly at the people rushing in behind him. Before the swordsman could attack, Huang Yu struck him in the head, and blood immediately sprayed out. Seeing the danger, one man circled behind Song Lichio, grabbed his hair, and shouted, "Over here! Look at me!" He held a knife to the boy's throat and yelled to Huang Yu, "You'd better drop that knife. Make one wrong move, and this brat dies." But before he could finish speaking, Huang Yu threw his knife at him. It lodged firmly in the center of the man's forehead. He fell backward, releasing Song Lichio, while another man seized the chance to rush Huang Yu. Huang Yu did not give him a chance to attack. He directly grabbed the wrist holding the man's sword. Huang Yu swiftly spun around, his left hand gripping the man's right upper arm. In an instant, he had subdued the man and thrown him over his shoulder. The man crashed onto a nearby table, and the force in his weight shattered it to pieces. Huang Yu still held the man's wrist and did not let go. He wrenched away the sword the man had been gripping. While the man lay dazed on the floor, Huang Yu raised the sword high and brought it down. The man wanted to say something, but his face was drained of blood and his lips trembled soundlessly. The two remaining men outside the door also turned pale upon witnessing the bloody sight of Huang Yu's strike. They stood frozen in place, watching Huang Yu slowly rise. Their voices broke as his blood-spattered face drew near. "Assassin Huang Yu." One of them fled in terror, shouting, "I'll tell the chief that he's here." The other remained flustered, unsure what to do, and could only call after him, "Hey." He did not realize that Huang Yu had already rushed up behind him. Huang Yu lightly cut across his carotid artery. Without stopping, when the man fell and his sword flew from his hand, Huang Yu caught it. He hurled it at the fleeing man, and it embedded itself in the tree beside him, startling him. His entire body went cold with fear. He instinctively turned toward Huang Yu and saw something gleaming rapidly approaching him. Only when it came closer did he realize it was a sword flying toward him. But the moment he understood, the sword violently pierced his body, killing him instantly. The force was so great that he rolled several times before finally coming to a stop. Huang Yu stood in the forest shadows, breathing heavily while he reeked of blood. Corpses lay everywhere, from the kitchen all the way outside the door. The old woman's soft sobs echoed through the room. Terrified, she sat curled up in a corner, her face pale as she stared at the bodies scattered around her. Song Lichio hurried over to comfort her. "Don't worry, ma'am. It's all over. We will never harm you." Huang Yu entered from outside, startling her. "We need to go. Pack up, kid." Song Liqiu immediately replied, "Yes, master." The two quickly packed their things in silence, while the old woman remained too frightened to even stand. Once they had finished packing, Huang Yu looked at her and said gently, "Thank you for the steamed buns." The old woman nodded faintly, wrapping her arms around her trembling body and not daring to look him in the eye. She remained sitting there until the next morning. They said they would not return to Horse Road Village. The old woman told the beggars' clan members. They wanted to find a boat, but unfortunately, they couldn't. One of them spoke up. "Then tell us everything you remember." The old woman fearfully pressed her face against the box beside her and stammered, "He thanked me for the steamed buns." The beggars' clan members had lined up the corpses outside the inn. Blackwood's face darkened. He growled, "The price we are paying just to kill one fugitive is growing higher and higher." That bastard. Tian and also avoided looking at the corpses. "Elder, based on what that old woman said, they will not return to Horse Road Village." Blackwood replied coldly, "The fact that he told her that means he wants us to believe it." Tianin frowned and gritted his teeth angrily. "It seems he has underestimated us." Blackwood rose with the aid of his cane and muttered, "Perhaps he is trying to confuse us, or perhaps he truly is heading elsewhere. Either way, we will have to divide the forces currently concentrated in Horse Road Village and search for him. His scheme has succeeded." Blackwood's voice grew deep. However, he has overlooked just how vast the Beggars Clan is. The Beggars Clan has eyes and ears everywhere. He turned to Tian and ordered, "We will return to Horse Road Village. Clan Chief, depart for Southern Yang as quickly as possible. We leave at once." Meanwhile, Huang Yu and Song Liqiu returned to the mountain vantage point overlooking the ferry dock. The number of Beggars' Clan members had decreased. The two hid on a rooftop, gazing into the distance. But not enough for us to simply walk around without a care. Huang Yu moved quietly as he spoke. "We will have to wait until nightfall. There is nothing for us to do until then, so get some sleep and regain your strength." He placed his luggage beneath his head and lay on the roof with his hands behind his head, gazing at the sky. Song Liqiu copied him and lay down beside him. Huang Yu's face was filled with worry as he watched the clouds drift past. The sky feels so peaceful. It is completely separate from what we feel as hunted men. It is so relaxing. I wonder whether my brothers are safe. Song Liqiu lay beside him, listening silently without saying a word. Suddenly, the boy noticed something. His eyes shifted downward as if he had sensed movement. Song Liqiu slowly crawled down the roof, while Huang Yu asked in confusion, "What is it?" Beneath where they were lying stood an abandoned house, and noises came from inside. "No, please, don't do this." "Song Kwa, since you refuse to accept my feelings, I have no other choice." Song Liqiu peered down and saw a man holding a knife against a woman. "Stay still, or we will die together. Please spare me." Huang Yu heard it too and said wearily, "Do not concern yourself with them. We are in danger ourselves. We cannot help others." Despite pretending not to care, Huang Yu continued watching Song Liqiu's every move from the corner of his eye. When he saw that the boy had climbed down from the roof, Huang Yu sat up and sighed in exasperation. "That kid!" Song Liqiu shouted at the man. "Stop!" The man was pinning the woman down. When he saw the boy, he yelled, "What the hell is this?" Song Liqiu stared at him and declared, "If you do not stop, I will report you to the authorities." The man raised his fist at him. "Stupid brat, do not meddle in other people's affairs." Song Liqiu angrily shouted, "Get lost before I smash your head in." Huang Yu stepped up behind him. "I think you had better listen to him." Song Liqiu turned around. "Master!" The man was startled at the sight of Huang Yu. Huang Yu told Song Liqiu, "You must never involve yourself in matters that have nothing to do with us again. Even if someone might die, you must not so much as think of helping them. Do you understand? Remember that, boy." Song Liqiu looked up at him and said quietly, "But I would feel terribly guilty if I did nothing." As Huang Yu stepped forward, he said, "Kid, in the martial world, sometimes we must learn to look the other way." Seeing Huang Yu approach, the man clicked his tongue. "You people really love meddling in other people's business, don't you?" He picked up his knife and pointed it at Huang Yu. "Get out of here. Do you want to die?" Huang Yu raised both hands. "Please stop. Do not make this any worse." Song Liqiu shouted at the woman, "Sister, run. Hurry." Hearing him, the woman clenched her teeth and bolted. The man immediately noticed and turned after her. He reached out to grab the woman. "You are not going anywhere. Stop right there." In an instant, Huang Yu charged forward and drove his elbow hard into the man's stomach, sending the knife flying from his hand. The man was thrown back and crashed into a nearby wooden cabinet, shattering it instantly. He groaned in pain as Song Liqiu tried to reassure the woman and urged her to run faster. The man struggled to push himself up and shouted at Huang Yu, "Bastard!" Huang Yu approached threateningly. "If you dare touch that woman again, we truly will report you to the authorities," just as this boy said. "Understand?" The man did not answer. Instead, he stammered, "Wait." Trembling, he pointed at Huang Yu. "Why does your face look so familiar? I saw your wanted poster somewhere. You are that assassin." A long silence fell between the three of them, and the air suddenly turned tense. Huang Yu narrowed his eyes and said coldly, "You made a mistake when you recognized me." At that moment, portraits of Huang Yu and Song Liqiu had been posted on the town's notice board. Unexpectedly, the pervert from earlier appeared, carrying a large bamboo basket on his back. As he passed the notice board, he stopped and looked at it. After pondering for a few seconds, he left, quickening his pace. He entered the bustling market by the ferry dock, appearing unconcerned. Amid the crowded harbor, an excited voice rang out. "Hey everyone!" A beggar's clan member held up a basket. "Come over here. Come on, take one each." Two others immediately gathered around him. "What is it?" "I brought back some steam buns." "Steam buns?" The three sat together cheerfully. "I'm starving to death. We need to fill our bellies and get our strength back so we can capture the assassin Huang Yu." "You are right. Here, dig in." The man carrying the large bamboo basket passed by them, his expression complicated as he looked at the three men. He said nothing and continued toward a boat moored nearby. As he untied the rope from the post, someone called out loudly, "Hey, Lee San." The calls continued until Lee San turned around. "Lee San! Hey, Lee San!" He saw a man waving and shouting, "Over here!" The man was named Lapmin. He yelled at Lee San, "The ship is about to depart. What are you doing?" Lapmin walked over, gesturing for Lee San to come. "There is still a whole pile of cargo to load aboard. How long are you planning to loaf around? Come over and help." Lee San warily glanced at the three beggars' clan members, and they glanced back at him. Then Lee San stood up and sighed. "All right, I am coming. He works me like a slave every day." One of the beggars' clan men turned to the other two. "Oh, right. I heard a rumor in the martial world that 6 people died at a remote house on East River Mountain." They shook their heads in dismay and cursed. "I bet it was the work of that assassin Huang Yu, wasn't it? That monster." Under Lap Min's orders, Lee San and the other sailors carried the cargo aboard the ship. Lap Min counted the crates and asked, "Is this the last one?" Lee San nodded. "Yes, everything has been loaded." Lap Min shouted to the man standing above, "Captain, all the cargo is aboard. We can set sail." After receiving permission, the sailors began shouting to each other, "Prepare to set sail. Raise the anchor." The heavy iron anchor was slowly hauled up, followed by another loud cry. Set sail. The ship, laden with mountains of cargo, began gliding slowly over the water. One of the crew pointed at Lee San's bamboo basket and asked, "But Lee San, what is in that basket? I have seen you carrying it around for days." Lee San brushed the question off vaguely. "That? Someone asked me to deliver it to Military Hut Village." The other man shook the basket. "I have seen it moving this whole time." Lee San calmly replied, "Then go ahead and open it. There are about 30 venomous snakes inside." The man immediately let go of it. "What?" He turned toward the old ship captain and shouted, "Captain!" Lee San brought a whole lot of venomous snakes onto the ship. The captain frowned suspiciously. "What?" He shouted at Lee San. "You dare to do such a thing?" Lee San bowed his head submissively. "Someone asked this humble one for help. Please forgive me, just this once." The captain sighed. "Good heavens, why are you always like this?" He shouted at Lee San. "What if someone unknowingly opens it? Put it somewhere no one will see it." Lee San replied clearly, "Understood. I will move it immediately." A beggar's clan member was leaning against a tree, sleeping soundly. He had no idea someone was approaching. The person stepped forward and extended 2 fingers toward him. Then the person flicked him hard on the nose, making him cry out in pain. Clutching his nose, the man cursed. Which beast did that? But the person standing before him was Blackwood. "Elder!" Blackwood squatted beside him. "If I had been the assassin Huang Yu, your head would already have fallen off." He glared fiercely, his voice full of menace. "Do you not understand how urgent the situation is? You dare sleep in broad daylight, with drool running everywhere." The man immediately bowed and knelt. This subordinate was truly foolish. I have not slept even a wink since last night. Blackwood roared. We have already lost 10 men. Take care of yourself and keep your life intact. Do you understand? Understood. But only moments later, someone came running and shouting, Elder, Elder, someone is dead. Blackwood was startled. He furrowed his brow and turned toward the man hurrying over. Damn it, who died this time? The man quickly waved his hands. It is not one of our beggars' clan members. The man pointed behind him and stammered, I think it would be best if you saw it with your own eyes. Blackwood stared at him in confusion, but ultimately decided to follow him and inspect the situation. On the cargo ship sailing across the open sea, someone called out, Hey, Lee-san. Lapmin carried a bottle of wine as he called. Come have a drink with me. Lee-san waved him off. I'm not drinking. Lapmin was taken aback. What a surprise. I never thought you would refuse me. Is this really Lee-san? Lee-san held his stomach. I drank too much last night, and it still has not settled. Laughing, Lapmin sat down beside him. You should not drink so much. You are not as young as you used to be. He took several gulps of wine and glanced at Lee-san. Anyway, forget that. How is your plan going? Lee-san frowned and stammered. What plan? Lapmin nudged his shoulder. Do not play dumb. He leaned close to Lee-san's ear and whispered, If Song-kwa does not accept your feelings this time, were you not going to force her to love you by causing trouble? So how did it go? I know your temperament. When you do something, you go all the way. Was she good? Seeing that Lee-san did not answer, Lapmin continued, Tell me a little. Lee-san sighed helplessly. I did not do anything, so you should just forget about it. Lapmin clicked his tongue and shook his head. She rejected you again, did she not? I knew it. Still, it is strange that you did nothing. He drank again and glared at Lee-san. There must be something wrong with your head. Why are you acting so unlike yourself? But as he spoke, Lapmin suddenly noticed something strange. His lips trembled as he said, Your face. Lee-san glanced at him, unaware that a patch of skin near his ear had begun to peel away. What is wrong with my face? Lapmin's unusual reaction was enough for Lee-san to understand, and he raised a hand to touch his face. Lee-san swiftly struck Lapmin hard in the throat with the edge of his hand. Lapmin collapsed on the spot, unable to make sound. Lee-san withdrew his hand and sighed. Clicking his tongue, he peeled away the patch of skin near his ear that Lapmin had noticed. Lee-san slowly removed it, revealing Huang Yu's face. He had been disguised as Lee-san all this time. Holding Lee-san's facial skin mask, Huang Yu shook his head. I must have been in too much of a hurry earlier. The mask did not adhere properly. He stood up, walked to the deck, and casually threw the mask into the sea. After receiving the report, Blackwood arrived at the scene. He pushed aside a pile of straw and discovered a corpse with its face skinned off. Blackwood's face turned deathly pale. Heavens, I never imagined the assassin Huang Yu would be so skilled at making human skin masks. He turned to the government soldier beside him. Captain, have you identified him? The man replied. According to this old man, he likely boarded a cargo ship that departed long ago. The old man squatting there with a smoking pipe added, That must be it. He was the only one with a mole on his hand. Blackwood rushed out, shouting orders to stop that ship by any means necessary. But it set sail 4 hours ago. Where is it heading? It transports goods between Wheat Sun Village and Military Hut Village. Blackwood turned to the side and asked, Are there no stops between those two villages? Someone answered loudly. They said they would stop at the Southern Yang ferry. Blackwood nodded and muttered. Sending the Beggars Clan chief to Southern Yang was a wise choice. He ordered his men, fire a signal flare and send a carrier pigeon at once. Inform the clan chief to stop the ship at Southern Yang Ferry. As the flare exploded thunderously in the sky, Blackwood roared. Tell him to reach the ferry first and wait there for the ship. From the ship in the middle of the sea, Huang Yu saw the signal flares from the shore, dragging Lapmin along. He sighed helplessly, tension clear on his face. As he opened the basket, Huang Yu muttered to himself, They must be waiting for me at Southern Yang. Inside, Song Lichio rubbed his sleepy eyes. Master, Huang Yu said in a low voice, stop asking to come out all the time. Song Lichio looked around in confusion. Are we safe now? Huang Yu did not answer. Instead, he asked, Do you know how to swim? Song Lichio shook his head. I have never tried swimming. Huang Yu lifted him out of the basket as he spoke. Then today, you will learn how to swim. Before Song Lichio's astonished eyes, Huang Yu threw him straight into the water. Song Lichio screamed, Master! A loud splash rang out, loud enough to nearly alert everyone on the ship. Huang Yu calmly took the luggage and sword from inside the basket and put them on himself. Moving quickly, he stepped onto the deck, trying not to make too much noise. Huang Yu then dove straight into the water. Behind him, the ship captain watched in confusion. Ignoring the freezing current, Huang Yu dove deep beneath the surface to find Song Liqiu. Huang Yu calmly looked around, but there was nothing but a vast expanse of water. The pitch-black depths of the sea surrounded him, making it difficult to search. After several seconds, Huang Yu finally found Song Liqiu panicking nearby. The boy's mouth hung open as seawater poured in, his eyes wide with fear as he had no idea what to do. Half an hour later, a ship came into view at Southern Yang Ferry. Someone shouted, "There's a ship!" Many members of the Beggars clan were already waiting there, calling out, "The ship is coming in!" The sailors came onto the deck to see who had gathered at the dock. They saw the furious Beggars clan disciples, all carrying weapons in their hands. The ship slowly approached the ferry dock. Once it was close enough, a wooden plank was lowered, and the Beggars clan disciples immediately swarmed aboard, their hurried footsteps ringing out together. The leader stepped aboard and loudly threatened, "Don't move. If any of you step off this ship without permission, you'll be responsible for the consequences." While the people aboard were still bewildered, the Beggars clan members spread out. "Search every corner thoroughly." Yes, they grabbed each sailor by the collar. "Let me see your face. Why are you doing this?" Lapman shouted as he came down the stairs. "Why have you boarded someone else's ship without permission?" Tian-in finally stepped forward. "A murderer boarded this ship." Lapman stai bolang li. "A murderer?" Tian looked at him and said loudly, "This is urgent, so please understand why we could not notify you beforehand." Lapman note that. "Do you have a picture of him? Let me have a look." Tian waved to someone behind him. "Show him a sketch of the murderer." A man stepped forward and held up Huang Yu's portrait. "Have you seen anyone who looks like this?" Lapmin pointi vein Tianin. "I never saw him clearly, so it's difficult to tell from this picture. But over there." Tian followed the direction of his finger. Lap Min continued. "About half an hour ago, he went overboard. He threw the child in first, then jumped in right after him. If they can swim, they should have reached the opposite shore by now." Tianin thrust his face close to Lap Min's. "He has committed a grave crime. If you help a fugitive, you may end up suffering the same punishment." Lapman did not panic. Instead, he laughed. "Hey, just tell them what you saw." Sitting in a corner and clutching his neck, Lap Min said, "That wasn't Li San. He used a human skin mask to disguise himself as Li San. No wonder his voice didn't sound like Li San's at all." Tian narrowed his eyes at him and cursed inwardly. "Damn it." Meanwhile, in the direction Lap Min had pointed, near the shore where Huang Yu had jumped into the water, Huang Yu could be seen in the distance carrying Song Liqiu. He slowly swam toward the shore. When the water became shallow enough to stand in, Huang Yu held the boy and trudged forward step by heavy step. Song Liqiu lay motionless in his arms, while Huang Yu gasped for breath after swimming for half an hour. Once he reached the sand, he laid Song Liqiu down and collapsed beside him. Seeing that Song Liqiu was still unconscious, Huang Yu raised 2 fingers. He struck the left side of the boy's chest hard, but the boy still did not breathe. Huang Yu placed his right hand over Song Liqiu's heart and began pressing rhythmically. He kept at it for several minutes, but Song Liqiu still showed no movement. Huang Yu continued pressing on his chest as he panted, then reached for the boy's neck to check his pulse. Huang Yu frowned and pressed his lips together when he felt no pulse. He let out a sigh, closing his eyes helplessly as he removed the cloth wrapped around his head. Huang Yu sat beside Song Liqiu and looked at him without saying a word. He remained there silently for a long time, as though waiting for something to happen. Huang Yu lowered his head. After finally steadying himself, Huang Yu struggled to push himself up from the sand. Gritting his teeth, he left Song Liqiu alone on the beach and turned to walk away. But after only a few steps, a violent coughing fit sounded behind him, startling him. Huang Yu slowly turned around, unable to believe what he had heard. His eyes widened in shock. He stammered in disbelief as Song Liqiu coughed up seawater. "Chiao, Chiao." Song Liqiu collapsed onto the sand. After coughing without pause for some time, he panted weakly in exhaustion. Song Liqiu's eyes were unfocused, and his voice came out in broken breaths. "Master, since I'm not dead, let's just say I've learned how to swim." Huang Yu approached him, a rare smile of relief appearing on his face for the first time in days. After receiving the news, Blackwood had also mobilized men and sailed toward this beach. He stood silently at the bow, staring straight ahead. As they neared the shore, someone shouted. The elder has arrived. By then, many beggars' clan members had already gathered on the beach. Blackwood leaped from the boat. The moment he landed, Tian-in hurried over. Elder, Blackwood looked at him. That assassin escaped by jumping into the water from the cargo ship? Tian-in hastily nodded. Yes. The captain's testimony does not seem to be a lie. Blackwood looked at him skeptically. Are you certain? Seeing that Blackwood still did not believe him, Tian-in pointed to the side. This way. Please come and see for yourself. He pointed to where Song Lichio had lain earlier. There are traces here of someone vomiting and lying down. The footprints leading out of the water are still intact. Blackwood gestured at the footprints in the sand. Where does this route lead? To Fierce River. Blackwood pondered for a moment before continuing. If they make it to Fierce River, the search area will expand 100-fold, including Flow City, Official Sands, Brightfield, and Eastgate. It will become even harder to find them. We must catch him at Fierce River. Move out immediately. A guard beside Blackwood spoke up. The road to Fierce River occasionally crosses major roads. With the face of a wanted murderer, that would not be an easy choice. Blackwood glanced at him. If you were an assassin on the run, what would you do? The man replied without hesitation. If he does not conceal his face with a human skin mask, a murderer like him would stand out too much. He would surely seek places with fewer people and travel through forest paths. At those words, a location immediately came to Blackwood's mind. Humble Official Temple. His guard had reached the same conclusion. He nodded firmly. Yes. Without another word, Blackwood jumped onto a nearby rock to survey the area. Looking into the distance, he asked Tian-in, where are the temples on the southern mountain? Tian-in answered loudly. Elder, if he is heading for Fierce River, we need to pursue him now if we are to catch up. How can we waste time searching for a temple? Blackwood shot him an irritated look. I asked where it is. Though displeased, Tian-in answered. There are Mount Heavenly Sound and Mount Cross Stars. Mount Heavenly Sound is where wealthy people build their ancestral shrines and tombs. Those without status are buried roughly at Mount Cross Stars. Blackwood jumped down from the rock and shouted his orders. I'll go to Mount Cross Stars. You go to Mount Heavenly Sound. He landed on the beach and turned back to instruct them. If you see him, capture or kill him immediately. No interrogation needed. Keep watch there and await my message. Understood. Tian-in bowed respectfully. Understood. Blackwood turned away. Let's go. The guard who had spoken earlier quickly followed him. As he passed Tian-in, he stared at him and curled his lips into a mocking smile. Tian-in straightened up, clenching both fists, but there was nothing he could do except watch the man leave. He then mobilized the Beggars Clan disciples at the beach and led them toward Mount Heavenly Sound. As he walked at the front, he said in a low voice, "You all saw that man's expression, didn't you?" He looked down on me and sneered. What a contemptible bastard. Then he asked the disciple behind him, "What would you do in that situation?" The man asked in confusion. Pardon? Tian-in tilted his chin toward him. If I were the assassin, would I go to Mount Cross Stars or Mount Heavenly Sound to take the face off a dead person? Or would I escape from here as quickly as possible? That's what I mean. The man considered the question for a moment before replying. If it were me, I'd run without looking back. How could anyone cut off a dead person's skin? It would be useless. What good is it once it's ruined? He gestured as he spoke. I'd run too. Why would I stay here? Tian-in nodded. Exactly. The elder must have miscalculated. As they arrived before a large gate, someone announced, Tian-in, this is Mount Heavenly Sound. This is the path to the memorial shrines. One disciple asked, should we search around the mountain? Tian-in shook his head. There is no need. That murderer is not here. We will surely receive word soon that he has fled toward Fierce River. Then he loudly ordered all the Beggars Clan disciples following him. Rest up. We may have to run again at any moment, so recover your strength while you can. The others relaxed and laid down on the grass. My body is stiff all over. Everything aches. As they rested, they chatted among themselves. That bastard. I hope this ends soon. Why do we have to suffer like this? One man shook his head. We are seeking justice for Dongwon. What hardship are you talking about? The other disagreed. To put it plainly, both the pursuers and the pursued are suffering just the same. Another man raised his hand and called loudly, Tian-in, someone here is dissatisfied with this mission. The other man jumped in alarm and covered his mouth. I know, so shut up already. They continued laughing and chatting. It's because of selfish people like you that the world has fallen into lawlessness. I know, so stop it already. Someone nearby chimed in. He may be right, but he's still incredibly annoying. Does anyone want to punch him? As if he had been waiting for those words, the man who had just been tattled on immediately smacked the person beside him on the forehead. Me, the other man, did not expect it. Dazed, he toppled backward, his mouth hanging open in panic. The man beside him giggled at the sight, and the others looked over curiously. But behind the man who had been struck was a small cliff, and he fell straight down it. The man above stammered, "Sorry, I didn't know you would fall that far." Furious, after falling, the man got to his feet and shouted, "You bastard! Once I get back up there, I won't let you off." But when he looked up, he saw Huang Yu and Song Liqiu hiding in the bushes right in front of him. Yellow Tiger unexpectedly came face to face with Huang Yu and Song Liqiu in the bushes below. All three stared wide-eyed at one another, not knowing what to do. Yellow Tiger reacted by falling backward onto the ground with a thud, and Huang Yu quickly drew his sword. Yellow Tiger was about to shout, but Huang Yu's sword was faster, pressing against his throat. Yellow Tiger could only shut his mouth. Song Liqiu put a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Huang Yu glared at him threateningly and spoke in a low voice. "If you make trouble, your head will fall." Hearing this, Yellow Tiger did not dare move, sweat streaming down his face. Meanwhile, on Blackwood's side, one of the clan members saw that graves had been dug up and cursed loudly. "Damn it, is there truly someone so wicked? How can he dig up another person's resting place like this?" Dong added, "He will surely suffer retribution." Blackwood's group continued examining the other unearthed graves. Another man spoke up, "But this corpse's face has not been skinned. Did he dig up the grave, then spare it out of guilt?" Another explained, "He was not satisfied with the condition of the facial skin, so he left it alone. Though the death was recent, the skin is already too hard to make a human skin mask." As another man searched the nearby graves, he called out, "Elder, the corpse in this grave has not been touched either." Dong answered from the other side, "Same here." Upon hearing both reports, Blackwood made another deduction. This is a graveyard for poor people who lived in hunger, so their facial skin is unsuitable. The one-eyed man beside him added, "If that is the case." Blackwood continued. He dug up several graves, then gave up and left. Having said that, he pointed straight up the mountain and issued an order. "To Mount Heavenly Sound, send a flare to the Southern Yang Branch chief. Tell him to surround the mountain and not let even an ant escape." One subordinate reported, "Elder, the signal flares have not been prepared yet." Blackwood cursed loudly, "Useless fools." The one-eyed man stepped forward. "This subordinate will relay the order. I will also go down the mountain to find horses." As soon as he finished speaking, he ran down the mountain at full speed. Blackwood called after him, "It's getting dark. Hurry." Meanwhile, back on Tianan's side, seeing that Yellow Tiger had not returned, someone shouted, "Hey, Yellow Tiger, what are you doing? Are you hurt? Are you dead? Why aren't you answering?" Below, Yellow Tiger remained silent, not knowing what to say. Huang Yu stared at him and whispered, "Answer them." He held his sword to Yellow Tiger's throat, where blood had already begun to seep out, and continued, "Choose your words carefully." Terrified, Yellow Tiger tried to stay calm and stammered loudly, "I'm Fina." The man above heard him and looked down again, asking loudly, "Then why are you still down there? Why don't you come up?" Yellow Tiger was drenched in sweat and could only answer, because." He turned his head back and forth, desperately trying to think of an excuse, but nothing came to mind. Song Liqiu suddenly reached down and removed one of his straw sandals. He held the sandal in front of Yellow Tiger and pointed to it, signaling to him. As though grasping a lifeline, Yellow Tiger shouted back, "My straw sandal! I dropped my straw sandal. Where did it go?" The man above waved dismissively. "Do your shoes know how to walk? Look nearby. Search carefully." Tian, who had grown impatient, rose from the steps where he was sitting and called out to his subordinates, "Let's go." The man beside him asked, "Where are we going?" Tian loudly ordered those below, "Everyone, get up. We're going to Forgotten Sunday." Just then, one of his subordinates ran over to report, "Branch Chief, there's a letter from the elder." Tian instructed him, "Tell that man down there looking for his shoe to stay behind and wait for the letter." Someone in the group shouted down, "Yellow Tiger, we're going to Forgotten Sun. You stay behind, wait for the elder's letter, then bring it with you. Understood? We're counting on you." Yellow Tiger could only stare as everyone left. He tried to say something, but could not. Huang Yu was quick to notice his expression. Yellow Tiger hesitated for a moment, then finally decided to shout, "No, there are enemies here." The instant he spoke, Huang Yu's sword severed his head, spraying blood everywhere. Yellow Tiger's body collapsed to the ground. But the people above seemed not to notice and merely shouted, "We have already wasted enough time on this pointless trip. Run!" Those below answered in unison, "Yes." The people above quickly departed, though one of them, sensing that something was wrong, looked back. Below, Huang Yu and Song Liqiu dragged Yellow Tiger's body deeper into the bushes to avoid being discovered. As he pulled, Song Liqiu looked up at his master. Huang Yu was also sweating heavily as he watched for any unusual movement. Once they felt that no one remained above, Song Liqiu and his master slowly crawled out from the bushes. After waiting until everyone had gone, the two of them slowly climbed up from below. Huang Yu went first, holding his sword ready as he carefully raised his head to look around. Song Liqiu followed close behind, carrying a hoe. After seeing that the group had gone far away, Song Liqiu spoke again. "The people chasing us have gone ahead, Master." Huang Yu replied to his disciple, "I was thinking about how to leave Mount Heavenly Sound, but it seems the situation has changed. We'll have to wait until they've gone farther away." Song Liqiu looked puzzled. "Then do we still need to keep looking for faces?" Huang Yu sheathed his sword and started walking. "There's no other way. We still have to find them." Song Liqiu climbed up after him, holding a hoe in his hand. Then made this disciple look for a grave. As they headed toward the graves, they continued talking. "Can you do it? Have you not forgotten what I taught you on Mount Cross Stars?" "I haven't forgotten." "All right, give it a try." Hearing his master agree, Song Liqiu became excited. He ran up the steps, saying, "I'll go first." Scene change. On the road, a man was hurrying along. It was the one-eyed man from Blackwood's group. He was racing to report to Tian'an. When he arrived at the foot of the mountain, he reined in his horse, but there was not a soul in sight. Seeing no one there, he could hardly believe his eyes. After a moment of silence, he turned his horse around and muttered, "He must have gone to Forgotten Sunday. Why didn't he leave anyone here?" With that, he hurriedly spurred his horse after Tian'an's group, which had already gone far ahead. Scene change. Song Liqiu and his master had entered the forest. As they walked, Song Liqiu analyzed the surroundings. "I'm following the strong scent of freshly turned earth. The trees are still green, which means they were watered not long ago." Song Liqiu stopped before a grave, pointed at it, and continued, "Unlike Mount Cross Stars, the graves on Mount Heavenly Sound are covered in grass. But the blades are short, which means they only recently grew. Will this grave do?" Huang Yu looked at the grave and nodded approvingly. "That's right. You found it well." Song Liqiu looked up at his master. "Why are the graves here so big? If we dig one up, it'll take a long time. I'll try to dig quickly." Huang Yu replied quietly, "There's no need. These graves can be entered without digging." Song Liqiu turned back in confusion. "Ow!" Huang Yu walked over to the grave and bent down, using his strength to push the stone steel in front of it. Song Liqiu stood beside him and watched as he forced the large marker aside. After a while, a doorway leading beneath the grave was finally revealed. Huang Yu and Song Liqiu peered down into the darkness. They took out a torch and lit it. Holding the torch, Huang Yu cautiously entered the tomb, with Song Liqiu immediately following behind him. Master and disciple descended into the burial chamber. Before long, a coffin appeared before them. Song Liqiu crept along behind his master. It was his first time entering someone else's grave, so he was understandably uneasy. Huang Yu raised the torch to illuminate the chamber. A coffin stood in the center, while the surrounding stone walls were carved with various figures. Scene change. Tian'an and his subordinates were hurrying along the road. Tian'an led the group, running swiftly ahead, while those behind him did not dare slow down. Suddenly, someone shouted from behind, "Stop!" I said stop. Hearing someone call out to him, Tian'an turned around in confusion. It was the one-eyed man who had caught up on horseback. He rode directly into the group and shouted, "Southern Yang Branch Chief, move aside. Where are you going?" Once the man had stopped his horse, Tian'an pointed ahead and replied, "To capture that damned assassin." The one-eyed man raised his hand and demanded, "Have you forgotten the elder's order to guard Mount Heavenly Sound?" Tian'an said resentfully, "We let the enemy slip away because of a misjudgment. We have no choice." The one-eyed man furiously shouted at Tian'an, "Pursuing the enemy is the elder's responsibility. It is not for you to decide." Tian'an est agressive mané immédiately subsided. But, seeing his hesitation, the one-eyed man said, "Forget it." He turned his horse and called out, "Now is not the time to argue. Return to Mount Heavenly Sound at once." Though deeply dissatisfied. Tion and could only sigh and say nothing. He waved to the subordinates behind him and ordered, "Everyone, turn back. Return to Mount Heavenly Sound and stand guard." From atop his horse, the one-eyed man looked down at Tion and asked, out of frustration, "Let me ask you this. You hold the position of branch chief, yet you can't even leave a message behind when you depart?" Tion, walking beside him, replied, "I left someone behind. Did you think I hadn't considered that?" The one-eyed man continued, "I stopped by Mount Heavenly Sound, but there wasn't anyone there." At those words, Tianan's face showed clear shock. Scene change. Inside the burial chamber, Huang Yu was preparing to use a knife to peel the deceased man's face away. Song Liqiu stood beside him, holding the torch for his master and watching Huang Yu's movements attentively. While working, Huang Yu asked, "Are you afraid?" Song Liqiu answered frankly, "Yes." Huang Yu spoke softly, "Even so, watch carefully." Without taking his eyes off the coffin, Song Liqiu replied, "Isn't this something I have to learn? I'm trying to learn how to remove a face without leaving any tears." Hearing the boy's words, Huang Yu suddenly stopped and glanced at him. But he said nothing. Just then, voices sounded outside the grave. "Search the area." Huang Yu and Song Liqiu immediately became alert. Bits of dirt and stone fell into the chamber, drawing their attention. Huang Yu quickly went up to investigate as distant voices drifted closer. When he emerged outside, it was already night. In the distance, he could see a group carrying torches and moving across the mountain. Scene change. Not far away, a man holding a torch shouted, "Found him! We found Yellow Tiger!" Tian rushed over and shouted, "Where? Where is he?" Yellow Tiger's body, hidden in the bushes, had been discovered. His eyes were rolled back, and blood had soaked into the ground around him. Tian crouched beside the corpse and cried out in anguish, "I got Yellow Tiger killed." Blackwood, standing nearby, spoke up. "Do you see now what carelessness and thoughtlessness bring? His regrettable death tells us that the assassin is definitely here. His sacrifice was not in vain. Branch Chief, surround Mount Heavenly Sound at once. Once the net is cast, he will surely flee up the mountain." After saying this to Tian, Blackwood turned and left, while Tian remained kneeling on the ground, covering his face and weeping. After walking some distance, Blackwood saw that Tian had not reacted, so he turned back and shouted, "Tian, have you still not come to your senses? Look up, in case he leaves Mount Heavenly Sound. Search for him. He hasn't left this mountain. Split up and search." Blackwood turned away and immediately shouted an order below. "Pass the word to the disciples at Mount Lao, East Prosperity, 9 cities, the Ministry of Revenue, and Forgotten Sunday, tighten the perimeter." Signal fireworks were launched into the sky. Soon, flares were fired one after another to relay the order, and the Beggars Clan members quickly headed up the mountain to search for Song Liqiu and his master. The group climbed the mountain in a line, carrying torches. One of them turned around and urged those behind him, "Hurry up." Tian quickly regained his composure. Standing atop a grave, he shouted, "Other than the teams maintaining the encirclement, everyone else head up the mountain and pursue them. That assassin is dressed in ordinary clothes to conceal his identity. Search every suspicious place 2 or 3 times. In the darkness, groups carrying torches could be seen moving swiftly in the distance. Standing outside the grave, Huang Yu could only stare at the sight in stunned silence. Song Liqiu climbed out and called, "Master." Huang Yu bit his lip helplessly. "It's my fault. I didn't think they would come back." Hearing this, Song Liqiu retreated into the grave and said, "I'll prepare our things." But Huang Yu's firm voice stopped him. "No, judging by the flares, the mountain has already been surrounded. We can't escape." Song Liqiu hesitated. Then, Huang Yu turned and pointed at him. "Get back into the grave, quickly." Song Liqiu could only obediently reply, "Yes." After Song Liqiu went back inside, Huang Yu used all his strength to close the tomb entrance. When it was nearly shut, he squeezed himself inside, muttering, "If there is no way out, then we can only hide as deeply as possible." Once inside, Huang Yu had to bend over because the tomb was too cramped for him. He endured the discomfort and tried to close the door. Closing the tomb entrance from within was difficult. Huang Yu gritted his teeth and used all of his strength. After Huang Yu's efforts, the entrance finally began to close slowly. Once the door was shut, the grave returned to its former silence, as though nothing had ever happened. Scene change. Elsewhere, the Beggars Clan members were also climbing the mountain. One man swung his blade, cutting down all the grass and brush around him. With a torch in one hand and a knife in the other, he hacked at the bushes. The other Beggars Clan members were also doing their utmost to find the master and disciple. Just then, Blackwood approached from behind with his men and asked, "Still no sign of them, Branch Chief?" Hearing him, Tianan turned and replied, "Not yet." He pointed toward the searchers and continued, "But no place has been overlooked. This search is like looking for a needle at the bottom of the sea, Elder." Looking at the huge graves before them, they began discussing them. "Still, why are the graves on Mount Heavenly Sound so large?" Mount Heavenly Sound is famous as a place of excellent geomancy. Wealthy nobles compete to build enormous graves here because they understand geomancy. Blackwood added, "They're so large that not only the dead, but even the living can enter them." Hearing this, Tianan's eyes widened as though he could not believe what he had heard. "Elder, I'll begin the search again." With that, he started forward. Blackwood asked, "There are hundreds of graves. Can you dig them all up?" Tianan turned back and replied calmly, "Even if there were thousands, I would do it." Blackwood appraised him and said, "It seems you have regained your senses. First, assassins who make masks from human skin would not use decayed corpses." Then he turned to Jun Dong, who stood behind him, and called, "Jun Dong, Yun Dong hurriedly enself is." Blackwood ordered, "Bring the gravekeeper of Mount Heavenly Sound here at once." Upon receiving the order, Jun Dong rushed off to find the gravekeeper. Inside the grave, where Huang Yu was hiding, the torch had been planted upright. A thought suddenly crossed his mind. Whether it was human skin masks or anything else, he still had to keep running. If he could only get out of Forgotten Sun, he would leave them far behind. He had crawled deep into the tomb to hide, but discovery was only a matter of time. It's over. So this is where an assassin meets his end. As Huang Yu sat sighing over his thoughts, Song Liqiu called out to him, "Master!" Standing on a jar, he pointed at the coffin. "Aren't you going to take the face you're peeling off?" Hearing this, Huang Yu slowly opened his eyes and looked at him. Looking at the child before him, Huang Yu said, "You have not followed me for long, yet you truly are wise beyond your years. I'm very proud of you. Given the situation, you understand even without my explaining it, don't you?" Song Liqiu replied, "Yes, I understand." Huang Yu asked, "We won't have any need for those skins anymore. Don't you know that?" Hearing his master's words, Song Liqiu carefully stepped down onto the ground. Looking down, he continued, "When I thought I would die beneath the sword of the heaven-slaying sect, Master saved me. Even after drinking enough seawater to fill my stomach, I'm still alive and standing here. Until King Yama himself appears before me, it isn't over yet." After hearing Song Liqiu's words, Huang Yu was stunned into silence for a moment. Then he gave a wry smile and said, "You brat, you're better than your master." Soon afterward, Jun Dong brought over a man. The man looked around and remarked, "Are all the beggars of the Central Plains gathered here? What a lively sight." Hearing this, the Beggars Clan members immediately turned and glared at him, startling the man. Jun Dong, who was leading the way, turned and told the gravekeeper, "Hurry up. This way." The man quickly followed, nodding, "Yes." When Jun Dong returned to Blackwood, he called out, "Elder, I have brought the gravekeeper." Blackwood fixed his gaze on the man and asked, "Have you heard the whole story?" The gravekeeper answered, "Yes." "You're looking for an assassin." Blackwood said, "I called you here because I want to know which graves were recently buried." The gravekeeper began walking forward. "Follow me. I'll show you." As he led the Beggars Clan members, the gravekeeper explained in detail. One was buried 3 days ago, 2 were buried 5 days ago, 1 was buried 10 days ago, and 1 was buried a month ago. I cannot remember them all clearly. Hearing him list so many, Blackwood pointed and said, "No, take us to the graves buried within the last 15 days. The gravekeeper pointed ahead. "This way." He led Blackwood's group along the path to a grave marked with a stone statue and pointed at it. "Here, this is the grave of Sun Wong, the wealthy man from Great River. The burial was held 3 days ago." While the Beggars Clan members searched around with their torches, one of them said, "If he was over 70, hadn't he already lived long enough?" The gravekeeper replied, "The wealthy these days consume countless precious medicines to nourish their bodies. Even when they have stopped breathing, their skin remains rosy. You cannot tell whether they are alive or dead." He walked around the grave marker and examined it. "This stele is impressive too, isn't it? It cost around 30 taels of silver. It looks ordinary from the outside, but who knows how much money was poured into the inside." Blackwood touched the stele and said, "Hey, gravekeeper, Yes. Blackwood did not look at him, merely saying coldly, "Could you be quiet?" The gravekeeper covered his mouth. Blackwood inspected the steel from every side, then asked, "Is there an entrance into this burial chamber?" The gravekeeper replied, "The entrance is beneath this marker. It takes 2 strong young men to push it aside." After saying that, the gravekeeper turned away, pointed in another direction, and continued, "Let's go. The next grave is on the hillside." But Blackwood was studying the grave marker. "Wait." He touched the grass on the ground and said, "The grass has been flattened. There are traces of the steel having been moved. This is it. He is hiding beneath this grave." Hearing Blackwood's words, 2 Beggars Clan members stepped forward to push the stone marker aside. "I'll help move it." Blackwood raised his staff and told those around him, "He will wait for the entrance to open and launch a surprise attack. Prepare for battle." At his words, the Beggars Clan members lying in wait around the grave immediately drew their swords. With the combined strength of 2 men, the tomb door was gradually pushed open. Yet there was no movement inside. The Beggars Clan members stood watching, not daring to act rashly. The area beneath the tomb remained utterly silent and pitch black, impossible to see into. At that moment, another man stepped forward, and the gravekeeper could only move aside. Tianin slowly approached the tomb entrance, raised his torch to illuminate it, and said, "I'll go inside and take a look." Another member of the Beggars Clan tossed a sword toward Tian-un and called out, "Branch Chief." Tianin caught the sword from the grass, held up the torch, and began descending. Once inside, he carefully shone the torch ahead and moved forward 1 slow step at a time. His face was tense as he entered the underground tomb. Tianin scarcely dared to breathe. He slowly advanced, holding the torch ahead of him. The torchlight illuminated the inside of the tomb. What he saw before him left Tianin frozen for several seconds. After a moment, he frowned and shouted, "Elder, come down here and take a look." Hearing Tianin's voice from below, Blackwood hurried down into the tomb. "What is it?" Tianin shouted. "That assassin." Before them, the coffin lid had been opened, and tunnels had been dug into all 3 surrounding walls. Looking at the devastated tomb, someone said, "He dug tunnels and escaped." Inside the tomb, Blackwood and Tianin examined one of the tunnels. Peering inside, Blackwood said, "The signs of his struggle for survival are truly miserable." Tianin pointed at the other 2 tunnels and said, "I do not understand. Why would he dig 3 tunnels?" Blackwood turned and explained, "He must have known we would come here. He wanted to erase his tracks as thoroughly as possible." Jun Dong and the one-eyed man had also come down to inspect the place. Tianin crawled into one tunnel and said, "I'll check this passage." As Tianin crawled inside, Blackwood stood guard outside. From within the tunnel, Tianin called out, "Elder." After going in for a while, "I found that this passage has been blocked off." Blackwood shouted back, "Perhaps you chose the wrong direction. Check the sides." The one-eyed man crawled into another tunnel, then returned and said, "This one is blocked too." Jun Dong emerged from the 3rd tunnel and said the same thing. "This one is blocked as well." Blackwood looked around and said, "He must have dug the soil ahead of him and pushed it behind himself to seal the tunnels." Jun Dong climbed out, dusting off his clothes as he asked, "Is that even possible?" Blackwood answered calmly, "When a blade is at a man's throat, there is nothing he cannot do." He then looked toward the body lying in the coffin and said, "Just looking at this fellow is revolting." After saying that, he laughed smugly. After coming up from the tomb, Blackwood shouted, "How much Thunderbolt explosive do we have left?" "Bring all of it here." A Beggars Clan member asked, "Elder, are you planning to use it here?" Blackwood simply continued shouting, "This is urgent. Stop standing around and bring the explosives here." The man holding the torch answered loudly and hurried away. "Yes, sir." Blackwood paced across the ground, counting as he walked. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps for steps, 7 steps, 8 steps, 16 steps, 17 steps, 19 steps. He kept counting his footsteps under his breath. Looking down at the grass beneath his feet, he muttered, "About this far." A young man and a child digging through earth could not have gotten any farther than this. Below ground, Huang Yu and Song Liqiu were desperately digging their way out. As he dug, Huang Yu said to Song Liqiu, "We will not be able to move forward if you cannot push away as much dirt as I am digging." Behind him, Song Liqiu struggled to shove the soil backward and replied, "I know. I'm using all my strength." As he spoke, Song Liqiu pressed his feet against the pile of dirt beneath him. He was already exhausted. He wiped the sweat streaming down his forehead and panted heavily. The man sent to fetch the explosives finally returned with a group of people. "I have brought all the explosives as you ordered." Tian watched the barrels being lowered and called out, "Elder, the explosives are here. What do we do now?" Blackwood waved his hand and shouted, "Bury the explosives around the tomb, starting from here." The men answered in unison, "Yes, sir." He added loudly, "Do not spare the explosives or the fuses. Use everything." Seeing the jars of explosives being brought out, the gravekeeper's eyes widened in alarm. What are you planning to do now?" He ran before Blackwood, blocking his way as he shouted, "Stop! Stop this at once." "Explosives? Are you trying to level this entire place? Do you know whose tomb this is? That family will never let this go. Are you not afraid of the consequences?" As the gravekeeper made such a fuss, Blackwood pointed his staff at him, forcing the gravekeeper to retreat. Squinting at the gravekeeper, Blackwood said, "If you have time to question me, then hurry and do what you need to do. Unless you want even the dead to be blown to pieces." Below, Huang Yu was still doing his utmost to dig forward. He finally paused, panting heavily, and looked back. Song Liqiu was nowhere to be seen. Huang Yu called out, "The dirt is piling up. At this rate, the passage between us will be sealed off." Song Liqiu was completely worn out. Lying atop the dirt he had just shoveled back, he weakly answered, "Yes, master." Hearing how drained he sounded, Huang Yu did not know what to say. Above ground, the tubes of explosives were being tightly bound together. The explosives were nearly ready. Blackwood walked around the site and shouted, "He is getting away. Hurry up." The men answered at once, "Yes, elder." Below, after hesitating for a while, Huang Yu said to Song Liqiu, "Stop. Let's give up here." Song Liqiu remained silent, only breathing heavily without answering his master. Huang Yu suddenly reached out and touched Song Liqiu's head. "Boy, wake up. Where has the spirit you showed inside that tomb gone? Your senior brother gave his life for you. Should you not live a long life now?" Huang Yu's words seemed to stir Song Liqiu. The boy's eyes opened wide. Above ground, the beggars' clan members placed jars of explosives into pre-dug holes. Once they had set down the jars, they laid out the fuses and said, "All that remains is to connect the fuses." Below ground, Song Liqiu struggled to sit up. Gritting his teeth, he said word by word, "I will continue, master." Above the tomb, a torchbearer turned and reported, "The explosives have been set." Tian looked toward Blackwood. "Elder," Blackwood replied, "there is no reason to hesitate. Detonate them." Below ground, Huang Yu dug frantically as he told Song Liqiu, "I will keep digging ahead. Whether you follow me or stop here is your own choice." Above ground, Tian gestured and shouted, "Light it! Get away from the tomb and take cover." Inside the tunnel, Song Liqiu cleared away the dirt before him and replied, "I will follow you, master. I will follow you." On the surface, the beggars' clan members lit the fuse. Below ground, Song Liqiu continued digging, gasping for breath as dirt buried him all around. Above, the fuse burned quickly, racing toward the hole where the explosives had been buried. The fuse burned into the jar of explosives. A tremendous blast erupted, thunderous enough to shake the heavens as dirt and stones flew everywhere. The other explosive pits around the tomb began detonating one after another. Below ground, Song Liqiu heard the commotion. He glanced back. Huang Yu, who had been digging, abruptly stopped. Terrified, Song Liqiu shouted over the deafening explosions, "Master!" A blast rang out across the forest as smoke and dust filled the air. Dawn was beginning to break. In an instant, the entire graveyard was blown apart, leaving only bare earth. The beggars' clan members began searching again. One of them raised his hand and shouted, "Elder, I found them. I found bodies." Hearing this, Blackwood and Tian hurried over. Two horribly mangled faces protruded from the ground. One man said, "They are the bodies of an adult and a child. They were severely damaged by the blast. Is this the end of that assassin?" Blackwood crouched down to inspect them and said, "It is still too soon to conclude that these are their bodies." Tian, crouching beside him, replied, "Yes, but if these bodies are not theirs, then whose are they?" At that moment, someone else spoke up. "This is One of the men raised his hand and shouted, "I found another body!" The others turned in stunned confusion. Blackwood went over to examine the face protruding from the earth and said, "No, this one is not him either." Tianan asked, "We only blew up one tomb. Why are there so many bodies? Was Sun Wang's body not inside the tomb?" Just then, another man called out loudly, "I found another body." Then others began shouting one after another, "There is one here too." Tianan turned back with a frown. "More." Blackwood remained silent. One man said as he walked, "Everyone believes that if a grave is built on Mount Heavenly Sound, this famous site of auspicious geomancy, their descendants will be blessed. The poor must desire that even more. Since they cannot afford the exorbitant price of burial plots, they must secretly bring their dead here to bury them. Mount Heavenly Sound must be filled with unmarked graves." Blackwood's face darkened. He said nothing further. After thinking for a while, Blackwood sternly told Tianan, "Branch Chief, we may have to abandon Mount Heavenly Sound." Tianan was startled. "Elder." Blackwood turned to him and continued, "Lead the disciples and set up a blockade at Mount Lao, Eastern Frost, and 9 cities. Nozin and East Village are blocking Forgotten Sun, so they will most likely flee toward the Ministry of Revenue." Tianan clasped his hands and bowed. "Forgive me. This failure is entirely due to my negligence." Blackwood calmly replied, "Go. If you make another mistake this time, you will face the clan's punishment." Tianan raised his hand and ordered his subordinates, "Stop searching. We are going down the mountain. Move." Inside a patch of grass, a hand suddenly emerged from beneath the earth. It was Huang Yu. He broke through the layer of soil and crawled out, his face still covered in dirt. With half his body above ground, Huang Yu struggled to pull himself free. Once outside, Huang Yu panted heavily to catch his breath. After a moment, he called out, "Song Liqiu." Huang Yu crawled across the ground, calling loudly. Then he heard movement not far away and turned toward it. He rushed over and quickly began digging through the soil with his bare hands. After digging for some time, Song Liqiu's arm finally appeared. The moment Huang Yu saw the boy's hand, he immediately used all his strength to pull him out of the dirt. Song Liqiu lay there unconscious, his face and clothes caked with soil. Once above ground, the boy sat up, coughing violently. Huang Yu patted his back and asked, "Are you all right?" Song Liqiu replied, "Yes, master. I am fine." With one eye half closed, he looked at his master and continued, "Large rocks were pressed together, so I could not push them away quickly. I wanted to come out sooner, but I thought we should wait until everyone from the Beggar's Clan had left." Huang Yu smiled and said, "I thought the same." "Well done." Song Liqiu beamed and asked, "Master, do you really think I did well?" Huang Yu nodded at him. "Yes, very well." Suddenly, Huang Yu's eyes widened in shock, and he slowly turned his horrified gaze behind him. A group of people appeared in the distance, Blackwood and several Beggar's Clan members. The one-eyed man saw them and said, "You only showed yourselves after everyone else had left?" "Elder, you were right." Another Beggar's Clan member looked at Huang Yu and Song Liqiu. "Is it the assassin?" They had finally come face to face with these people in the graveyard. Huang Yu remained silent as he watched them. One of them looked at Huang Yu and shouted, "Do not think I ask because I do not know who you are. You vicious murderer! You and your brothers slaughtered innocent people and sullied the righteousness of the orthodox martial world. The Beggar's Clan will act on behalf of the 9 sects and 1 clan to eliminate you." Huang Yu looked at Song Liqiu. Reaching behind him by habit for his sword, he said, "From now on, run. Do not look back. Understand?" Song Liqiu nodded. "Understand." But Huang Yu's sword was no longer on his back. Only then did he notice it was gone. The one-eyed man shouted at Huang Yu, "Do you have any last words?" Huang Yu turned to the men and called out, "Give me a sword." Song Liqiu stared at his master in surprise. The one-eyed man looked toward Blackwood. "Elder," Blackwood said, "though he is an assassin, he still wishes to die as a martial artist. We are not so lacking in mercy. Give him one." Huang Yu removed the cloth bundle from his back and said to Song Liqiu, "We cannot escape them. I will buy time. Run, and do not let my efforts be in vain." Song Liqiu looked at him and said, "Master." After hearing Blackwood's order, the one-eyed man drew a sword from his back and threw it toward the two of them. "This is the kindness shown to you by Elder Blackwood, who shares close ties with our Beggar's Clan." The sword sank into the ground. Song Liqiu said to Huang Yu as he rose, "Let us run together. If Master will not go, then neither will I." Huang Yu waved his hand. "Stop acting like a child." He walked to the sword, pulled it free, and said, "You must survive. You have the ability to do so. Though it has not been long, I have been happy to have you by my side. Hearing this, Song Lichio stammered, Master. Huang Yu turned back, smiled at him, and continued, Thank you, Song Lichio. Seeing the expression on his master's face, Song Lichio could only remain silent, unable to utter a word. Blackwood then ordered the one-eyed man and Jundong to charge. Attack! As the two men rushed toward him, Huang Yu said with a resolute gaze, Go! The one-eyed man and Jundong charged while shouting curses, Vicious murderer, surrender your life. Huang Yu gripped the sword tightly with both hands and swung it. The one-eyed man struck first, and Huang Yu raised his sword to block the attack. The one-eyed man was knocked back, but Jundong was right behind him and reached out to catch him. He gripped his sword, his eyes sharp as he thrust straight at Huang Yu. Huang Yu quickly raised his sword to block the attack. The three of them immediately plunged into a fierce fight. Jundong and the one-eyed man worked together seamlessly. As soon as Huang Yu knocked Jundong aside, the one-eyed man immediately slashed at him. Huang Yu soon revealed an opening, and one of them kicked him hard in the stomach. Huang Yu lost his balance and staggered backward. After a few unsteady steps, he fell. Seeing this, Song Lichio anxiously cried out, Master! Hearing his disciple's voice, Huang Yu shouted, Kid, why are you still standing there? Before he could finish speaking, Jundong's sword came slashing down. Huang Yu raised his sword to block it. He shouted at Song Lichio behind him, This is your master's order. Run. Hearing this, Song Lichio lowered his head dejectedly, sorrow flashing through his eyes. He closed his eyes and gathered his courage. Without saying a word, he abruptly turned away. Obeying his master's command, Song Lichio ran forward without looking back. Blackwood, standing not far away, said to the two subordinates beside him, What are you waiting for? Go catch that brat. Kill him if you have to. Upon receiving the order, the two answered, I'll go at once. Yes, sir. Jundong struck Huang Yu's sword with his own and shouted, Every slash bears the resentment of the souls who died because of you. Accept them and die, murderer. Seeing the two men chasing Song Lichio, Huang Yu was distracted and looked toward them. The knee he had planted on the ground suddenly pushed him back to his feet. With one strike, he knocked Jundong away. Jundong and the one-eyed man were both stunned, unable to react in time. Huang Yu shouted as he swung his sword. His sword swept across them, leaving both Jundong and the one-eyed man frozen in place. Huang Yu then swiftly pivoted. He stood between the two men chasing Song Lichio and the two enemies in front of him. With his hands clasped behind his back, Blackwood shouted, Even catching a rabbit requires complete focus. Do you still have time to take things so leisurely? Hearing that, the one-eyed man raised his sword and said, Since the elder has spoken, we have no choice. I'll end this now. Huang Yu turned aside to evade the one-eyed man's blade. Without hesitation, he dashed forward. Huang Yu quickly caught up with the two beggars' clan men pursuing Song Lichio. He leaped into the air and swung his sword at them. One of the two heard the sound and glanced back. Huang Yu's blade slashed across one man's body. The man cried out in agony as blood sprayed everywhere. Having dealt with one of them, Huang Yu charged straight at the other. Jundong and the one-eyed man were pursuing him from behind. The remaining man could only dodge Huang Yu's sword in panic, then fell backward onto the ground with a thud. Huang Yu had no intention of sparing him. He raised his sword and slashed down at him. At that very moment, Blackwood hurled his staff. It struck Huang Yu squarely in the back, throwing him off balance and causing him to drop his sword. Knocked down by Blackwood's staff, Huang Yu fell to the ground. Blackwood shouted to the man who had just survived Huang Yu's blade, Go. If you let that brat escape, you won't get off easy either. The man stammered, Why yes. He immediately picked up his sword and ran after Song Lichio. The one-eyed man had also caught up. Blackwood pointed toward them and shouted, Chio Tian, Jundong, because of your delay, another man has fallen. Are you going to disappoint me even further? The one-eyed man looked at the beggar's clan member's corpse on the ground and answered loudly, My apologies, elder. But I don't think this man should be allowed to die peacefully. Hearing Chio Tian, Jundong nodded and added, That's right. We should tear him to pieces. Huang Yu clutched the shoulder that had been struck, thinking, I can only do this much. Meanwhile, Song Lichio obediently ran forward as his master had ordered, panic filling his heart. Just then, a sword flew past Song Lichio's shoulder. Startled, he opened his eyes wide. The sword plunged into the ground directly in front of him, forcing him to stop abruptly. Song Lichio turned to look behind him. The beggar's clan man had caught up and cursed at him. Damn it! Song Lichio did not think twice before turning around and running again. The beggar's clan man reached the sword, pulled it from the ground, and chased after him while roaring, "Stop right there!" He suddenly leaped over the bushes, taking a shortcut towards Song Liqiu. Song Liqiu could only keep running in panic. As the man landed, Song Liqiu instinctively turned back to glance at him. The beggar's clan man raised his sword again and shouted. Song Liqiu ran past a tree and grabbed a low branch within reach. As the man pursued him, he muttered, "That little brat is getting away." Song Liqiu ran past, pulling the branch down with all his strength, intending to use its recoil. When the beggar's clan man approached, Song Liqiu released it. The branch snapped directly into the man's face. He cried out in pain and covered his eye with his hand. When he lowered his hand, one of his eyes could no longer open. The beggar's clan man said resentfully, "These murderers, young or old, are all equally hateful. The thought that this brat is an assassin disgusts me even more. The elder must be worried because of this." With that, he continued chasing Song Liqiu without another thought. He ran ahead but saw no one, so he stopped and roared, "He got away that quickly? Damn little brat." Song Liqiu was hiding in a bush just below the path where the man stood. Song Liqiu was drenched in sweat. He carefully looked upward, not daring to breathe too loudly. Just as he was wondering what to do, he looked to the side. Not far from him, Song Liqiu saw a swarm of rats. They were gathered together, gnawing on a severed hand. Song Liqiu stared wide-eyed at the rats for a moment. Seemingly thinking of something, he began making squeaking sounds. The rats understood Song Liqiu's sounds. They stopped gnawing and looked at him. One of the rats squeaked back in reply. At that moment, the beggar's clan man found him and jumped down, frightening Song Liqiu. Staring hostilely at the boy seated on the ground, he said, "I knew you would be hiding here." Pointing his sword directly at Song Liqiu, the beggar's clan man continued, "I don't know why, but this is the karma you brought upon yourself by following those wicked people. Your life may have been short, but consider it a blessing to die here. Not everyone gets the chance to die on Mount Heavenly Sound." Hearing this, Song Liqiu sat on the ground with an exhausted expression and narrowed his eyes at him. As the man raised his sword to strike Song Liqiu, he said, "I'll find you a proper place to bury you, so don't hold a grudge against me." Seeing his actions, the rats rushed toward him. His descending sword halted in midair. The swarm of rats charged forward, squeaking without pause. Seeing so many rats, the beggar's clan man looked down and said, "What is with all these rats all of a sudden?" The rats swarmed around the beggar's clan man's feet. Several climbed onto Song Liqiu's arm and squeaked at him, leaving Song Liqiu staring at them in confusion. Seeing this, the beggar's clan man glared, making incoherent sounds of shock. He kicked two rats at his feet and cursed, "Get out of here! Disgusting. What's going on? Why are you causing such a commotion? Get lost." He kept cursing while repeatedly stomping on the rats below him. One rat leaped at him with its mouth wide open. It jumped straight for his face and bit him. The beggar's clan man let out a painful scream. Soon, the other rats also began leaping onto him. The beggar's clan man grabbed the rat on his face and squeezed it tightly, but it was too late. The entire swarm had already covered his body and begun tearing into him. He fell to the ground, screaming in agony. Seizing the chance, Song Liqiu quickly climbed back up to the path. Song Liqiu used all his strength to cling to the grass as he climbed up, leaving the man's screams behind him. Once he reached the path, he glanced down below. The man's screams seemed capable of tearing everything apart. Song Liqiu squeaked a few more times, as if saying something to the rats, then turned and continued running forward. Meanwhile, on Huang Yu's side, seeing that he was not moving and was merely sitting there catching his breath, one man asked, "Have you given up? If so, I'll finish this in one stroke." Jun Dong swung his sword at Huang Yu and shouted, "I'll cut your throat." Hearing that, Huang Yu forced himself to his feet and replied, as if that would happen. Huang Yu wrapped his arms around Jun Dong's waist and shoved him backward with all his strength. Both Huang Yu and Jun Dong tumbled to the ground. The one-eyed man standing nearby turned and said angrily, "This man, even now." Huang Yu quickly regained his footing and sat up as the one-eyed man turned toward him. He swung his sword straight at Huang Yu. Huang Yu ducked to avoid the attack. The one-eyed man slashed again, and this time Huang Yu lay flat on the ground to evade it. The one-eyed man's sharp sword thrust straight down. Huang Yu reacted quickly and tilted his head aside, causing the blade to stab into the ground. Seeing the sword embedded so close to his face, Huang Yu could not help glancing at it and letting out a breath. He quickly rolled over and pushed himself back up. The one-eyed man pulled his sword from the ground. Huang Yu immediately ran forward. The two men watched him go. Huang Yu spotted a sword on the ground and quickly picked it up. Huang Yu pointed the sword directly at the two men and said, "If we are to perish together, then even if I die, I'll take one of you with me to the Yellow Springs. Come on." Hearing him, the two men angrily shouted, "You vicious assassin who killed an innocent fiancé." Blackwood approached from behind with his hands clasped behind his back and said, "You do not fear death, but you fear that you will no longer be able to kill? You truly are a murderous demon. Some people may doubt the legitimacy of the 10 deaths, but you are proving that it is justified." Hearing this, Huang Yu turned and shouted, "Nonsense! Who gave you the right to pass judgment like that? Isn't all of this simply to preserve your power?" Blackwood continued, "How naive of me to think I might hear something noble from you. Even if it were not for the 10 deaths, I would have no reason to let you live." Huang Yu stared coldly at him, pointed his sword directly at him, and replied, "Taking you with me to the Yellow Springs would not be so bad." Enraged by Huang Yu's defiance, Blackwood shouted, "You!" The instant he finished speaking, he charged toward Huang Yu. Seeing him come, Huang Yu shouted and swung his sword. Blackwood leaped up and drove his knee straight into Huang Yu's face. The blow was so powerful that Huang Yu's sword flew from his hand, and he fell backward. Blackwood landed on the ground, looked at Huang Yu lying there, and sneered, "Ridiculous. If you can do it, then try." Huang Yu lay on the ground groaning in pain, but still struggled to crawl back up. Just then, a voice rang out, "Master!" Hearing those words, Huang Yu raised his head while panting, as though he could not believe his ears. It was Song Liqiu, running toward him from afar and calling out repeatedly, "Master!" Huang Yu turned to look at him and asked, "Why did you come back?" Song Liqiu ran to his master's side and asked anxiously, "Are you all right? I knew it would be like this." Huang Yu shouted at him, "Didn't I tell you that running away was your master's order?" Seeing Song Liqiu return, Blackwood looked at the one-eyed man and asked, "Where are those idiots who went after him? How would they let him run freely like this?" The one-eyed man, Qiu Tian, replied, "I do not know." He stepped forward, looked at Huang Yu and Song Liqiu, and said, "We'll deal with both of them at once." At that moment, the Beggars' Clan members heard cries from afar. The one-eyed man turned to Blackwood and asked, "Elder, what is that?" Blackwood turned toward the sound and said, "I sense it too." Blackwood, Dong, and Qiu Tian all looked toward the forest, where the unceasing cries were coming from. Without time to explain, Song Liqiu could only say to Huang Yu, "Master, we must get away quickly." Huang Yu looked toward the three men and said, "Didn't I tell you they would never let us leave? Did you come back only to tell me this?" Nothing could be seen in the deep forest, yet the cries continued. Song Liqiu clasped his hands together as if pleading and said, "When I give the signal, please run with me. This is your disciple's earnest request." At that moment, an enormous swarm of rats emerged from the depths of the forest and raced toward them. Qiu Tian raised a hand to shield himself and said, "They." Before him was a vast swarm of rats charging forward like an army. The rats rushed toward them with ferocious expressions, squeaking endlessly. One rat led the swarm, while every rat behind it glared with rage. Seeing this, the one-eyed man cried out in terror, "Rats! It's the rats!" But it was too late. The swarm had already neared Blackwood, Dong, and the one-eyed man. Song Liqiu stood in front of Huang Yu, spread his arms, and told his master, "Not yet." Huang Yu did not understand and could only watch him silently. Facing the huge swarm, a Beggars' Clan man cried out, "How could this happen? Not yet." When one of the men saw the rats rushing around his feet, he stammered fearfully, "Elder, get away." Blackwood pointed at Huang Yu and Song Liqiu and roared, "The assassin is the priority. Kill them now." Seeing that the moment had come, Song Liqiu turned to his master and said, "Now." Hearing Blackwood's command, Dong and the one-eyed man turned to chase Huang Yu and Song Liqiu. "Murderer, where do you think you're running?" But the swarm of rats leaped onto the two men and began biting them, preventing them from giving chase. As he ran, Huang Yu glanced back. Witnessing the scene, he looked somewhat horrified. As countless rats swarmed over them and tore into their flesh, Dong and the one-eyed Qiu Tian screamed in agony without pause. In their panic, the two cried out, "Elder, are you all right? Get up into that tree." Huang Yu turned back and saw all three men surrounded by rats, screaming in pain. He could not help saying, How did this happen? Song Liqiu turned to Huang Yu and warned him, Master, if we stay here any longer, we'll become skeletons too. Huang Yu replied, I'm coming. He ran over and picked Song Liqiu up. Song Liqiu said, At this rate, we'll be caught. Huang Yu replied, That's why we're running, isn't it? I'm already giving it everything I've got, so don't worry. Scene change. High in the sky, a pigeon flew toward them. A member of the beggar's clan held out his hand and received the pigeon as it landed. Taking the letter tied to its leg, he called out, Branch Chief, a carrier pigeon from headquarters. After taking the letter, Tian-in held it before the disheveled Blackwood and said, Elder, the letter says another faceless corpse has been found. Blackwood asked where. Tian-in pointed to a spot on the map and said, Here. So far, 7 corpses have had the skin of their faces removed, and 5 graves have been dug up. We sent 12 people to investigate, and all 12 reported exactly the same thing. Covering his mouth thoughtfully, Tian-in continued, Could they be going around this area to avoid the beggar's clan? Blackwood replied, Let's find out. There's something I need to verify. Scene change. A group of riders galloped swiftly down the road. At a house, the wailing of a woman rang out from the courtyard. My poor husband, what am I supposed to do? The woman in mourning clothes sobbed as she spoke to Tian-in. Just thinking that my husband cannot pass on to the next world and must wander everywhere as a faceless ghost breaks my heart. Please catch that murderer and avenge my husband. Tian-in helped her up and said, Of course, the beggar's clan will certainly capture him. Blackwood, his body covered in wounds, stepped over and lifted the cloth covering the corpse. He didn't remove their facial skin to make human skin masks. Not a bad job. The one-eyed Xiao Tian beside him said, He comes and goes like a ghost. But why would anyone do something like this? Blackwood replied, Is he deliberately trying to throw us off? Does he have an accomplice? Scene change. At a shop, someone said he pawned something at this store. The shopkeeper held up a stamped note and said, Last night, I received a 200-tael banknote issued by the Southern Yang Escort Agency. But isn't this a banknote recognized by the beggar's clan? Hearing that, Tian-in hurriedly asked, Where is the person who gave you this? Don't tell me you don't know. Frightened by his manner, the man stammered, I truly don't know. Tian-in grabbed him by the collar and shouted, You, let me finish. The man, still held by the collar, said he didn't have enough silver, so he said he would go get more. He only gave me 10 taels before leaving. He said he would bring the rest of the money today. Blackwood emerged from the crowd and asked, Are you certain he'll return? The man turned to him and retorted, What kind of lunatic would leave behind a 200-tael banknote? At that moment, signal fireworks shot up into the distant sky. Xiao Tian turned to the man at the shop and said, I'm his friend. The murderer has appeared and is requesting reinforcements. Tian-in was still gripping the man by the collar when he gestured toward Blackwood. What are you looking at? This man is his friend. The man fearfully stammered, I'm not lying. Seeing Tian-in's recklessness, Blackwood held him back and said, Branch Chief, calm down. The man at the shop straightened his collar and continued, Although I was afraid of being retaliated against for reporting him, I gathered all my courage to come here. Someone suddenly called out, So I've become someone who betrays his friends, have I? The shopkeeper turned to leave, waving his hand. Believe me or not, I've done everything I needed to do. Blackwood said to him, Wait, I'll have some disciples accompany you. Another beggar's clan member came running over, holding a letter in his hand. Elder, this. Someone wearing a mask sent this to you. Blackwood took the letter and opened it. Someone paid for 2 people to secretly board a smuggling ship. I suspect that person is the culprit behind the recent face-skinning murders. Tian-in asked, I don't know who sent this letter, but can we trust him? Blackwood glanced at him and said, He sent this letter to inform me that the criminals are using a smuggling vessel to escape. One of the men said, Now, it is even harder to determine which information is true and which is false. Perhaps that is exactly what he is aiming for. Even if there are 100 suspicious leads, we must verify all 100. Blackwood asked, Can't we do that? As soon as he finished speaking, he turned and left. Before departing, he called out, Branch Chief, lie in wait at the pawn shop. Su Qion and Jun Dong, search the smuggling ships. I'll follow the man claiming to be his friend. Move out. Scene change. Another person was hurrying forward. The man ran desperately, as though fleeing pursuit. At that moment, Blackwood threw his staff. The staff struck the man in the back, causing him to lose his balance and tumble to the ground. The Beggars Clan members cried out, "Elder, you got him! Capture the murderer!" A Beggars Clan member reached down to inspect the man's chin. The man cried out, "What are you doing?" The other man shouted, "Stay still." After checking him, the Beggars Clan member looked at Blackwood and said, "He isn't wearing a human skin mask." Blackwood looked at the man before him and asked, "Why did you run when you saw members of the Beggars Clan?" The man explained, "In my village, I'm famous for being quick on my feet. Someone made a wager with me. If I could escape the Beggars Clan's pursuit for 2 days, he would give me 5 taels of silver." Blackwood stared at him and demanded, "Who was it?" The man scratched his head and stammered, "It was my first time seeing that person, so..." Hearing this, Blackwood kicked him squarely in the face and cursed, "Damn it." Scene change. On a ship leaving out at sea, someone spoke. Inside the cabin, in a hidden corner, Huang Yu asked, "What happened to the rats on Mount Heavenly Sound? I heard you can command rats." Song Lichio replied to his master, "No, I can only imitate their sounds. Once, when I went to a village, the rats there cried out as if they were weeping and ran wildly everywhere. Not long afterward, a landslide occurred there. After that, whenever I imitate the crying sound of rats, the rats nearby go mad because that sound is their warning that a landslide is coming." After hearing Song Lichio's explanation, Huang Yu looked at him and thought, "I wonder whether I'm protecting this boy or whether he's protecting me." Song Lichio covered his mouth and whispered, "Master, I think my mask is about to fall off." Huang Yu turned away and said, "No, it isn't." Just then, a loud voice rang out, "Stop the ship at once. Drop anchor and stop the ship." Hearing this, everyone inside the cabin turned to look, not knowing what was happening. Someone outside shouted in, "We are from the Beggars Clan. Stop the ship." Huang Yu froze upon hearing those words. He widened his eyes and looked outside as the voice continued to shout, "Open the door and come out before we use force." Huang Yu immediately got to his feet and ran out. He reached the stairs and carefully climbed up step by step. At once, Huang Yu saw several dark figures above, holding swords. Qiu Tian shouted from above, "I said stop the ship." A man charged toward him with a saber in hand, yelling, "Do you know what kind of ship this is?" Qiu Tian showed no mercy. He swung his sword in a horizontal slash across the man's body, and blood immediately sprayed everywhere. Song Lichio ran to the stairs and quietly called, "Master." Hearing him, Huang Yu turned and instructed, "Hide in the luggage. If they find you, escape underwater." Qiu Tian said to the man before him, "Bring the captain here. I need to speak with him." The man pointed and said, "Over there." Qiu Tian immediately looked in that direction. The captain was the very man he had just cut down. Qiu Tian walked over, placed a hand on another man's shoulder, and said, "From now on, you are the captain. Understand?" The frightened man stammered, "Why, yes." A Beggars Clan member then said to the new captain, "Captain, there are fugitives on this ship. Bring everyone onto the deck at once. Do it now." Soon, everyone aboard the ship had been gathered. Qiu Tian threatened them loudly. "Even if you are thrown into the sea, no one will be held responsible. But if you want to continue your journey safely, you know what you need to do." A man with a scar on his cheek stepped forward and introduced himself. Deep O.C. Guy of Savage River Temple. After hearing him, Qiu Tian reached out and pinched his cheek, making him cry out in pain. Qiu Tian said, "No mask." Next, Huang Yu hid among the crowd, watching carefully and thinking, 2 disciples from Mount Heavenly Sound, 3 disciples from... The only way now is to use these fugitives to distract them. At that moment, someone placed a hand on Huang Yu's shoulder, startling him into turning around. Chun Han, a bald man wearing an earring, threw Huang Yu to the ground and shouted, "Catch him! The murderer! I caught him!" At that moment, a woman suddenly leaped aboard from the side of the ship, making everyone turn to look. Lying on the deck, Huang Yu stared at the man in utter shock. The woman who had jumped aboard was Hung Chao. She drew a dagger and shouted, "You shameless bastard! Did you really think you could escape?" She raised the dagger and thrust it downward, shouting, "Die!" Hung Chao's dagger plunged down, and blood immediately seeped through the cloth. She stabbed Huang Yu wildly, cursing, "Die, you bastard! Where's he? Where's my son?" Huang Yu pointed toward the cabin and said, "There, down there." Hearing this, Hung Chao quickly withdrew her dagger and ran toward the cabin, calling, "My child! Xin Xin, mother is here." Hung Chao entered the cabin and looked at the pile of belongings and the darkness ahead. She called her son's name, but no one answered. Hung Chao continued softly, "Don't be afraid. Come out." Yet there was only silence in the darkness. When no one responded, Hung Chao continued, "From now on, you will be my Xin. If you want to deceive the Beggars Clan and leave this ship safely with me, come out." At her words, a cloth in the darkness finally stirred. Song Lichio poked his head out, with a cloth draped over him. Above on the deck, Jun Dong walked over to Chun Han and said, "Hey, do you realize that what you are doing goes against all reason?" Seeing him, Chun Han clasped his hands before his chest in greeting. "I am Chun Han of the Lower Five Gates. Forgive me, but the situation is urgent and difficult to explain." He kicked Huang Yu, who lay on the deck, and continued, "This man kidnapped Lady Hung Chao's young son and was trying to flee. He is a man who knows no fear. Yundong-esque kidnapped." After finishing his inspection, Chiu Tian said from the other side, "Everyone here is a worthless scoundrel." At that moment, Hung Chao came up from the cabin carrying a child and walked toward Chiu Tian. "Thank you. I am Hung Chao of the Odd Gate, Lower Five Gates. If you had not stopped the ship, benefactor, I might have lost my child. I will certainly repay this kindness." Hearing her words, Chiu Tian raised a hand and said, "Fortunately, it is simply our duty. Please do not worry too much." Hung Chao bowed gratefully before him and said, "But you helped me, so I must treat you to a meal to show my sincerity. If you have time, please visit the Heavenly Flower Pavilion." With that, she carried Song Lichio through the crowd. Chun Han grabbed Huang Yu by the collar and said, "Let's go. Get up, bastard. The gate master will personally punish you, so just wait." Then the two of them climbed down by rope to a small boat alongside the ship. Song Lichio and Huang Yu left aboard the small boat. After they had gone some distance, Song Lichio finally dared to ask worriedly, "Master, the blood." Huang Yu held the wound on his shoulder and replied with difficulty, "I'm Fine. Don't worry." In the darkness of the night, the boat silently drifted farther away. Scene change. By morning, the Beggars Clan members of the pawn shop said, "We lay in wait all night, but not even an ant showed up." Blackwood, sitting before the porch, said, "A man afraid of death and obsessed with money?" Tian In pointed and asked, "Shouldn't we interrogate that pawn shop owner?" Blackwood advised him, "Stay calm. Otherwise, all the Beggars Clan informants will disappear in the future." Chiu Tian and Jun Dong then returned with their men. "We're back." Seeing them return, Blackwood said, "Looks like you came back empty-handed." Chiu Tian nodded. "That's right. The killer was not on the ship. It was a wasted effort, but we did capture a kidnapper, so it was not entirely fruitless." Hearing this, Blackwood asked, "A kidnapper?" Chiu Tian explained, "We caught someone who had kidnapped the son of Hung Chao of the Odd Gate, Lower Five Gates, and was trying to escape." Jun Dong added, "Hung Chao has recovered her child." Satisfied, Blackwood said, "That is good news at a time like this." Tian In then asked his subordinates, "Did no letters arrive last night?" A subordinate entered and said, "An elder from the Lower Five Gates requests an audience." Hearing that, Chiu Tian turned to look. The Lower Five Gates. The man approached Blackwood and held up a letter. "This is a letter from the gate master of the Lower Five Gates." Blackwood held out his hand and said, "The gate master?" He took the letter from the messenger and immediately opened it. After reading it, his expression changed and his eyes darkened. He clenched the letter until it crumpled and asked, "Is this true?" Tian In saw that something had happened and said, "Elder." Blackwood raised the letter in his hand and said, "According to this report, Hung Chao of the Odd Gate, Lower Five Gates, helped that killer escape and has left the sect." Tian In exclaimed, "What?" Then Blackwood told the Beggars Clan members, "Hung Chao and that killer are husband and wife." Chiu Tian was also shocked. Blackwood ran off, shouting, "The Lower Five Gates report that Hung Chao has prepared a ship at Spirit Capital Harbor. If that killer is aboard it, he will completely leave the Central Plains. Bring the horses here, quickly." Scene transition. Huang Yu is having his wounds bandaged. Hung Chao says, "It was an emergency, so I could only stop the bleeding. It will be difficult for you to use strength in your left arm from now on, so you will not be able to use martial arts techniques." Once his bandaging is finished, Huang Yu sits up and says, "At least I still have one hand left to hold a spoon." Hung Chao grumbles, "That is exactly why I saved your life. Did you think you could easily escape the Beggars Clan's notice?" After saying that, the two look at each other, neither knowing what to say. As Huang Yu turns away and puts on his clothes, he asks, "How did you know I was on that smuggling ship?" Hung Chao replies, "Does the Lower Five Gates have any fewer connections than a Beggars Clan? The pawn shop owner is one of us as well." Huang Yu glances at Hung Chao and says, "Then why did you?" Hung Chao merely lowers her head in silence. Chun Han rows the boat, while Song Liqiu says, "What is with this face? You keep staring at it, and it is making me embarrassed." Huang Yu touches his mask and says, "You can take your mask off." Hearing this, Song Liqiu removes it and replies, "Yes, master." Chun Han says, "We have arrived, Miss Hung Chao." Their boat stops at a small dock. Chun Han helps the three of them ashore. Hung Chao extends her hand toward him and says, "Thank you. You are in danger now as well, so be careful." Chun Han replies, "I will be leaving the Central Plains too. When everything settles down, we will meet again. Until then, please stay safe." With that, he rows away downstream, leaving Huang Yu, Hung Chao, and Song Liqiu watching him depart. As the boat gradually vanishes in the distance, Hung Chao hurriedly turns around and says, "We should go too. I've already found a boat for us, a vessel capable of crossing the sea." Scene transition. On the Beggar's Clan side, Blackwood rides swiftly with Tian, Un, Jundong, and the One-Eyed Man. Meanwhile, on Hung Chao's side, the three finally reach the boat, but someone is already waiting aboard. "You are here." Seeing him, Hung Chao and Huang Yu freeze, not daring to move, staring at the man standing with his back to them. Hung Chao calls out, "Sect leader." The man turns around, his expression grim. "Hung Chao, where have you been?" The man is Hien Ji of the Odd Gate. He turns to face them and continues, "I'm sure you knew that helping someone being hunted would make you an accomplice as well. What possible reason did you have for doing this?" Hung Chao says, "Guild leader." Hien Ji looks at her and says, "Is this how you repay me for taking you in?" Hung Chao lowers her head, unable to meet his gaze. "I am sorry. I have nothing to say in my defense." Hien Ji continues, "As far as you are concerned, it is all over now. I informed the Beggar's Clan. They should already be on their way." Elsewhere, Blackwood and the other three race toward the place they were told about. Quickly, Huang Yu steps forward from behind and says, "Let us settle this. We have to leave." Hien Ji lets out a mocking laugh. "And how do you intend to do that?" Hung Chao turns to Huang Yu anxiously. "Are you sure you can fight with your shoulder in that condition?" Huang Yu replies, "It seems he will not let us leave peacefully. I have no other choice." Hien Ji tosses aside his sword and walks forward. "Why is a fugitive on the run, not even carrying a sword? I am generous and fair, so I will not use mine either." As soon as he finishes speaking, Huang Yu charges at him barehanded. "I do not have time to be grateful for that." Huang Yu leaps forward, rushing directly at Hien Ji. He channels his strength into his leg and throws a kick, but Hien Ji blocks it with his hand. Following Huang Yu's kick, Hien Ji jumps backward and staggers several steps before quickly regaining his balance. Huang Yu charges again and delivers another kick, this time aimed directly at Hien Ji's head. Hien Ji reacts quickly, raising his arm to shield his head from the attack. He immediately begins his counterattack, throwing a punch at Huang Yu. Seizing the opportunity, Hien Ji throws another punch into Huang Yu's face. The blow leaves Huang Yu instantly dazed. Huang Yu stumbles back several steps after the punch, but quickly regains his balance. Enraged, Huang Yu grits his teeth and swings a fist at Hien Ji, but his punch misses. Huang Yu reacts swiftly, turning and kicking at Hien Ji, but that attack is blocked as well. Hien Ji then sweeps his leg behind Huang Yu's. With a sweep of his leg, Hien Ji throws Huang Yu off balance. Huang Yu falls at once, and Hien Ji takes the chance to press his foot against Huang Yu's neck. Hien Ji stomps him down, slamming Huang Yu's body against the deck. Seeing this, Song Liqiu steps forward and cries out, "Master!" Pinned under Hien Ji's foot, Huang Yu cannot move and can only make a strained sound in his throat. Looking down at him, Hien Ji says, "Leave Branch Chief Hung Chao behind." Huang Yu grips Hien Ji's ankle with both hands and asks, "What do you mean?" Hien Ji reveals his true purpose. "If you leave Branch Chief Hung Chao here, I will not stop you from boarding the ship." Hung Chao, standing behind them, is too shocked to speak. Huang Yu narrows his eyes. "This is not something that can be decided so easily. You know full well that Hung Chao has been branded as my accomplice." Hien Ji calmly replies, "Of course I know. That is why I intend to give everything up and retire from the martial world with Branch Chief Hung Chao." "No, guild leader." Hung Chao rushes before Hien Ji, clasps her hands, and bows sincerely. I understand my circumstances. I know that your heart is turned toward me, but because of him, I cannot accept your feelings. I have always been deeply remorseful for breaking off my engagement with him. I waited all that time for a chance to make it up to him. This situation arose so suddenly that I could do nothing but act. She kneels before Hyun-ji and continues earnestly. Even though we were separated for 15 years, we are still husband and wife. I belong with him. Hyun-ji remains silent after hearing her. Hung Chao looks at him with clear eyes and continues. Even if I went with you, you would only be living with an empty shell whose heart belongs elsewhere. I am sure you understand that such companionship could never last. Hyun-ji looks at her and asks, so it is not because you hate me? With tears welling in her eyes, Hung Chao replies, how could I? Guild leader, you have been like the sun in my life. You have helped me so much. For a moment, they simply look at each other, their eyes filled with emotions too complicated to put into words. Hyun-ji quietly turns his face away and says reluctantly, go. Hung Chao raises her head as though she cannot believe what she has heard. Guild leader, Hyun-ji urges her. I said go. Hurry, the Beggars Clan will be here soon. Hung Chao bows deeply in gratitude. I'm truly grateful for everything you have done for me. I pray that you will find happiness in the future. Soon afterward, the boat carrying the three of them leaves the shore, while Hung Chao stands aboard it and looks back at Hyun-ji. After their boat has gone far away, Hyun-ji draws his sword. He places the blade against his own arm and, without hesitation, cuts himself. Hyun-ji swings his sword, and blood sprays everywhere. At that moment, Blackwood and the other three finally arrive. When they reach the dock, Hyun-ji is the only person left there. One Beggars Clan member says, Elder, it seems we are too late. As soon as Blackwood arrives, he leaps down from his horse. Blackwood rushes toward Hyun-ji and cries, Guild leader. Clutching the arm he has severed, Hyun-ji pants heavily and raises his head with difficulty. My martial skills were lacking, so I cannot stop them. I am deeply sorry. Seeing Hyun-ji missing an arm, the four Beggars Clan members fall silent. Blackwood tilts his head toward the sky and sighs. His eyes darken as he announces, the Beggars Clan's pursuit of the assassin Huang Yu has ended in failure. Scene transition. Huang Yu, Hung Chao, and Song Lichio's boat drifts across the open sea. Inside the boat, Hung Chao stops Huang Yu's bleeding and says, the wound cannot close properly because it was not treated correctly. We need to reach land quickly so I can find some medicine. As she bandages his shoulder, Huang Yu says, Hung Chao, why are you blaming yourself? Hung Chao replies while continuing to tend his wound, I am the one who left your shoulder like this. How can I not feel guilty? Huang Yu frowns and says, I'm not talking about my shoulder. I mean our engagement, what you said to the guild leader. She freezes and looks at him blankly. Once she has finished bandaging him, Hung Chao turns away and begins putting things away. You already know everything. I could not fulfill my responsibilities as either a wife or a mother. I am an unfortunate woman. If I had not depended on alcohol, our little So-So would not have died after being struck by that carriage. Huang Yu immediately denies it loudly. No, that is not true. I am the one who drove you to drink. As your husband, I could not give you a stable life. I made you live day after day in anxiety with a husband who is always being pursued. I'm the one who hurt you again and again. Hung Chao says, but I was the one who chose to follow you. Huang Yu closes his eyes, sighs, and says, even though you knew what would happen, I was the one who brought you along. I knew how it would end. Hung Chao falls silent. Huang Yu puts on his clothes and says, the fact that we no longer blame each other, but blame ourselves instead, means we have grown up. No matter how many times you read a book, its contents never change. But life is full of problems we can never solve unless we experience them ourselves. In the end, time will resolve everything. Do not keep tormenting yourself over the past. Back then, we were too young to truly understand each other's feelings. Hung Chao says nothing. Tears roll down her cheeks as she raises a hand to wipe them away, trying to hold them back. Huang Yu seems to notice and turns around. Huang Yu embraces Hung Chao from behind and tells her, please forgive me for that time, Hung Chao. Moved by his words, Hung Chao turns around. The two embrace, accepting each other's apologies and giving one another chance. At that moment, Song Lichio comes rushing in from outside and cries, Master! When he reaches the doorway and sees the two being affectionate, Song Lichio quietly turns away, unwilling to disturb them. Hearing him, Huang Yu asks, What is it? Song Lichio peeks in through the doorway and points into the distance. Land. We can finally see land. Huang Yu replies, it looks like we will finally settle there. Song Lichio cheers. I am so excited to find out what kind of place it is, master. The three of them step out onto the deck. Huang Yu looks into the distance and says, the 9 great sects and the One Alliance cannot reach us now. But that does not mean there is no danger here. We should be prepared for anything. Song Lichio looks on curiously and replies, yes, master. Standing behind them, Hung Chao adjusts her hair and says, why have you already frightened the child? Song Lichio turns to them with a smile. It will be fine. As long as I am with master, I have nothing to fear. Hung Chao remarks, you are quite fortunate to have such a dependable disciple by your side. Song Lichio narrows his eyes and says, you are right. I am very fortunate to be with master. Hung Chao lowers her eyes without saying anything. Suddenly, Hung Chao takes Song Lichio by the hand. Come here. Sit here. Though he does not understand why, he obediently replies, yes. She pulls Song Lichio on her lap and begins fixing his hair. How can such an adorable child have such messy hair? You are not a beggar, so why is your hair so disheveled? She gathers all of Song Lichio's bangs upward, revealing his forehead. His eyes widen, clear and bright. After a while, Hung Chao neatly ties back Song Lichio's loose hair. The three say nothing throughout the process. When she finishes tying it with a red ribbon, Hung Chao turns to him and says, they are all done. Let me see you. At that moment, tears begin rolling down Song Lichio's cheeks. Startled, Hung Chao asks, why are you crying? Do you not like having your hair tied? Song Lichio cries as he answers, it is not that. Whenever I saw Chung Sang's mother and Yun Myong's mother tying their hair, I always wondered what it felt like. Just now, I finally felt that happiness. That is why I suddenly started crying. I am sorry. Seeing his happy expression, Hung Chao's eyes well up with tears as well, and she does not know what to say. She suddenly hugs Song Lichio, startling him. Hung Chao tells Huang Yu, let us raise this child as our son. Huang Yu objects slightly. This child is my disciple. We will take care of him together. Hung Chao replies, my husband is already an assassin, so having one more assassin for a son is not such a big deal. I want to give this child a love we could not give our little daughter, so. Scene transition. Somewhere else, someone's hand reaches out and rests on a man's chest. Sliding downward as a voice says, Little Gao. A man kneeling on the ground says, he has mastered the first level of the Blood Thunder triple link strike. The man lying motionlessly on the bed replies, so Little Gao finally did it. My judgment of people was not wrong. Was it, Yukai? Hearing Tianlan speak, Yukai continues writing on his chest with his hand, telling him, there is more good news. All of our brothers successfully escaped. Tianlan excitedly asks, is that true? They are my brothers, after all. I knew this would happen. Yukai continues writing on Tianlan's chest. On such a happy day, I will make you some beef soup, eldest martial brother. After cleaning up, Yukai stepped outside. Tianlan's loud laughter still echoed into the courtyard. I was so happy, but the fact that I could not shed a single tear left me somewhat bewildered. Once outside, Yukai sensed that something was wrong and turned back. Yotsai's eyes widened, filled with anger. He gritted his teeth in frustration. He threw the tray of dishes in his hands to the ground with a loud crash and hurried toward Tianlan's room. He raised his fist, but stopped when he saw the woman before him. The two faced each other in silence. The woman standing before Yukai was Ling Ling. She merely stood still without saying a word. Yukai could only glare at her without making a move. Then he suddenly dropped to his knees and let out an angry roar. Ling Ling entered Tianlan's room. She placed her hand on his chest and wrote, I'm sorry. I never thought things would turn out this way. I truly am sorry. Understanding what she meant, Tianlan replied, I was the one who made that decision. You do not need to apologize, Ling Ling. But if you truly feel such pity for me, may I ask one first and final favor of you? Hearing this, Ling Ling wrote on Tianlan's chest, Tell me. I will do anything you ask. Only then did Tianlan say, Little Gao is dead. Do not look for him. Never. Scene change. At this time, in Yunnan, Huang Yu, Hung Chao, and Song Lichio had finally reached the mainland. As he walked across the land, Huang Yu looked into the distance and said, It's incredible. We survived and made it all the way to such a distant place. No one here will recognize us now. Hung Chao, beside him, asked, "Are you planning to settle down here?" Looking over the unfamiliar land before him, Huang Yu answered, "Yunnan may lie beyond the influence of the 9 great sects, but it is still part of the Great Ming. If we travel for about a month, we will reach the southern wilderness. That is where we can finally rest." Hearing this, Song Liqiu excitedly ran ahead, shouting, "Then let's go. Hurry, I'll lead the way, father, mother." Scene change. Many years later, sunlight streaming in from outside struck Huang Yu's eyes as he began to wake up. He lay on a wooden bed beneath a blanket, staring up at the ceiling. After a while, Huang Yu finally sat up. Huang Yu opened the door and stepped outside. Hung Chao, who was working in front of the house, turned to look at him. The moment she saw her husband, she said, "You woke up rather late today." Huang Yu replied, "I did not sleep well last night." Hung Chao stood up and walked over with a bowl of water in her hand. "Here." Huang Yu drained it in one gulp. Hung Chao continued, "I suppose you dreamed about your brothers again, didn't you?" Huang Yu wiped his mouth and nodded. "Yes, they will be all right." The two then sat side by side on a large log before the house, gazing over the grasslands. Hung Chao spoke, "But how long are you going to make him run?" When Huang Yu did not answer, she added, "I mean Xiu." Huang Yu turned and asked, "Are you dissatisfied with the way I am teaching him?" Hung Chao raised her hand and said, "Well, for the past 3 years, all you have done is make him run. Do you not think others would find that strange? You do not merely want him to become an errand runner for the Dead Spirit Bureau. Strangely enough, even so, Qiu has never blamed you once." Huang Yu explained, "The despair of weak prey is what I fear most on these peaceful, untamed grasslands. For him, survival itself is training." Hung Chao narrowed her eyes at her husband and asked, "You are afraid of something, aren't you? Are you thinking of the old days, when we always had to hide?" Huang Yu continued, "The one who will revive the Dead Spirit Bureau and lead it is little Gao. I have never seen anyone like him. In these times, it is hard to find someone like that. Not only Qiu, but Miao, In, Yaga, and Joshua as well. They are all destined to support little Gao." Hung Chao continued, "But you are afraid that one day Qiu will point his spear at little Gao, aren't you?" Huang Yu fell silent for a moment, then turned to look at her without saying anything. Hung Chao said, "Are you not misunderstanding our son far too much? If you told him to kill himself or hunt a lion, he would not dare disobey. If you told him to become little Gao's most trusted aide, he would loyally support him with all his heart, because he believes that would be best for us." Hung Chao turned away sadly and continued, "But I beg you, do not make him do such a thing. Still, I suppose that is his destiny." After listening to her, Huang Yu remained silent and stood up. With his hands on his hips, he stared across the distant grasslands for a long time. At last, he said, "Do you think I do not understand Qiu that well?" Scene change. Deep within the forest, the cries of some animal rang out. From afar, a wild boar came running, with 2 arrows lodged in its body. It fled desperately forward, with people pursuing it from behind. One man swung his arm and hurled a spear at the wild boar. The spear struck the ground directly in front of it, blocking its path. Seeing this, the people behind it slowly approached. The wild boar seemed to sense the danger and turned to glare at them. One of them raised his bow, preparing to shoot the wild boar. He drew the bowstring taut and aimed directly at it. At that very moment, a sword knocked the bow aside. Its wielder said, "Stop." A long-bearded man stepped forward and continued, "Brothers, stop. That is enough. It has entered the Blood Forest Cemetery. If we hunt it in there, we will awaken our ancestors from their rest. As regrettable as it is, we must show proper reverence today and return." After the man spoke, everyone behind him knelt and bowed respectfully. At that moment, another sound came from deep within the forest. Hearing the noise, the men lifted their heads and looked toward the woods. The long-bearded man, their commander, turned to them and asked, "Is someone following that wild boar?" One of the men replied, "All 5 hunters are here." The commander looked into the forest and said, "Then who is it?" After saying that, he stood and quickly ran into the forest. The others hurriedly got up and followed him. The sight before them in the forest left the group stunned. It was Song Liqiu, now grown much older, grappling barehanded with the wild boar. Clinging tightly to Song Liqiu, the wild boar charged forward madly. Liqiu held on to its head, then suddenly raised his fist and drove it hard into the boar's skull. Dazed by Liqiu's punch, the wild boar crashed into a pile of stones ahead. The surrounding stone piles were knocked down one after another. A human skull was revealed from beneath them. The group was horrified by the sight, and the commander shouted, Stop it! The graves are collapsing. Stop it quickly! The men rushed forward and blocked the wild boar's path, shouting threateningly, "Do not come in! Get out!" Sitting atop the boar's back, Lichio yelled at the men ahead, "Move aside!" But they were too close. The wild boar tossed the man before it aside, and Lichio nearly fell as well, though one hand still clutched the boar's bristles. The man struck by the boar fell to the ground. The wild boar continued charging forward. Lichio remained fearless and refused to let go. At that moment, he raised his fist again, his eyes fixed fiercely on the animal. Lichio aimed at its head and landed a powerful blow. The wild boar squealed in pain and immediately collapsed face first on the ground. Lichio was thrown from its back as well. Seeing this, the commander stared wide-eyed and muttered, "This brat." After falling, Lichio slowly sat up from the ground. He looked at the wild boar and smiled. "I caught it." Overjoyed, he clenched both fists, raised his face to the sky, and shouted, "Great! I caught a wild boar." The commander angrily shouted, "You brat." He pointed directly at Lichio and scolded, "What do you think you are doing?" Hearing someone behind him, Lichio turned around and said, "My apologies. I was merely hunting a wild boar. Are you angry because I stole your prey?" The commander raised a hand and denied it. "That is not what I mean. You have just desecrated the sacred graves of the Blood Forest tribe. Look around you." Only then did Lichio look at the overturned stone graves surrounding him. Lichio suddenly pointed at the wild boar and said, "It is the culprit." The commander could scarcely believe his ears. "What?" Lichio continued to the men before him. "You all saw it." The commander pointed his sword at him and shouted, "If you had left it alone, that wild boar would not have caused any trouble." Lichio refused to back down, pointing at the stone graves. "But you drove it here. Is it not fortunate that I killed the wild boar before it could cause even more damage?" Seeing that Lichio would not yield, the commander bent down, grabbed him by the collar, and said, "You brat, how dare you keep making excuses?" Lichio glared back at him coldly. "Who is the one making excuses here?" The commander shouted and shoved Lichio backward. "You!" Caught off guard, Lichio was pushed to the ground, his back striking hard against the earth. The man turned to his companions and said, "Brothers, do you see? It is true that Central Plains people like this brat are arrogant. They bring nothing but trouble. That is why I opposed a chieftain when he decided to let them live on our land." Lichio sat back up and said, "I understand. So that is it. Then why do you and I not settle right and wrong by the customs of the Blood Forest tribe?" The commander turned to look at Lichio and asked, "Do you wish to fight me?" Sitting on the ground, Lichio provoked him. "What is it? Are you afraid?" The man was provoked. He glared at Lichio and spat, "Arrogant fool." Lichio stood, raised his hands into a fighting stance, and said, "Whoever cannot get back up loses." The commander frowned at him. "Listen here, brat. If that is what you want, then prepare to suffer." Scene change. At Lichio's home, Hung Chao was preparing dinner. She walked over and asked, "What do you think about herb soup for dinner?" Huang Yu, who was weaving a garment of leaves, nodded and replied, "That will do." Hung Chao walked past and casually said, "I'm glad little Chio is not a picky eater." Holding a basket of vegetables, she stopped and turned toward the distance. Hung Chao raised a hand to shield her eyes from the glare and began observing. Then she called out, "Husband, look! They have been watching us for some time." In the distance, a group of people stood watching them. Seeing the local people, they said among themselves, "Are those the Stone Tribe?" "It appears so." Hung Chao asked, "What are they doing all the way down here?" Huang Yu narrowed his eyes as he observed them. "I'm not sure, but it seems they're heading back." Hung Chao suddenly had a bad feeling. She turned and asked urgently, "Where's little Chio? What if he runs into those people and something happens?" Scene change. On Lichio's side, the commander punched him squarely in the face. The commander's barrage of punches struck Lichio's face repeatedly, leaving him unable to react. After landing an uppercut beneath Lichio's chin, the man said, "So you caught one wild boar, and now you think you are something special? You should have learned to assess your opponent before challenging him." The blow sent Lichio tumbling to the ground, unable to fight back. Seeing Lichio lying there with his eyes closed, the commander asked, "How many more times are you planning to get back up? I admit you have endurance, so let us end this here. I will discuss how to punish you with the chieftain. You just wait obediently." With that, The commander turned to leave. At that moment, Lichio's voice rang out. I have not gone down yet. Without turning around, the commander glanced back and said, give up. No matter how hard you try, the outcome will not change in your condition. Lichio forced himself to his feet. Though his face was bruised and battered, he stubbornly said, I said I have not gone down. Seeing his stubbornness, the commander turned around angrily. If you keep this up, I will beat you to death. Lichio shouted back in his face, then kill me. Provoked by Lichio, the commander swung a punch at him and roared, you! His punch shot straight toward Lichio, but Lichio ducked beneath it. At that moment, Lichio clenched his fist and threw all his strength into a punch, shouting, I said, if you want to kill me, then try it. Lichio's powerful punch struck the commander in the stomach, stopping his arm in midair. Lichio spun around and followed it with another hard punch to the commander's face. The commander cried out in pain from Lichio's blow. You! Enraged, he swung a fist at Lichio's face and roared, you conceited brat. The commander's punch sent Lichio flying, his entire body crashing onto the ground. The man drew the sword at his waist and said loudly, fine, then die. One of the group stepped forward and blocked the commander, holding back his sword. Commander, this is a little. The commander shouted, let go. Ignoring the man's attempt to stop him, he drew his sword and said, that brat begged me to kill him. The chieftain will sentence him to death anyway. He is the one responsible for what happened to our ancestors' graves. I am merely acting one step ahead. He raised his sword toward Lichio and shouted, farewell. The men accompanying him froze in shock, all staring wide-eyed. Lichio lay on the ground, shielding himself with his arms as he cracked open his eyes. The commander suddenly stopped. His face turned purple, and his breathing became labored. It was Huang Yu. He had thrown his sword, striking the commander directly in the arm. The man struggled to turn his head. Before him stood Huang Yu, glaring at him with a fierce expression. The men with him panicked and cried out, Commander! Scene change. After returning home, they began packing their belongings. Lichio said to Huang Yu, Father, I am sorry. This happened because of me. As he tied up a cloth bundle, Huang Yu replied, it is all right. He was in the wrong from the start for drawing his sword during a duel. Huang Yu slung the cloth bag over his shoulder, then turned to Hung Chao, who had finished packing as well. Are you sure you gathered everything? Hung Chao replied, yes. I came here empty-handed, so there is not much to pack. Huang Yu headed for the door. Then let us go. Behind him, Hung Chao comforted Song Lichio. Do not worry. We will settle somewhere better. The boy obediently answered, yes. Huang Yu reached out and pushed open the door to leave. But when it opened, the tribespeople who had come earlier were standing densely packed outside, startling all three of them. Seeing that the crowd had blocked the doorway with no path through, Huang Yu stepped outside to face them. Song Lichio and his mother immediately followed, peering out from behind him. The people before them remained motionless, staring fixedly at Song Lichio's family. When they made no move, Huang Yu raised his sword toward them and shouted, step back. Do not make things worse. My family is leaving immediately. If you let us go peacefully, nothing will happen. Hearing this, the group began speaking among themselves in a language Song Lichio's family could not understand. A woman stepped out from the crowd and said something to Huang Yu in that strange language. Song Lichio understood her and spoke from behind Huang Yu. She says they did not come to fight us. It seems they have something they want to say. This woman was Red Vein, chieftain of the Blood Forest tribe. She said something else, and Song Lichio stood between Huang Yu and Red Vein to interpret. She says the chief has passed away. Huang Yu replied, I am deeply sorry for what happened to your chief. However, I hope you understand that in such circumstances, no father could remain rational when seeing his child in danger. We only hope to live peacefully alongside the Blood Forest tribe. After hearing this, Red Vein continued speaking. Song Lichio translated for his father. The Water Ring Summit has shown an ominous sign. The Stone Tribe is about to invade this land. The Blood Forest Tribe has already lost the Water Ring Summit and the Thousand Waterfalls. If they lose this land as well, they will have nowhere left to live and will have to migrate elsewhere. Huang Yu replied, Then why are you telling us this? Song Lichio translated his father's words to Red Vein. After hearing them, Red Vein continued, and Song Lichio conveyed her message. She wants to remind us that we should be grateful because they gave us shelter when we had nowhere else to go. She also wants us to apologize for destroying the tribe's graves. After hearing his son's translation, Huang Yu answered, "It is true that I am very grateful that you allowed us to stay on this land. But the matter of the tribe's graves is entirely different." Song Liqiu translated his father's meaning for Red Vein. Then he added, "The chief was clearly the strongest warrior in the tribe." Red Vein sadly said something to Song Liqiu in their language. Song Liqiu turned to his father. "Because you killed the chief, they want you to take his place and lead the Blood Forest tribe against the Stone tribe." Hearing this, Huang Yu sighed. "Heavens, perhaps it really is time for us to leave." After remaining silent for a while, Hung Chao finally spoke. "People from the Central Plains have continuously invaded the southern wilderness since the reign of Emperor Wu of Han. Our original choice was indeed to leave in order to keep Liqiu safe. But would other tribes accept us? We cannot be sure that every tribe will be as kind as the Blood Forest tribe." Hearing his wife's words, Huang Yu turned and asked, "You mean we should help the Blood Forest tribe?" Hung Chao replied, "I do not think the chieftain's proposal is unreasonable." Huang Yu raised his left hand. "You know perfectly well that my left hand can no longer hold a sword. Yet you still want me to go to war." Hung Chao countered, "Do you not know how to use strategy? For instance, we could set fires around the plains to surround them." Huang Yu explained, "If we use fire in such a dry climate, it will not only consume the Stone tribe. This entire southern region will be swallowed by flames." Hung Chao grumbled, "I said for instance. It was only an example." Huang Yu frowned and told her firmly, "I have no reason to interfere in the conflict between the Blood Forest tribe and the Stone tribe. We are leaving now." After saying that, Huang Yu looked towards Song Liqiu and Red Vein. Seeing that his son had yet to tell her, he urged him, "What are you doing? Explain it to her." Following his father's order, Song Liqiu turned and spoke to her in the Blood Forest tribe's language. Red Vein replied, then clasped her hands before her chest and said something earnestly. Song Liqiu's family listened as she spoke. Song Liqiu then replied to her. Soon afterward, the Blood Forest tribe departed. Before leaving, Red Vein turned back and raised a hand in farewell to the family of three. The figures of the Blood Forest tribespeople gradually disappeared down the road. Seeing them leave, Huang Yu said, "Even though we refused them, they do not seem too upset. What a relief." Song Liqiu then said to his father, "I told them not to worry, because we will help them." Huang Yu turned to him in astonishment. "What?" Song Liqiu continued, "The Blood Forest tribe has been oppressed by the Stone tribe. We have to help those who are weaker." Hearing this, Huang Yu immediately flew into a rage and shouted, "You fool! How dare you disobey your father and make such an important decision on your own?" Song Liqiu looked at his father and calmly said, "The chief died because of me. I deliberately provoked him." Huang Yu froze. "What? Why?" Song Liqiu scratched his head as he continued. "When I dueled the chief, I could not land a single blow on him. So I thought that if I made him angry, I might find an opening to counterattack. Sure enough, when he could no longer control his anger, his movements became rushed and disorderly. Then I managed to punch him twice. As he spoke, he demonstrated the motions with his hands, leaving Huang Yu stunned. Song Liqiu's expression then fell. I did not think he would become so agitated that he would draw his sword. Huang Yu asked his son, "But I still do not understand. Why did you want to fight the chief?" Song Liqiu was silent for a moment before sharing his thoughts with his parents. "I wanted to try fighting a human. For the past 3 years, whether we crossed grasslands or mountains, I fought every animal I came across. Monkeys, wild boars, even snakes." He suddenly remembered something, pointed toward the mountain, and continued, "Mother, do not go near the lake beneath that hill. There is a nest of venomous green snakes there. But I know you did not train me to become a hunter. I wanted to fight someone truly strong. That is why I provoked the chief." After hearing Song Liqiu's explanation, Huang Yu raised his face to the sky and covered it with his hands, unable even to complain. Hung Chao nudged him with her elbow and said, "Did I not tell you it was time?" Hearing his wife, Huang Yu gently placed a hand on Song Liqiu's head. "Yes, it is all because I have not paid enough attention to you. Once this battle is over, we will begin properly training you." Song Liqiu cried out happily, "Really? I will become father's left hand and fight at your side." Huang Yu raised a hand to stop him. "No, you are still too young to take part in this battle. Your duty is to protect the village with your mother. Song Liqiu protested loudly. Father, Huang Yu threatened. If you insist, we will leave immediately. Choose. Scene transition. In a village deep within the forest, people were murmuring. They are people from the Central Plains. The Central Plains, people who killed the chief, are here. Red Vein stepped out from the crowd. She silently clasped her hands before her in greeting. Greetings. Welcome. Huang Yu also raised his hands and bowed. Thank you for receiving us. Song Liqiu followed along, serving as interpreter between his father and her. Red Vein stared at the three of them and continued. As you can see, because of what happened to the chief, the attitude of our tribespeople may not be very friendly. However, if you wholeheartedly help us, they will surely feel secure. Huang Yu closed his eyes and replied, I understand. I will certainly do my utmost. Red Vein pointed ahead. This way is the residential area. Huang Yu answered, thank you. At that moment, a sound came from far away, and the alert Song Liqiu immediately turned to look. Strange cries continued to echo from the depths of the forest, making everyone present turn toward the sound. The Blood Forest tribespeople looked frightened, all holding their breath as though waiting for something. Red Vein turned to Song Liqiu and his parents. Those are drums signaling that someone is advancing from the Water Ring summit toward the plains. Whenever people from the Stone Tribe come, those drums sound as if they're pressing down on us. The war with the Stone Tribe will begin soon. Scene transition. A small basket of fruit was laid out before them. Red Vein said to Song Liqiu and his parents, this is a small token of my sincerity. If you need anything, just let me know. Someone replied, thank you. Red Vein left the basket for the three of them. As she headed outside, she said, rest now. Huang Yu suddenly called after her, Chieftain. Red Vein turned back. Yes. Huang Yu asked, are there no warriors left who can take the position of tribal chief? Song Liqiu translated for his father. Red Vein replied, how could there be? There are rumors in the village that you are an exceptional martial artist. That is why I invited you. Are those rumors not true? Huang Yu continued, I will be honest. I have my own reasons for being unable to lead the Blood Forest tribe. First, I cannot communicate with you, so it would be difficult to issue clear instructions quickly. Second, I have never devised any tactics. Though I do know some martial arts, they're not suited to battles like this. Third, and finally, a leader must be respected by his followers. An ordinary man like me does not deserve such respect. Red Vein lowered her gaze slightly. If you truly think that, Huang Yu did not let her finish. That is why I will fight in the way that best suits me. I will do everything I can to fill the void left by the chief. Hearing Huang Yu's words, Red Vein spoke in her own language. Song Liqiu immediately told his father. She says she believes father can certainly do it. Scene transition. Outside the Blood Forest tribe's training grounds, two people were sparring while many others sat around and watched. Two Blood Forest warriors rushed at each other and fought fiercely. At that moment, one clenched his hand into a fist and launched himself forward. The other man was punched squarely in the stomach and cried out in pain. His entire body immediately collapsed onto the ground. The man who threw that punch was Yishur. He turned to the crowd and said, did you all see that? I did not use my full strength just now. I only tapped him lightly. Yet he has become very weak because his breathing was disrupted. Proper breath control is not only useful for attacking. If you tense every muscle in your body by holding your breath, you can also defend yourself against an opponent's attacks. Remember that. Everyone seated around him answered in unison, yes. Yishur then asked, who wants to spar with me next? Song Liqiu stood up from the crowd, repeatedly waving his hand and shouting, me, me. Yishur turned toward the voice. Song Liqiu stood right before him. Seeing that it was only a child, Yishur agreed. Come forward. As soon as Song Liqiu stepped up, a single punch from Yishur sent him flying. Song Liqiu hit the ground and skidded across it, leaving a long trail behind him. Lying flat on his back, Song Liqiu groaned a few times and muttered to himself, this man is really strong. He is completely different from a chief. A little girl appeared before him and said, of course, how could someone like you possibly defeat him? He is the Blood Forest tribe's Fist King. Song Liqiu sat up and asked the girl, who are you? Go away. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang up, gathered momentum, and charged at Yishur again. He rushed in and rained punches upon Ishur. Ishur clenched his fist and struck directly beneath the boy's chin. Song Lichio was sent flying once again. He cried out loudly as the Blood Forest tribespeople watched. Song Lichio lay sprawled on the ground, panting heavily. The girl from before, Yulin, squatted beside him and asked, "So, what do you think of the Blood Forest Fist King's punches?" Annoyed by her talking beside his ear, Song Lichio said, "Go somewhere else. Stop bothering me." Yulin ignored him. She held out her hand beside Song Lichio's and said, "How interesting. Why is your skin so pale?" Exhausted as he lay on the ground, Song Lichio opened his eyes and asked, "How interesting. Why are you so dark?" Hearing this, Yulin lowered her head, her cheeks flushing red. Suddenly, she stood up, stepped directly on Song Lichio's face, and shouted, "I'm not dark." Song Lichio got up and swung his fist at Yulin's head. "You little." Bullied by Song Lichio, Yulin immediately burst into tears. The people nearby shouted, "That Central Plains brat hit Yulin. How dare he do such a thing to the chieftain's daughter?" Hearing them, Song Lichio pointed at Yulin and shouted, "No, she hit me first." Still crying, Yulin protested indignantly, "It is because you teased me." Song Lichio shouted back, "But you were the one who started it." At that moment, a voice interrupted the children's argument. "You foolish boy, what do you think you're doing?" Song Lichio turned, saw his father, and immediately complained, "Father, she teased me first, so I." Hearing his son, Huang Yu angrily shouted, "Be quiet. The village is already unstable because of the coming battle, and you're causing more trouble. You were the one who said we should help the Blood Forest tribe." Hearing this, Song Lichio looked at his father in disappointment. "Is this what I wanted?" Huang Yu ignored him, fixed a stern gaze on Song Lichio, and said, "Apologize to the girl." Song Lichio was about to say something else, but Huang Yu gave him no chance and roared. Now, seeing how angry his father was, Song Lichio turned to Yulin and said, "I am sorry." Yulin smugly turned away and ignored him. Seeing her reaction, Song Lichio said, "Please accept my apology, or my father will not let me off." Yulin turned to look at him sadly. "I will not accept it just like that. You must do what I say before I accept your apology." Song Lichio immediately asked, "What do you want me to do?" Scene transition. A monkey appeared, screeching as it stretched out its hand. Yulin picked a banana and handed it to the monkey with a smile. "You're so cute." Song Lichio was with her as well. Folding his arms across his chest, he said, "Seriously? Is this all you wanted?" As Yulin sat watching the monkeys eat bananas, she smiled and asked, "What do you mean?" "I've always wanted to see monkeys up close." Hearing this, Song Lichio looked at Yulin, who was sitting on the ground. He continued, "That wouldn't be difficult. You could just ask someone from the tribe." Yulin turned to him and said, "People feel uncomfortable around me because I'm the chieftain's daughter. Actually, they never let me come here because it's dangerous outside the village." Just then, the monkeys suddenly panicked and fled. Song Lichio and Yulin stared after them in confusion. Yulin stood up and asked, "What's wrong with them?" Song Lichio said nothing. He pulled Yulin into his arms, and the two of them immediately fell into the grass. Startled by his strange behavior, Yulin tried to ask, "Why?" Song Lichio covered her mouth before she could finish, then raised a finger in a silencing gesture. Quiet. At that very moment, a group of tall men passed by outside the bushes. Scene change. Someone came running out of the forest, shouting breathlessly, "Chieftain, have they reached the grasslands already?" The man nodded. "Yes, it looks like they're heading straight for us." A man stepped out of a tent and said, "It has finally begun." Red Vein did not hesitate. She immediately gave the order to war. Upon receiving Red Vein's order, a man raised his hand and shouted, "The time has come. Gather every warrior of the Blood Forest tribe." Inside a tent, Huang Yu was tying up his hair with a cord. He was fully dressed and tightened the cord around his head. Hung Chao entered from outside. She told her husband, "All the able-bodied men of the tribe have gathered." As Huang Yu adjusted his clothing, he called his wife's name. As he strapped his sword to his back, Huang Yu continued, "If the Blood Forest tribe loses this battle, or if anything happens to me, take our child and flee to the Central Plains." Hearing this, Hung Chao choked back tears and called out, "Husband." Once he had finished preparing, Huang Yu looked at his wife and said, "Go back there and find eldest brother. He may have a way to help you survive." Hearing her husband speak this way, Hung Chao ran to him and embraced him. "Don't say such unlucky things. You're Huang Yu, the man who escaped the Beggars Clan's heavenly net and earthly web. I believe in you." Scene change. Outside the forest, the Stone Tribe's men had set up an ambush. One of them said, "Sit here and wait until the battle begins." The others immediately replied, "All right, we'll set up camp here." Inside the bushes, Song Lichio peeked out and watched them. He quickly ducked back down. Yulin whispered, "Why are so many of them gathering here?" Song Lichio did not know. "I'm not sure either." Crawling along the ground, he said to Yulin, "We need to go back and warn the villagers. Come on." Just then, one of the men spotted them. He blocked their path and asked, "Warn them about what?" After discovering Song Lichio and Yulin, he called to his companions, "Hey, come see what I caught." The men gathered in the corner turned toward him curiously. Carrying Song Lichio and Yulin in both hands, he said, "These little brats dared to eavesdrop on us." The man who appeared to be their leader waved his hand. "But they're too small. They'd be useless even as slaves. Let them go." At that moment, another man stood and pointed at Yulin. "Wait, that girl looks like the Blood Forest Tribe chieftain's daughter." The other man asked, "Really?" The man who recognized Yulin asked, "Wouldn't it be useful to keep her as a hostage?" The leader replied, "Swords have no eyes on the battlefield. How can we move freely while dragging her along? Kill her." At those words, Yulin's face went pale. Just then, a clenched fist swung out. It was Song Lichio. With all his strength, he punched the groin of Stone Forest, the man holding him. Stone Forest's entire body instantly stiffened. Stone Forest released Song Lichio and Yulin, then dropped to his knees in agony. Seeing him like that, the others burst into mocking laughter. "Look at him. A little kid smashed his family jewels. Are you crippled now?" Before they could react, Song Lichio grabbed Yulin's hand and shouted, "Run." One of the men pointed after them. "Those brats know our position. Catch them. If they tell their tribe that we're waiting here to ambush them, all our efforts will have been in vain." A man stood with his sword in hand. "I'll catch them." Stone Forest held out a hand to stop him. "Leave it to me. I'll snap that little brat's neck myself." In the forest, Song Lichio was running for his life. Suddenly, Yulin cried out in pain behind him. Song Lichio immediately turned around and asked, "Are you all right?" Kneeling on the ground, Yulin said in a trembling voice, "My legs are shaking too much. I can't run." Song Lichio turned around and crouched down. "There's no other way. Get on quickly." At that moment, Stone Forest caught up with him. He looked around for the two children, then drew the sword from his waist. The moment he spotted them, he ran toward them, shouting, "You little brat, get back here." Song Lichio carried Yulin on his back as he ran. "Hold on tight." He glanced behind him and asked, "Do you trust me?" Yulin asked, "What?" Song Lichio repeated himself, "Do you trust me?" Scene change. A shamaness held two bells in her hands and danced as she chanted, "O God who watches over this land, send your punishment upon the savage demons who seek to stain this land with blood. Honored ancestors, grant our warriors bodies of bronze and iron. Give them the strength to defeat every enemy. The God of life stands with us. We are eternal. We are immortal. Forward." After the prayer, the Blood Forest Tribe chieftain led the people in a cry. "Warriors of the Blood Forest Tribe, believe in yourselves. This shall be our glorious victory." Back in the forest, Stone Forest was still searching for the children. As he walked, he muttered, "That little brat can really run. But he can't escape me." Just then, Stone Forest spotted Yulin standing beside a tree in the distance. He gave a sinister smile. "Just as I thought." Yulin stood there with her hands clasped, silently praying. Stone Forest looked around and asked, "Well, where's that boy? Looks like he abandoned you and ran for his own life." Hearing him, Yulin put on a sorrowful expression and sighed without replying. Stone Forest smugly said, "You're unfortunate, little girl. Every man like him is selfish and despicable." Just as he stepped forward, his foot suddenly stopped short. Beneath him was a massive nest of snakes. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of them. Stone Forest could not help blurting out, "Damn it, unbelievable. So you thought you could fool me? You thought I'd chase after you and fall into this trap, didn't you? Too bad. Don't try to outsmart someone wiser than you." At that moment, a shout came from behind him. Stone Forest glanced back. Song Lichio leaped out from behind him and kicked Stone Forest with all his strength. He immediately lost his balance and tumbled into the pit full of snakes. Song Lichio stared at him with icy eyes. Stone Forest fell into the pit, his body going rigid as he cried out. Soon, nothing remained in that pit of venomous snakes but agonized screams. Scene change. At the place where the two tribes had agreed to fight, a Blood Forest tribe man was drenched in sweat and breathing heavily. Just then, a hand landed on his shoulder, causing him to flinch and turn around warily. It was Huang Yu, encouraging him. Above them, the Blood Forest tribe chieftain drew and raised her sword. "There is no longer any path for retreat. We would rather die than abandon this land. But there is nothing to fear. Our ancestors, who rest upon these verdant plains will protect us. We will win. Just then, strange cries sounded in the distance. The chieftain stopped and looked over. 3 stone tribe members were running toward them from afar. They were 3 elderly men, each carrying a spear and shouting. One of the old men pointed his spear and shouted, "Bastards, take one more step and you'll taste my spear." But as soon as he finished speaking, he fell face first onto the ground. The other 2, exhausted from running, began gasping for breath. The Blood Forest tribe chieftain and her people turned toward them, all staring at the 3 old men with cold eyes in silence. Seeing this, the Stone Tribe members burst out laughing and mocked them. "Look at those frightened Blood Forest tribe faces." On the Blood Forest tribe's side, Huang Yu stepped forward. Drawing his sword, he said, "Everyone is hesitating because they're old men. Leave them to me." With that, Huang Yu charged at the 3 old men who had caused the disturbance. He swung his sword and slashed through one man's body, spraying blood everywhere. Huang Yu then swung his sword again. One man, then a second, then a third. He cut them all down in succession. The battle-hungry Stone Tribe members cheered loudly, "Abuda!" After Huang Yu dealt with all 3 elders, the Stone Tribe roared, "Kill! Wipe out the Blood Forest Tribe! Kill!" As they shouted, the Stone Tribe beat their drums to bolster their morale. A Stone Tribe man pointed his sword at the Blood Forest Tribe and yelled, "Come on, kill the Blood Forest Tribe." At his command, the Stone Tribe charged forward. "Slaughter them all. Spare no one." Seeing this, the Blood Forest Tribe chieftain led her people forward to fight the Stone Tribe. "Kill them." The footsteps of both tribes thundered across the grass. A Stone Tribe warrior rushed forward with a spear in hand, shouting loudly. The Blood Forest Tribe chieftain swung her sword in response. The warriors of the Blood Forest Tribe and the Stone Tribe clashed. In an instant, the grasslands became a battlefield of blades. A Stone Tribe swordsman swung down and cut down a Blood Forest Tribe warrior. The dead and wounded on both sides quickly multiplied. The scene was brutal and bloody. Another Blood Forest Tribe warrior was slashed across the neck, blood spraying everywhere. At that moment, Song Liqiu arrived, carrying Yulin on his back. The 2 froze at the bloody sight before them. Seeing the battle with their own eyes, the children were rendered speechless, their faces pale as death. Sitting on his back, Yulin asked sadly, "Is war really like this?" Song Liqiu answered, "I suppose so. It's my first time seeing it too. Seeing the merciless swords and bloodshed." Yulin curled up and said, "I'm scared." Song Liqiu seemed to realize something. Carrying Yulin, he turned as if to go somewhere. "I understand now." Yulin asked, "Understand what?" Song Liqiu turned and ran, saying, "The people we saw in the forest are planning to ambush the Blood Forest Tribe from behind." Still not understanding, Yulin innocently asked, "So what?" Song Liqiu said as he ran, "We have to stop them." Scene change. At the snake pit where Stone Forest had fallen, the children's voices rang out again. Song Liqiu asked Yulin, "Can you take off your cloak?" She asked what. Song Liqiu urged her, "There's no time to explain. Hurry." After getting Yulin's cloak, Song Liqiu put to his mouth and began tearing it with his teeth. He ripped the cloak into strips and wrapped them around his hands. Once both hands were covered, Song Liqiu took off his pants. Embarrassed, Yulin covered her face with her hands and turned away. Yulin secretly glanced at Song Liqiu and asked, "What are you doing?" Song Liqiu remained silent. After taking off his pants, he found a large tree nearby. He helped Yulin hide inside its hollow and said, "It'll be too dangerous if you come with me, so hide here. You'll be safe if you stay quiet. I'll come back for you when this is over." After arranging for Yulin to hide, she looked at Song Liqiu and said, "Promise me you'll come back." He nodded. "All right, I promise." Meanwhile, among the Stone Tribe men hiding in the forest, one said, "The battle has started. How much longer do we have to hide here?" The man crouching below replied, "Wait for the signal." Just then, cries echoed from the distance. The men immediately shouted, "There it is, the signal." Their leader waved to the others. "Everyone, let's go." The crouching men suddenly turned around and called out. They looked not far away. They saw Song Liqiu running toward them with a bundle in his hands. The commander said, "That little brat is." As Song Liqiu ran toward them, he shouted, "Take this gift from me." Song Liqiu was carrying a bundle of snakes he had caught from the pit earlier. He immediately swung his arm and flung the snakes at the Stone Tribe men. A mass of writhing snakes surged out, surrounding the men. "What the hell is this?" Stone Forest grabbed a snake by the head, his face twisted in disgust. "They're dangerous." A snake opened its jaws wide and bit one man on the shoulder. In the chaos, everyone struggled to save themselves. "I've been bitten." Stone Forest gritted his teeth, sweating heavily. "That damn brat." His eyes suddenly widened. "Oh no." Veins bulged across his face as his mouth hung open. Song Lichio stood watching with narrowed eyes. "What's happening? I can't control my body." Stone Forest fell to the ground, apparently unable to breathe, clutching his throat. Song Lichio watched calmly and smugly. Most of the men had been bitten. "Kill these snakes quickly." Swords repeatedly chopped the snakes in two. Sensing danger, the snakes scattered in all directions. More than half the men had been bitten and lay motionless on the ground. Stone Forest was still furious, shouting in rage. "You little bastard." When they looked again, Song Lichio was no longer there. He got away. The men panicked as Stone Forest roared. "Go after him. They're still signaling for us to launch the ambush." Only 3 of them remained. They searched the entire forest, but could not find Song Lichio anywhere. "There are only 3 of us left. We can't do anything now. Keep chasing that boy. We can't let him live." A venomous green snake poked its head out from Song Lichio's pocket. Song Lichio grabbed it by the head. Hidden among the branches of a tree, he silently pulled the snake from his pocket as the men continued searching below. "I'm sure he couldn't have gone far. I didn't hear any footsteps. I think he's hiding somewhere nearby. Should we split up to look for him?" Song Lichio quietly crawled out of the bushes and threw a snake toward the 3 men. The snake immediately bit one of them on the shoulder. He screamed miserably. "You got bitten? That brat. There he is." Song Lichio swiftly ran away. The other 2 were determined to find him. "Keep chasing him. I'll circle around this way." The man searched through every cluster of leaves. His ferocious expression was terrifying. "Where are you hiding?" He stabbed several times into the foliage where he suspected Song Lichio was hiding. "Here." He continued thrusting, while Song Lichio had already climbed high into a tree. "We're here." Song Lichio used the same trick again, dropping a snake down in an attempt to have it bite the man to death. The snake landed on his shoulder. Sensing that something was wrong, Song Lichio clung tightly to the tree. His eyes were filled with suspicion. Suddenly, a sword shot upward and struck the tree he was clinging to. It was thrown by the man below. Startled, Song Lichio fell from the tree. The fierce-faced man rushed toward him. "I've got you now, you little bastard." Song Lichio hit the ground hard. As he lay there in pain, his snake pouch opened and the snakes crawled out. He hurriedly grabbed the snake pouch. The man glanced at his companion, who was clutching his chest in agony. "Impossible. He's still alive." Song Lichio released the snakes one after another, but Stone Forest cut down every single one without missing any. There were no snakes left in Song Lichio's pouch, and he was deeply worried. Filled with killing intent, Stone Forest approached him with his sword. "Do you know how humiliated I've been?" He furrowed his brow and roared. "How am I supposed to tell everyone that warriors of our tribe were defeated by such a harmless little brat?" Song Lichio fearfully backed away. "You little wretch, I'll cut off your head and make a belt from your bones for the rest of my life." Song Lichio was so terrified that he broke out in a cold sweat. Stone Forest furiously raised his sword, preparing to finish him. Song Lichio quickly snatched up a sword from beside him and raised it to block Stone Forest's fatal strike. The man had not expected that move. His eyes widened in shock as Song Lichio used all his strength to thrust his sword upward. The blade struck the man in the abdomen. Cold sweat covered Stone Forest's face. Song Lichio was drenched in sweat as well. After that strike, the man immediately collapsed, while Song Lichio staggered backward. Elsewhere, swords swung continuously. A large group of people fought in chaotic melee. One Stone Tribe warrior after another fell. Even the fat man was accidentally killed by a blade. And Zhuo looked up in the middle of battle. The forces on both sides were still fighting fiercely. However, the Stone Tribe had already lost many men. Their enemy's forces were far stronger, and the Stone Tribe had suffered devastating losses. And Zhuo frowned slightly. If this continued, the Blood Forest Tribe would be wiped out. The only way to turn the situation around was 3 high-ranking figures of the Stone Tribe stood on this side. One of them asked anxiously, "Has the force hidden in the forest been wiped out?" A Stone Tribe elder frowned. "Are the people hiding in the forest dead already?" The tribesmen were beating drums to rally the troops when a hand suddenly stopped them. "Stop." It was Stone Truth. "There's still no sign from that side. What are you continuing to signal for? Go check what they're doing." He turned and left. "I'm going." He rushed to reinforce the men in the forest, who were being utterly overwhelmed. "That's him, Majin, the Stone Tribe's chieftain." He charged forward bravely with his sword. He slashed down fiercely, cutting down one enemy after another. And Zhuo was deeply concerned. The only way out of this was to kill him. He was surrounded on all sides. He stomped forcefully on the ground and burst out of the encirclement like the wind. He landed safely and lightly, then quickly charged toward the other two men who had been standing in the distance. The older of the two spoke sternly. "Look at him." Chang Yu advanced with a murderous aura. "I'll deal with him. Be careful." He rushed forward like a moth to a flame. "Don't worry." The two men charged at each other, both faces filled with killing intent. And Zhuo shouted. Chang Yu swung his sword without yielding in the slightest. The two rushed at one another like the wind, their footsteps pounding rapidly. And Zhuo blocked one of Chang Yu's sword strikes with his foot. The clash of steel rang sharply. Both thrust their swords toward each other's waists, neither willing to give ground. And Zhuo launched himself straight upward with incredible speed. He moved with such force that the wind whipped across Stone Truth's face. And Zhuo landed directly beneath him. Stone Truth looked down in surprise. And Zhuo casually swung his sword at him, but he moved so quickly that Stone Truth dodged it. He dodged the second strike as well. Stone Forest turned sideways. He delivered a decisive kick to Zhuo's chest, sending him flying backward. And Zhuo lay motionless on the ground, then instantly sprang back up. Stone Forest pointed at him and said something. And Zhuo roared, "Shut up." He charged forward. "I don't understand a word you're saying." And Zhuo swung his sword at Stone Forest once more. Stone Forest calmly drew the sword at his waist and blocked Zhuo's blade with a single swing. Zhuo stepped forward quickly and kicked Stone Forest in the face. Stone Forest remained standing firmly. Zhuo's foot pressed against his neck. His eyes hardened as he grabbed Zhuo's leg. "What a disappointment. I thought you were strong, but this is all you've got." Zhuo was greatly surprised and hurriedly pulled his leg back. "You understand our language?" Stone Forest replied calmly. "So what?" He launched a fatal sword strike at Zhuo, who braced himself on one foot and managed to block it. "Does that change anything?" Stone Forest knocked Zhuo's sword away and drove a powerful kick into his chest. Zhuo fell flat onto the ground again. This time, he seemed to be in immense pain, his teeth clenched tightly. Stone Forest spoke proudly. "How dare you stand against us? Honestly, why would someone from the Central Plains help the Blood Forest tribe when you already know their fate?" Then he sensed something. A gust of wind swept in from behind him. Song Liqiu was there, leaping through the air with a sword in hand. Song Liqiu held the sword high with both hands. Stone Forest's eyes flashed. With just one step backward, he avoided the attack. He turned around decisively. Song Liqiu stumbled and landed right in front of him. He raised his sword bravely. "Father, are you all right?" Zhuo shouted in alarm. "Fool, why did you come here?" The two soldiers behind them panicked. "Chieftain," Stone Forest answered slowly, "I'm fine. Don't panic." He looked at his hand thoughtfully. "He got this close, yet I did not notice him." Song Liqiu quickly asked, "Father, is that man an expert?" Zhuo replied, "Yes." Song Liqiu pressed on, "If we fight together, do we have a chance of winning?" The answer came clearly. "No." Song Liqiu narrowed his eyes, sweat streaming down his face. He spoke. "You're very lucky." Stone Forest was surprised. "What did you just say?" Song Liqiu lowered his sword to the ground. "We've lost." He knelt on the ground. "I wasted our last chance. Continuing to fight would only waste our strength. Please let us die as painlessly as possible." Stone Forest's expression hardened. "Not that. What you said before that. What did you mean when you said I was lucky?" Song Liqiu lowered his head. "My father finally agreed to teach me martial arts. But then this war happened." Stone Forest challenged him. "So," Song Liqiu answered angrily, "if you had come 2 years later, you would have died. You came at exactly the right time. You're truly lucky." Stone Forest sneered contemptuously. "You think the situation would change after 2 years?" Song Liqiu stated firmly, "I killed every soldier hiding in the forest. I did that without learning any martial arts at all. How far do you think my abilities will grow after 2 years of training?" Song Liqiu's face was full of determination. "You won't be my match." A soldier hurried over. "Chieftain," he pointed toward the forest. "The ambush unit has been completely wiped out." Stone Forest's eyes darkened in irritation. This brat, Song Liqiu looked smug. Everything he had said was true, and Zhuo looked at his son in astonishment. Then Stone Forest burst out laughing. He pointed his sword directly at Song Liqiu's face. "Fine, I want to see how strong you become after 2 years of training. 2 years from now, I'll wait for you here. Song Lichio replied coolly, you're making a mistake. Stone Forest was equally calm. If you can withstand 5 moves from me then, I'll acknowledge your victory. But if you lose, your father will be executed and hung from a pole. As for you, I'll cut off both your hands and keep you as a slave. Song Lichio said firmly, what if I win? Stone Forest looked at him in silence, deep in thought. Then he answered softly, I will become your slave. He pointed and gave the order. Send a retreat signal. Everyone was confused. What? One of them questioned him. Chieftain, why are we suddenly retreating? The drums beat rapidly. The troops fighting below heard them and were all bewildered. The soldiers gritted their teeth. Enough. Do we even have anyone left to fight with? If we destroy the Blood Forest tribe now, the retreat signal? What? Why? We were so close to finishing this. One man shouted, retreat. Everyone retreat. Hearing the signal, everyone stopped fighting. They're withdrawing. The soldiers were indignant. This is our chance. Attack them from behind. No, stay where you are. They aren't retreating because they're losing. Stone Forest pointed at Manhwa. Train your son diligently over the next 2 years. It is the only way you'll keep your head. He turned and left. We will return to this village in 2 years. And Zhuo was frightened, while Song Lichio remained firm. What did he mean by 2 years from now? I'll fight their chieftain in 2 years. And Zhuo was utterly astonished. What? Song Lichio smiled in satisfaction. The battle has stopped. For now, we're safe. Father and son stood watching the tribe retreat. The sky gradually darkened. Dead soldiers lay scattered throughout the forest. A woman lay on the ground, weeping bitterly. No, you can't die. It was Red Vein, who turned back with sorrow in her eyes. And Zhuo spoke softly. Chieftain, I have something to say. Hung Chao asked worriedly, are you all right? I hope you weren't hurt. And Zhuo replied softly, I'm fine. Don't worry. Amid the chaos and the corpses of the Blood Forest tribe, Song Lichio sighed sadly. Really? How can they abandon the bodies of their comrades like that? They believe those who die in battle will be protected by the war god Abuda. The bodies were carried away. They shouted Abuda as they charged into battle. It means remain where you died. That is why they leave the bodies behind. But we cannot simply sit by and watch the corpses rot on the ground. So we have no choice but to clean them up ourselves. I don't understand. Hung Chao turned to look at him. Lichio, I went looking for you because I couldn't find you anywhere. Were you here the entire time? And Zhuo answered yes. His expression darkened. He saved me again. Hung Chao was extremely surprised. That child did. Song Lichio heard a voice behind him. I heard that you stepped forward and stopped the war. Red Vein looked relieved. Thank you. You saved our tribe. It was nothing. I only managed to buy us 2 more years. She told Song Lichio how you used those 2 years could mean nothing, or it could mean forever. From now on, we must train ourselves too. We cannot let them bully us forever. Song Lichio suddenly remembered something. That's right. I just remembered something I need to do. I'm leaving. He ran into the large forest. Yulin, he rushed into a hollow tree. Yulin, Song Lichio pushed aside the leaves around the tree trunk. Have you been waiting long? Inside the hollow was an adorable little girl. Song Lichio smiled warmly. I'm sorry I came late. Tears welled up in the girl's eyes. The girl, Yulin, leaped out and threw her arms around him. Song Lichio trained diligently in martial arts. 7-star steps, iron guard stance. 7-star steps again. His father taught him several moves. Step. Your center of gravity is too far back. Song Lichio's movements were not yet proficient. And Zhuo said sternly, lower your stance. He reminded him, do not focus too much on the technique or the stance. Focus on your body's center of gravity. Song Lichio looked up at Zhuo, who said, what is it? Why are you looking elsewhere while training? Song Lichio joked, Father, you're acting like my master now. And Zhuo replied seriously, Brat, I was your master before I was your father. Stop talking nonsense and focus. Song Lichio answered softly, yes. Ishur stood, watching from a distance. And Zhuo continued, 2 years is far too short to learn martial arts. We do not have time to chat. Remember that. Song Lichio was surprised to see Ishur. Go on. I think he has something he wants to tell you. Song Lichio ran over to Ishur. What are you doing here? Ishur seemed hesitant. To be honest, I dislike you because you destroyed our tribe's cemetery and killed our chieftain. He spoke sincerely, but since you will soon be going into battle, I thought I might be able to help you. If you do not mind, I would like to teach you how to fight with your fists. Song Lichio turned to his father. Father, the Fist King has something he wants to teach me. And Zhuo was pleased. The Blood Forest tribe's combat skills are quite good. It would benefit you greatly to learn their martial arts. Song Lichio happily said, thank you. Would 2 hours a day work? Ishur smiled as well. Yes, let us do that. Father and son continued training, and Zhuo remained stern. Do not focus too much on separate footwork patterns. Depending on the situation, the purpose of footwork changes. Song Liqiu thrust forward steadily. In actual combat, you must use the footwork best suited to the situation. He continued practicing combat skills with Yishur. Do not look at the fist. Yishur corrected him. If you watch the fist, you will not be able to react in time. You must observe how your opponent moves his body. Song Liqiu continued to refine himself through both study and martial practice. And Zhuo instructed him, "What is restraint?" Song Liqiu answered, "Suppressing greed." And Zhuo explained further, "One kind of restraint prevents our desires from leading us astray and allows us to do what is right. Another focuses only on suppressing desire." He continued training without rest. Building your physical strength to its peak is the most important thing when learning martial arts. This is only basic training, but it will bring you great benefits. So keep running. He tirelessly trained his reflexes and swordsmanship. He practiced and improved everything he had learned. Suddenly, Song Liqiu noticed something. A stone suddenly flew toward him, and he swiftly countered it with perfect accuracy. Song Liqiu shouted, "Who's there?" Yojio raised his hand and spoke. "Saw thee. I only wanted to test the boy who challenged the chieftain." Song Liqiu stepped back. "Who are you? Aren't you moving around rather freely on Blood Forest tribe land?" Yojio replied grimly, "Do not get cocky, boy. All of you are lucky I did not take part in the last battle." He looked very smug. "Be grateful for our chieftain's mercy. If it had been up to me, you would all be dead." Song Liqiu frowned. "Then why don't you try killing me? I dare you." Yojio had not expected a child to speak that way. He tilted his head arrogantly. "I was wondering why he was so interested in a mere boy, but I think I understand now." He pointed directly at Song Liqiu. "By order of our chieftain, you are specially permitted to enter our territory. There is a place well suited for cultivating inner strength. So he's allowing you to train there to your heart's content, but only when you are given permission. Understand, Song Liqiu is no weakling either. Why would he agree to something so ridiculous?" Yojio remained impassive. "I don't understand it either. Perhaps our chieftain simply does not want the battle to be too boring. The gap between those two is enormous, you know." Liqiu's sharp reply left him speechless. "What if you lured me here just to kill me?" The man walked away, unable to argue further, and clearly fed up. "I really want to tear that bastard's mouth apart." Meanwhile, Zhuo was sharpening Liqiu's sword. He was unlike the others. Zhuo studied him closely. He does not use the same techniques as the people from this region. Even the way he moves is different. Are you certain he practices Central Plains martial arts? He even knows our language. Zhuo handed the sword to Song Liqiu. "Who is he? If he truly wanted to kill me, he would have done it during our battle." Song Liqiu went to sit beneath a waterfall cascading down from above. "Go to the place they told you about. It is surely well suited for training." The roaring water crashed against his body. He pursed his lips and continuously regulated his breathing, while Yojio watched from nearby. Yishur trained Liqiu's reflexes through rapid punches. 1, 2, breathe. Good. And Zhuo practiced spear techniques with him. Too obvious. If your opponent can predict your next move, the battle ends right there. He trained Liqiu's reactions patiently. Whenever your feet touch the ground, feel the energy rising from it. When it came to swordsmanship, he did not forget to remind him, every family and sect has its own secret arts. But whether you become a strong warrior or a weakling depends on the speed and precision with which you master those techniques. Liqiu trained diligently, not just in martial arts, but in cultivation. He drew back with his sword. Then he thrust decisively, stomping hard against the ground. He leaped high into the air, his eyes filled with determination. Then he brought his blade down in a decisive slash. Song Liqiu's eyes were resolute as he persisted in his combat training. Night descended upon the tribe. "I will return." Yulin was walking through the village. Suddenly, she heard someone call out, "Yulin." Song Liqiu looked genuinely surprised. "It has been 2 years. You have grown so much." Yulin stared at him blankly, unable to remember. "Who are you?" Liqiu awkwardly scratched his head. "You must be angry. I understand. I'm sorry. I was too busy training to think about anything else." Yulin replied in a sulky tone, "I suppose you finally remembered someone today." Liqiu spoke from the heart. "I know you already understand this, but I have a battle tomorrow. This may be the last time I ever see you." Yulin was too saddened to say anything more. Liqiu tried to sound cheerful. "All right, this is enough for me. Goodbye." Yulin stood frozen, unable to say a word. Tears welled up in her eyes. Then she suddenly called out, "Liqiu," she said softly. I believe in you. Song Liqiu turned around. How dare you call me that? I am your older brother. He raised a hand in farewell and walked away. A fierce-faced man appeared before the army waiting in formation. Stone Truth was growing impatient. Has that brat not arrived yet? The Blood Forest Tribe's warriors stood in neat ranks. Yojo spoke up. I think so. I have not seen him either. Stone Truth's gaze turned cold. If he still has not shown himself by dawn, tell them we will resume the war we stopped years ago. Yojo ran back to the ranks. Yes, sir, Stone Truth declared clearly. If that brat has not appeared by the time the sun reaches its peak, you had better prepare yourselves. You will die in his place. Hung Chao was deeply worried. Has Chu forgotten what day this is? Enjua reassured her. That is impossible. I think he is merely sleeping after training beneath the waterfall all night. Everyone in the tribe became restless. What if that kid ran away? To be honest, if I were him, I would have fled as far as possible. Ishur shouted angrily, Shut up. That boy is not irresponsible, so watch your mouth. The murmuring continued. We cannot trust the words of the Stone Tribe. Whether Liqiu comes or not, we have no idea what they will do to us. Stay alert. Better safe than sorry. There he is. Song Liqiu had arrived. Everyone whispered excitedly. He is here. It is Liqiu. Song Liqiu is here. He remained calm. Were you all waiting for me? The tribe was flustered. They threatened to resume the war if you did not show yourself. Liqiu sighed helplessly. These people. Yojo glanced over. Chieftain, that brat has finally shown himself. Stone Truth answered indifferently. Of course. He had no choice but to appear. Hung Chao ran up anxiously. Chu, Song Liqiu answered. Mother. He confronted his father. Father, how could you bring Mother to a place that could become a battlefield at any moment? Enjua was at a loss for words. Hung Chao reminded him. You should have come home earlier for dinner. Liqiu tried to reassure her calmly. I'm a little hungry too, but I prefer feeling light. Please make me a delicious meal after I win this battle. Hung Chao replied gently. All right, I will. Enjua tossed Song Liqiu his sword and cautioned him. For a child to die before his parents is the greatest act of filial impiety. Take this. Liqiu was filled with resolve. Please do not worry. He turned and comforted his mother once more. I will take care of you until you grow so old that you could never forget me. Enjua understood the child's heart. Listen to this foolish boy. He turned and strode forward with determination. I will return. Stone Truth also prepared himself for battle. My weapon. His companion handed him a double-ring chain. The two faced each other before the eyes of countless spectators. Hung Chao was extremely worried. Do you really think Chu can defeat him just because he trained hard? Enjua answered with confidence. Chu is a gifted child, but 2 years is still far too short. She was anxious at heart. I was truly worried that Chu would not appear. Enjua looked thoughtful, but I know that in his darkest moments, Chu always finds a way and shows us something miraculous. This time, I am sure he will show us another miracle, whatever it may be. Stone Truth said, a true warrior knows how to keep his word and arrive on time. What exactly has your father taught you over these past 2 years? Song Liqiu replied confidently, have you already acknowledged me as a warrior? He smiled, trusting in his own ability. I am grateful, but are you raising my standing so that losing to me will be less humiliating? Stone Truth swung his iron chain. You arrogant bastard. It seems the only thing you have trained is that filthy mouth of yours. Liqiu drew his sword without fear and prepared to fight. You had better prepare yourself properly. The iron chain lashed down faster than the wind. Stone Truth leaped up and brought the chain crashing down. Try blocking this. His speed and power were overwhelming. Song Liqiu blocked the blow with his sword, then darted around the chain and thrust rapidly at Stone Truth. The two clashed, sword and chain striking together with a chilling sound. Stone Truth unleashed a powerful blow. Liqiu slid backward. His feet dug firmly into the ground, but even Song Liqiu struggled to block that attack. Stone Truth spun the chain in a terrifying circle. After their initial exchange, both had tested the other's strength. You're not bad. You can still stand after taking a kick from me. But after 2 years of training, is this all you can do? Liqiu replied arrogantly. How impatient. Has the battle not only just begun? Stone Truth charged forward and lashed his chain fiercely. To think you believe you can keep fighting, you really are an arrogant brat. Song Liqiu dodged. He quickly slipped to the right, preparing to slash with his sword. The blade moved as fast as lightning, but he missed. Stone Truth kicked him in the back, sending Song Liqiu flying backward from the force. Stone Truth flung his chain forward again. This time, it coiled around Li Chio's neck. Li Chio was shocked by the attack. Hung Chao was beside herself with worry. No, Chu. Stone Truth frowned as he reminded Li Chio. It seems you have forgotten something. Did you think I would sit idle while you trained for 2 years? I trained as well, without slacking off for even a single day. You were wrong to think you could defeat me after only 2 years. Song Li Chio seized the opportunity and slashed at his opponent. The chain slipped from Stone Truth's hand. It flew upward on instinct, but before Li Chio could regain his bearings, Stone Truth had firmly caught the chain again, ready to teach him a lesson. Stone Truth struck, knocking Li Chio hard to the ground. He then moved behind him and yanked Li Chio's head back. He dragged him across the ground, yet still spoke with false sympathy. Thanks to you, I found motivation in this boring life. But you must still pay for disappointing me. Hung Chao panicked. I cannot just stand here and watch. We have to stop the match. Red Vein hurriedly grabbed her hand. Do not. If we interfere, we will only be ridiculed. Chu must face this himself. We can only watch. On the other side, Song Li Chio gritted his teeth and struggled to pull the chain away, even while Stone Truth dragged him along the ground. He gathered all his strength and pressed his knee down to propel himself. Li Chio spun through the air, his sword tightly gripped in his hand. He slipped free of the chain and landed lightly on the ground. Stone Truth sensed something was wrong and turned to look. Before he could say anything, Li Chio delivered a decisive horizontal slash. But Stone Truth was no ordinary opponent and dodged the sudden attack. Next came a kick straight at Stone Truth's face, but he blocked it with his hand. Stone Truth retreated while still spinning the chain. Without wasting time, he poured his strength into the chain and hurled it through the air directly at Li Chio. Song Li Chio swiftly used his sword to block it, but things did not go as planned. The chain tightly wrapped around his blade. Stone Truth took advantage and pulled backward. The sword was ripped from Li Chio's hand and left hanging in the air. Deprived of his weapon, Song Li Chio immediately switched to fist techniques. He rushed forward, launching a flurry of punches at his opponent. Stone Truth ducked beneath the first punch. Li Chio moved with swift, efficient technique, following up at once with an uppercut to Stone Truth's jaw. He sprang into the air and assumed a stance. Then he drove another kick into the back of Stone Truth's neck, making him stagger backward. Song Li Chio did not give him time to recover, already preparing his next attack. He clenched both hands into fists and said firmly, "You certainly have trained hard. But everyone grows at a different rate, and you have remained exactly where you were." Stone Truth slowly moved the chain in his hand, then hurled it directly at Song Li Chio. Li Chio blocked it with his hand, but the strike left a wound on his arm. Stone Truth looked at him with open contempt. "Are you still fighting as though this is a game?" As soon as he finished speaking, he kicked Li Chio squarely in the body, forcing him backward. He raised his legendary chain and smashed it down where Song Li Chio stood. But Li Chio twisted aside and evaded it. Another strike sent him flipping through the air, and he clenched his sword tightly, ready to counterattack. Song Li Chio landed in a perfect stance, frowning as he demanded, "What do you mean, fighting as though this is a game?" And he charged forward to show his opponent. "Then I will get serious now." Song Li Chio began shifting his footing and moving his fists. He then unleashed successive sword strikes that formed a whirlwind and swept directly towards Stone Truth. Stone Truth did not flinch, calmly blocking every move. Li Chio observed him closely, searching for a weakness. His opponent returned the look with a hostile glare. Song Li Chio seemed to realize that a direct confrontation would not work, so he leaped high into the air and flew over Stone Truth. From above, he let out a fierce cry, leaving his opponent confused about what was happening. Song Li Chio seized the chance to unleash an immensely powerful slash. Stone Truth raised his chain to block it, but it did not seem enough. The onlookers watched in tense silence. The Stone Tribe warriors also stared wide-eyed as Song Li Chio turned the tide. His first blow severed Stone Truth's chain in two. Stone Truth asked curiously, "What was that final move?" Li Chio did not hide it. "Flying Eagle, turning Phoenix. My father taught it to me. Yet even that technique could not defeat you. I know my mastery is still lacking. I know my own limits. I cannot surpass your martial arts in only 2 years. There is no point in continuing this battle." Hearing this, Stone Truth assumed the wrong thing. "You admit defeat?" Li Chio stated firmly, "No, I won the battle." His answer confused Stone Truth. Song Li Chio calmly explained, "You said that if I endured 5 of your attacks, victory would be mine. We passed 5 exchanges a long time ago. Stone Truth froze upon hearing this. Stone Truth sighed and accepted the truth. I understand. I have lost. Song Lichio cupped his hands in respect. Thank you for the match. I did not expect you to accept defeat. Stone Truth turned slightly to look behind him, where the Stone Tribe members stood with furrowed brows. Stone Truth lowered his head and sighed. He discarded his weapon and conceded. Fine, as agreed, I will become your slave. Lichio asked in surprise, your slave? He waved his hand in refusal. There is no need. Just stop invading the Blood Forest Tribe's territory. Listen is here. Before Song Lichio could finish, Stone Truth interrupted. We of the Stone Tribe have only 2 choices when we lose, death or slavery. An agreement is an agreement. You are my master now. Having said that, he introduced his 2 younger brothers from the Stone Tribe. This one is Yojio, and this one is Yui. Since they chose to follow me instead of returning to the Frostwater Mountains, you may treat them as slaves as well. Song Lichio, Hung Chao, and Red Vein were all left speechless. Stone Truth turned around and shouted, what are those expressions? Smile, you fools. Their antics only made Lichio and the others even more bewildered. Red Vein asked, but what will happen to the Stone Tribe after losing its chieftain? He answered without hesitation, I will appoint a new chieftain. There may be a bloody struggle. Furthermore, since you are my master's parents, you will also be our masters. We look forward to serving you. And Zhuo looked doubtful. This. Song Lichio raised a hand awkwardly. Do not do this. It is embarrassing. Yet Stone Truth remained resolute. Forgive me, but I must carry this out properly. Not just anyone can possess slaves. To have slaves, one must possess sufficient authority and strength to subdue them, and thereby maintain one's power and status. Hung Chao hurriedly raised her hand and asked, wait, does this mean we will be living in the same house from now on? He bowed his head. You need not speak so formally to us. And do not worry, we will find our own lodging. Stone Truth then turned and pointed as he ordered his men. Come, we will build a house over there for the 3 of us. Huang Yu still did not understand what had happened. I have no idea what just happened, but I don't think I'll ever get used to it. The boy scratched his head and agreed. Me neither. Hong Chao sighed. Now our family has doubled in size. I'll have even more work to do. I'm going to prepare dinner. Night fell beneath the sky, full of stars, as someone began speaking. There is something I would like to ask. The other replied, please go ahead. Without hesitation, Huang Yu asked, how did you learn the martial arts of the Central Plains? And how do you know our language? Did you visit the Central Plains when you were young? Stone Truth asked curiously. You know that the 5 Venoms Ghost King was obsessed with a particular kicking technique, don't you? Huang Yu said frankly. The 5 Venoms Ghost King? I know of him. I heard that he fled to the Kunlun Mountains to escape the 10-year punishment. Stone Truth revealed. That is what everyone heard, but in truth he came to the southern wilderness to escape the 10-year punishment. He admitted sorrowfully, he was my master. Huang Yu and Song Lichio were startled. So that is how it was. Stone Truth continued. For 10 years, my master taught me various combat techniques and military skills. After receiving instruction in each move, I trained for another 10 years. I struggled greatly before mastering them. Master, you need to learn those martial arts now. From this day forward, I will be responsible for training you. The boy asked in surprise, me? You're going to teach me. Stone Truth proposed, you need much more training, master. You are too weak to keep me as your slave. Huang Yu added, that is a good thing, but we do not have much time. The boy's training must be completed within 5 years. We promised the people of the Central Plains that we would meet again after 10 years. He asked, so you will return to the Central Plains? Huang Yu answered firmly, yes. Stone Truth assessed, considering Master's progress over the past 2 years, that will be enough. The next morning, before the sun had risen, he was already urging him, Master, please wake up. Stone Truth stood straight outside and shouted, we will do some exercises to loosen your stiff muscles before breakfast. Master, I am coming in. I said I'm coming in. Song Lichio woke with a start and hurriedly asked, Father, why are you not teaching me anymore? He is 10 times stronger than you. He is going to eat me alive. Still half asleep, Huang Yu replied, that is not my problem. Stone Truth is not my slave either. The boy complained helplessly, Father, you have already teamed up with him? Outside, Stone Truth was still calling loudly, Master. The boy inside hurriedly replied, I'm coming. Hung Chao turned to her husband and asked, are you not being too harsh? He seems to be having a hard time. Huang Yu calmly replied, he only knows how to complain. He is not a passive child when it comes to learning. He wants to learn more himself, so this is for the best. Song Lichio has always been that kind of child. After saying this, he let out a sigh. She reproached him slightly. He is our son. Why do you keep sighing? Unable to hold back any longer, he sat up and explained in detail. Before the duel, I made 10 daggers for Lichio and told him to use them if he was driven into a corner. Yet he never needed them. Hung Chao asked, not understanding. So what? He slowly continued. It is like when Red Vein, the chieftain of the Blood Forest tribe, asked for help in the war. She said we should help the weak. Lichio is walking the path of a righteous hero, but I raised that child to become an assassin. Outside, Song Lichio was training enthusiastically. He raised one foot, then launched a kick at his opponent's waist. But his foot suddenly changed direction and swept around toward the boy's neck. As Stone Truth's foot came to rest behind his neck, Song Lichio quickly glanced aside. Stone Truth began explaining the move. See, the attack at the ribs is only a feint. Remember, it does not rely on the force of a frontal attack. It relies on making the enemy believe that the attack at the ribs is not a fake. The boy covered his mouth and chuckled. Stone Truth asked in surprise, "What is so funny?" Song Lichio pointed. "No, it is not that. Over there." Stone Truth looked back and saw the girl imitating the movements they had just performed. Stone Truth had no interest in childish antics and turned away. "You have worked hard. Let's take a break." Yulin strode over and asked sharply, "I did not come to see you before your duel with Stone Truth because I did not want to disturb you. But now that the duel is over, why will you not come play with me? Who is next? Who are you going to challenge next?" Song Lichio frowned in confusion. "Why did you come all the way here? What is the matter?" She was extremely annoyed. "What is the matter?" Song Lichio continued questioning her as though he truly did not understand. "The chieftain's daughter came all the way here. Does that not mean you snuck out?" Furious, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, "My mother is so annoying." He asked what? Yulin replied, "She is always nagging me about getting married." Song Lichio asked in confusion, "People your age get married?" Yulin said, "Everyone in the Blood Forest tribe does. All my friends are married already." He asked in confusion, "Then why have you not married? Is there a problem?" Before she could explain, Song Lichio answered for her, "I know. Nobody likes you." She immediately retorted, "No, that is not true. The boys are lining up to ask for my hand." Song Lichio was still merciless. "In any case, who would want a brat as boyish and childish as you?" Yulin was so angry that she kicked him. "I told you that is not true." After venting her anger, she turned and left. Stone Truth, whose experience in romance was as vast as the Milky Way, approached and said, "The Blood Forest girl likes you, Master." "Master," Song Lichio admitted, "I actually like her too." Stone Truth asked, "Then why do you pretend not to understand her flirting?" The boy finally revealed the thoughts he had kept hidden in his heart. "She will inherit Red Vein's position and become the next chieftain of the Blood Forest tribe, while I must return to the Central Plains. There can be no future between us." Hearing this, Stone Truth asked sadly, "What about me? Are you planning to abandon me as well when you return to the Central Plains?" Song Lichio glanced at him and calmly answered, "Should not a slave follow his master?" Stone Truth agreed completely. Naturally, footsteps rustled over fallen leaves. Yojo walked while glancing around, his feet treading lightly on the grass. He parted the brush ahead with his hand, then hid behind a tree and peered outside. The forest in front of him was unnaturally quiet. Yojo slowly drew his sword. But at that moment, a blade was pressed to his neck. Song Lichio commanded from behind him, "Drop your weapon. Move, and your head comes off." He replied, "Master." The boy said coldly, "Yojo, you are dead." Yui leaped down from above. Song Lichio hurriedly stepped back to evade his attack. Yui viciously closed in on him with a saber. The boy nimbly dodged, causing the saber to cleave into a tree trunk. Then Song Lichio flipped backward. When Yui looked back, the boy had already closed in, a sword pressed against his neck. Yui dead. A sword shot out from him as swiftly as the wind and stabbed into the tree trunk. Song Lichio declared, "Stone Truth dead." Stone Truth was hiding behind the tree. "I have not moved yet." The boy reminded him, "Who taught me that if you are discovered during an assassination mission, you are finished?" Stone Truth conceded, "Exactly. I have been defeated again today." Yulin's shouts echoed throughout the forest. "Hey, Song Lichio, come out and talk to me. Are you an idiot? You stupid fool. You act so smart, so why can you not understand how I feel? How much clearer do I have to be before you finally notice? This cannot go on. I am not beating around the bush anymore." He hurriedly covered her mouth. "Come on, let us talk over there." Once they reached a quiet place, Yulin repeated herself, "Since you are an idiot, I will say it plainly. I want to marry you. Tomorrow, I will send my dowry. Be sure to accept it, understand?" Song Lichio's brows drew tightly together at her proposal. She asked anxiously, "Why are you not answering? Do you not want to?" Song Lichio interrupted. "I like you too," Yulin replied. "I already know that. Then why do you not do something when we are both old enough to marry?" Song Lichio opened his heart. "Every night, I dream that I marry you, have children with you, and live happily by your side. Whenever I close my eyes, I dream of it. But a dream is only a dream. It will never become reality." Yulin asked, "Why can it not? You want it, and so do I." He hesitated. "I will soon leave the southern wilderness. I have to return to the central plains." She was deeply shaken upon hearing this. Yulin immediately decided, "I will go with you. I am willing to follow you to the central plains." He reminded her, "I will live in hiding in the central plains, facing death every day. Seeing the woman I love face danger day after day would be painful enough on its own." Seeing her face filled with tears, Song Lichio softly called, "Yulin, you should forget me." At those words, she burst into tears and ran away. When he returned to Yohuei's group, someone else came to see him. Song Lichio. He turned around. "What is it?" Ishur asked. "May I speak with you for a moment? I heard you intend to return to the Central Plains." Song Lichio asked helplessly, "Has the news already spread?" Ishur proposed, "Can I go with you?" Song Lichio was rather surprised. "What?" Ishur had only one wish. "I want to see what the Central Plains are like." Song Lichio said, "I do not know very clearly myself. I left when I was very young, so I do not remember much." Ishur continued, "I suppose it will not be paradise for me either, but at least it will be more interesting than this place." Song Lichio reminded him, "The moment you leave, you will miss the southern wilderness." Ishur's voice was resolute. "I have prepared myself for that." That night, father and son were talking. Huang Yu asked, "Ishur, that Fist King?" Song Lichio confirmed, "Yes. He is not entirely useless, so I agreed to let him come with us." Huang Yu praised him. "Very good. It has been 10 years since we came here to escape the 10-year punishment. At last, the day has come. That child is even taller than his father now." The boy replied, "It is all thanks to father and mother. I'm deeply grateful to you both." Huang Yu reminded him, "Tomorrow, we will return to the Central Plains. I do not know whether the Nine Palaces sect has finished carrying out the 10-year punishment against the Slaughtering Soul Gang. You understand why we must return, do you not?" The boy repeated, "Yes. We must return and rebuild the Dead Spirit Bureau." "That is right. And Little Gao will lead the Dead Spirit Bureau. Your duty is to become Little Gao's capable right-hand man. Do you understand what I mean?" Song Lichio answered, "I understand your concerns, father. I will do everything you tell me, and I will obey Little Gao absolutely." Seeing his attitude, Huang Yu frowned and asked, "Are you angry?" Song Lichio admitted it without concealing anything. "Yes, extremely angry." Huang Yu felt quite guilty. "My son, I am sorry." The boy continued, "Even setting aside father's honor, I still hope she will become someone I can willingly follow." Huang Yu reassured him, "Little Gao will meet your expectations." The boy answered, "Do not worry. Even if she cannot, I will not stand in her way." Song Lichio silently listened to those words and clenched his fists. "Father." The next day, calls echoed across the mountains. "Wife, hurry up. Everyone is waiting." "I am coming." Song Lichio's group was waiting. "We did not bring anything when we came. What is there left for you to pack?" She replied, "I need to check whether I have forgotten anything." The boy reminded him, "Come on, old man. Mother is acting this way because she is sad." Huang Yu replied, "I know, Brad. Are you trying to teach your father now?" Song Lichio told everyone, "All right, let us go. This journey will not be easy, so prepare yourselves." The boy led the group. "We are returning to the Central Plains." As they walked, someone called out, "Song Lichio." Song Lichio, wait. The entire group turned back suspiciously. It was Yulin calling after them. "Wait for me. I will go with you." The boy was surprised by her actions. She ran toward him. "I want to go too. We will go together." Song Lichio hurriedly called her name. "Yulin." She had only one wish. "I do not care what kind of life you want to live. I only want to be by your side." He ran toward her. "I will protect you." Yulin replied, "I believe you." The two embraced. Elsewhere, snow blanketed an entire mountain range. Someone continued walking despite the snow and wind lashing against his face. He struggled onward, dragging his heavy feet through the blizzard as he gradually approached a village at the foot of the mountain. He entered an inn and brushed a few snowflakes from his cloak. The innkeeper hurriedly asked, "Welcome. How may I help you?" He answered, "Bring me a cup of tea." The innkeeper approached his table. What kind would you like, sir? Huang Yu ordered dragon well tea. The innkeeper seemed surprised. Dragon well tea? Sir, because of the famine, we have not been able to stock any dragon well tea. Huang Yu asked, then what tea do you have? The innkeeper introduced, autumn tea grown in Shaanxi has the best flavor. He immediately ordered, then bring me a cup of autumn tea. The innkeeper agreed and left. Yes, right away. The people at the neighboring table murmured among themselves. First he asked for dragon well tea, then autumn tea. He must be rich. He walks into a shack full of freezing people who cannot even afford a bowl of porridge, yet orders an expensive cup of tea. Come on, people like us have to work to eat. We cannot even rest in peace. When those customers left, the innkeeper saw them off. The roads are snowy. Please be careful. He glanced discreetly at the man inside the inn, then closed the door and called out, Sir, would you like someone to drink tea with? Huang Yu confirmed, yes. The man headed in one direction. Follow me. He led Huang Yu onward. This way. The innkeeper carried a lantern to guide him. Huang Yu was led down into a basement room. The innkeeper opened the door. Your companions are here. Everyone inside turned toward the door. Huang Yu was moved. My brothers. They greeted each other warmly. I thought you would not be able to return. This truly is a joyous occasion. I always believed you were still alive. They asked after one another, but brother, have you been doing well lately? The man answered, I've been all right. At least we survived after fleeing the 10-year punishment. Huang Yu turned emotionally to another man. Fourth brother, all our brothers survived and have reunited. It is time to make them pay. Another brother entered. Do not forget to count me in. Everyone turned and asked, how is eldest brother? The man answered, he is well. He is eating quite well too. Someone hurriedly asked about little Gao. What about little Gao? Yukai reported, she has completed her training. Everyone was stunned upon hearing the news. Outside, snow fell heavily as Yulin stretched out her hand to catch the falling flakes. It is so beautiful. Why does something like this fall from the sky? Song Liqiu asked from behind her, do you like it? She answered, I love it. He guessed, everyone is afraid of freezing to death and does not dare leave their homes. But you do not seem afraid of the cold. She confirmed, yes, perhaps I was born for this place. Suddenly, a sound behind them made both turn around. Seeing that he had returned, Yulin said, it is father. She hurried toward Huang Yu, calling father. The snowy road was slippery, and she stumbled. By the time he tried to stop her, it was too late. Careful. Huang Yu helped her up. Are you hurt? Yulin replied, I am fine. Song Liqiu asked, Father, did you meet the other elders? He answered, yes. They are all alive. The boy breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Father's prayers must have reached heaven. Huang Yu ordered, you will depart for 3 Mile Island. Song Liqiu asked in surprise, 3 Mile Island? Huang Yu ordered, go there and meet up with Xiao Gao. You will be the one to revive the Dead Spirit Bureau, not us. I have always told you to follow and assist Xiao Gao. Even if you do not like it, you may fight and eliminate your opponents to establish your position. Your elder brother means for you to settle things on your own, without our help, so there will be no consequences later. Not only I, but the other brothers also agree with your elder brother. He replied, I understand. I will leave at once. Be careful. That person has gone to Mongolia and learned the 8-sword rite from the Naaman tribe. Yun has gone to Kunlun as well. Song Liqiu cut in, do not worry. I am your son, after all. When he reached the river ferry, he asked, may I take the ferry? The ferryman asked, you want to cross the river? He confirmed, yes. I want to go to 3 Mile Island. The old man slowly untied the mooring rope. What are you going to such a desolate place for? Just give me 5 coins. Song Liqiu boarded the boat and set off. He said, I will give you 10 coins as long as you come back for me in the morning. The ferryman warned him anxiously, you should not stay in that desolate place for too long. Song Liqiu did not make things difficult for him. If you come here and do not see me, just leave without me. The ferryman wished him luck. All right, I hope I get to see you again. He stepped off the boat. Thank you for the ride. Song Liqiu silently made his way inland alone. In the midst of that vast wasteland stood a hut. He walked toward it step by step. Then a voice sounded behind him. How many? Song Liqiu turned and saw someone standing there. The man asked, how many people have you killed over the past 10 years? He answered honestly, I have never counted. Song Liqiu's voice had become colder than the snow and wind of the north. However, that number will increase by 1 today. Yin walked toward him step by step. You have learned how to talk back. It seems the little brat from back then has grown up. Do you know what my dear master has dreamed of day and night for the past decade? Following Xiao Gao and becoming her subordinate. Forcing me to serve someone I have never even met. From the looks of it, you must have had a difficult time as well. Song Liqiu believed the council council of elders would not say such things without reason. The man replied, "They have brainwashed you." Yun lifted the flap of the hut. "They trained you quite well. My martial uncle must be very proud to have such a loyal hound as you." They entered where two people were already seated. One of them was Ryu-un. Yun stared at her in astonishment. "Who are you?" Ishur looked toward the entrance, then stepped forward and said, "I knew you would grow up to be beautiful, but I never imagined you would be even more beautiful than I had pictured." She coldly ordered, "You swindler, do not act as though you know me." Yun shamelessly said, "Whether it is for the Dead Spirit Bureau or some other nonsense, you should not get involved. I will buy a house with a master bedroom reserved just for you." A sharp dagger was pressed to his throat. Ryu-un calmly ordered, "Want another breathing hole? If not, get lost." Yan laughed. "Why is everyone so tense?" "I was only trying to lighten the mood." Ishur interjected, "Shut up. You are hurting my ears. Shut your mouth and sit down." Yin turned and asked, "Auntie, look at that guy." He rose with his sword in hand. "The place martial uncle chose is indeed fitting. We should settle our personal grudges before getting down to business." He faced him directly. "I am no longer the and of the past." Ryu-un reminded them, "Do not wreck this place. Go outside if you want to slash and kill each other." Ishur continued to taunt him. "So you have finally admitted how shabby and filthy you are." Yeah, and gritted out each word. "I have always wanted to tear that mouth apart." He continued, "Bastard, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life crawling around." As soon as he said that, he fell silent. His eyes widened in surprise as he stared ahead. Ishur realized, "She is here." He dashed out of the hut. Outside, a young woman was leisurely walking toward them. Xiao Gao said, "I know you still doubt me. I do not like forcing others, either. Today is the only chance you will have to point your swords at me. Stop talking and come at me." Ishur asked, "What if I win?" She replied, "I will become your subordinate." Someone began drawing a sword. "That sounds good." Ryu-un was the first to charge forward. Yun remarked, "Even that fiery temperament suits my taste." She approached Xiao Gao with her sharp sword drawn. Xiao Gao remained calm and fearless. Her gaze was as tranquil as a still lake. The sword was at Xiao Gao's throat. She lightly shifted the angle of her feet. Ryu-un's slash missed, cutting only air, and her sword hand immediately twisted back around. As the blade swung at her, Xiao Gao ducked beneath it. She began to draw her own sword. Sharp swords clanged against each other. Ryu-un raised her sword again. Xiao Gao blocked it with her scabbard and moved in behind her opponent. A whisper sounded beside her ear. "You truly are beautiful. If I were a man, I would be hopelessly smitten with you, junior sister. Will you serve me?" Ryu-un counterattacked. "Then show me whether you are worthy." Decisive sword strikes came at Xiao Gao, but she blocked every one of them. Ryu-un shouted, Show me what gives you the right to become the leader of the soul-slaying gang." Ryu-un unleashed a barrage of attacks. By then, Xiao Gao had had enough of playing around. Her sword wrist lifted, and her footwork accelerated. She launched her first counterstrike. Ryu-un was shocked to find the blade at her face. Xiao Gao asked, "I will be careful not to leave a scar on your face. Or would you like to see something even more formidable?" Ryu-un staggered backward. She sheathed her sword and clasped her hands in salute before declaring, "I concede. From this day on, I, Ryu-un, will become your subordinate." Xiao Gao replied, "Thank you. I am delighted to have such a beautiful junior sister in the bureau." She glanced at the others. Who was next? Someone immediately rushed forward. It was none other than Ishur, who had been waiting all along. He slowly approached where Xiao Gao stood. His sword came down, and she blocked it with her own. Xiao Gao fixed her gaze intently upon the man before her. Ishur withdrew his sword and carefully assessed his opponent. Then he swung again. Ishur looked especially solemn now. At first, Xiao Gao merely kept dodging his attacks. Then she made her first counterattack, but he promptly struck back with his sword. She sprang upward to evade it. Xiao Gao drove her foot straight into her opponent. Yishistegirit Bakirt. He quickly rushed in to attack again. She retreated, drawing him in. Their sword fight was like a film playing in fast forward. One attacked while the other only defended. The air was strangely silent, save for the ear-piercing clash of blades. Both exerted force and pushed the other back. Ishur lifted his foot and kicked at her. Xiao Gao nimbly ducked, then struck him squarely in the stomach with her scabbard. Ishur retreated in pain. She seized the chance to draw her sword. One strike shot straight toward her opponent. Ishur shifted his footing, trying to keep himself steady. Meanwhile, Xiao Gao descended. He began to panic as her strike shattered Ishur's defense. The blade rested beside his face. She reminded him, "You will be my subordinate, so I will not let you be injured." At last, Ishur sheathed his sword and accepted the truth. "I concede. From now on, I am willing to obey all your orders." Xiao Gao had heard of him before. "Are you Ishur? You will be my right-hand man. With you in the bureau, it will be like a tiger gaining wings. And you? Are you Yuan, or Song Liqiu?" He introduced himself. "I am Yuan." Xiao Gao ordered him, "Draw your sword." Yuan admitted, "My martial arts are deeper than those of the people here, so I realized it sooner. One truly cannot judge a person by appearance. I'm willing to submit under your command." She glanced toward the hut and asked, "A thoughtful decision, Yuan. Then Song Liqiu has not arrived yet." The other man pointed behind him. "No, he's inside the hut." When he reached 3 Mile Island, he tucked his tail between his legs. Song Liqiu was resting inside. Xiao Gao entered with the others. She ordered, "Wake him up." Ishur kicked his leg. "Wake up. Big sister Xiao Gao is here. Wake up." Only then did he open his half-lidded eyes. Song Liqiu quickly clasped his hands in salute. "Greetings. I am Song Liqiu." She asked, "Everyone has decided to become my subordinate and assist me. What about you?" Song Liqiu agreed. "I am willing to submit." The final person had submitted. Xiao Gao needed to discuss what came next, while he remained in the same respectful posture. She said, "Today, I have something important to tell all of you. I will become the king of hell." They were all utterly astonished. The king of hell? That was the dream of every assassin. She continued, "It is not only my lord's wish, it is mine as well. Countless martial artists in the martial world consider themselves invincible, yet no one has ever become the king of hell, not even once. Submit to me, because I will be that person." Huang Yu was very pleased upon hearing of this. The king of hell? That is certainly Xiao Gao. At the very least, she should have such ambition. Song Liqiu continued. "Rather than gathering 5 people to revive the Dead Spirit Bureau, she ordered each of us to establish our own sect. It seems they fear that if the Dead Spirit Bureau's name spreads through the martial world, it will attract the attention of the 9 Great Sects Alliance." He continued, "That is why all of you were ordered to establish sects of your own. In the future, the Orthodox factions will not be able to trouble you so easily, and later you can unite as one." He agreed. "I think so too. It is the most suitable strategy." Before the first day of April, each of us received an assassination request. It appears she wants us to draw the Heavenly Slaughter sect's attention. He reminded him, "We have no time to rest. I will leave tomorrow." That night, Song Liqiu returned, propped his sword against the table, and climbed into bed. He said to Yulin, "I told you that every day of my life is a brush with death." She replied, "I know, but I will still follow you wholeheartedly. Just promise me one thing. Promise me that you will never die." Song Liqiu embraced her from behind and whispered, "How could I leave you behind and die?" Only then did Yulin slowly turn around. Suddenly, she cried out loudly, "Promise me." He held Yulin in his arms and soothed her. All right, I promise." The next day, before leaving, Song Liqiu said, "The martial world is a frightening place, full of too many uncertainties. I cannot help worrying about my family's safety. We still do not know who is lurking in the shadows, and until the 10 punishments are lifted, I cannot let down my guard. Please take care of my family." One Foot promised, "My lord, you need not worry. Even if I must sacrifice my life, I will protect them." Only then did he feel somewhat reassured. "All right, I must be on my way." Those staying behind wished him well. "Take care. Come back soon." Song Liqiu strode away resolutely. "Let us go." He thought to himself, "Father, I will begin rebuilding the Dead Spirit Bureau. I will not disappoint you." When they reached a small town, lively chatter filled the streets. "Where did you get the money to buy wine?" The 2 men were talking. "We have some dirty money, do we not? Did they not tell us to spend that embezzled money as quickly as possible so they can destroy the evidence?" "That is right. We need to spend it quickly." Suddenly, someone brushed past and bumped a man's shoulder, causing him to stumble to the ground. The people nearby were startled. "What is going on? How dare those bastards bump my shoulder and walk away?" One man demanded, "You there, stop. If you bump into someone, you should apologize." Yohui's group turned around and asked, "Who?" His gaze turned icy. "Me?" That man was punched so hard that his teeth flew out. Yui followed with a punch to his stomach. "You want me to apologize?" They joined forces to deal with the others. "You are the ones who should apologize to us." The bystanders murmured, "Should we stop them?" "Do not meddle unless you want trouble." Yojo shouted. What are you looking at? Get lost. The man whose face was covered in blood from his nose angrily asked, Do you know who my elder brother is? You have picked the wrong person to provoke. Yui did not care in the least. So what? What are you going to do? A voice shouted from behind. What do you think you are doing? Song Lichio stepped forward and rebuked them. Stop, otherwise this man will die. Yojo reported, Master, they struck first. He reminded them, You are being too reckless. Leave. Yui pointed at the people lying in the street. You are lucky. If it were not for our master, you would already be dead. They went to an inn. As soon as they entered, they called for the waiter. He hurriedly came to greet them. Yes, honored guests. What do you need? Song Lichio said, Bring me another bottle of wine. The waiter obeyed. Yes, honored guest. I will bring it right away. Someone shouted loudly from behind. Who was it? Who dared lay hands on my younger brother? Who did this to my brother's face? Get out here now. One man glanced in their direction and asked, Are you sure he came here? The man behind him confirmed, Yes, brother. I followed them and saw them enter this place. Someone inside the inn called out, Master, can we have another bottle? Bring another bottle of wine over here. The man pointed at them. It was them. An object was thrown at Yui. Bastards. He asked coldly, What is your problem? The man asked, Who are you people? I have never seen you before. Where did these outsiders come from? When the man grabbed Yui by the hair, Yui warned him, Striking someone on the head is the same as striking their father. You have just disrespected my father. The way he said it left the man confused. What are you talking about? Father? What? One man asked, Master, may I kill these people? The man was still curious. Listen to what this brat is saying. Do whatever you want to those who disrespect your father. A hand suddenly landed on the arrogant man's head. Yui counterattacked, slamming his head down onto the table. The bruised man cried out in fear, Brother! The person beside him hurriedly ordered, Attack him. As someone rushed in, Yui drove his elbow straight into the man's face. Ishur swung his fist at the other one. Shouts rang out, Kill them. Bastards! One by one, they were knocked to the ground. Yui casually hoisted one man up and smashed him hard into the ground. Everyone panicked and clamored. There is a fight. There is a fight in the inn. If this keeps up, you will be in trouble. Hurry and get out of here. Yui continued fighting fiercely, lifting a chair and smashing it into a man. Ishur used nothing but his fists to beat another man senseless. The man's entire body flew into a corner. Blood covered his pale face, and he could no longer move. Another man was similarly beaten face first to the floor, and the entire inn descended into chaos. An old man at a nearby table spoke up. A place that ought to be full of laughter and joy has been turned into this mess. Are you the ones responsible? With that, he slammed his wine cup down. The 8th Hall Master hobbled forward with his cane. I figure barbarians like you came here to spend money, but instead of feeling rich, you'll be dead before you can spend the night here. Yojo blocked his path. The 8th Hall Master shouted, Don't block this old man's way. Move aside. Song Lichio said, Let him pass. The old man continued criticizing them. Young people these days have no manners at all. Song Lichio replied, Then do you have any idea how we can survive? The 8th Hall Master said, Risking your lives isn't the only option. I can back you until you establish yourselves and open a martial arts school in Kaifeng, Hunan. As you can see, there are already hundreds like them in this area alone. Song Lichio said politely, Thank you for your kindness, but we do not need it. You may leave now. The old man named his price. I suppose you cannot afford it. Fine, I'll cut the price in half. You remind me of when I first arrived in the Central Plains, so I'll make this concession just once. Song Lichio called out, Yojo. Yojo awaited his orders. Yes, Song Lichio said calmly. Kill him. A fist came crashing down toward the 8th Hall Master's head. Ryu-un hurried out and cried, What are you doing? Stop. He is the 8th Hall Master of the Beggars Gang. Yojo's fist stopped, but he did not care about the man's status and threw another punch at him. Ryu-un stared in disbelief. She stepped forward and introduced herself. I am Ryu-un, the Beggars Gang messenger in Kaifeng. Young master, your disrespectful conduct is jeopardizing our cooperation and making things difficult for us. Song Lichio replied, Your people started it. She said, I apologize for their conduct. We need to restore order and resume business, so I respectfully ask that you leave for now. If there's anything you need, please let me know. Song Lichio said, Tell your gang leader to come here tonight, along with the other 5 Hall Masters. As for the 8th Hall Master, I will keep him here. Ryu-un asked curiously. Is my apology not enough? Song Lichio raised his cup. I came here today intending to drink blood wine. Elsewhere, a man was writing a letter. When he heard Ryu-un's report, he was rather surprised. Blood wine. She confirmed, yes. Does that not mean he intends to become an assassin? Untak said irritably, that madman. The martial world is already in turmoil. Even some petty, trivial matter can become a matter of life and death. What a headache, Ryu-un said. It seems the dispute has gone too far. He asked, are they strong enough to stand against the heavenly slaughter sect? She denied it. No, that is not what I meant. Untak looked outside and called, Donghe, are you awake? A voice answered from within, yes, my eyes are wide open. He ordered, go deal with the trouble at the Heavenly Blossom Inn. You will be paid with a meal afterward. Donghe's hand reached out. He accepted the assignment. Understood. Upon arriving, Donghe exclaimed, what a sight to behold. Seeing how he always strutted about with his chest puffed out, I knew he would get himself into trouble someday. Just as I said, he finally got what was coming to him. It seems our guest has had a little too much to drink today. Time to go home and sleep it off, sir. Do not worry about this mess. We will handle it. Song Lichio took a sip of wine and asked, are you the manager? Donghe replied, I am merely a lowly worker here to clean up. Song Lichio said, then bring out the one in charge. Donghe put his sword on the table. Sir, you should understand that our manager is not some stray dog who comes running whenever someone calls. So, while I'm still being polite, you should leave. You can still keep your friends here, can't you? That is generous enough, is it not, sir? Song Lichio repeated coldly. The manager. Bring him out. Donghe raised a finger. Listen, I will count to 3. If you are still sitting there, do not blame me. 1. Before he could count to 2, a wine cup flew straight into his face, its fragments scattering through the air. The men Donghe had brought were all stunned, while he clutched his aching head. Seeing him fall, the men around him cried out in alarm. Lord Donghe! They drew their swords. It seems you will not listen, no matter what we say. You have thrown away your own chance to leave unharmed. Song Lichio picked up the sword on the table. If this is what you want, then I should oblige you. Yojio shut the door. As the men charged at him fiercely, Song Lichio dealt with them calmly. His sword pierced one man through the chest. Alone, he moved freely amid their encirclement. Song Lichio's movements were incredibly agile. Outside, snow blanketed the rooftops. Snowflakes drifted down in silence, while one man inside was sent flying outdoors. The man's body crashed backward. Song Lichio stepped forward and reminded himself, be ruthless. Do not hesitate. The terrified man begged, do not kill me. Song Lichio thought, I must kill him, whatever the reason. This is simply part of my job. Donghe grabbed the sword blade with his bare hand. Looking at the corpse, Song Lichio told himself, get used to killing and death. That is how one survives. Untak was horrified by the sight. Song Lichio looked up at the man standing upstairs. His expression turned serious. Ryu-un opened the door and called, Manager. She hurriedly supported him. Are you all right? Untak ordered, send word to the Heavenly Slaughter sect that someone wishes to drink blood wine. She turned sharply. Yes, sir. He called her back. No, wait. Summon every hall master here. When he came down to meet them, he introduced himself. I am Untak, the Kaifeng manager of the intelligence hall. Song Lichio said, Manager, I am considering making use of the intelligence hall's capabilities. He asked, I do not understand what you mean. Song Lichio replied, I intend to drink blood wine, but the Heavenly Slaughter sect is a thorn in my side. I want you to find everything concerning disciples of the Heavenly Slaughter sect living within the territory of this local beggars gang branch. Untak answered, I do not see why the intelligence hall should agree to such a request when we do not even know what we stand to gain. Song Lichio said, I will spare your life. Anyone who obstructs my plans will be killed without mercy, whether they belong to the Heavenly Slaughter sect, the beggars gang, or even the intelligence hall. Untak laughed upon hearing this. He said bluntly, then go ahead and kill me. Though we are members of the intelligence hall, famed throughout the land, are we not all martial artists? Why should we fear death? After all, we will be killed if we are caught sharing information about the Heavenly Slaughter sect. If death awaits me either way, would it not be more meaningful to use this life for something else? Song Lichio saw through him. You want to make a deal with me? Untak replied, I will provide all the information you want. In exchange, I want the head of the intelligence hall master. Song Lichio was greatly surprised, as were the people beside him. Manager, how can you say such a thing? An image of someone surfaced in Song Lichio's mind. He slammed his wine cup down on the table and called out, Yojio, kill him. Yojio obeyed. Yes. His sword hand rose. Untak tightly shut his eyes. Just as Yojio was about to rush forward, someone ordered, "Wait." Ryu-un stepped in front of him. "Please stop. From what I heard, you wish to use the Intelligence Hall's information network. But if you kill the manager, your plan cannot be carried out." Yojio asked, "My lord, should I kill this woman first?" Song Lichio gave no answer for a long while. Yojio turned and asked curiously, "My lord," Song Lichio said, "I need more information. Why do you want to kill the Intelligence Hall Master?" Untak explained, "The current Hall Master used despicable means to overthrow and replace the former Hall Master. Most members of the Intelligence Hall do not accept the current Hall Master." Song Lichio frowned at those words. "Despicable means?" Untak continued. 2 years ago, the former Hall Master was deposed by the current Hall Master with the aid of assassins. Song Lichio understood. "I see. Such is life. One never knows when fortune will rise or fall. I will kill him, the current Intelligence Hall Master." The two of them sighed in relief. Untak said, "I will provide all the information you need about the Heavenly Slaughter Sect." Song Lichio praised him. "You are quick-witted. And remember this. This is the last deal I will accept." Untak said, "The Heavenly Blossom Inn must continue operating. We will arrange rooms for you at another inn. Please move there." Song Lichio agreed. "Very well." As he walked out, Untak called Stable Hall Master. The man answered, "Yes, manager." Untak instructed, "Send people to clean up the Heavenly Blossom Inn. From now on, no one is to mention what happened at the Heavenly Blossom Inn. Keep your mouth shut and breathe not a word. Whoever speaks will lose his head immediately." The two replied together, "Understood. We will remember." He added, "From today onward, all members are to focus on investigating the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. Gather all information related to the Heavenly Slaughter Sect and deliver it to Hall Master Hyang." Someone asked hesitantly, "But can we really trust them?" Untak had no choice but to accept it. "We can only trust them." The next day, a new morning began. Someone looked toward Yojio's group and gossiped. "They seem to be from the south. Their tan skin is rather attractive. Is that because they come from the tropics? What, do you like them?" The two young women hiding behind the door continued chatting. "Control yourself. They are killers. Recently, they killed 6 people from the Intelligence Hall. Do not even think about trying to win their favor." "What? Are you serious?" Ryuun approached and asked coldly, "What are you doing here?" They became frightened. "Hall Master," she reminded them coldly, "this is a restricted area. Have you forgotten the manager's orders?" They said apologetically, "Forgive us. We did not mean to come here." Ryuun scolded them. "You are too noisy. Hurry and prepare to receive guests before the inn reopens." Both obeyed. "Yes, Hall Master." They hurried away. Ryuun entered the room and handed Song Lichio a stack of documents. "We received these from the horse traders and gambling houses." She continued, "It is information about the Heavenly Slaughter Sect." Song Lichio opened a letter and read it. Ryuun stood silently to one side, not daring to make a sound. Song Lichio spread the pile of documents across the table. Ryuun continued, "I heard the Heavenly Slaughter Sect has heightened its vigilance because of this war." Song Lichio replied, "Their territory is being disturbed. It is only natural that they would be cautious." Ryuun said, "Although their leaders trying to make this war look like a dispute among barbarians, it is uncertain how long they can keep everyone fooled. What if we stage a false flag operation?" Song Lichio reassured her, "Do not bother. Against a great sect like the Heavenly Slaughter Sect, such a half-hearted deception would only make them more suspicious." Ryuun understood. "I see." The room fell silent again. Ryuun asked, "When will you begin the blood wine ritual?" Song Lichio answered casually, "When the time is right." Silence once more filled the room. His coldness left Ryuun speechless. Song Lichio spread the documents across the table. "Everyone come in." The men hurried inside and called in unison, "My lord." Song Lichio named the first man. Yujio, 5 Mile Valley, Sway Creek, the 4 Freaks of Heaven's Annihilation, Yui, Dark Eagle Army, the Azure Heavens Killing God, Ishur, 9 Branch River, and the Wandering Fisherman. Song Lichio issued his order coldly. "Kill them all. A frontal assault will certainly fail, so act discreetly." They obeyed and departed, each with an assignment. Outside, snow had blanketed the entire area. Someone raised a hand to stop a man. "No means no. I told you that you cannot enter." The man shouted, "What nonsense is this? I am the chief of the beggars' gang. There is nowhere in Kaifeng that I cannot enter. The gatekeeper answered disdainfully, I do not care whether you are from the beggars' gang or a nobleman. This is not beggars' gang territory. This is the palace of the king of hell. If you wish to live, do not even think of stepping inside. Elder Hong asked, what palace of the king of hell? Deliver this to Song Liqiu. Tell him to come out at once and receive Miss Xiao Gao's orders. At that moment, Song Liqiu was studying what the man had brought him, a map. Song Liqiu stroked his chin in thought. Elder Hong sat at the next table. He reminded him, at least look at it and pretend to be doing something. Miss Xiao Gao said she wanted all of you to attract the martial world's attention until she becomes the king of hell, but you look like a freeloader enjoying a life of luxury. Miss Xiao Gao is striving to accomplish great things, yet she has a subordinate like you. It truly worries me. Come sit here, boy. I have a few things to tell you. The cup Elder Hong had just been drinking from was shattered by a thrown pin. It struck the floor with a sharp clatter. Eldeon cursed furiously. Basta! Song Liqiu warned, I will spare your life because Xiao Gao sent you. But if you open your mouth one more time, I cannot guarantee that you will leave here alive. The old man was terrified upon hearing this. Song Liqiu's face was filled with ruthlessness. Song Liqiu repeated, so why are you here? Elder Hong handed him something. Here. Song Liqiu took it. What is this? The old man replied, open it. When he did, Song Liqiu was surprised. A banknote worth 10,000 taels. The old man continued, this is funding provided by the Dead Spirit Bureau. Miss Xiao Gao said you would need a great deal of silver to enter the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's territory. Song Liqiu asked, she gave Yishur, Yeun, and Ryun funds as well. The old man confirmed, that is right. Song Liqiu glanced thoughtfully at what he held, then ordered, all right, take it back. But this money, Song Liqiu said, tell Xiao Gao this. What the Dead Spirit Bureau left behind belongs to the older generation. If she truly wishes to become the king of hell, she should not rely on what belongs to others. Elder Hong was stunned. He said, the total sum entrusted to me by the Dead Spirit Bureau is 90,000 taels, and the money this old man has saved over his entire life is nearly equal to that amount. The Dead Spirit Bureau's silver will be returned to Miss Xiao Gao. I have no intention of embezzling it. Song Liqiu paused and asked, what do you mean? The old man suddenly offered, my money, all the money I've saved my entire life, I will give it to you. Song Liqiu asked why. Elder Hong clasped his hands and pleaded sincerely, King of Hell, please let this old man witness the existence of the King of Hell. Elsewhere, a man walked through the heavy snow and asked the person following him, so what did the boat owner say? The follower replied, they said they will not sell for less than 1,000 taels. The man was surprised. Is that so? Just tell him we will pay 900 taels and conclude the purchase. Whether you buy it for 800 and pocket 100 or buy it for 700 pocket 200, it does not matter. The man confirmed, yes, I will certainly purchase it for you. The man said, I await good news. The follower happily departed. I will finish it as quickly as possible. The man sighed. With money, even ghosts and gods can be commanded. Several boats lay blanketed in snow. A bamboo tube protruded from beneath one of them. One of Song Liqiu's men was hiding beneath the boat. The bamboo tube pointed toward the men above. Yishur held his breath as he bit down on the bamboo tube, hearing their entire conversation. My lord, the young mistress is about to give birth. The man hurried away. Really? Quickly, let us go. Yishur remained hidden, undiscovered. The bamboo tube slowly disappeared beneath the boat. Only then did Yishur dare to breathe heavily. Elsewhere, at their place, Ryun was already waiting at the gate. She returned to her room, shut the door tightly, and said, what a pity. The King of Hell truly does not exist. Song Liqiu spoke from the next room. Anyone who wishes to become the King of Hell must pass through the Yellow Springs. Without the power to return from the realm of the dead, they cannot become the King of Hell while still alive. Elder Hong concluded, then you should be glad to accept it. Ryun was carrying a stack of documents. When she saw the door behind her being pushed open, she was surprised. Elder Hong had entered. The elder cleared his throat to announce himself. Ryun was initially too stunned to understand. Meanwhile, Elder Hong remained deep in thought. He recalled the words, I hope money saves you from death. Ryun had said those very words when she entered. Song Liqiu opened the documents she had brought and examined them. She reported, I have gathered information on the leader of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect. I have heard of that old man before. He is so miserly that he never married, believing that supporting a wife and children would be too expensive. I cannot believe someone like him would give away all his wealth over a mere legend. As soon as she finished speaking, both of their expressions turned alarmed. She said awkwardly, I am sorry. I was waiting outside the door and accidentally overheard your conversation. Song Lichio replied, everyone has a personal wish. For him, it is to see the king of hell. Ryu Un frowned and continued, the king of hell, the assassin who has attained every assassin's dream. To freely walk the path of an assassin without being controlled or influenced by anyone else. Such a person truly. Song Lichio interrupted her. Miss, I need several sets of clothes suitable for the young master of a wealthy family. When he arrived at their headquarters, the gatekeeper asked, what brings you here? Young man, Song Lichio replied, I have come to see your leader. The man asked, why are you seeking the leader? He answered, I wish to request his assistance. The man followed procedure and asked, do you have an appointment? Song Lichio denied it. No, not yet. The gatekeeper continued, then you cannot see him. I am sorry, but you need to make an appointment and return another time. He muttered, I see. Then no one can help me with this. I intended to commission him for a job worth 220,000 gold coins, but I suppose I will have to find someone else. The two gatekeepers exchanged glances and silently communicated. One of them called after him, wait a moment, please wait. After Song Lichio passed that hurdle, he was immediately subjected to a body search. The man politely said, please forgive our discourtesy. The leader does not accept private commissions, but today is an exceptional case. Song Lichio replied casually, it is all right. I understand. The man gestured ahead. This way, please. As they walked, the man relayed information to his people. What is his name? The other replied, I do not know. He said he would introduce himself once he meets the leader. The man asked again, is he a court official? The other answered, I do not know. I checked Kai Feng's records for anyone capable of paying 20,000 gold coins, but found nothing. He may be from another district. He is highly suspicious. Send 2 more guards to the reception room and tell them to stay alert. As soon as he entered, Song Lichio saw a turtle. He and the turtle exchanged looks. Then Song Lichio calmly sat down. The inner door slowly opened. Hall Master Hyang said courteously, I have kept our honored guest waiting for too long. My apologies. I had some urgent matters to attend to. In any case, I heard that you wish to commission me for a task worth 20,000 gold coins. Song Lichio stated his request. I want you to kill someone. The man guessed. You are from the martial world. Song Lichio confirmed it. That is correct. Hall Master Hyang said reasonably, since you offered 20,000 gold coins, I do not believe this will be a simple matter. But if that person is capable of threatening us, the price will rise. Song Lichio accepted. I will give you whatever you want, so long as you can crush his throat. The man laughed in amusement. You are not easy to bargain with, are you? Then whose neck do you want? Song Lichio declared coldly, the leader of the Kai Feng branch of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. That would be you. Upon hearing that, Hall Master Hyang grew so enraged that veins bulged on his forehead. Song Lichio kicked the table toward him. The table struck his chest, while Song Lichio's chair tipped backward. He nearly fell, but fortunately, the man behind him served as a human cushion. By then, Song Lichio had drawn his sword. He then leaped onto the table and accelerated toward the man opposite him. One subordinate raised his sword and blocked Song Lichio's blade. Song Lichio twisted aside and cut through his opponent's sword. He steadily closed in on Hall Master Hyang. The man immediately lifted the table and used it to block Song Lichio's attack. Song Lichio was knocked backward against the wall. The man shouted, "What the hell are you, you bastard? Who sent you here?" Song Lichio gave his name. Song Lichio. Hall Master Hyang was shocked. Song Lichio, who do you think you are, daring to come after me? A subordinate stepped in front of him. "Leader, please step back." Song Lichio repeated, "The sect master of the soul-slaying gang. The sect that will replace the Heavenly Slaughter sect in Kaifeng in the future." Song Lichio. Hall Master Hyang immediately ordered, "Kill this madman." The man behind him raised his sword and swung at Song Lichio. He spun around and blocked it with his scabbard, and he thrust the scabbard into his opponent's shoulder. Another man rushed in from behind. Song Lichio swept his leg beneath the man, sending him crashing backward. He He calmly dealt with every person in his way. Another man seized the opportunity to swing his blade, but Song Lichio leaned aside and dodged it. He raised his sword and seized the opening. With one strike, he stabbed straight through his opponent's stomach. The man's eyes widened in pain, and his sword fell from his hand. Another man desperately ran outside, shouting, "The leader is in danger. Hurry and call for help." Before he could finish, his entire body froze. Song Lichio had thrown his sword from inside, burying it deep in the man's back. Taking advantage of Song Lichio being unarmed, Hall Master Hyang swung his sword at him. Song Lichio nimbly dodged to the side. The man continued slashing at him relentlessly. Song Lichio grabbed a fallen sword from the ground. At the same time, he flipped the table toward Hall Master Hyang. The man blocked it with his hands, and he gathered his strength and shoved the table forward. When there was no movement, Hall Master Hyang peered over it. The moment he turned to look behind him, he saw Song Lichio, who decisively drove his sword into him. He then pulled the sword free. Blood sprayed wildly from Hall Master Hyang's body as he slowly fell backward. At last, Song Lichio had dealt with the man. Then he heard voices outside. "Is the leader all right?" Several men rushed over, speaking as they ran. "I do not know. I had a bad feeling about that man from the beginning." The moment they entered, they stopped in their tracks. Song Lichio was surrounded on all sides. He glanced at the newcomers and let out a fierce shout, readying himself for the brutal battle ahead. Elsewhere, a conversation could be heard. "I do not understand why someone as calm as still water would agree to this deal. I cannot explain it to you. It is a trade secret that took me more than 20 years of hardship to learn." The other person replied, "Is that so? You only need to bring out the boat. I will handle the rest." The follower answered, "I will launch the boat at the pier early tomorrow morning. Once you pay the remaining amount, the boat will be yours." They bid each other farewell. "All right, thank you for your hard work. I will see you tomorrow." Before leaving, the other man added, "By the way, congratulations on gaining another fine son through marriage. I hope your son grows up soon, before everything has been arranged." Watching the man's departing back, he said indifferently, "Grows up? Right. By then, he will already be a young man, will he not? There is nothing left in this life for me to regret." Just as he finished sighing, something stabbed into him from behind. His body staggered backward and crashed to the ground. He died on a frigid, snowy night. Back at the inn, Ryu-un hurried inside and called out, "Manager, manager." Un-tak, seated in his office, looked up and asked, "What is it?" She hesitated. "This." She handed him a letter containing the news. "The heavenly slaughter sect's foremost assassin, the wandering fisherman, is dead." Un-tak was startled. The wandering fisherman is dead? And the four freaks of heavenly destruction and the sky dome, killing God as well? That cannot be. She continued, "That is not all. The leader of the heavenly slaughter sect is dead too." He exclaimed, "The world has truly turned upside down overnight. Now a bloody storm will surely rise." Someone entered from outside to report, "Manager, Hall Master, someone is looking for both of you in the rear courtyard." When he arrived, he announced, "It is Un-tak." Song Lichio called from inside, "Come in." When the two of them entered, they saw that Song Lichio's outer robe was stained with fresh blood. He set the bowl of water he had just drunk down on the table. Un-tak murmured the name, "The Soul Slaying Gang." Song Lichio reminded him, "Manager Un, let us begin our agreement." The following morning, heavy snow blanketed the rooftops, while someone hurried over outside. He carried a letter into a shop, then approached a table and called out, "My lord." Lord Guan looked rather surprised. "It has been a long time. You have been difficult to find lately. You must be quite busy." The man handed over the letter. "Compared with me, you are much busier, my lord, so it has been difficult to meet you. In any case, this is the principal and interest on the money I borrowed." He accepted it. "Thank you." The man replied, "It is nothing. I should be the one thanking you. It was truly helpful. Enjoy your meal, my lord. I will be going now." After reading the letter, Lord Guan stopped him. "Wait, what is this? It is absurd that so much interest is missing." The man was shocked. "Missing? I put in the full amount." Lord Guan replied, "Look, this is only the interest for 1 month, but it has already been 3 months. The man replied, "I came to repay you 2 months ago, but I could not see you because you had gone traveling." Lord Guan demanded, "What do you mean, traveling?" The man answered, "That is what the gatekeeper told me. He said you had gone traveling and did not know when you would return." Lord Guan was bewildered. "Gatekeeper? What gatekeeper? My house has never had a gatekeeper." The man could not believe it. "A gatekeeper? He was standing watch in front of your residence." That man clearly Lord Guan corrected him. I do not know whom you are talking about, and I have never left Kaifeng. Traveling? In any case, this is still not enough. You still owe me 300 taels. Understood. At first, the man let out a sigh. Then he cursed, You swindler. Lord Guan became angry. What? Look at him. Even when the debt was due, I never pressured you to repay it. I trusted you and waited. What? A swindler? The other man shouted back, Lies. What were you waiting for? Lord Guan deliberately asked. You did this on purpose, so you would not have to pay the interest, did you? The debtor tried to rush forward, but Lord Guan's subordinate stopped him. Let me go. That must be it. The subordinate ruthlessly threw him to the ground. I said, let me go. The man hit the ground hard in agony. Lord Guan ordered, Bring me the deed to your land within 1 week. I will allow you to remain in debt until then. If you cannot repay that debt within a month, you'll have to sell not only your house, but your wife and children as well. Think carefully. Having said that, he ordered his men to leave. Let us go. The people behind him whispered among themselves, My lord, another person has been deceived by that vile man. What a filthy bastard. That poor man is pitiful. The man trudged unsteadily down the road and carelessly fell onto the white snow. Someone worriedly ran over and called out, Hey! He crouched down and asked, Are you all right? The man burst into tears. What am I supposed to do now? My home and land are all gone. The other man replied, I understand how you feel right now. If it were me, I would use everything I had to hire someone to assassinate him. This world is truly rotten. The man hesitated. An assassin? That would be nice, but with only these few coins. No, if your home and land are going to be taken away anyway, would it not be better to use that money to get rid of him? The man asked his rescuer, Listen, have you ever heard of that assassin? The man led him somewhere and called out, Manager, come receive us. All right, you are here. He asked about his condition. How is it? I heard you dislocated your back. Are you all right? The manager replied, Do not mention it. I am nearly recovered. My legs still work fine. As their palms met, a letter was secretly passed between them. The man waved casually as he left. Take care. He then went to deliver something to another person. This is the list of payments due this month. Please pass it on to the manager. The man obeyed. Yes, I will deliver it. He brought the letter to Ryu-un. Manager, this is... She opened the letter and saw a neatly folded piece of paper inside. After reading it, Ryu-un hurried away to find someone. She went to Song Liqiao. Sect Master, it is an invitation. We have received our first commission. He carefully read it. Lord Guan, a moneylender. All right, accept it. Send word for them to investigate Lord Guan. And since this is the soul-slaying gang's first commission, we will charge 1 tael as the commission fee. On another day, as Lord Guan went to collect a debt, the debtor pleaded, 1 month. Please give me 1 more month. He refused. No, if I do that, people will think I am running a charity. Please save me. If you do this, my whole family will die. It is not as though I've only been giving you grace for a day or two. It cannot be extended any longer. The man desperately begged, Please. Someone was secretly watching him from nearby. Ryu-un reported, That is all the information I have gathered about Lord Guan so far. Song Liqiao attentively read the contents of the letter. 2 guardians follow him without ever leaving his side. Even when he goes to the latrine, they stand guard outside. Yuhoi spoke up. My lord, may I ask something? Would it not be enough to simply kill the 2 guardians as well? Song Liqiao fell silent upon hearing the suggestion. He ordered, Yuhoi, you will handle the soul-slaying gang's first commission. Go kill Lord Guan. At night, as Lord Guan walked and talked, he said, Nothing is more cunning than human beings. The difference between before entering a latrine and after coming out is immense. When they need money, I am their benefactor, and they never stop praising me. But when it is time to repay it, I become lowly trash in their eyes. What a useless lot. 1 guardian vigilantly stepped forward. My lord, stop. He stared at the silhouette before them and asked, Who is there? The figure slowly approached them. The guardian threatened, If you do not step back, I will draw my sword. The person ahead did not say a word and suddenly accelerated. The 2 guardians hurried to protect Lord Guan. They were both extremely tense. Suddenly, one of them sensed danger closing in. Yuhoi's blade had already drawn blood. The other guardian saw his companion killed and cursed. Bastard! Yuhoi immediately thrust his blade into him. The man collapsed to the ground. Yuhoi was now standing right beside Lord Guan. He rushed forward, preparing to bring down a finishing blow on the guardian. The blade plunged down, sending fresh blood spraying everywhere. Yuhoi lifted his cold gaze. Lord Guan, standing behind him, was so terrified that he dropped to his knees. He pleaded, "How much will you pay to do this?" "I will pay double." "No, I will do anything you want." Yu Hui calmly stepped forward and called out, "As for you, your life isn't worth a penny." The next day, word reached the debtor's household. "Did you hear?" He turned back curiously and asked, "About what?" The messenger said, "Lord Guan died last night. They say Lord Guan and his guards were stuffed into a pit on the outskirts. Their bodies were chopped to pieces, so no one could tell whose was whose. The people who saw them didn't pity them at all. They even spat on the corpses. I think they should have been even more ruthless." Hearing that, he hurried away and headed for the alley from the other day. When he found the man who had introduced him, he asked, "What is it?" Just as he was about to mention Lord Guan, the man covered his mouth. "Keep your voice down. It's already over. Don't say another word about it." He replied, "I understand. I only wanted to express my gratitude." The man refused. "There's no need. It was simply what they were supposed to do." He asked curiously, "I know, but their commission fee was only one tael. What are they called?" The man revealed the soul-slaying gang. He wondered, if someone ends up in the same situation as me, can I tell them to seek that place out? The man nodded. "Of course. But the commission fee will no longer be one tael from now on. And one more important thing, remember, do not reveal this matter to anyone." Untak received the news. After their first commission, they had received countless others. Since it would take quite some time to replenish the assassins at the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Kaifeng branch, all commissions during this period were being directed to the soul-slaying gang. By the gang leader's order, once a commission is accepted, gather information immediately. "I obey." "She came to deliver the message in this letter for you," Song Lichio instructed. "There is no reason to reject commissions. Accept every one of them." Thus, his people began to act, dealing with every person hired to carry out assassinations. Some were killed in their sleep, while others were strangled to death. Ishi's side was receiving commissions steadily as well. As blood gushed forth, another life came to its end. After that operation, they made a considerable profit. "This is the income we have earned since accepting commissions," Song Lichio suggested. "Ryu Un manage this money." She was surprised. "Me? You still trust me?" He did not seem concerned. "If I did not trust you, keeping you here would be no different from destroying myself. Why would I do something so foolish?" Ryu Un glanced at him and silently made up her mind. "I accept. I will manage it well. Half of it belongs to the lower 5 gates," Song Lichio reminded her. "Give it to them. Pay the disciples. Those who accept commissions receive 10% of the commission fee. Reward the disciples gathering intelligence as well, according to the importance of their information." Ryu Un replied, "Thank you. I will convey the gang leader's words exactly." Yu Hui was currently carrying out a mission. He stopped before a house at the foot of a mountain. As he approached it, he thought, there are rumors about a group of scoundrels in Kaifeng Prefecture. They are the children of people who possess nothing but wealth and power. Several men inside were talking. "Don't play dirty. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat." Yu Hui knew well that no one dared touch them because of their family's influence. They lacked for nothing and spent every day drowning in pleasure. "Kill them all." He raised his foot and kicked the door open. The people inside turned around in shock. They wondered, who is that? Is he that woman's husband? One man who knew no fear said, "No, it's not your turn yet. I still want to play today, so come back tomorrow." Yu Hui swung his sword straight at him. Seeing the man fall, they were stunned. That bastard actually drew his sword. One pointed at him and cursed, "Bastard, do you know who my father is? You're dead now." Yu Hui raised his sword toward the loudest man among them. The blade fell, and fresh blood sprayed everywhere. A few drops of blood splashed across his face. Yu Hui did not pause as he slashed at the next man. He worked tirelessly like a machine built only to kill. Before long, every one of them had fallen. Yu Hui's gaze shifted toward a corner, where a sword lay on a table. He drew it and examined it. "You have too many things like this. This one suits our master best." Entering the room and seeing the woman lying on the bed, Yu Hui thought, "I only need to save this girl, right? No, she should die too. She no longer has the dignity to keep living. Though I cannot ease her pain, an assassin must do what the client requests. All suffering will end with a single stroke." Just then, Song Lichio's people arrived and stopped him. "Yu Hui, what are you doing?" The girl was wrapped in a blanket and carried outside. Two young women said, "The urgent matter is treating this young lady. Let's care for her." With that, they carried her out. Song Lichio remained inside and demanded, "Speak. Why did you disobey orders?" Yu Hoi explained, I only thought that I had to protect her. He asked in confusion, what? Yu Hoi hesitated. I do not know either. I do not know why I did that. Song Liqiu snapped. You must complete the commission. No matter what happens, you are not allowed to betray our word. If an assassin breaks faith, then he is no longer an assassin. He turned away and ordered, return to your family. I cannot allow something like this to happen again. Yu Hoi called out, my lord. Song Liqiu coldly declared, kill her or take her with you. It is up to you. Yu Hoi suddenly fell to his knees and pleaded, my lord, I only want to remain by your side. Song Liqiu had not calmed down. That is impossible. You have crossed the line an assassin must not cross. Yu Hoi's face darkened as he called out again, my lord. Then he placed the sword neatly on the table and said, here, I thought this sword would suit you well, so I brought it back from the manor. Yu Hoi clasped his hands and promised, as soon as she wakes up, we will leave immediately. With that, he turned and left. Behind him, Yu Bei even gave Yu Hoi a kick in the backside. He sure stood at the door, looking towards Song Liqiu. Then he shut the door and entered. Though we have pointed swords at each other before, we have also lived under the same roof and eaten from the same bowl. Yu Hoi and Yu Bei have shared everything with each other. He sure explained the whole story. Yu Hoi once had a woman he loved, but she was violated and turned into a slave. Yu Hoi had been sincere toward her from the beginning, yet she believed she was nothing more than a slave. In the end, she took her own life. Yu Hoi has always blamed himself for failing to protect her. The war god, who knew nothing but killing, shed tears over that matter. He must have seen his first love in that girl. Song Liqiu also explained why he had reacted so harshly. If I accept his actions, it will become a loophole that leads to the collapse of the soul-slaying gang. It may only be one person's actions now, but it will create a precedent. Eventually, everything will spiral beyond control. If we do not uphold the rules, they themselves will become a threat to us. He sure said, I chose to follow you because I wanted to spend the rest of my life at your side, not because I wished to become an assassin. Song Liqiu replied, I have never wanted to force anyone. If that is not what you want, you may return to Naaman at any time. Ishur quickly clasped his hands. No, that is impossible. I will remain by your side until I die. I dare not instruct you in anything, my lord. I only wish to plead on behalf of my friend Yu Hoi. I believe Yu Hoi, Yu Bei, and Mu Jin followed you for the same reason I did. I hope you will show mercy. Song Liqiu did not wish to argue further. He looked pensively toward the sword and said, let us speak after we reach the clinic. Elsewhere, after caring for the girl, Ryu Un reported, she is mentally exhausted and physically drained due to the brutal abuse. But fortunately, she has no serious injuries. She will recover after resting for a few days. Yu Hoi politely thanked her. Thank you, she asked, and you? He gazed intently at the girl when a voice suddenly came from behind him. This time, and this time only, Song Liqiu declared, if this happens again, I will never forgive you. Recognizing the familiar voice, Yu Hoi turned around. My lord, he said, as soon as she can walk, I will send her away immediately. Song Liqiu replied, where could a woman abandoned by her husband possibly go? Then Song Liqiu allowed it. Yu Hoi, take her with you. Yu Hoi tried to persuade him. My lord, someone who has lived through hell can do well. Song Liqiu did not respond and simply picked up the sword. And this, thank you. Yu Hoi smiled in satisfaction. The scene shifts to the heavenly slaughter sect's Songdik branch in Henan province. A respectful voice called out, Hall Master, this is Yeep Song. The man inside replied, enter. Ho Rim sat on his bed, somewhat irritated. What is it so early in the morning? Yeep Song reported, not long ago, around 15 people arrived on the same day. Elsewhere, the crowd vented their anger. Who kidnapped my son? Where have they hidden him? My wife has disappeared too. He must have abducted her. I often saw him lurking around my wife. If it were 1 or 2 people, perhaps it would be uncertain. But 15 people have gone missing. He must have kidnapped them deliberately. One man asked in confusion, if something like that happened, should you not report it to the county office? The crowd noisily answered, of course we did. The authorities investigated the truth of the matter. But do you know what they said after their investigation? A constable pointed toward the door and argued, we searched the place. We did not even find the scent of a woman, let alone the shadow of one. The person inside is not that kind of man. If you continue troubling him, you will be beaten. Inside, Yeep Song continued his report. I also heard that the official visited a brothel on the night of the full moon. Ho Rim concluded, he must have accepted a bribe. In truth, do we not have food to eat because of corrupt officials like them? Yeep Song went on, they insist their wives and daughters were abducted, so they have offered a reward of 300 taels for that man's head. Ho Rim asked curiously, who is he? Yeep Song answered. He is a wealthy man who appeared suddenly and bought up the nearby lands and estates. We know nothing except that his wealth is immense, and the place does not even have guards. After hearing this, Ho Rim analyzed, should we not first alert him and gather information? Yeep Song had already made arrangements. There is no need for you to instruct me, Ho Master. I have already sent people to do so. Ho Rim praised him. Well done. Then what is the problem? Yeep Song revealed. Last night, 3 second-rate assassins went there to scout the place, but they have not returned. Ho Rim was so startled that he nearly fell backward. What? It has been a long time since someone interesting appeared. After some thought, Ho Rim ordered, send that man. Someone who can turn everything into ashes is perfect for this matter. Yeep Song immediately obeyed. Yes, Ho Master. Suddenly, hurried footsteps approached along with a shout. Ho Master! Ho Rim startled and asked, has that man returned? Not yet. Something is not right. Ho Rim covered his face and thought deeply. Yeep Song stood straight and advised, perhaps we should stop. We should cancel this commission. Ho Rim flew into a rage. Absolutely not. Doing so would ruin the Heavenly Slaughter sect's reputation. Summon every first-rate assassin. At the order, the assassins arrived as swiftly as the wind. Ho Master, we are here. He commanded. So far, 6 second-rate assassins have gone missing at that manor, and that man has disappeared as well. We know nothing about the situation or the person inside the estate. The 3 of you will go together and protect one another. You must kill that manor's master. Ho Rim looked up at the sky and lamented, will even the first-rate assassins I send be unable to return? I must see what kind of man he is. Seeing that the situation was dire, Yeep Song suggested, Ho Master, we should request help from the main sect. Ho Rim helplessly replied, as a branch leader, I have no face left to show my subordinates. If I have not returned by dawn, send a letter to the main sect. And if I do not appear after 4 days, everyone must withdraw. The sky gradually darkened, and a foot sped across the road. Then he gathered his strength and leaped directly onto a rooftop. From above, Ho Rim surveyed the private estate. He ran along the roof ridge, then jumped down at his destination. Ho Rim landed safely in the courtyard. With one hand, he drew his sword. With the other, he slowly pushed open the door. He stepped lightly farther inside, but suddenly Ho Rim struck a wire beneath his feet. He seemed to realize there was a trap. Ho Rim's face turned pale with fright, and he stammered, this. Before he could recover, arrows shot from the rooms like a meteor shower. They flew straight toward Ho Rim and embedded themselves in the walls. Then a figure slowly stepped in. After seeing that none of them returned, you should have known when to stop. Nan calmly drank wine and asked, why do you keep throwing yourselves in here? Then he cursed them mercilessly. Idiots! Under the clear sky of Hunan City, lanterns bearing the character for fortune hung overhead. Inside, Elder Cheon was dozing off. The sound of the door opening woke him, and he looked out through half-closed eyes. Elder Cheon called out, hey, look at you. Good thing you came. If you had been any later, there would have been trouble. The man replied coldly, I am here to place a commission. The elder was somewhat confused. Are you in your right mind? Why would someone come to a fortune teller to place a commission? Then he added, still, it is good that you came. Relax your brow. The man went straight to the point. All right, we both understand, so let us not waste time. He placed a letter of commission on the table. This commission is worth 10,000 taels. Here are 5,000 taels as a deposit. Elder Cheon's eyes widened at the amount. 5,000. He hurriedly tucked the letter inside his robes and stammered. Who is the person you want killed? The man held up a portrait. This man, this trash, stole the women of our tribe and massacred our people. The tribal chief wants his life. Send your best assassin and take his head for me. The scene shifts to the Heavenly Slaughter sect's Hunan City branch. A voice reported, we have sent 10 martial artists to watch that place day and night. Imtake held the letter in his hand and remarked, all we need is for him to reveal a weakness. Now we wait for an opportunity. Because the commission fee is substantial, I will reward you generously once the job is done. The assassins answered in unison. We will complete the mission and return. Elsewhere, a man holding a plate called out, over here, bring me another plate of steamed buns. The waiter hurriedly replied, "Yes, right away." Song Lichio told everyone, "Eat your fill. Have you all eaten enough?" Outside the restaurant, someone watched every movement of the group inside. One man said impatiently, "3 days have passed, yet he has never been alone." Another calmly reminded him, "Have you forgotten the branch leader's words? Just wait, the opportunity will come." He seemed to notice something strange. "Wait, look over there." The man beside him asked suspiciously, "What is it?" The assassins began discussing it. "He is saying farewell to the others. It seems they are leaving. Probably. It looks like those 8 men are going somewhere. Only 2 are left. We can handle them." With that, he ordered the others move. They closely followed Song Lichio's trail. The assassins leaped from rooftop to rooftop, carefully observing Song Lichio's every movement. They were determined not to let the fat prey below escape their grasp. He and 2 guards headed directly into the house ahead. One guard behind them slowly shut the door. The assassins landed one after another to follow their prey, moving close to the room's entrance. A voice echoed from inside the room. "Take a short rest. Once they return, you can leave." The assassins signaled to one another. This was their only chance. "Rush in now." They kicked down the door and charged inside. Song Lichio, still unaware of what was happening, asked, "What is it?" One assassin gave a sinister smile. "Death has come to collect you." Lichio showed no panic, only confidence. No. How'd you get here so quickly? What I mean is, why are you so careless? No matter how rushed you were, shouldn't you have checked the surroundings first?" Hearing that, the man's eyes went wide. Lichio continued, "I told you they wouldn't be able to endure it. I just didn't expect it to take effect so quickly. Is this all the Heavenly Slaughter sect is capable of?" One of the assassins finally understood. "We weren't waiting for him. He was waiting for us." The other cursed. "Damn it." They shouted together and charged. An assassin swung his blade fiercely at Lichio's group with a savage cry. Unfortunately, the attack was easily blocked. Then he was struck again, and blood splattered everywhere. After taking down one man, they sent another to his death. Their blades came down one after another, leaving the assassins no chance to counterattack. The assassins were surrounded and pressed from every side by Lichio's group. Elsewhere, a hand slammed heavily onto a table. Imtake was furious. The client offered 10,000 taels, which means he was never an easy target. Yet we overlooked that. He shouted an order. "Summon Death's executioner." Flames burned beneath the bitter cold as Lichio's group talked among themselves. No matter how I think about it, paying 5,000 taels as a commission fee does feel wasteful. But if we hadn't paid it, we might never have received this commission. He analyzed the situation. It depends on how you look at it. Eliminating an assassin branch for only 5,000 taels is incredibly cheap. Suddenly, someone noticed that one man was missing. "Has anyone seen him?" "I don't think he's been around for a while." The man opposite replied. "He said his stomach hurt and went to relieve himself. He still hasn't returned." Only then did they panic. Lichio shouted, "Go find him." They hurriedly split up to search. One man found his comrade lying alone, his face covered in scratches. He called out the man's name, then hurriedly slid across the snow to approach him. But he suddenly sensed something wrong and froze. He gripped his sword tightly. Then he carefully bent down to look at his comrade through the snow-covered trees. His expression was tense when a strange arm slowly reached toward the back of his head. It seized his head as terror filled his face. With one sharp twist, his life was ended. The man immediately collapsed. The assassin warily scanned the surroundings, then jolted when he saw Yeep Song standing behind him with a bow. Yeep Song shouted, "Assassin!" Then he immediately drew his bow and aimed at the killer. Yeep Song stared in shock at his comrades lying on the ground. Song Lichio arrived with a group behind him. "Where is he?" Yeep Song muttered. "He disappeared." Lichio immediately ordered, "Search the area." They quickly spread out and searched behind the bushes. The assassin suddenly appeared behind Yeep Song and rushed toward him. Yeep Song stared in shock as his body was abruptly thrown forward. The next second, Yeep Song collapsed on the ground, blood spraying everywhere. The other men simultaneously raised their bows to attack. However, the assassin vanished without a trace. They cautiously split up again to find him. Lichio carefully observed the area around them as well. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Lichio spun around and barely managed to block the assassin's attack. The assassin hurriedly retreated, his feet sliding across the snow before he stopped. Li Qiu continued to watch him carefully. The assassin suddenly drew his blade and stabbed forcefully toward him. Li Qiu quickly blocked the blade, then spun around to counterattack. Li Qiu slammed his scabbard into the assassin's chest, then coldly brought his sword down. Blood burst from the man's neck and slowly fell onto the white snow. The assassin collapsed. Li Qiu had won. Elsewhere, Imtake's voice rang out. Send the Black Death Blade God as well. You must make your move. One of the two men muttered, What kind of person is he? Elsewhere, a blade pierced through a man's body. A scream of extreme agony rang out. The wounded man endured the blow and coldly muttered, You'll die too. Go to hell. He quickly grabbed hold of the man who had stabbed him. Li Qiu rushed toward the two from behind. His face was cold as he watched blood spray through the air. Both men had fallen. Elsewhere, Elder Qion spoke anxiously. Hall Master, have you been well? Not long ago, we accepted a commission worth 10,000 taels, correct? This is the contact who connected the requester to us. He must have something to say. Because the commission fee is quite high, I came hoping you could give me a little more silver. Imtake replied coolly. How much do you want? The elder replied. Around 300 more taels. A teapot immediately flew into his face. Imtake had thrown it at Elder Qion. Where did you find such a request? Let me be direct. I need Dan Hyol. Elsewhere, Xiao Gao said, This is 10,000 taels. Ryu Un immediately returned it. I can't do it. It would be easier if you order me to kill someone. I don't know what I'm supposed to do to build a sect. Xiao Gao replied, No need to apologize. Knowing the limits of your own abilities is an ability in itself. People who trust themselves too much only push themselves toward death. You'll understand what I mean eventually. I'm ordering you to establish another assassin sect, not to confront the Heavenly Slaughter sect. There are two fools overflowing with zeal, constantly killing Heavenly Slaughter sect assassins. Now, only Li Qiu is building a sect, taking commissions, and expanding his influence. Ryuun softly repeated the name she had just heard. Li Qiu. Xiao Gao continued, My good little sister, stay by my side now. Ryu-un replied, If you need anything, just call for me. Xiao Gao continued, Nah, unaccepted Hong Noyeth commission for 20,000 taels and made a mistake, so he is trapped there. He probably won't show himself until he runs out of money. I have a task for you. Draw him out. Elsewhere, footsteps suddenly sounded. A man slowly entered. Sect leader, the other branches have also received requests concerning Dan Hyol. Elder Home muttered, Kai Feng and Songdik. Now the other places too. What exactly is happening? Choose capable assassins from every branch and redeploy them. Show them the consequences of daring to challenge the Heavenly Slaughter sect. The man bowed respectfully. Yes, sir. Elsewhere, a voice called out, There he is. Look, Dan Hyol turned around in surprise. Are you calling for me? Ha Jin asked, Are you looking for someone connected to assassins? Who has been spreading such nonsense? After searching everywhere, I finally found you. Please help me. Dan Hyol was silent for a moment before saying, Follow me. The minimum commission fee is 200 taels. You know that, right? Ha Jin replied, I brought my entire fortune, so you needn't worry. Fine, who is it that you want dead? Ha Jin coldly punched him with all his strength. Dan Hyol slid across the white snow. Ha Jin continued, I want to give the commission directly to those people. Where are they? Ryu-un placed a box down. These are the newly delivered commission letters. Un-tak silently examined them, his expression blank. Is this every commission? Ryu-un replied, Yes. Check them, and then I'll bring them to the sect leader. Un-tak muttered, The world may be chaotic, but are there really this many people who want others dead? Commission fees are not a mere pittance. Where do they get all that money? We can no longer tell who is an assassin and who belongs to the lower 5 sects. Gang leader, I need to ask personally. Elsewhere, someone called loudly, Home Master. He immediately turned around. Gang leader, you came at the right time. I was just about to find you. Un-tak replied, Then my timing is indeed perfect. What is it? The Hall Master said, Isn't the sect leader giving a portion of the commission money to those who bring in requests? Please tell him to stop doing that. Un-tak was surprised. The sect leader is sharing the profits with us. So why do you want him to stop? The Hall Master replied, Because the disciples do no work at all. They only need to report a request and receive a pile of money. With something that good, who would still want to work? They are all greedily searching for clients. Some have even begun inciting others to submit assassination requests. Our disciples have become bloodthirsty hunting beasts. Everyone is in this state now, Untak muttered, so that is why the number of commissions keeps rising. It is far too conspicuous. It is only a matter of time before everything is exposed. Suddenly, a frightened voice rang out. Hall Master, what is it? What happened? Tobin's eyes were full of terror. El Sore, Euntak calmly looked at Dunhill. It was an assassin. He was killed while investigating. The Hall Master muttered. The only assassins left in Kaifeng are the soul-slaying gang, aren't they? Euntak replied. Impossible. Has the Heavenly Slaughter sect begun making its move? I only hope he revealed nothing before he died. Gang leader, deliver my order. Everyone is to gather tonight. Elsewhere, a voice announced. Your subordinate, Untak, requests an audience. Komein, sect leader, please do not send anyone else to the Heavenly Blossom Inn. Lichio reviewed the documents in his hands. Gang leader Untak, what are you dissatisfied with? I think you have become overly concerned with the lower 5 sects. Untak replied, I know. That is why this matter is even more serious. Stop speaking in circles and say it. The Heavenly Slaughter sect has returned and is looking for the soul-slaying gang. Lichio replied, you need not worry about the Heavenly Slaughter sect. I will handle them. Untak answered, can we truly handle the Heavenly Slaughter sect now? The lower 5 sects in Kaifeng are deeply tied to the soul-slaying gang, and the problem is that the lower 5 sects are also connected to the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Lichio stared at him silently. Untak continued, we must leave. We have no time to delay. They still do not know that we are the soul-slaying gang. Elsewhere, a surprised voice said, gather everyone. The Hall Master was still speaking when Yuhoi pushed the door open. I'm late. I ran into some trouble on the way here. I found the corpse of one of our disciples. Untak asked, was the dead man one who received many commission letters? Yuhoi replied, yes. Untak immediately sighed helplessly. Do not hesitate. Listen carefully, everyone. Do not accept any further commissions. From now on, stop all activities related to the soul-slaying gang. The Hall Master worriedly asked, is it all right to make such a unilateral decision without consulting the sect leader? The sect leader has already left. Ryu-un was troubled by the sudden news. Untak continued, all that remains is to minimize our losses. How? The disciples are deeply involved in the soul-slaying gang's commissions. If anyone is being followed, kill them before they can speak. Do not let sentiment interfere. Anyone captured will die anyway. Giving them a quick death is helping them. A man seated beside him asked, gang leader, is the situation truly that urgent? Untak replied, 2 people have already died. We do not know how much the Heavenly Slaughter sect has learned, so stop everything. Deal first with those most likely to reveal information. They immediately rose to their feet. This is not the time to sit here talking. We will act at once. The men quickly left the room. Untak hurriedly called out, Ryu-un, wait. She turned around in surprise. Untak pushed a large box forward. This is 7-step death. It is a poison that kills anyone who takes it within 7 steps before they can even feel pain. Ryu-un immediately understood. She softly muttered, I am the greatest danger. Untak said nothing, only nodding in agreement. Ryu-un said, gang leader, you must become the sect leader. Elsewhere, Ryu-un reached out and opened the door. The room was empty. No one was inside. Ryu-un silently surveyed the room. He has left. Suddenly, a letter on the table caught her attention. Ryu-un picked it up and read it, thinking this was my choice, wasn't it? Her eyes narrowed with deep satisfaction. She slowly reached toward the large box and gradually pressed the button to open it. Suddenly, the box split in 2. Ajin spoke it. No, it is not time yet. You still have something to do before you die. You intend to kill yourself, so you must know many things. Ryu-un replied, I do not know what you're talking about. Hajin immediately pressed his sword to her neck. Unlike those men, let's see how long you can keep your mouth shut. Where's the man who used to operate here? Lichio's voice suddenly rang out. Stop! Ryu-un's eyes immediately lit up in surprise. Lichio demanded, what are you doing to a defenseless woman? Hajin retorted, who are you? Lichio replied coldly, the man who used to operate here. Hajin looked puzzled. Are you the one who killed the Kaifeng branch master and turned the estate into a complete mess? He grabbed Ryu-un by her hair, yanked her away, and threw her aside, smashing her forehead against the wall. Hajin turned back and stared coldly at Lichio. That is hard to believe. Lichio replied, believe it or not, what does your recognition matter to me? Hajin immediately hurled his sword at him. Lichio ducked and successfully avoided the blade. Hajin immediately leaped into the air toward him and delivered a heavy kick. Li Qiu quickly raised his sword to block it. Li Qiu was knocked backward. Hajin landed at the doorway and quickly retrieved the sword he had thrown. Footsteps echoed through the room. Hajin raised his sword. The sect leader is waiting for me to bring back your head. But just as his sword came down, Li Qiu sprang upward. Hajin slipped briefly, then steadied himself. He slashed forward, but Li Qiu evaded in time. Li Qiu turned coldly and drew his sword from its scabbard. Li Qiu struck at Hajin. He immediately raised his sword to block, and Li Qiu launched himself forward at once. Li Qiu's blade swept past Hajin. Hajin instantly turned around, preparing to attack again. He swung his sword down hard. Li Qiu ducked beneath it, then kicked him squarely in the face. Hajin's body flew into the air before crashing onto the white snow. A moment later, Hajin finally stopped rolling and coughed softly. Even so, his eyes immediately became alert. He hurriedly slashed at a scabbard flying toward him. Li Qiu instantly appeared before him, raising his sword. Li Qiu's face was cold and utterly resolute. A scream rang out as Ryu Un hurried outside. She anxiously called, "Sect leader." Hajin lay collapsed on the ground. Li Qiu said, "It seems there is no longer any reason to remain at the Heavenly Blossom Inn. Ryu Un, will you not come with me?" Scene change. Night has fallen. At a city, a hand suddenly appears on a snow-covered wall. A moment later, several men appear on the rooftops, hurrying cautiously across the city. Hajin holds a jug of wine in his hand. He sneers. No matter how many of them are killed, they keep rushing here like moths to a flame. In the end, they cannot escape the fate of assassins. May you find peace in the next life. Cheers. He immediately raises the jug to his lips and drinks. But Hajin suddenly realizes there is not a single drop of wine left. He shouts, "Wine, bring me more wine." Soon afterward, another jug fills his cup. Hajin contentedly raises it and drains it in one gulp. Several girls stand and sit around him, attending to him. Hajin says, "Tell me, do you want to go home? Speak. If you do, I will let you leave." The girls merely look at him in silence. Hajin laughs. "That is more like it. This place is better than your parents, husbands, and children, is it not? Instead of living in poverty, caring for your parents, breaking your backs to serve your husbands and children while those brats cry from hunger every day. Here you have fine clothes, warm beds, and storerooms filled with food. All you need to do is please me. This is your paradise." One girl suddenly speaks. "Yes, master. I only wish to serve you for the rest of my life. But could you send a sack of rice to my family home?" "What? I worry that my parents are still going hungry, just as they did before." Hajin roars. "What nonsense are you talking about?" The girl hurriedly replies, "Please forgive me, master." He suddenly stops. Wait, the mechanisms have already been activated. There should have been screams. The men continue running silently. There is still no one outside the window. Hajin thinks to himself, have the mechanisms been destroyed? Are they coming here? Have they learned the layout of the mechanisms? Enraged, he hurriedly runs into the room. Damn it, how did the Heavenly Slaughter sect obtain information about my mechanisms? Damn it, this estate is finished. It is a pity, but I have no choice except to abandon it. Hajin places his hand on the door, preparing to open it. The girls suddenly cry out, Master, what is happening? Are you going to leave us here? Hajin gives them a cold glance. Oh, that is right. I nearly forgot. You know too much about me, so I cannot simply leave. No matter how urgent this is, I cannot leave behind any future trouble. The girls immediately panic. Master! Painful screams echo from inside the room. Outside, the ground is blanketed in white snow. A small square, shaped like a door, gradually appears. Hajin swiftly pushes the hatch open from below. Holding a sword, he emerges through it. Stepping onto the snowy ground, Hajin looks down. His estate, worth 10,000 taels, has been destroyed. He falls into deep thought for a long while. Then Hajin walks away. I need to find out immediately who did this. Scene change. Elder Hong's voice is heard. The Heavenly Slaughter sect is pursuing us. You have come to the right place. Song Lichio says, you are in danger as well. Elder Hong replies, you need not worry about this, old man. I have not lived in danger for merely a day or two, yet I have survived until now, have I not? Song Lichio replies, I see. I worried too much. Elder Hong continues, please come inside. I live alone, so it is somewhat cramped here. I hope you'll bear with it if it is inconvenient. I will find you somewhere more comfortable. You must be hungry after traveling so far. Let me bring you some food. Scene change. Yu Hoi brings a spoonful of food over, and the girl quickly opens her mouth. Yu Hoi immediately feeds her. That is right. Yu Hoi murmurs, he looks like a beggar, yet he is treating us generously. Suddenly, Xiao Gao's voice rings out. Song Liqiu, what happened? I thought everything was going smoothly. Song Liqiu hurriedly rises and bows respectfully. He glances behind him. This is the person I invited. Pay your respects. Everyone immediately stands and respectfully bows. A moment later, Song Liqiu says, this was something I anticipated, and they were not frightened by it. We can continue to endure. However, I believe that the mutual slaughter between the soul-slaying gang and the Heavenly Slaughter sect would only become tiresome, and I judged that it would soon end. I apologize for the mistake. Xiao Gao replies, no, you did very well. Only someone decisive and courageous can pull back when necessary. That is 100 times better than those who blindly continue slaughtering one another. Song Liqiu asks, who are you talking about? Ryoksa? Song Liqiu murmurs, then he will be in danger. Xiao Gao replies, he must suffer a little to understand. Song Liqiu quickly falls silent in thought. Xiao Gao continues, in any case, everyone has worked hard. Rest for now and clear your minds. Song Liqiu nods slightly. All right then. Scene change. A man walks along cheerfully. Qian enters his home, carrying the things he has just bought. He quickly sets 2 bags on the table as Ha Jin's voice is heard. The officials came to search the estate. They did not know about the mechanisms that had been set up, so they returned. Qian is startled, then sighs in relief. Ha Jin continues, then it was not them. In that case, I cannot help suspecting only those who knew about the mechanisms. Qian looks confused. What are you saying? Ha Jin replies, the Heavenly Slaughter sect possesses all the information about the mechanisms. I'm trying to determine who did this. Qian is shocked. Do you think I told the Heavenly Slaughter sect about the mechanisms? Ha Jin grips his sword. Is it not reasonable for me to suspect you? Qian hurriedly explains, listen to me. I have served the soul-slaying department for more than 30 years. For the past 10 years, I have not worked with anyone and have only waited. Other than the soul-slaying department, I have never provided information to anyone else. Ha Jin says, other than the soul-slaying department? Yes. 3 days ago, you said you had lost the map of the mechanisms, so I gave you another copy. That was all. Ha Jin slowly says, I never asked for one, did I? Qian's face immediately turns pale with fear. Igriegajis. Scene change. Elder Hong says, Xiao Gao, are you still in there? Xiao Gao replies, Komein. Elder Hong reports, this information came from the beggar in Kaifeng, but the Heavenly Slaughter sect is currently hunting Mongolian martial artists. Xiao Gao replies, I know. Ryoksa can handle that much. Elder Hong says, I thought so too, but this time is somewhat different. This time, the Heavenly Slaughter sect has sent 10 elite assassins. Xiao Gao's expression changes slightly. It seems he will have a hard time enduring this. He runs out, urgently calling Song Liqiu. Ryuun looks at him in surprise without saying anything. Xiao Gao asks, where is Song Liqiu? She replies, the gang leader left before sunrise. He left? Where did he go? The gang leader said he had business outside. He did not say anything else. Xiao Gao sighs helplessly. Honestly, he looks over the people seated around the tables. You must help me. Get ready. They merely look at Xiao Gao in silence. He sighs. I understand. You only obey Song Liqiu's orders, right? But we are family now. Our brother is in danger. Are you going to pretend you know nothing? Yu Hoi remains silent, deeply considering something. Xiao Gao is visibly displeased by their expressions. Irritated, he turns toward the door and urgently calls out, Elder, Elder! Elder Hong quickly responds, Xiao Gao. Xiao Gao says, I'm going to save Ryoksa. Send word to Ryuun at the estate and tell her to come there. He then hurriedly rides out through the gates. Scene change. Ryoksa grits his teeth as he flees from the assassins pursuing him. A man bursts into tears. My wife, no. You cannot die like this. You spent your entire life struggling to support the family. It is too pitiful for you to die this way. Mournful cries rise up. My daughter, my poor daughter. Look at these women who died without being able to close their eyes. The master of this estate is truly a demon. I ordered that demon killed. But what on earth is the Heavenly Slaughter sect doing? After the funeral, we will settle this with the Heavenly Slaughter sect. That is right. At the very least, they must repay the funeral expenses. Ryuun wonders to herself, why did he do this? Suddenly, a man whispers to her, Ryuun, I bear a message from Elder Hong. Xiao Gao says Ryok Sa is in danger, so hurry to him. Scene change. Ryok Sa and the remaining 2 soldiers flee. A sound suddenly comes from behind them, making them turn around. When one sees his companion fall, he hurriedly asks, "Are you all right? I sprained my ankle. I cannot walk now. Go. I will buy you some time." The cloaked assassins gradually appear behind them, and arrows immediately fly toward them. The lead assassin quickly orders, "Stop." On the other side, the soldier urges, "Hurry. Go." Ryok Sa replies, "Thank you so much. I will raise a huge cup of wine in your honor. Come on, let us go." A figure rushes toward the soldier from afar. A cold-faced assassin charges at him with his sword drawn. The soldier carefully takes aim and fires an arrow, slowing the assassin's advance. He keeps firing arrow after arrow as the assassin runs forward and evades them. Suddenly, he realizes that he has no arrows left. Li Chun cannot believe his eyes. Panic flashes across his face. He looks up fearfully at the opponent before him as the assassin closes in and swings his sword at him. Scene change. At another city at night, subordinates patrol the area. They drowsily look around. Only 2 men are guarding the city gate. Suddenly, one of them senses that something is strange. He slowly raises his torch ahead of him. Rats gradually emerge across the white snow. Rats? What is this? Where did they come from? What are you standing there staring at? Chase them away or catch them. The 2 men immediately wave their arms and legs. Get out of here. Go away. Get out of here. Song Lichio seizes the opportunity and jumps into the city. One of the disciples senses that something is wrong. How could this happen in the middle of a winter night? Wake everyone up. We cannot drive them all away. Scene change. Inside Elder Ho's sleeping quarters. He murmurs, "It is serious enough to wake everyone." Song Lichio's voice says, "It is better to wake them. If you're not up by the time I count to 3, I will make sure you sleep forever." Elder Ho calmly keeps his eyes closed and asks, "Who is it?" Song Lichio replies, "An assassin from the soul-slaying department." The Elder is surprised. Did the assassins of the soul-slaying department not disappear 10 years ago? They went into hiding to avoid death because they were all innocent. Elder Ho mutters, "Those people from the 9 sects and 1 gang are lying again." "Fine. What business brings you here?" Song Lichio replies, "I came to negotiate." "Negotiate? I hope you will give the soul-slaying department time to rebuild." Elder Ho asks, "And what do I gain from this?" "The life of your sect leader." Elder Ho immediately sits up, roaring with fury. "You!" Song Lichio looks at him coldly, without the slightest trace of jest. Voices urgently sound outside. "Sect leader, what is wrong?" "Sect leader." Elder Ho and Song Lichio silently stare at each other. Elder Ho shouts, "Why is it so noisy outside?" They reply, "Rats suddenly appeared everywhere. There are too many to kill." The Elder snaps, "You are making so much noise that I cannot sleep. Forgive us, sect leader. We will deal with them quickly." Elder O murmurs, "Fine. You want me to help restore the soul-slaying department?" Song Lichio replies, "At the same time, I want you to revoke the extermination order issued against the soul-slaying department. And I still do not know your identity. I am Song Lichio, leader of the soul-slaying gang." Elder Ho murmurs, "The leader of the soul-slaying gang, Song Lichio. I have wanted to meet the man who turned the beggars gang into a mess. But why did you come here in person?" "Very well, I agree." Song Lichio give a slight bow. "Thank you. Also, please rescind the assassination order on Ryok Sa." Elder Ho is surprised. "Ryok Sa? Is he not the one leading the Mongols? What is your relationship with him?" "He works with me." "I will do as you wish, but I have one condition." "Please say it." "Your head. One day, lend me your head." Outside, orders ring out. "Drive them over there." One subordinate turns around warily. "Who are you? Reveal your identity at once, or I will kill you." Elder Ho's indifferent voice sounds out. "Sheathe your swords. That is the leader of the soul-slaying gang. Treat him courteously." They immediately lower their swords. Song Lichio remains calmly standing there, watching Elder Ho. A broken sword is sent flying away. Ryok Sa has knocked the sword aside. He quickly moves behind the assassin. The assassin immediately turns and slashes fiercely at him. "How far do you think you can run? The only way out of the Heavenly Slaughter sect is death." Suddenly, the assassin becomes tense. Xiao Gao suddenly rushes toward him and immediately slashes fiercely at the man. The assassin furiously raises his sword. Xiao Gao continues charging forward and strikes at him. Ryok Sa pants heavily and opens his eyes to look. "You are here. How?" Xiao Gao replies, "I have been following your every move. I wanted this to be a good lesson for you, but I could not just stand by and watch my younger brother walk toward death, could I? Ryok-sa frowns slightly and silently watches him. Ryu-un arrives as well. I'm not too late, am I? Ryu-un. Xiao Gao replies, no, you arrived just in time. The assassins suddenly approach. Found them. This way. There are more of them now. Suddenly, one of them looks up at the sky in surprise. He orders, it is a letter from our sect. A bird lands on his hand. Wait, damn it, what is it? It is an order to stop the pursuit. He shouts, the leader of the soul-slaying gang and our sect leader have reached an agreement. We will temporarily leave each other alone. We will not interfere with the heavenly slaughter sect unless you provoke us first. Do not let something like this happen again. The assassins quickly turn and leave. Let us go. Ryok-sa quietly says, the leader of the soul-slaying gang? Xiao Gao murmurs, Song Liqiu. Ryok-sa and Ryu-un's expressions suddenly change. Scene change. Xiao Gao and the other two return. Xiao Gao has returned. Elder Hong, Song Liqiu, and the others respectfully bow. You're back. Are you safe? Were you injured anywhere? Xiao Gao replies, I am fine, so there's no need to worry. Why did you not tell me that you were going to meet the sect leader of the Heavenly Slaughter sect? Song Liqiu replies, I thought that if I told you, you certainly would not let me do it. Xiao Gao says, of course not. Going alone to the Heavenly Slaughter sect was madness. But thanks to that, the Heavenly Slaughter sect has stopped pursuing us. Song Liqiu says, the sect leader of the Heavenly Slaughter sect has decided to turn a blind eye while the soul-slaying department rebuilds. As long as neither side encroaches upon the other's territory, all conflict between us will cease for the time being. Xiao Gao merely watches him in silence, frowning slightly. Song Liqiu lowered his head. Please forgive me for acting on my own without informing you beforehand. Xiao Gao replied, no, you did well. I forgive you because you handled it well. But there must never be a second time. Song Liqiu continued, understood. However, I heard that my subordinates were disrespectful to you. Xiao Gao said, enough. What's done is done. Song Liqiu promptly called out several names. Yu Hoi and Elder Hong were immediately startled by his voice. Song Liqiu's voice rang out again. You insulted the Lord I serve. Apologize at once. A knife was tossed onto the ground. Yugu crawled over to it. He picked it up, then bowed his head slightly and clasped his hands respectfully. Yugu swiftly stabbed himself with a knife in his hand. Elder Hong was startled by the sight and hurriedly shouted, stop! But the knife continued to sink in. Next, Yu Hoi stabbed himself as well. Then Li Qin began to accept his punishment. Finally, Song Liqiu raised his hand and took the knife. If the subordinate is at fault, then the master is at fault as well. Something like this will never happen again. Xiao Gao hurriedly stopped him. No, why take it this far? But he continued to stab himself. Xiao Gao froze, while Ryok-sa beside him did not know what to say. Song Liqiu continued. On 3 Mile Island, I said that I would serve you, my lord. I will defend those words with my life. Ryok-sa wearily leaned back and stared at the ceiling. Why does surviving and returning feel more miserable than joyful? Ryu-un replied, accept it. It will be easier if you do. I would be very grateful to have trustworthy allies. Ryok-sa answered, from my standpoint, it isn't that simple. Ryu-un replied, jealousy is not necessarily bad. It can become the driving force for growth. Just then, Chien burst in. Hey, Ryok-sa, where's Ryu-un? He stopped short as soon as he saw the two of them. Do you want to die? Ryu-un replied, what is it? He continued, look at you pretending not to know. I know you gave the mechanism blueprints to the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Are you trying to get me killed? Ryu-un answered coldly. It is regrettable that a murderer who did not hesitate to kill innocent young women managed to return alive. He gritted his teeth. Hey, just because you're pretty, you keep looking down on me, don't you? If you hadn't done that, those women would not have died. You killed them yourself. Ryok-sa immediately seized him by the collar. Stop it, Chien roared. Won't you let go? Are the two of you going to gang up on me? Xiao Gao suddenly shouted. What do you think you're doing? Chien said, Chief, it was Ryu-un. She was colluding with the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Xiao Gao cut him off. Shut your mouth. I ordered her to do it. I told you to build an assassin sect. Did I tell you to lay traps and hunt them down? Chien stammered. I was going to capture all the assassins of the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Xiao Gao shouted. When? Capture every assassin of the Heavenly Slaughter sect, where there are countless assassins. Do you think the Heavenly Slaughter sect is full of fools who will keep falling for your traps? Chien muttered silently for a long while. Well, Xiao Gao ordered go. Reflect on your mistakes. He stood there, hesitating for a moment. Yes, yes. Understood. Ryu Un suggested. Chief, should we deal with him? Sooner or later, he will become a serious threat to us. Xiao Gao interrupted. He is someone who can stab a blade into another person without batting an eye while we are still hesitating. I need at least one ruthless person like that. Song Lichio's voice rang out. Beneath the ice and snow, new life is slowly emerging. We must return as well. Xiao Gao asked, is your body all right? Can you work now? Yes, it is all thanks to your concern. Xiao Gao continued, I will no longer doubt your loyalty, so do not prove your devotion in such a way again. Understood. I have something I need you to do. Song Lichio quickly led the group away. Then we will be leaving. Please take care of yourself. Xiao Gao reminded him. I'll say it once more. I did not abandon you. I never doubted you. You do not need to repeat it. Song Lichio called out, let's go. They turned and walked away together. Ryok-san muttered. As expected, the first mission was assigned to Song Lichio. Qian replied, isn't that obvious? If it were me, I would choose him too. Xiao Gao said, there is nothing to be upset about. If you knew what the mission was, you would probably feel fortunate. I will create an overwhelming force that can defeat the Heavenly Slaughter sect in a single blow. Until then, Song Lichio will draw everyone's attention and buy time for us. Ryun's face suddenly showed surprise. Chief, look, a group of men was approaching them. Ryu-un asked, who are those people? Xiao Gao replied, the assassins of Black Moonlight. Black Moonlight? While you're casually spending 10,000 taels, I gathered them. Black Moonlight will succeed the soul-slaying department. Today, the Black Moonlight sect is officially born. The scene shifted to Song Lichio's group. He suddenly spoke. That place, that building should do. Ahead of them stood an abandoned fortress. Everyone was surprised. What is so good about this place? Song Lichio said, from now on, we will live here. Yuhoi was astonished. Stay here. Song Lichio replied, we will use this as the headquarters of our assassin sect. Starting tomorrow, repair this place. Stable Hall Master, prepare some wine and food to celebrate today. Later, when the table had been set, Song Lichio spoke to everyone. Today is the day 2 sects were born. Our original sect was Black Moonlight, the place we left this morning. That is all you need to know. Do not mention it again. From now on, this place will be the headquarters of our assassin sect. Today, we celebrate ourselves. Once this place has been fully repaired, we will officially establish the sect. Starting tomorrow, everyone will be busy again. So eat and drink as much as you like today. Get drunk if you want. Cheers! Everyone quickly raised their cups and drank. Yuhoi looked immensely satisfied. Wonderful. I prefer the Central Plains to the Southern Barbarians for one reason. Do you know what it is? Wine. Without wine, it is hard to endure homesickness. Yugu laughed happily. What homesickness? As long as I am with him, I am happy wherever I go. Yuhoi cut in. If you say that, what does that make me? It seems Yugu has learned how to live in this world. Night fell, and torches were lit. Yuhoi had long since fallen asleep. They spread a white cloth on the ground and used several old pieces of cloth as blankets. Older sister. Ryu-un immediately paused at the call. Song Lichio said, this is the first and last time I will call you older sister. One day, no one will be hunting the Heavenly Slaughter sect anymore. When that happens, how about we return to the lower 5 sects? Ryu-un murmured, would that really be good? Song Lichio continued, this world, filled with the stench of blood, does not suit you. She replied, you have already found someone to succeed me, haven't you? But even if we return, it will only be an endless cycle. Can't we just stay here? I like it here. Song Lichio frowned slightly, but did not respond to her proposal. The two silently watched the night sky. The next morning, a man said, this place cannot merely be repaired. It has to be rebuilt. Song Lichio asked, how long will it take? About 3 months. Hire more workers. Finish it within 1 month. Soon, the sound of hammers echoed everywhere as the men began repairing the fortress. Yuhoi hurriedly called out, my lord, there are only 5 of us. Isn't a place this large excessive? Song Lichio replied, I told you already. This is the headquarters of the assassin sect. There will be more people. He looked surprised. There will be more people. Yugu, you rascal. You have finally become a father. Yugu cut in. What nonsense are you talking about? Song Lichio called out. Everyone gather. We have work to do. He gave each of them a stack of papers. Take these. They looked puzzled. What are these? Song Lichio replied. Invitations. Invitations to the founding ceremony of the assassin sect. A short while later, hoofbeats echoed along the road. Song Liqiu ordered, "Go invite every sect, large and small, throughout Hunan province." Yu Hoi hurried away on horseback to deliver the letters. A voice said, "Sect leader, someone has requested an audience." A monk muttered as he read the letter, "Assassin sect, the assassin sect." Elsewhere, a man impatiently crumpled the letter. What is there to congratulate about a bunch of assassins founding a sect? Is this that madman? 1 month later, a voice announced loudly, "The assassin sect hereby declares its official establishment." Yu Hoi quickly said, "Congratulations to the assassin sect." Yugu followed, "Congratulations to the assassin sect." The two of them and the stable hall master spoke cheerfully together. Yu Hoi looked around. "My lord, they did not decline the invitation, but not a single person came to offer congratulations." Song Liqiu replied, "I did not expect anything anyway." Ryu Un said, "I thought there would be many guests, so I prepared a great deal of food. What should we do with it all?" Song Liqiu replied, "Food is precious at a time like this. We cannot waste it. Invite the townspeople." Li Chen called out, "Everyone listen up. A feast is being held at the newly built estate. Men and women, young and old. Anyone who comes may join the celebration." People quickly formed a long line leading toward the fortress. "It has been so long since I last ate my fill. I never thought a day like this would come. Today, I'm going to eat until I burst." They suddenly stopped before the sign. "But this is the assassin sect." The assassin sect. That assassin sect. Does that mean this is where all the assassins gather? Isn't there some kind of scheme? What would they want with convicts like us? "I'm going to eat." Song Liqiu spoke. "I'm the master of this estate. Everything has been prepared, so eat to your heart's content. And remember to take plenty with you when you leave." They quickly replied, "Oh my, thank you. We will enjoy it." "Thank you, estate master, for your hospitality." Chu Wu suddenly called out, "Hey." Ryu Un quickly turned around. "Yes? Would you like more? Where's the latrine?" "It is right behind that building." The scene shifted as a nearby door suddenly opened. Chu Wu quickly went through the doorway. He immediately glanced around the estate. Chu Wu's left hand slowly clenched. He calmly clasped his hands behind his back and walked forward. Chu Wu calmly walked ahead, inspecting the place. Then Song Liqiu's voice rang out. "What are you looking for? Have you lost your way?" "Juwon Smai Fai Li. This estate is not large enough for me to forget my way around. I was merely taking a look. This estate used to be abandoned. I never expected it to be reborn." Song Liqiu replied, "So what do you think after looking around?" He answered, "A tower that could collapse at any moment. Because it was built in haste, it looks ready to fall apart. But whether it falls or not depends on the sect leader's ability." Song Liqiu replied, "Thank you for the advice. Please return to the feast and continue your meal." "No," he refused. "I have eaten my fill. You have treated me very kindly today." Then, he slowly walked back toward the feast. Song Liqiu frowned slightly, carefully watching Chu Wu. Elsewhere, a woman pushed a box of silver forward. "Kill Lin Wu. This should be enough for the commission fee, shouldn't it?" Ryu Un was surprised. "A request? To kill someone?" "Yes." The woman looked confused. "Have I come to the wrong place?" Ryu Un replied, "No, that is not it. Could you tell me why you want to kill that person?" "I came to commission you." "Do I have to tell you all that too? Aren't you supposed to take the money and kill people? Just tell me whether you can do it or not." Ryu Un pushed the box of silver back. "I am sorry, but the estate master has ordered us not to accept commissions without just cause." The woman angrily walked away. "It is not as though this is the only place that accepts commissions." Ryu-un hurried off to find Song Liqiu. "Sect leader." She realized he was not in his room. Ryu-un hurriedly asked, "Is the sect leader here?" Li Chen replied, "It seems something came up, so he went out with Yu Hoi. He did not say when he would return." She said, "Help me with something." "What happened?" "Follow the woman who just left the estate. It seems she is heading to the Heavenly Slaughter sect. Find out who Lin Wu is and why she wants to commission assassins to kill him." Li Chen hurriedly rose and ran off. "I'll go and return soon." Ryu-un sighed. "Assassins even have to follow people around now. We need to recruit more people." A short while later, Ryu-un called out Alliance leader. Un-cheol turned toward the door in surprise. Seeing Ryu-un's face like this, "I did not even know what expression I should make." She replied, "I do not intend to put the Alliance leader in a difficult position, but I want to borrow the strength of the lower 5 sects." Un-cheol fell silent, frowning slightly. Ryu-un continued, "Song Liqiu, the sect leader of the Assassin sect, is someone who can restore our sect leader's position. Please help us." Un-cheol replied, "The Heavenly Slaughter sect has not yet completely cleared its suspicions about the lower 5 sects. dogs. Besides, an assassin sect is holding such a lavish founding ceremony. Are you people in your right minds? Ryu-un replied, I cannot understand at all what he is planning, but he appears to be blindly killing people without knowing anything about them. Please help us. Un-cheol looked regretful. I am sorry, but it is difficult for us to act right now. Still, do not worry too much. Song Liqiu is not someone who acts without thinking. Li Qin said, that child, Lin Wu, is the young master of the Lin family. Ryu-un was shocked. Wait, he is a child? Yes, he is probably only around 5 years old now. The Lin family's first madam had been married for a long time without bearing child, so Lord Lin took several concubines. But when the first madam was 50, she suddenly gave birth to a child. That child is Lin Wu. Ryu-un asked, what about the woman who came to commission us? Li Qin replied, she is Lord Lin's second concubine. She has 4 sons, but since Lin Wu is the first madam's son, her children are in danger of losing their inheritance rights to the Lin family. Ryu-un replied, he is only a child. Refusing was definitely the right choice. Li Chun continued, she took the money to the Heavenly Slaughter sect as well, but they refused to accept it. Ryu-un replied, even the Heavenly Slaughter sect has its limits. In any case, you have worked hard these past few days. Li Chun replied, what hardship? Ryu-un continued, I'll have someone prepare some food. He refused. No, I will sleep for a while first. Ryu-un thought to herself, we need to devise a plan. At the very least, we need a reliable source of information. Deep within a distant forest, Song Liqiu slowly appeared on a narrow trail. He continued forward at an unhurried pace, as though the place ahead was his destination. The dogs in the pen began barking loudly when they saw someone approaching. Song Liqiu calmly walked toward the shack. Chu Wu's voice came from inside. Who is it? Song Liqiu immediately replied, the sect leader of the assassin sect. He was surprised. Why has the sect leader of the assassin sect come here? Song Liqiu replied, is there anywhere an assassin cannot go? I came to kill someone. The shack's door slowly opened, revealing only darkness within. Chu Wu quickly appeared, looking puzzled. Me? Chu Wan Laoget? So you have shown your true colors at last. That did not take long. Which bastard put a bounty on my head? Song Liqiu mocked him. Would anyone even waste gold on that neck of yours? He shouted, you insolent brat. He angrily yelled at the dogs. What is wrong with you? Can't you shut up? The dogs in the pen immediately fell silent and looked at him. Chu Wu continued, that's right. If the Grim Reaper has come, then hurry up and kill me. Song Liqiu murmured, Chu Wu of the Beggars Gang. He replied, you do not intend to kill me easily, do you? Song Liqiu replied, you are famous for your lightness skill. What if you die while running away? Chu Wu was surprised. Are you challenging me to a contest of lightness skill? Song Liqiu pointed into the distance. That mountain is 100 li from here. What do you say? Shall we race? Chu Wu replied, in my entire life, I have never refused or avoided anyone who came looking to challenge me. Song Liqiu replied, that's right. I can't compete with you in lightness skill alone. So in this match, any means or methods are allowed. Chu Wu answered, in all my decades of life, this is the first time I've seen a madman like you. Fine, let's do as you wish. It will be no fun otherwise. So what will you wager? Song Liqiu smiled. Didn't I say I came here to kill you, senior? Chu Wu replied, Fine. I'll accept your life as the wager as well. If you lose, you will give your life to me. Song Liqiu quickly extended his hand. Respecting one's elders brings longevity. Please go first, senior. Juwon Laoet, you'll regret this. Then he swiftly shot forward. After running some distance, Chu Wu used his lightness skill. Song Liqiu quickly accelerated behind him as well. He raced after the old man. The sound of his footsteps echoed throughout the forest. Chu Wu glanced down slightly, watching him. Song Liqiu quickly ran behind a tree, where his horse was standing and resting. Song Liqiu immediately mounted the horse, grasped the reins, and soon had it galloping at full speed. Song Liqiu rode the horse for quite a distance, and stopped to let it rest before dashing off again. Song Liqiu hurried forward, with a sword wrapped in a white cloth strapped to his back. Song Liqiu turned onto a trail and continued running. He tried to run faster as he neared the meeting point. Song Liqiu looked up the hill and saw no one there. He happily muttered, "All right, I won." Chu Wu slowly turned around. "Kid, you're only arriving now? You insolent brat. With only this much ability, you dare challenge me? Since I won, your life belongs to me now." He burst into laughter, his face full of satisfaction. The assassin sect has only just been founded, and it already has to close its gates. It will be the shortest-lived sect among all assassin sections. After a moment, Chu Wu asked, "What did you come here for? I already knew you weren't here to kill me. If you had killing intent, your eyes would have looked different. You were talking nonsense just moments ago. So why are you mute now? Speak. I won't kill you." Song Liqiu replied, "For the past 10 years, every day of my life began with running away and ended with running away, so I was very confident. I rode a horse and took a boat all the way here. This was a wager I could never lose." "How did you get here, senior?" Chu will cut him off. "Answer my question first." He replied, "I came to ask for your help. If I won, I wanted your assistance rather than your life. Help? Please lend me the eyes of the beggars gang." "Chu won for the... You want me to collude with you to kill people?" Song Liqiu replied, "I am asking you to help me save people. Without information, I cannot tell who deserves to die and who does not. That is why I came to find you." Chu Wu muttered, "What kind of twisted logic is that?" Song Liqiu replied, "Please help me so that I do not become a brutal killer." Chu Wu asked, "One more question. Were the mass killings last winter you're doing?" Song Liqiu promptly answered calmly, "Yes." The old man immediately shouted, "Fine, get lost." Song Liqiu lowered his head. "Half a year. Senior, just lend me the eyes of the beggars gang for half a year. That will be enough. Thank you for sparing my life. I shall take my leave." He quickly turned and walked away, while Chu Wu still did not look back. After a while, the old man suddenly spoke. "On this road, how could an old man possibly outrun a child full of energy? I was able to beat you because I know more routes than you do, and martial arts can also follow the paths one knows." Song Liqiu respectfully bowed to him. Then he turned and headed toward his horse. "Zhu Wan Sai, someone like you chose the path of an assassin. A dangerous person must keep his eyes open and observe constantly." Scene change. A man said, "Li Yunji, that cloth shop owner over there. Can you kill him for me?" Ryu Un replied, "Please explain in more detail. Do you wish to commission a killing?" The man answered, "Yes, I wish to make a commission. And this, it is a family heirloom passed down through generations. I have no money, so I would like to use this instead." Ryu Un replied, "We will need some time to decide whether to accept this commission. Can you wait until then?" "Until when? We will give you an answer as soon as possible." The man quickly headed outside. "Then I will wait." Ryu Un silently closed her eyes, looking exhausted. After a moment, Ryu Un called out, "Stable Hall Master, so you were there?" "I was on my way to see you," Li Chen replied. "I was looking for the Stable Hall Master as well." "What is it?" She answered, "I'm sorry to keep asking you for this, but until we recruit more people, I have no other choice. Please help me just one more time." He replied, "You can ask me as many times as you like. And there is a letter." Ryu Un immediately opened the letter and read it together with Li Chen. Her expression changed at once as she read it, and Ryu Un hurried to find Song Liqiu. Sect leader Huang Diakjin, the client from earlier, received 3 taels of silver for the cloth shop owner Li Yunji and agreed to give his 14-year-old daughter to him as a concubine. But Li Yunji only gave him 100 coins and kept delaying the rest of the payment. 5 months later, he sent the girl back to Diakjin, saying that she was too young to enter his household. Song Liqiu concluded, "It seems we no longer need to worry about this commission." Ryu Un was astonished. "Who on earth sent this letter?" He replied, "It must be Chu Wu's shadow." She muttered, "Yes." Song Liqiu continued, "From now on, we can judge requests more easily. For the time being, Chu Wu will be the eyes of the assassin sect." A man's voice rang out, "Kill the 3 dragons of the clouds." Ryu Un muttered, "The 3 dragons of the clouds?" The man immediately asked, "Can you do it?" Ryu Un silently studied him for a moment. The man hurriedly stood up. This trip was for nothing. Ryu Un quickly stopped him. "Wait, I must ask the sect leader about this request first. Please wait here a moment." "All right." Scene change. Song Liqiu thought to himself, "The road knows many paths, and martial arts can follow the road one chooses." Ryu Un's voice sounded. "Sect leader." He replied, "Come in." She explained, "Someone wants to kill the 3 dragons of the clouds." Song Liqiu interrupted, "No." Ryu Un replied, "It is our first commission from a martial artist. It is not easy to run the estate using only the money from ordinary people's commissions." Song Liqiu stood up. "We cannot accept commissions from martial artists." She was surprised. "Why?" He looked at her meaningfully. The shadow. Ryu Un immediately froze at those words. Song Liqiu continued. The reason the shadow follows Chu Wu and helps us is so that he can conveniently monitor us. We must not act rashly until we have hidden ourselves from that person's eyes. He quickly walked to the door and called out, Yu Hoi. Ryu Un, wait. I have something to say. Yu Hoi ran over. You summon me, my lord. He ordered, reject the commission from the man in the reception room. Yes, my lord. And Song Liqiu whispered something to him. Yu Hoi repeatedly answered, yes. Then Yu Hoi immediately ran off to carry out his task. Song Liqiu said, Ryu Un, I will have to leave the estate for a while. During that time, Ryu Un will manage every commission and all affairs within the estate. Ryu Un asked, May I ask where you are going, sect leader? He replied, To find people who will use this estate with us. If they come, give them a place to stay, and do not let them feel inconvenienced in any way from beginning to end. She answered, I will do so. Song Liqiu continued, and those who left the lower 5 sects are now members of the assassin sect. So why are they still calling you Ryu Un? She muttered then. He continued, the person who manages all affairs of the estate should be called the chief steward. Scene change. Song Liqiu's voice sounded, I will provide all the funds needed to build accommodations and cover living expenses. Elder Wu replied, Thank you for helping us, but why do you have to do this? He answered, I am an assassin. I will use this to kill people. The old man startled. What? Elder Wu hurriedly pointed toward the door. Get out immediately. Yet Song Liqiu remained seated. The two silently looked at each other. Elder Wu said, You don't have to be quite so honest. He replied, I do not wish to deceive an old man. If we cannot trust each other, how could we possibly plan anything together? Do you not want to complete it? The greatest masterpiece of your life. Elder Wu looked at him with some hesitation. Song Liqiu suggested, Come to the estate. Think it over and make your decision. Scene change. Yang Jiangho said, I have come to take the 12 tael per day job. Yang Jiangho. Ryu Un hurried out to greet him. It is a pleasure to meet you. Please come in this way. Rest comfortably in this room. If you need anything, please leave it to the servants. After a moment, Zidao said, I have come to take the 6 tael per day job. Ryu Un replied, Come in. Welcome to our estate. Please come this way. Yu Hoi commented, More and more people keep coming. Look at that one. The sect leader has gone somewhere, yet errand boys keep arriving. Li Chen asked, Are they really errand boys? Look at that man. Zhuo Ling said, I have come to take the 9 tael per day job. Scene change. Song Liqiu's voice sounded. Heavenly King, Sword Emperor. Hua Dan stopped in surprise and cautiously looked around. Song Liqiu continued, I hope you will become an assassin of my assassin sect. He asked in surprise, Who are you? Song Liqiu quickly introduced himself. Song Liqiu, sect leader of the assassin sect. Hua Dan replied, So, it's you, the madman who founded an assassin sect and goes around carrying a knife. Song Liqiu answered, Since you already know, I need not explain. Work with me. Hua Dan replied, Defeat me, and I will do as you wish. Song Liqiu set down his sword. Any number will do. I will not use a sword, because I cannot injure someone who will become one of my people. Hua Dan immediately threw his sword away. I'll do the same. Then the two began charging into battle. Hua Dan was astonished by Song Liqiu's block. What is this? He immediately answered, the ravenous fighter's fist. He swiftly threw a punch forward. Hua Dan quickly blocked it, but Song Liqiu immediately drove his other fist into Hua Dan's waist. Then he prepared to strike Hua Dan in the face. However, Song Liqiu smiled. I do not strike my own people. Hua Dan stared in amazement at the fist stopped right before his face. I will become an assassin of the assassin sect. Song Liqiu replied. Then you must now show proper respect to your sect leader. Heavenly King, Sword Emperor, go to the estate on Great Outer Mountain and take the 8 tael per day job. Scene change. Ryu Un happily said, Welcome. Please come in. How many taels per day have you come to work for? Elder Wu looked briefly confused by her words. Take a job? What are you talking about? I came here to work. Hua Dan said, I have come to take the 8 tael per day job. Heavenly King, I have come to take the 10 tael per day job. After a moment, a man muttered, 11 taels. I have come to take a job. A huge pile of firewood was stacked like a mountain. Song Liqiu walked beside a man carrying firewood, looking at Hong Tian with slight confusion. Song Liqiu quickly ran over and called out, Hey, I have never seen such a wasteful thing in my life. Isn't it a waste to use a kind of strength merely to carry wood. Hong Tian replied. Then what do you think I should use it for? He answered, killing people suits you perfectly. Hong Tian muttered, are you telling me to become an evil man? Song Liqiu replied, if you kill innocent people, you will be a murderer. But if you kill only the wicked, you will be called an angel of justice. Hong Tian silently looked at him, his expression somewhat hesitant. Song Liqiu asked, what do you think? Join me as an assassin. Hong Tian replied, Guanzhun has 3 sons. His second son harassed my younger sister and beat my father until he was crippled. Can you kill him? If you can, I will follow you. Song Liqiu was surprised. You are built like a bull. Why not do it yourself? I tried, but they cut both my legs and blinded one of my eyes. He replied, all right, prepare yourself. We leave immediately. Scene change. A voice sounded. I have come to take the 4 tael per day job. A voice rang out in surprise. 14 taels? They happily replied, yes, 14 taels. In any case, we have come to take a job. Scene change. Guanzhun burst into tears in shock. Impossible. Impossible. There is no reason for my son to destroy himself. My son, father, what did I fail to do for you to take your own life? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Hong Tian stood watching from a distance. Song Liqiu muttered, Great Outer Mountain. Our main headquarters is at the estate on Great Outer Mountain. Tell Chief Steward Ryu Un that you have come to take the 15 tael per day job. Hong Tian was astonished. How did you know? He replied, follow me. I will teach you the method. Scene change. I have come to take the 7 tael per day job. Bloodwind. I have come to take the 5 tael per day job. After a moment, a man calmly entered. Tian. I have come to take the 15 tael per day job. Song Liqiu's voice sounded. The order created by the amount of money does not reflect the level of your martial arts. It is determined by your ability to kill and your loyalty. But do not become arrogant because of that order. We are now a family eating from the same table. I'm very happy to have gained so many brothers. Come, drink and share in this joy. Everyone around the table raised their cups. Cheers. Scene change. Elder Wu asked, have the materials from Pine Village been brought back? The young man smiled. Yes, I have confirmed it. Song Liqiu asked, Elder, is the work progressing well? I was just about to come see you. Elder Wu replied, come here. There is something I want to show you. Song Liqiu asked, do you need any help? He answered, no. Only my stiff back is giving me trouble. Elder Wu quickly gestured toward the wall in front of them. Here, the map of Hunan province is complete. Song Liqiu replied, you have worked hard. He answered, that is right. I worked very hard. Song Liqiu muttered, structures are built and then torn down. Those changes must constantly be redrawn on the map. Elder Wu interrupted, come now, isn't that only natural? Scene change. The sky above looked peaceful and blue. Ghostface sat by the window, looking outside. Song Liqiu asked, how is it here? He replied, I became an assassin to fight. How long must I remain shut in here, staring into the distance? He answered, you entrusted your life to me. Whether you live or die, wait for my orders. To do that, you must first learn obedience. Ghostface fell silent, his brow furrowing again. Song Liqiu placed a scroll before him. If you want to fight, engrave this in your mind before tomorrow. Ghostface was surprised. What is this? Is it finally a job? A map? Who is the target? Who do I need to kill? He replied, memorize it, and then I will tell you. Ghostface scratched his head impatiently. I hate memorizing things. Song Liqiu replied, memorize it. It will save your life. Scene change. Ryu Un reported, at this rate, the estate's operations will soon come to a halt because we lack funds. I am sorry. It is because I am incapable. Song Liqiu replied, do not apologize. Chief Steward Ryu Un is not merely a figurehead. She suggested, I will dismiss half of the managers, instructors, cooks, and servants assigned to the assassins. Song Liqiu interrupted, no, leave them as they are. Ryu Un was surprised. Then what should we do? Should we ask Elder Hong for help? Song Liqiu replied, no, everything will soon be resolved. Do not worry, just wait. Ryu Un slowly walked out of the room. She slightly turned back. I cannot understand the master's intentions at all. Song Liqiu spoke. Ghostface, where's the Song family fish shop on Guamping Road? Guan Pinglu replied, be more specific. He answered, enter from the Yin district on a Guamping Road, then turn right. It is the 4th shop. Song Liqiu continued. Bloodwind, if the enemy surrounds Snow Forest grounds, what will you do? He replied, there's a gap on the eastern side of Snow Forest grounds. If we slip out through it, there is a stream 30 paces away. They dump their garbage there, so the enemy will not guard it. Song Liqiu continued, Zi Dao, many Many innocent people have gathered at distant Peace Courtyard. Try to infiltrate without the Pine Forest discovering you. He answered, I would take another route. Behind Pine Forest is a cliff, but the pine roots have a firm hold. Those proficient in mystical arts should be able to climb it. But if they're guarding distant Peace Courtyard, would we not be guarding that place as well? He replied, the target is not Pine Forest. I merely wanted to see how well you had memorized the map. Song Liqiu quickly handed each of them a stack of papers. Take these. Bloodwind and Ghostface could not hide their surprise. This man is. Zidao looked incredulous. Master, Song Liqiu replied, No Thought Sword, Hell 8 Blades, and Dragon Slaying Sword, also known as the 3 Dragons of the Clouds. Kill them. These are Elder Wu's detailed maps of Hunan Province. They recorded every feature of the terrain around the places where the targets live. A vast city appeared beneath the night sky. 2 figures suddenly appeared on the rooftops. One of them raced along the roofs. The other swiftly leaped down from the roof and landed silently on the ground. Ghostface recalled silently. Turning right leads to the secret pill hall. This map has no flaws. It is highly reliable. He immediately sprang onto a nearby roof. Ghostface cautiously looked down. A man was intently practicing martial arts in the courtyard. He had a powerful, sturdy build. Ghostface recalled Song Liqiu's words, No Thought Sword. They say he practices swordsmanship from dawn until dusk. For 20 years, he has never stopped, not even on rainy or snowy days. The title Twin Swords was not earned easily. Confident in his own strength, he keeps no guards by his side. While training, he forbids anyone from approaching so they will not disturb him. This is an opportunity for a fair fight. No, do not forget that the objective is to kill No Thought Sword. Yes, I know. Here, take 1 each. Black scale pellets. They will be very useful in a crisis. Ghostface was somewhat surprised. You do not trust me, Song Liqiu replied. It means failure is absolutely unacceptable. Remember this well. You are an assassin now. Ghostface silently watched him for a long while. Since I chose the path of an assassin, I will kill No Thought Sword with my own strength. He swiftly left his hiding place. Ghostface used the roof as a foothold and launched himself forward. He gripped the 2 hooked blades at his waist with both hands. Ghostface dove down at once. No Thought Sword. The man immediately turned around in alarm. No Thought Sword quickly raised his sword to block the attack. Ghostface lost his momentum and spun through the air, then quickly steadied himself as he landed. No Thought Sword asked, Who are you? He replied, The Reaper, here to take your life. The man laughed. What an arrogant brat. Show me what you are capable of. Ghostface immediately swung his weapons at him. No Thought Sword raised his blade to block. The weapons collided repeatedly, producing harsh metallic clangs. Ghostface seized the opening and swung a hooked blade. No Thought Sword immediately stepped back. He kept enough distance from Ghostface that the hooks could not reach him. Ghostface immediately linked the 2 hooks together. Then he turned, gathered his momentum, and violently swung the hooked blades toward No Thought Sword. The man hastily dodged backward. Your twin hooks are not bad. Ghostface continued linking the 2 hooks. I will take that compliment as your last words. No Thought Sword dashed forward at once. A compliment? How pitiful. He swung his sword fiercely at Ghostface. Ghostface suddenly felt the weapon's tremendous power. He coughed softly. No Thought Sword raised his sword again. Let us see how long you can endure. The 2 plunged into another fierce clash. No Thought Sword quickly knocked Ghostface's hooks far away. Then he seized the opportunity to kick Ghostface hard in the waist. Ghostface immediately lost his balance and fell backward. No Thought Sword slashed him across the body. Ghostface's body froze for a moment. Then he fell, sprawled across the ground. No Thought Sword said, I deliberately did not cut deeply enough to kill you at once. Until my curiosity is satisfied, I will not let you die. Who are you? Who hired you to kill me? Ghostface thought, he is too strong. I have lost. No Thought Sword ordered, Speak, and I will spare you. Speak. Ghostface clicked his tongue helplessly. No Thought Sword raised his sword. I will not ask a second time. Ghostface took out a pellet. Is this where my clean life ends? The pellet immediately exploded. A cloud of white smoke burst forth, and blinding white light enveloped them both. No Thought Sword hurriedly covered his eyes. He slashed wildly in front of him and all around. You despicable brat. Ghostface drove a hooked blade through his body. No Thought Sword cried out in pain and dropped his sword. Ghostface thought, eliminate the target by any means necessary. I will be reborn as an assassin. A while later, lights were lit throughout the city. Father, an assassin. He cannot have gone far. Pursue him. Ghostface leaned against a wall and dragged himself onward in exhaustion. He stopped, panting heavily, then forced himself to flee the city. But after only a short distance, he collapsed. Ghostface lay exhausted on the ground. Panting, he closed his eyes and passed out in enemy territory. Sometime later, Ghostface suddenly regained consciousness. He was startled to realize that his body was moving. How did I get here? Yojiro was carrying him on his back. You are still alive? The master ordered me to wait along the escape route. He knew you would not be able to return unscathed. Ghostface said nothing and pondered silently. He wondered, my master, just how far ahead has he planned? Yun Xiang spoke. Chief Steward Ryu-un, have you been well? Ryu-un looked surprised. Oh, you came here? Why have you come? He promptly handed her a letter. What is this? The gang leader insisted that I personally deliver it to you. The letter read, No Thought Sword is dead. Hell 8 Blades is dead. Dragon Slaying Sword is dead. Yun Xiang continued, I shall take my leave now. Ah, he also said that if you have the time, he hopes you will pay him a visit. Ryu-un replied, tell him I will come. Travel safely. Elsewhere, Ryu-un said, I heard the 3 dragons of the clouds are dead. Is that true? She wondered, do we do this? Song Lichio replied, do we have the strength to do such a thing? Ryu-un fell silent for a moment before answering, I do not think so. Song Lichio said, this afternoon, a carriage carrying a great deal of rice will arrive. Tell Yojiro, Yui, and Ishur to carry it into the storeroom. There is no need to hire porters. Ryu-un replied, all right, I will do so. Elsewhere, a man roared, not only my father, but the 2 grandmasters, Hell 8 Blades and Dragon Slaying Sword, were ambushed and murdered on the same day. There was no formal challenge letter. They were attacked without warning. This is the work of assassins. It must have been the heaven-devouring sect. Only they could do it. A death order must be issued against them. That is right. We must wipe them out. They have long been thorns in our eyes. The heavenly master interrupted. Do you have any evidence? They immediately fell silent. Well, the old man continued. Do not speak so lightly of issuing a death order. It is no ordinary decree that can be handed down at will. The people below silently looked at him. Venerable monk, the heavenly master continued. No Thought Sword, Hell 8 Blades, and Dragon Slaying Sword. This poor monk can only barely suppress the grief in my heart at the deaths of such esteemed elders. But the culprit is not the heaven-devouring sect. Amitabha. Elsewhere, the carriage quickly stopped before the estate. Yojiro, Yui, and Ishur swiftly carried the sacks into the storeroom. Ryu-un stood inside and directed them. Please stack them here. Yui threw a sack of rice heavily onto the storeroom floor. The sack immediately tore open, spilling rice everywhere. Yojiro shouted irritably, What backbreaking work? Ryu-un replied, It is fine. The sack was simply old. Suddenly, she realized something was wrong. Silver, besides rice. The sack contained a great deal of silver. Song Lichio called out, They said there were many pebbles mixed in with the rice, so wash it thoroughly before cooking. At least now everyone in the estate can eat their fill. He gave Ryu-un a subtle wink. She remained silent, understanding Song Lichio's hidden meaning. Elsewhere, Ghostface was panting in the sick room. The physician said, fortunately, none of his internal organs were injured, but he lost a great deal of blood. He will need time to recover. Song Lichio replied, Thank you for your hard work. Please continue taking care of him. Has the pain eased at all? Ghostface replied, I can endure it. But how should I say this? It does hurt, but saying so in front of someone with broken ribs and a broken arm. Zidao spoke up. My lord, I will return to my room first. Being cut like this is an everyday occurrence. There is no need to make a fuss. Song Lichio replied, Do as you wish. Suddenly, Ryu-un pushed open the door and called, My lord, an elder of the beggars gang says he wishes to see the leader of the assassin sect. He is demanding food and drink and ordering people around as well. Chu-Wul sat outside at a table, continuously eating. He suddenly paused when he saw Song Lichio's expression. How much have I helped you? Yet you begrudge me a single meal. Song Lichio replied, When have I ever been stingy? Chu-Wul answered, It is written all over your face. You want me to leave as quickly as possible. Is that not right? What is it? Is there something in your estate that you do not want me to see? Song Liqiu replied, what assassin likes having someone rummaging through his home? Chu Wu replied, how rude. You speak as though I were an outsider. Song Liqiu replied, then shall I spread word that an elder of the beggars' gang has been associating with assassins? Chu will cut him off. Shut up, you bastard. Song Liqiu laughed. Do not worry. I will not let this relationship be severed. Chu Wu continued, the 3 dragons of the clouds are dead. I know without you telling me. No Thought sword died to twin hooks. Hell 8 blades died to an iron staff, and dragon slaying sword died to a dagger. Song Liqiu murmured, such detailed information. As expected of the beggars' gang. Chu will put down his bowl. I know you have been gathering assassins recently. Let me meet them once, will you? Song Liqiu replied, what could you accomplish by looking at those minor figures? He answered, I am merely curious what kind of people they are. I have no other intention. Song Liqiu smiled pleasantly. Is that so? The next moment, his face turned cold. Elder, you have overstepped your bounds. Chu Wu frowned at him coolly. My bounds. Song Liqiu continued, I am grateful for your help to our sect, but probing into our livelihood is troubling. Do you think we killed the 3 dragons of the clouds? Chu Wu looked surprised. Was it not you? Everyone suspects the heaven-devouring sect, but I think otherwise. Song Liqiu fell silent, a wary look in his eyes. Then he laughed loudly. Elder, you overestimate us. If you have finished eating, please follow me. There is something I want to show you. Elsewhere, Hong Tian swung his sword powerfully. He immediately rushed forward and slashed horizontally. Suddenly, Hong Tian's knee buckled to the ground. Zhou Hu shouted, no, when you draw your sword, focus here. Why do you not understand? Start over. Song Liqiu explained, those are my assassins. I hope their strength will grow quickly enough to kill the 3 dragons of the clouds. I said 6 months. After that deadline, I will absolutely not allow you access to any information, nor will I permit you to set foot here. You may suspect us after the deadline. Chu will turn away. That sword is too light for your friend. If you let him use a sword several times heavier, his movement and techniques will become more agile. The meal was excellent. He slowly walked out of the estate. Chu Wu walked along the path toward a hut for some time. He suddenly stopped before a bush. Do not miss a single time or route by which assassins enter or leave. A reply came from within the bush. Understood. Chu Wu exclaimed in surprise. Demon Extermination Palace. 22 sword wounds all over the body. Summoned the disciples monitoring the assassin sect at Great Outer Mountain immediately. A man replied, Elder, no, I will go myself. It will be faster. Then he dashed away. 2 people emerged from the bushes and reported, no assassins entered or left the assassin sect estate last night. That is the truth. Not even an ant crawled out of the gate. Chu Wu said nothing, deep in thought. Could I have been wrong? Elsewhere, Tak said, have you mentioned the commission from the current sect leader of the 4 Swords sect to the leader of the assassin sect? Un replied, not yet. Since the sect was established, everything has been so busy that it has been difficult to bring it up. He looked at her suspiciously. You did not forget, did you? Un replied, I'm not the type to forget. He said, that is why I wanted to meet you. If an opportunity arises, please remind him on my behalf. She replied, I will. Suddenly, a man rushed over. Gang leader. He handed over a letter. News has come from the demonic sect. Tak read the letter. So the dull sword demon is dead? Un looked surprised. The dull sword demon? Tak replied, yes. Only 3 days after Demon Extermination Palace. Unexplained deaths have occurred one after another. Everyone is on edge, yet they show no fear at all. At this rate, another death order may be issued. Warn the assassin sect leader to be cautious as well. Un replied, we are assassins. We are not innocent people. He replied, there are rumors that newly rising assassin organizations intend to use the assassin sect as a blood sacrifice. They dare not touch the heaven-devouring sect, but they consider the assassin sect easy prey. Elsewhere, Song Liqiu said, Chief Steward Un, where have you been? I have been waiting for you. She replied, I went to meet the gang leader. Song Liqiu was surprised. You are in contact with the gang leader? Un replied, yes, but do not worry. I provide them with what information I can while avoiding the eyes and ears of the heaven-devouring sect. At least until the 4 Swords sect leader is eliminated, they will help us. Song Liqiu instructed, tell them that I have not forgotten the commission to eliminate the 4 Swords sect leader. I will absolutely keep my promise. Un bowed slightly. I believe you. By the way, where are you going? Song Lichio replied, I'm going to Three Islands Mountain. It has been a long time since I returned home, so I intend to pay a visit. While I am gone, Chief Steward Ryu-un, please watch over the estate. Ryu-un looked somewhat hesitant. It is such a long journey. Will you be all right? You were specifically warned to beware of those who wish to use the assassin sect as a blood sacrifice. Song Lichio's expression immediately changed. Yojio, gather every assassin. He instructed, we have intelligence that a force intends to attack us. Defend the perimeter of the estate strictly. Not only must you carry weapons at all times, all assassins will stand guard in pairs during the day and groups of fortnight. Chief Steward Ryu-un, seal the main gate. While I am away, refuse all commissions. Ryu-un replied, understood. My lord, he instructed, if we are truly attacked, contact Three Islands Mountain immediately. This estate belongs to us, the assassin sect. Do not allow anyone to set foot inside. Understood. Understood. He swiftly mounted his horse and rode away. Ryu-un said, have a safe journey. A short while later, they galloped out of the estate. Ryu-un carefully pulled the outer gate shut, then quickly locked it from the inside. From the outside, the assassin sect residence was utterly quiet. Scene change to a dense forest in the distance. Ryu-un suddenly let out a dejected sigh. Her mother spoke up. I just scolded you. Why are you sighing like that? Ryu-un replied, it's nothing. Her mother muttered, it's not nothing. You're thinking about Lichio again, aren't you? Ryu-un replied, how can this make any sense? There hasn't been a single word from him. We don't even know whether he's alive or dead. Suddenly, Ryu-un's expression changed. She stared in astonishment at the people in the distance. Song Lichio. Mother, it's Song Lichio. Song Lichio is back. Ryu-un hurried toward them. Song Lichio. Lichio reined in his horse when he saw her running toward him. Ryu-un. Lichio swiftly dismounted. He opened his arms and ran toward her. Ryu-un. Song Lichio. Overjoyed, Ryu-un threw herself into his arms. Caught off balance, Lichio was immediately knocked backward. Ryu-un reproached him. After making us worry so much, why did you come back? Why didn't you just stay there forever? Liku replied, I am sorry. I am truly sorry. She angrily scolded him with affection. I hate you so much. Scene change. Cheonram's voice sounded. The fact that the young lady entrusted you with this mission shows how much she trusts you. Lichio chuckled. I merely did my best. He replied, yes, you did well. Thank you. Are you all right? Lichio was silent for a moment before quickly answering, I'm fine. Don't worry. His mother spoke up. Are you two still not finished talking? Dinner is ready. Come inside. Scene change to the dinner table. Yu Hoi began recounting. He showed up with 2 swords strapped behind his neck, and he was carrying a woman on his back. When I asked, Yugu, what are you doing? He said, my lord, I cannot live without this woman. If you do not permit it, we will die together. And then he burst into tears. Yugu shouted angrily, shut up. What did I ever do that? Yuhoi looked toward Lichio. Yes, my lord. Lichio replied. He embellished it a little, but that was roughly how it happened. Yugu defended himself. That's not true. He spoke helplessly. My lord. Everyone burst into cheerful laughter. A while later, it was already late at night. Cheonram said, it's late. You traveled a long way today, so hurry back and get some rest. Lichio's mother added, yes, everyone is tired. Go inside and sleep. Yu Hoi asked, my lord, can we have a little more to drink? Lichio replied, one night of indulgence won't hurt. Go ahead, but do not stay up all night. Don't worry. Isuk looked up at the night sky. Wow, there's so many stars. No matter how many there are, it is still only the southern sky. For some reason, it reminds me of the wind at Nakio Plain today. Yugu added, around this time every year, we would hunt and roast wild boar at Heavenly Fortune. Last year, when we went hunting, Cheon-dong broke his leg. Remember? Yu Hoi continued. Even after we tore off a leg for him, he still ate it happily. Yugu added, after all, it really did taste exquisite. He quickly grabbed hold of a bench. Yu Hoi immediately used it as a shield against concealed weapons. A concealed weapon suddenly struck his shoulder. Damn it! Yiseok muttered anjosely. Yu Hoi. A group of assassins sprang out of the bushes and rushed toward them. Isuk immediately slammed the bench into one of them. The battle began. Isuk and his companions used wooden boards as improvised weapons. Isuk quickly shouted a warning. Assassins! From outside the door came a loud cry. Enemies! Li Qiu immediately froze and turned toward the entrance, tightly gripping the sword on the table. Ryu Un hurriedly spoke up. He replied, "Do not go outside. Stay here. Do not move." Li Qiu immediately placed his hand on the door before him. He opened it and saw the battle outside. Li Qiu suddenly realized someone was approaching. He swiftly raised his sword to block the assassin's attack, then slashed through him. He asked, "Who are they?" This subordinate does not know. Li Qiu immediately rushed out. "Father, please guard the entrance for me." He quickly swung his sword and charged at the assassins. Blood sprayed into the air as one assassin fell. Another gritted his teeth and swung his sword down fiercely. Mu Jin immediately ducked to evade the attack. Then he seized the opportunity to deliver a powerful slash. One assassin after another fell to the ground. Yu Gu continued slashing at an enemy before him, and the assassin immediately collapsed from the blow. Isuk panted heavily and looked around. Only one of the assassins remained alive. The assassin hurriedly turned and fled. Li Qiu quickly stopped Isuk. "Do not kill them all. We must capture one alive to discover who is behind this." Mu Jin spun his weapon in a circle and threw it at him. It struck the assassin, knocking him to the ground. Yu Gu urgently called out, "Yu Hoi, wake up! Yu Hoi!" Yu Hoi's face had gone stiff, and foam poured from his mouth. Mu Yin matered. Poison. The concealed weapon was poisoned. Li Qiu ordered, "Yu Gu, ride down to the village and bring a physician here at once." Yu Gu hurried away. "I'll go immediately. Do not rest while running. If you delay, Yu Hoi will die." Li Qiu frowned and turned toward the assassin. Sword in hand, he stepped closer. The assassin panicked as Li Qiu's sword touched his throat. Li Qiu interrogated him. "Are you from the Heaven-Slaying sect?" He hurriedly replied, "Huh? Yes, that's right." Li Qiu immediately raised his sword, and terror appeared on the assassin's face. Li Qiu said coldly, "If you dare lie, every piece of your body will be severed from your corpse. Where did you come from? Who sent you here?" The man stared silently at the sword against his throat. Li Qiu slashed his body again. The assassin hurriedly muttered in panic, The Green Forest Gang. The Green Forest Gang in Luoyang." Li Qiu replied, "You confessed after only this much. You're not even qualified to be an assassin." He coldly delivered a final slash, killing him. "Yi Seok," he ordered, "go to the great outer mountain estate immediately. Gather the assassins and head for Luoyang. We must show them what happens to those who lay hands on our assassin sect." Scene change to the following morning. Li Qiu muttered, "I never expected them to ignore the estate and instead offend Three Islands Mountain. Not only Yu Hoi, but even my family nearly came to harm. They are absolutely unforgivable." Yu Gu spoke up. "Sect leader, they have arrived." A group of men appeared in the distance. Li Qiu immediately rose with his sword in hand. "Let's go." He led the group toward the Green Forest Gang. A while later, they came into view of the Green Forest Gang's gate. One man suddenly noticed that something seemed strange. He looked at Li Qiu's group in confusion. "Who are these people?" Li Qiu immediately ordered, "Mu Jin, open the gate." The two gate guards hurriedly reached for their swords. "Enemies, prepare to fight." Mu Jin immediately leaped forward and clung to the gate. He swiftly drew his sword and cut down the two guards. Then Mu Jin calmly pushed the gate open. As it slowly opened, it revealed Mu Jin and Li Qiu's group standing behind him. They immediately entered the Green Forest Gang's compound as dozens of footsteps rushed toward them. "Stop! What do you think this is that you dare show your faces here? Bring out your gang leader. Tell him that Song Li Qiu of the Assassin Sect has come to see him." Li Shuxian spoke up. "What the hell are the Assassin Sect and Song Li Qiu? Where did these mangy dogs come from?" He arrogantly strode past the people around him. Li Qiu spoke. "You are Li Shuxian, leader of the Green Forest Gang?" He replied, "You dare come here? Did you even investigate who we are?" Li Qiu answered, "I will say this only once, so listen carefully. The only way for your subordinates to keep their miserable lives is for you to kneel and kowtow in repentance for daring to use the assassin sect as a sacrifice." Shu Xian frowned slightly at those words. He laughed. "I was wondering who it was. Did a little provocation make you so furious that you ran all the way here? Brothers, another opportunity has come to our door. Kill them. Leave no one alive." Li Qiu immediately stepped forward and slashed at Shu Xian. Blood spurted into the air as the others stared in shock at their gang leader falling. Li Qiu ordered coldly, "Kill them all." He and his companions immediately charged into battle. Li Qiu swiftly slashed one man before he could defend himself. Elsewhere, a member of the assassin sect had just finished off another. Another man cut down everyone standing nearby. Bloodwind had also just slain an enemy close by. Jiangho smashed his staff into one man's head, while Yu Gu gave a satisfied smile as he thrust his sword through another. In short, miserable screams rang out everywhere. A while later, the surroundings gradually fell silent. The Green Forest Gang's compound was filled with corpses. Xu Xian's head was hung before the gate with a notice. The Green Forest Gang struck first and caused losses to the assassin sect. This was only unavoidable retaliation. Scene change. An official's voice sounded. Anyone dissatisfied or seeking revenge is always welcome at the assassin sect. That was what the public notice said. According to the investigation, the Green Forest Gang truly did initiate hostilities against the assassin sect. The Zen master asked, "The assassin sect, is that the newly established assassin organization that recently sent invitations announcing its founding?" He replied, "Yes, it is." The Zen master muttered, "It seems they are not merely madmen we can laugh off. Amipa, summon the sect leader of the assassin sect to meet me." Rixu's voice sounded. "The Green Forest Gang in Luoyang has been annihilated. It may not have been a major force, but to be destroyed in a single night like this. The assassin sect's arrogance truly knows no bounds." Was this also at the master's command? Xiao Gao muttered, "It would be nice if it were." Rixu asked in surprise, "What?" She replied, "Oh, nothing. I only asked him to draw the attention of the Central Plains while we cultivated our forces. Establishing a sect and destroying the Green Forest Gang were Song Lichio's own decisions. The 9 sects and 1 gang will never tolerate any force that lies beyond their control. They will surely find an excuse to destroy the assassin sect. While their attention is focused on the assassin sect, we will quietly build our strength. When the time is right, we will emerge in the martial world. That is my plan. We cannot waste the time Song Lichio has gained for us. Are the preparations complete?" Yin replied, "Of course." Rixu smiled fondly. "Certainly." Miao Un added, "Yes, sister. We will not disappoint you." Scene change. The sound of hoofbeats drew closer. Rixu stood silently and motionlessly, his face utterly unconcerned. The riders came closer and closer. Only then did Rixu slowly turn his head to observe them. The horses ahead charged forward. They quickly passed on his left, with Rixu standing in the middle of the mounted group. Chong Jin's voice sounded, "My lord, this subordinate has arrived late. But please see for yourself. I selected only the strongest and most nimble men." Rixu replied, "I never doubted it. How could Mongol warriors have any weaklings among them?" He called out, "Great warriors, are you prepared to offer up your lives?" They immediately raised their weapons high. "Ready." Their spirited cries echoed everywhere. Rixu looked pleased. "Very good. I will pay a price worthy of your lives. You will not be treated unfairly." Scene change. Miao Un's voice sounded. "This is the celestial window acupoint. If it is struck hard, the ears will ring and the entire body will convulse. This needle may look ordinary, but if it pierces the celestial window acupoint precisely, even the strongest person in the world will die instantly without uttering a sound." She immediately shot the needle at the person before her, stopping just as it touched the skin. Miao Un continued, "Our enemies are all martial arts masters. A single moment of hesitation will lead to failure, and failure will cost you your lives. Do you understand?" The girl seated below immediately answered, "Yes, sister. Begin your training." One girl tightly gripped the needle in her hand. Then she used all her strength to stab a bolster pillow. Miao Un reminded them, "Stab with all your strength. Harder. Today, you must stab 1,000 times before you may rest. You are assassins, not prostitutes. Remember well that you belong to Black Moonlight." Scene change. Young Ji spoke. "Who is the target? Say the word, and we will kill anyone for you." Yun immediately replied, "Zen Master Huining, Abbot of Shaolin." His face immediately changed upon hearing that name. Yan Simidet. "What is it? Is that too difficult?" Yang Ji muttered that. Actually, Yin burst out laughing. I was only joking. Just joking. Yang Ji immediately drew his sword and swiftly brought it to Yan's throat. You bastard! Who are you to make fools of us? Yan Simidith. Does the Azure Assassins sect have business to attend to? I heard the Heaven-Slaying sect has stolen all your contracts, and now you can barely even maintain this estate. Yang Ji asked in astonishment. So you did not come to arrange an assassination contract? He answered, that is right. I came here to borrow your assassins. What? Your assassins are sitting idle, so I will make use of them. 31st-rate assassins for 5 years. Yang Ji replied, you surely know that a few coins cannot possibly hire them, don't you? Yet, and immediately produced a large chest. Here, 2,000 taels of silver per year. Yang Ji silently stared at the chest full of silver on the table. Taking out another bag. 3,000 taels of silver. Yin replied, fine. In exchange, I will personally select the assassins. Gather every assassin of the Azure Assassins sect here at once. Scene change. Yang Ji led Yun into a room. This way, please. Choose whichever ones you find satisfactory. Yeah, and quickly enter the room. Every assassin around him radiated a chilling, killing intent. Yeah, and clasped his hands behind his back and examined them. His face showed no emotion whatsoever. Every one of their eyes was equally murky and savage. Very good. I'm quite pleased. Scene change. Ryu Un's voice sounded. The family's safety was my highest priority, which is why I endured things until now. But we have proven that this place is no longer safe either. If nowhere in the Central Plains is peaceful, then there is no reason for us to live apart. That is what I wanted to say. What do you think, father? Is there anything wrong with my reasoning? Chang Chion replied, it is not entirely wrong. Ryu Un said to Li Qiu, did you hear that? Did you hear him? Find a reason for us to live apart, then. Do not use safety as an excuse anymore. Li Qiu sighed. All right, then we will all go to the great outer mountain estate. Ryu Un excitedly sprang to her feet and cried happily, yes. Li Qiu continued, but even so, we may not be able to settle permanently at the estate because we do not know when we may have to pack up and leave again. Ryu Un replied, that is all right. Where we live does not matter. Being together with our family is what matters most. Li Qiu turned to face them. And one more thing, father, mother. I left home when I was young, so it does not matter for me, but someone will surely recognize you both. In the future, many people will be watching the assassin sect, so you should remain within the estate. Would that be all right? Bo Yiheng replied, of course. We have entered the Central Plains, after all. Ryu Un immediately looked at her in disbelief. She continued, it is all right, my child. How could I bear to see my daughter-in-law troubled? Ryu Un immediately hugged her. I love you so much, mother. You will not have time to feel stifled anymore. Oh my, this girl. Be careful not to fall. Scene change. They set out at last. Bo Yiheng's voice rang out. Do you know what the strongest bloodline in this world is? It is the bloodline that can send those it loves to their deaths. Our Redcar clan has sent countless people to the battlefield with our own hands, and I am the daughter of the Redcar clan chief. So do not worry. My bloodline is very strong. Li Qiu turned back anxiously to look behind him. He immediately saw Yu Hoi frowning slightly in discomfort. Yu Hoi was breathing heavily, clearly exhausted. Li Qiu asked anxiously, Yu Hoi, are you all right? Yes, sect leader. I am fine. Let us rest for a while before continuing. Yu Hoi replied, rest? There is no need. I am fine. I am perfectly all right. Li Qiu quickly placed a hand on his shoulder. Thank you, Yu Hoi. Yes. What is it? Thank you for surviving safely. Come on, just hold on a little longer. We are almost there. Once we cross that pass, we will arrive. A while later, at Great Outer Mountain, Ryu Un's voice rang out. Greetings, sir. My name is True Nu Un. Li Qiu explained. She is the steward in charge of all affairs at the estate. If you need anything, simply call for Steward Nu Un. These are my father and mother. Chang Chion replied. So you are Steward Nu? I have heard much of you on the way here. She bowed her head. It is an honor to meet you. The honor is ours. We hope for your guidance in the future. Li Qiu continued, and this is my wife and mother-in-law. Nu-Un's face briefly showed a complicated expression at that introduction. Hong Mok quickly clasped her hands together. Greetings. Ryu Un silently observed Nu-Un's expression. Nu-Un stammered. It is a pleasure. Ryu Un said, I also hope we can help one another. Li Qiu suddenly interjected, oh, right, mother. Before coming to help me, Steward Nu-Un was once with the house sect. Bui Hung exclaimed, "Oh, really?" Li Qiu introduced her further. She used to be a branch leader of the Heavenly Flower Tower. Steward Nuun, it seems we will have much to discuss. Scene change. Nuun's voice rang out. I never expected to meet branch leader Bui again here. The world truly is small. Fate works in mysterious ways. Bui Hung asked, is the sect leader well? He is still, she answered, alive and safe. Bui Hung murmured, what do you mean, alive and safe? What exactly happened? Nu Un answered, after the betrayal of violent annihilation killing disciple, he was forced to leave and is now in hiding. Bui Hung was shocked. What? A guardian would stage a rebellion? What sect leader could possibly be defeated by someone like violent annihilation killing disciple? How could that happen? Nu Un continued, his body is no longer whole. He lost an arm. Bui Hung exclaimed, what? He lost an arm? You do not know? While stopping my husband at the 10 nets, his left arm was severed. Bui Hung murmured, that cannot be. The sect leader did it for us. That just so we could escape. Nu Un replied, I heard that he was struck by the Crimson Earth Assassin. We all believe that was what happened. Scene change. Bui Hung wearily placed a hand on the door. Looking utterly dejected, she slowly stepped inside. Bui Hung kept her eyes tightly shut, exhausted, as she slowly dragged herself across the courtyard. Chang Chion looked surprised upon seeing her. What? You came back so early? I thought you had so much to say that you would talk through the night. Bui Hung suddenly collapsed. Chang Chion called out anxiously, Madam! Scene change. Chang Chion said, perhaps the sect leader cut off his own arm, so no one would suspect that he had helped us escape. Protecting us utterly ruined his life. Li Qiu replied, I see. He continued, Mother blamed herself and could not sleep at all last night. Li Qiu said, I swore to Steward Nu Un and leader Un Chake and Kai Feng that I would personally kill the current Hao sect leader. Please tell Mother that I will personally help the former sect leader reclaim his position. Chang Chion nodded. All right, I will tell her. Nu Un's voice suddenly rang out. Sect leader, Shaolin has come to see you. Chang Chion and Li Qiu looked at each other suspiciously. Shaolin? Father, please excuse yourself first. Jiuen's voice rang out. I have brought a message from the abbot of Shaolin. Recently, he has wished to invite you to Shaolin Temple. Li Qiu silently studied the monk before him. He carefully glanced toward the entrance. Then Li Qiu whispered, how much will this cost me? Jiuen was taken aback. What do you mean, how much? Li Qiu replied, if you send a busy person running back and forth, you ought to compensate him appropriately. Jiuen said, there are thousands of people outside waiting to receive the Zen master's teachings. Yet when such a great master invites you, you demand payment. Li Qiu smiled faintly. So, I'm supposed to feel honored, is that it? But what can I do? A narrow-minded man like me will not take a single step without financial gain. Jiuan said, there are things in this world more precious than money. Li Qiu replied, is that so? How could an ignorant assassin like me understand such principles? Is that not why a venerable monk like you is here to teach me? Jiuan continued coldly, benefactor, what makes you so arrogant and conceited? Li Qiu answered, where exactly do you see arrogance? Is it because I admit what I do not know? Jiuan replied, the words of the abbot of Shaolin carry the authority of martial law. Can you bear the consequences? Li Qiu calmly replied, how could a lowly assassin like me stand against someone who can kick anyone away whenever he pleases? Stop lecturing me with nonsense. You should have threatened me like that from the beginning. Jiuan angrily shouted, interrupting him. Benefactor, Li Qiu replied, I will visit in 10 days on the Qixi festival. Convey that to the abbot. Please see yourself out. Scene change. Nuun carried a large tray of food out through the gate. You have worked very hard. You seem to have missed your meals, so we brought you some food. She looked down toward the nearby bushes. It is simple fare, but please enjoy it. There is also a letter on the table, a request from the assassin sect leader for Elder Autumn Moon. We leave everything to you. Farewell. The two men hiding in the bushes silently stared at the meal. They knew we were following them all along. What do we do now? What do you mean, what do we do? Our cover is already blown. Let's eat first and figure it out afterward. How long has it been since we had a proper meal like this? Scene change. Autumn Moon read the letter. That man no longer needs me at all. A man continued. Also, Elder, Master Jiuan of Shaolin has visited the assassin sect. Autumn Moon was startled. What? Jiuan? That assassin sect leader. Does he think I report every move he makes to Shaolin? Scene change. The assassins urgently shouted. That will not do. Sect leader, please let us go with you. Let us accompany you and protect you. That is right. It is too dangerous for you to go alone. Li Qiu murmured. Why are you all making such a fuss? They will probably just give me another tiresome lecture. Ghostface replied, I have a bad feeling about this. There is clearly some scheme or plot behind it. Lichio answered, the most unnecessary thing in this world is worrying about Song Lichio. Do not concern yourselves so much. I am only going there to cooperate for a while. I will not embarrass them. They immediately wore helpless expressions. Sect leader, Lichio immediately rode out through the gate. I will be back shortly. Sect leader, please take care. Hoofbeats rang out along the mountain path. Lichio urged his horse onward at a rapid pace. Suddenly, he sensed that something was wrong. Lichio was startled to see Autumn Moon following close behind. Did I not send a secret letter saying that I would come pay my respects after this matter was settled? There is no need for you to appear in person. Autumn Moon roared, answer me. Were the recent mysterious deaths of martial artists the work of the assassin sect? Lichio replied, did you not already investigate the matter? The assassins have never set foot outside this place. If we had been trapped in the Elder's palm alone, we would have washed our hands of this long ago. Autumn Moon murmured, so there's another way out? You need not trouble yourself looking for it. The area is covered in hidden mechanisms. Autumn Moon suddenly shouted, can you not go there? Lichio was surprised and slowed his horse. A moment later, Autumn Moon raced ahead. Lichio stopped his horse. What do you mean? Autumn Moon answered, are you not on your way to Shaolin? I'm only telling you not to set foot in that place. When you're summoned by a sect like Shaolin, there are only 3 possible outcomes. First, you become Shaolin's obedient dog. Second, the sect leader personally disbands his sect. Otherwise, you vanish without a trace. Lichio stood motionless, silently watching Autumn Moon. After a while, he finally spoke. Thank you, Elder Autumn Moon, for the warning. However, I have already made an appointment. A promise must be kept. So, Autumn Moon angrily cursed. You fool. Lichio then rode away at full speed. Autumn Moon could only stand silently and watch him disappear into the distance. Scene change. Jiyuan's voice rang out. Umipa, how did you come here, benefactor? Lichio replied, I came at the abbot's invitation. Tell him that the assassin sect leader has arrived. Jiyuan replied, please come this way. This humble monk will lead you. First, this is a sacred place where the Buddha resides. Your sword will be returned to you personally when you leave the mountain. Lichio silently frowned at him, then slowly handed his sword to the monk beside him. Jiyuan quickly walked ahead. This way, please. Lichio followed behind him. He thought to himself, this place is the center of the 9 sects and 1 gang. A moment later, Jiyuan gestured ahead. Please enter. Lichio immediately stepped inside Shaolin Temple. A monk was waiting in the room. Jiyuan spoke. Komein, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Lichio slowly walked into the room. I am Song Lichio, leader of the assassin sect. The elder introduced himself. This humble monk's dharma name is Jiyuan. Lichio asked, where is the Zen master? The elder replied, before seeing the Zen master, would you like to enter the Buddhist hall and cleanse the bloodlust surging within your body? Lichio replied, I came here at the abbot's invitation, not to bow before Buddha. You monks may have plenty of time, but I cannot waste mine relaxing here and doing such meaningless things. Jiyuan answered, once you have entered the gates of Buddhism, it is only proper that you first pay respects to Buddha. Lichio replied, I do not understand those rules, nor do I intend to follow them. If that is the case, tell the abbot that I will be taking my leave. Jiyuan urgently called out, benefactor. The doors immediately slammed shut. Lichio immediately realized that he had been trapped. Dozens of footsteps rushed toward him. Lichio warily turned around. Dozens of Shaolin disciples were charging at him. Jiyuan said, the stench of blood on your body is overwhelming, benefactor. Quickly cleanse yourself of that murderous intent. Lichio looked around. What is this supposed to be? Is this how Shaolin treats its guests? Jiyuan murmured a Buddhist chant. Umipa. The disciples immediately raised their arms above their heads. They quickly prepared to attack, forming a circle around Lichio. He snorted coldly. In other words, this was your purpose from the beginning. One disciple immediately rushed toward him. The man swung his fist hard at Lichio, who coolly watched his movement. Lichio immediately dodged the incoming attack. He quickly shifted his weight to counterattack. The moment he saw an opening, Lichio drove a hard punch into the man's face. The disciple was knocked out of the circle. Immediately afterward, another disciple charged in. Lichio smashed his elbow into the right side of the man's face. His face immediately twisted, and blood streamed from his nose onto the floor. As he fell, Lichio turned and punched another disciple. Lichio immediately sensed an attack from behind. He swiftly turned and raised a hand to block the man's kick. Li Qiu suddenly lost his balance and was thrown backward. Another man seized the chance to punch him hard in the face. Li Qiu's body flew through the air before he gradually fell onto the floor. Li Qiu braced one hand against the floor and stopped himself. So this is how they have always subdued the leaders of other sects. And now they want to subdue me as well. Fine, let me see what you are capable of. One monk took a fist directly to the face. He immediately stumbled backward in pain. Li Qiu continued moving quickly. He lifted his leg and kicked another monk with all his strength. Another monk rushed in, raising his fist. Li Qiu immediately struck him in the face. He swiftly returned to a defensive stance and dodged another blow. Li Qiu clenched his fist tightly. He drove a powerful punch into the stomach of a nearby opponent. Then he struck another man in the face, while the monks continued to encircle him. Li Qiu immediately turned around and kicked hard into the stomach of a charging opponent. The man's body fell backward. Another monk quickly ran out from the circle. He raised his leg and kicked toward the top of Li Qiu's head. Li Qiu immediately dodged away and watched his movements. He raised a hand to block the incoming punch. Then Li Qiu surged forward and struck the monk hard. Suddenly, he realized he was being attacked from behind. Another monk had kicked him hard in the back. Li Qiu frowned in irritation and turned to look at him. The monk continued rushing forward, throwing heavy punches at him. Another seized the opportunity to drive his knee hard into Li Qiu's face. Li Qiu immediately felt the pain of the blow. He quickly stepped backward toward the edge of the circle, holding his face and groaning softly in pain. Jiyun said, "Benefactor, it is not too late. Kneel before Buddha." Li Qiu panted and slowly lowered the hand covering his face. "I have no intention of doing that, so try and make me kneel." He immediately blocked a monk's attack. Li Qiu punched him hard in the face, then almost immediately smashed his elbow into the man's face. Li Qiu quickly turned and glanced behind him. He raised his leg again and kicked forcefully forward. The monk took the attack head-on. His body was launched into the air as he struggled to regain his balance. Li Qiu punched him hard in the waist, sending him crashing to the floor. Another monk rushed in to attack. Li Qiu quickly rolled several times across the floor. Then he sprang up and kicked hard into the man's chest. Li Qiu launched himself into the air, putting all his strength into the kick. A tired expression briefly crossed his face, sweat streaming down his forehead. Li Qiu dove downward and drove his foot hard into the man below. The monk immediately gritted his teeth in pain, and his body was sent flying backward. The other monks prepared to rush at him again. Then the Zen master's voice suddenly rang out. "What do you think you're doing? Stop at once." The monks immediately halted. "Zen master." Song Li Qiu frowned slightly and watched the old man warily. The Zen master said coolly, "I told you to receive him properly." Juyin replied, "Please forgive us. The temple reeks of blood, so we intended to cleanse his killing intent before leading him inside." The Zen master cut him off. "Enough." He turned to Song Li Qiu. "This old monk apologizes on behalf of my disciples for their thoughtlessness." Li Qiu snorted. "I never expected Shaolin to receive guests in such a manner." An angry voice rang out. "Invite him in at once." Scene change. The Zen master spoke. "Does Benefactor intend to become enemies with Shaolin?" Li Qiu replied, "Of course not. I know very well how terrifying the 10 nets are." The old man smiled. "It sounds as though you would dare, if not for the 10 nets." Li Qiu answered, "That is correct." Surprise briefly crossed the Zen master's face. "Is that so?" Li Qiu replied coldly. "A Shaolin without righteousness and compassion is merely another sect to fight when the time comes." After a moment of silence, the Zen master asked, "Can you tell me why you believe Shaolin lacks righteousness and compassion?" Li Qiu answered, "You sent an invitation, yet did not even send a novice monk to welcome me. That is unrighteous. And you cling to such narrow-minded thoughts while claiming you want to cleanse another's killing intent. That is without compassion." The Zen master replied, "You are an assassin, are you not? And an assassin speaks of righteousness and compassion." Li Qiu frowned slightly. "Are those not privileges reserved for lowly people like us? I may not possess them, but those who worship the Buddha must." The Zen master remained silent and slowly took a sip of water. "Do you know what 9 years of facing the wall means?" Song Li Qiu replied, "I know. It is 9 years spent cultivating while facing a wall." The Zen master asked, "What do you think?" "I want you to experience it. It will greatly benefit your life." Song Li Qiu remained silent, carefully observing the old man's expression. "Did you summon me here merely to persuade me to cultivate at Shaolin?" The Zen master answered, "That is correct." Song Liqiu promptly rose to his feet. Then there is no reason for us to continue this conversation. I shall take my leave, the Zen master said. Do you know what it means to refuse this humble monk's offer? Liqiu answered, of course. I will never make a move against someone without standing. Therefore, the assassin sect will never violate the 10 nets. The Zen master frowned and muttered, You are that confident? Song Liqiu immediately adopted a respectful manner. I trust that you would not deliberately fabricate a pretext. Until we meet again. He quickly left the room. Farewell. The door closed again. The Zen master sat alone in silence for a while. Then he spoke. You said Autumn Moon is following him. Jiyun answered, Yes, but he appears not to have found any evidence yet. The Zen master clicked his tongue. He has grown old as well. We should send someone into the assassin sect, among the lay disciples, who has passed the 36 chambers. Jiyun replied, Ding Yun is in Kaifeng. Who in Hunan does not know Ding Yun? Besides him, there is Bai Qianni, who is teaching the younger generation in Zhujiang. The Zen master ordered, Send a disciple to Zhujiang. And another thing, how regrettable that they could not restrain a single assassin. Have the 18 arhats become lazy in their training lately? Jiyun replied, We disciples will focus on cultivating more diligently. The Zen master muttered, Though it may sound like an excuse, Song Liqiu's martial arts are truly outstanding. I do not understand why a man like him chose the path of an assassin, but he will surely become a great threat to the martial world. If he cannot be brought under control, we should eliminate him at the root before he grows any stronger. I agree. Scene change. A group of people waited anxiously at the assassin sect. Yang Tai muttered, The sun is setting, yet there is still no sign that the sect leader intends to return. Hong Tian said, The more time passes, the more uneasy I become. What if he cannot return? Yang Tai scolded him. Watch your mouth. Do not say such unlucky things. Zheng Hao spoke up. Could it all end meaninglessly here? I have already decided to devote the rest of my life to the sect leader. Manhwa interrupted. Shut up. What terrible luck. Zheng Hao defended himself. Have there not been many new sect leaders summoned to Shaolin who simply disappeared afterward? Manhwa replied. Who does not know that? I am already anxious enough, and you are making it worse. Suddenly, Tu Dao pointed into the distance. Look, he is back. The sect leader has returned. Everyone hurried toward the distant figure. Sect leader. Song Liqiu looked surprised. What is this? Were all of you waiting for me? They replied. We were terribly worried that you might not return. Our hearts were so burdened that we could not simply remain inside. Song Liqiu smiled. I told you there was no need to worry. Do you still not know that I'm not so easily bullied? Hua Dan replied. We know, but we simply could not cast aside the uneasiness in our hearts. Song Liqiu chuckled. How moving. What sect has subordinates who genuinely worry for their leader's safety like this? Hong Tian said loudly, If the sect leader had not returned, I was going to level Shaolin myself. Juao spoke. We are overjoyed that you returned safely, sect leader. We can finally rest easy. Song Liqiu laughed loudly. Since everyone is in such high spirits, why not go inside and hold a drinking feast? Really wonderful. Suddenly, an urgent cry rang out. Assassin sect leader. Song Liqiu immediately turned around. A man was rushing toward him. Behind him, 2 men fired a throwing knife. The knife immediately pierced the man's body, and he collapsed to the ground. Yang Tai exclaimed, They are from the heaven-slaying sect. What are they doing? The 2 men immediately searched the fallen man's clothes. It is not here. Impossible. Search him carefully. Hong Tian rushed forward. Stop. What do you think you are doing at the entrance to someone else's estate? Damn it. The 2 men hurriedly fled. This is bad. Retreat. Zheng Hao quickly asked, Should we chase and capture them? Song Liqiu replied, Forget it. There is no need. The man on the ground struggled to call out, Assassin sect leader. Song Liqiu was surprised. You came looking for me? What? The man held out a letter. This is a letter from the heaven-slaying sect leader. Then he collapsed, his arm falling limply to the ground. Song Liqiu quickly took the letter. Written on it were the words, 15th day of the 9th month, 3rd watch. Willow River, Black Bamboo Forest. Song Liqiu fell briefly into thought. It seems the heaven-slaying sect leader is in danger. Chang Chion's voice sounded. I know the heaven-slaying sect leader well. He was born the son of a butcher and grew up amid the stench of blood. His mind was sharp, and he was always called a genius. He entered the heaven-slaying sect at 12 and ultimately rose to become its leader. He is indeed a formidable man. Song Lichio replied. I met him once during a business transaction. As his price for the deal, he told me that one day I would have to wager my life for him. At the time, I thought he was merely saying it to protect himself. Who could possibly threaten the heaven-slaying sect leader? Chong Cheon answered. The heaven-slaying sect is a massive organization that controls more than half the assassin world. The only force capable of threatening it would be the 9 sects and 1 gang. Song Lichio replied. But the people trying to intercept this letter were also from the heaven-slaying sect. Chong Cheon fell silent and looked at him for a while. Then it must be an internal power struggle within the heaven-slaying sect. Scene change. As Song Lichio carefully wrote, True Nuun said, it is beyond the assassin sect's capabilities to investigate the inner workings of the heaven-slaying sect. Perhaps we refused Autumn Moon's assistance too soon. Song Lichio replied, No, that elder is ultimately a member of the Beggars Gang and cannot be trusted. Steward, go and visit the House sect leader. Scene change. Unchuk frowned slightly as he read the letter. The assassin sect leader has finally made his move. We should lend him a hand. Nu-un asked, Are you certain that is wise? Unchuk looked surprised. Are you worried? Last time, you were the one asking me for help. She replied, That was different. Now we have to face the heaven-slaying sect. He answered, This is not for the assassin sect leader. It is for our own sect leader. Scene change. Song Lichio pushed a ladder forward and slowly climbed its steps. Song Lichio silently studied the enormous map. Elder Wu asked in surprise, What are you looking for? Lichio replied, Senior. Here, Black Bamboo Forest. Elder Wu was surprised. Black Bamboo Forest? Song Lichio replied, It is unfortunate. If only the terrain of Black Bamboo Forest were mapped in greater detail. Elder Wu immediately rummaged through the stack of papers beside him. Wait a moment. That is right, it is here. Elder Wu held up a map. Look, how about this one? Song Lichio chuckled softly. Senior, you truly are. Elder Wu looked pleased. What? So worthy of respect that it drives you mad. Lichio requested, Please make 17 copies for me. Scene change. Nu-un's voice rang out. Sect leader, people from the house sect have arrived. The 2 men introduced themselves. Greetings, sect leader. I am Deng Tianchao. I am Chen Wudong. By the house sect leader's orders, we came to investigate the heaven-slaying sect. Song Lichio replied, Very well. What have you found? Wudong answered, Yes, it is a rebellion. Surprise flashed across Nu-un's face. Song Lichio muttered, A rebellion? Tianchao replied, We heard that a force has risen against the heaven-slaying sect leader. Its leader is Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword. He was raised by the heaven-slaying sect leader as though he were his own son. He was the most trusted among his trusted men and was considered the next sect leader. We do not know what made him become so impatient. We heard that in one night, he killed the heaven-slaying sect leader's 5 wives, 6 sons, and 11 daughters. Song Lichio muttered, What a ruthless man. Tianchao continued. In the end, all those who supported the heaven-slaying sect leader were either killed or driven into a corner and are now trying to escape. Song Lichio replied, Just as I thought. He wants us to help him escape Black Bamboo Forest. You have both worked hard. You may withdraw now. Please convey my thanks to the house sect leader as well. He ordered, Steward, treat them well before seeing them off. Nu-un answered, As you command, sect leader. Wudong said, Sect leader, our identities have been exposed within the heaven-slaying sect. Though wounded, we barely escaped. Please allow us to remain at the assassin sect until this matter is settled. Tianchao added, Please help us, sect leader. Song Lichio replied, The heaven-slaying sect is merely in chaos right now. Once matters are settled, they will surely go to the house sect to demand an explanation. Since things have come to this, why not join our family instead? They exclaimed in surprise. Yes. He continued, If you were assassin sect disciples from the start, what grounds would the heaven-slaying sect have to blame the house sect? Tianchao and Wudong exchanged hesitant looks in silence. After a while, they answered respectfully, If you will accept us, we swear loyalty to you. Please entrust us with any task. Nu-un ordered, Bring them food, then lead them to their rooms. Summon a physician as well. The woman replied, As you command, steward. This way, please. Nu-un closed the door. Those 2 seemed trustworthy. But if this was a rebellion that even the heaven-slaying sect leader could not prevent despite knowing about it beforehand, should we really involve ourselves? Even if we save him safely, we will become irreconcilable enemies of the heaven-slaying sect under Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword's control. Song Lichio replied, I gave him my word. I will wager my life for his. Nu-un silently stared at him, her eyes filled with astonishment. Song Lichio quickly stood up. There is no time to think any further. Gather every assassin of the assassin sect. Scene change. Tu Dao studied the map in his hand. He frowned and asked, Sect leader, this is? Song Lichio replied, Willow River's Black Bamboo Forest. Everyone, memorize the terrain and check your positions. Bloodwind muttered, This does not seem to be an assassination mission. He answered, That is right. Tonight, we are going to rescue the Heaven-Slaying Sect leader. They cried out in surprise. The Heaven-Slaying Sect leader? Song Lichio continued, We may have to wage an all-out war against the Heaven-Slaying Sect, so prepare yourselves. This will be a battle that determines the life or death of the assassin sect. Scene change. A carriage approached the forest. Song Lichio jumped down. Everyone, wait until I return. If you encounter danger, abandon the carriage and find a way to preserve your lives. The stable hall master replied, We understand. Song Lichio cautiously walked toward the dark forest. Before long, his figure disappeared. Song Lichio ventured ever deeper into the forest ahead. Suddenly, he noticed something was wrong. Bodies lay scattered across the ground beneath his feet. Most of them were dead members of the Heaven-Slaying Sect. Song Lichio carefully continued forward. He remained alert as he observed his surroundings. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop! I do not know who you are, but if you value your life, get out of here at once. Song Lichio immediately stepped forward. 2 arrows shot out from behind the trees. Song Lichio instantly raised his sword and blocked the attack. A man rushed at him from behind. Song Lichio immediately drew the sword in his hand and used a nearby bamboo stalk to deflect the man's strike. Then his other hand tightened around his sword. Song Lichio slashed fiercely, cutting straight through the man's body. He then sprang forward. Song Lichio ducked beneath an incoming slash. He immediately slashed through that man's body as well. Song Lichio cautiously continued onward. His right hand gripped his familiar sword tightly. He advanced deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Song Lichio froze. He quickly sensed someone behind him. Song Lichio immediately raised his sword to block the blow. He lost his footing slightly and retreated several steps. Song Lichio carefully examined the enemy before him. He immediately recognized the familiar face. Sect leader, Elder Who said, So it is you. I was certain you would come. Lichio replied, I came to keep my promise to wager my life for you, sect leader. The old man muttered, I knew you were a man of your word. What a fool. Song Lichio looked around. We must leave here. Your sword wound appears severe. Can you still move? Elder Who replied, It is nothing. My intestines are only hanging out a little. Assassins are everywhere. Song Lichio answered, I know. I will clear the way. Follow behind me. The dark shadows behind the bushes immediately moved after them. Song Lichio and Elder Who cautiously watched their surroundings. Elder Who warned anxiously, They are coming. A group of assassins rushed out from the bushes toward them. Song Lichio immediately blocked a slash with his scabbard. The assassin was slightly surprised to see him, but Song Lichio swiftly drove his sword through the man's body. The assassin immediately fell. Another charged forward, and Song Lichio slashed forcefully at his waist. Another man rushed at Song Lichio from behind. He quickly turned and blocked the attack. His body was immediately sent flying, but Song Lichio quickly regained the upper hand as soon as he landed. Without hesitation, he raised his sword again. The assassin panicked slightly at the sight of his calm demeanor. Song Lichio sidestepped the sword, then immediately placed his blade against the assassin's throat. A look of utter terror flashed across the man's face. Song Lichio swiftly slashed with his sword, then withdrew it. He immediately turned to look toward Elder Who. The assassin still had the advantage. Now, please give up and join your family. Elder Who angrily shouted, You bastard! How dare you betray me? The man replied, This subordinate has no choice. Please understand, my lord. This situation can no longer be resisted. His face quickly stiffened. The assassin immediately collapsed on top of Elder Who. Song Lichio asked, Are you all right? Elder Who replied, Can you help me up? Song Lichio supported Elder Who as they headed toward the exit. Dark shadows continued to emerge from behind the bushes. Song Lichio slowly stopped walking. He warily watched those hiding behind the shrubs. Elder Hu panted. We're surrounded again? There must be more than 20 of them this time. Assassin sect leader, it seems we will not make it. Forget about me and find a way to survive. Song Lichio replied, I promised that I would stake my life on it. Elder Hu answered, you have done enough. By coming all this way to save me, you have already kept your promise. Song Lichio drew his sword from its sheath again. Please rest for a moment. The assassins immediately rushed toward him from one side. On the other side, a group of people watched carefully, waiting for their chance, while another group of assassins prepared to attack from behind. Song Lichio immediately whistled out an order, and a group of assassins darted toward him. Behind them, Yujio silently observed with his companions, then quickly whistled an order. A roar rang out, echoing throughout the forest. Elder Hu was astonished to hear the sound of fighting without seeing anyone. The clashes came from the surrounding bushes. Song Lichio frowned slightly, concern flashing across his face. An assassin was suddenly knocked out into the open. He hurriedly scrambled to his feet, preparing to charge again. However, Yang Tai appeared, charging forward with a weapon in hand. The assassin immediately dropped his weapon when Yang Tai struck him hard on the head. The next moment, he toppled to the ground. Yang Tai sighed in satisfaction and turned slightly towards Song Lichio. The north has been neatly dealt with. Song Lichio praised him. Good. Yuhui also reported, the south has been cleared. Ghostface added, there is no one left in the west. Hong Tian stepped out as well. The east has been dealt with, sect leader. We have opened a path. Song Lichio replied, you have all worked hard. Return to the estate quickly. Scene change. An old carriage gradually came into Song Lichio's view. The stable hall master was startled upon seeing him. Song Lichio was struggling to support Elder Hu toward the old carriage. Let's go. Together, they helped Elder Hu into the carriage. All right, Song Lichio ordered. Hurry. We must leave Hunan as soon as possible. Move out. The stable hall master quickly urged the horses onward. Go. He repeatedly cracked his whip at them. Go. The carriage swiftly sped out of the forest. Scene change. Song Lichio carefully stitched Elder Hu's wound. Elder Hu muttered, it is as though you knew beforehand that I would not be able to ride a horse, so you brought a carriage. Song Lichio replied, though I hoped you would be safe and sound, I did not expect you to come away entirely unscathed. I have only given you basic first aid for now. Please endure it a little longer. There will be a physician once we arrive. Elder Hu asked in surprise, are we going to Sharpwind? Song Lichio replied, that is right. Elder Hu worriedly said, that place is one of the most dangerous strategic locations in the world. Will it be all right? Song Lichio replied, if the pursued suffer, then the pursuers must suffer as well. Is that not only natural? Elder Hu frowned helplessly. You really are something. Song Lichio tiredly leaned against the side of the carriage, frowning slightly as he wondered whether he should say it. To be honest, I once had an older brother who worked as a waiter at an inn. He was beaten to death by a drunken man when he was only 12. That drunkard had been an assassin of the heaven-slaying sect. What? Elder Hu replied in shock. That happened. Song Lichio continued, from that day on, I swore that I would flatten the entire heaven-slaying sect to avenge him. Elder Hu fell silent, deeply lost in thought. Song Lichio continued, and yet now I am on my way to save their sect leader. Elder Hu said, I am truly sorry. I sincerely apologize to you. Song Lichio replied, I did not tell you that to make you apologize. I merely found the irony amusing, that is all. How could a sect leader possibly concern himself with every action of low-ranking assassins throughout the land? Elder Hu said, I pray that your brother may find peace in the next life. Song Lichio was quiet for a moment before asking, since when was it? Elder Hu asked, what? What did you say? Song Lichio replied, since when did the 9 sects and 1 gang begin placing such severe restrictions on you? What enmity did you incur that made Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword so desperate to drive you out? There is clearly another force behind him, is there not? Elder Hu replied, would you believe me if I said it began when the Heaven-Slaying sect was established? No matter how powerful an assassin organization becomes, it remains within the grasp of the 9 sects and 1 gang. They see assassins as a necessary evil, so they do not wipe them out completely, but they have always wanted to keep them under control. Once matters cease to go their way, they replace the sect leader, as in my current situation, or they issue the 10 Nets decree and wipe out an entire sect. Drowsiness overtook him. Song Lichio replied, we still have a long way to go. Please sleep. Elder Hu muttered, only a lone assassin can escape these shackles. That is the dream of every assassin. The carriage continued onward at full speed, its wheels rolling endlessly over the road. A voice echoed through the silent night. Rain command. Scene changed to dawn the next day. Elder Hu slowly woke up and heard Song Lichio's voice. You have all traveled a long way and must be exhausted. Is everything ready? Everything is prepared. Here, we can hide for at least a year. Elder Hu painfully clutched the wound on his abdomen. Song Lichio hurriedly asked, Sect leader, are you all right? He replied, I am fine. Song Lichio extended his hand into the distance. We have arrived. Please step down. He quickly helped Elder Hu out of the carriage. Elder Hu asked, Where is this? Song Lichio replied, This is a place where you can hide temporarily, sect leader. Uncheik frowned and said, Please come in. Song Lichio explained, The sect leader's sword wound is serious, and he has lost a great deal of blood. It is already a miracle that he made it here. Uncheik replied, The physician is waiting inside. Please come in quickly. Xuanji's voice suddenly rang out. Life truly is impossible to predict. Elder Hu's face showed utter disbelief. You are? The man continued. The greatest heaven-slaying sect leader under heaven was betrayed by his own subordinates and driven all the way to such a remote place. You came at just the right time. Elder Hu was then taken inside for treatment. Exhausted, he soon drifted asleep. Song Lichio remained in the room, watching the physician stitch Elder Hu's wound for a long while. Only afterward did he step outside and see Xuanji. Song Lichio said, Thank you. Xuanji had been gazing into the distance, but turned around when he heard him. As Song Lichio approached, he said gratefully, Thank you, sect leader, for being willing to give refuge to someone like the heaven-slaying sect leader, who has nowhere else to go. Xuanji smirked. I am in circumstances much like his. Are we not fellow sufferers? He turned to face Song Lichio. I heard sect leader Tian tell me about you, but I never expected the leader of the assassin sect to be so young. Song Lichio respectfully replied, Have you been well during this time? I have long wished to meet you again. Xuanji asked doubtfully, Have we met before? Song Lichio softly said, The Crimson Land's human butcher of the Assassin Soul Manor and the fragrance master of the Golden Fragrance Hall were my adoptive parents. Xuanji was slightly startled. Then you were that child? Song Lichio nodded. Yes, it was me. Xuanji smiled gently. My mother. Is she well? Song Lichio answered firmly. Yes. When she heard what had happened to you, sect leader, she was deeply saddened. Xuanji smiled and helplessly shook his head. That woman must be blaming herself again. Song Lichio then raised his hands in a salute and bowed his head slightly toward Xuanji. Song Lichio said loudly, I have never forgotten the kindness you showed me, sect leader. Yet Xuanji merely laughed. What kindness? Still, Song Lichio looked at him with unwavering determination. Sect leader Tian has entrusted us with removing the current sect leader, violent destruction assassin path. The assassin sect will deal with him. Please reclaim your position. Xuanji thought for a while, then said quietly, Eliminating violent destruction assassin path alone will not resolve everything. Song Lichio asked in confusion, Is there something else that must be done? They then gathered in a room, where Uncheik carefully explained, The house sect is an alliance of 5 organizations. The worship sect, the minor sect, the demon sect, the strange sect, and the Tao sect. Therefore, whenever an opportunity arises, everyone is eager to seize the position of sect leader. Some sect leaders have not remained in office for even 3 days because of the constant rebellions. To manage and maintain this, we created an organizational system unlike that of other sections. They are called the 10 Hidden Secrets. He explained everything to Song Lichio in a steady voice. Song Lichio looked at him doubtfully. Are they protectors? Uncheik shook his head. No, Xuanji interjected. You could say they are 10 messengers. He paused for several seconds before continuing. Whenever a problem arises at the main headquarters, their duty is to notify the various branches. Those notices do not merely contain information. They also include the sect leader's final directives. If the order is to eliminate the mastermind, the rebellion will fail. That person will not be recognized by the house sect's disciples and will eventually be dragged down from his position. Uncheik continued, Therefore, before eliminating violent destruction assassin path, we must deal with the 10 hidden secrets first. Song Lichio thought to himself, the house sect truly values hierarchy. They even created an entire system to prevent rebellion. He turned to Xuanji and asked, But you also had the 10 hidden secrets, sect leader. Why were you still framed? Xuanji hesitated slightly. That matter. As he spoke of it, Xuanji's voice grew somber. All 10 of the hidden secrets were murdered at the same time. Their identities were known only to me, the one who personally appointed them and gave them their tokens. If even one of the 10 hidden secrets had received my final directive, Violent Destruction Assassin Path would no longer exist in this world. Song Liqiu frowned deeply. To uncover every one of the hidden 10 secrets, that man cannot be underestimated. Xuanji gently shook his head. He does not have the ability to discover that. Song Liqiu replied softly, still somewhat suspicious. Then is someone helping him from behind the scenes? Unshake immediately answered, the Beggars Gang. Xuanji smiled faintly at this. The Beggars Gang only provided the information. In truth, it was the entire 9 sects in one gang. This must be their punishment for our interference with the 10 nets of the Assassin Soul Manor. Song Liqiu narrowed his eyes, his nerves taut as he considered his next move. After a moment, he turned and pointed at Unshake. Sect leader Tian, you said there are many people within the house sect who want the sect leader to reclaim his position, correct? Mobilize all of them, along with the assassin sect's outer disciples, to search for the 10 hidden secrets. Investigate every suspicious person thoroughly and send all information to me. I will personally find the 10 hidden secrets. Unshake immediately understood Song Liqiu's intention. Understood. But remember this. If news that we are searching for the 10 hidden secrets gets out, this plan will fail. Song Liqiu looked at him confidently and answered firmly. Then we will give it back to him, using Violent Destruction Assassin Path's own method. Unshake later convened a meeting as Song Liqiu had instructed. Sect leader, is our sect leader still safe? He is well. Unshake added, I called you here to announce that the assassin sect has finally begun carrying out our commission. The others immediately rejoiced. Is that true? The time has finally come. At this point, Unshake lowered his voice, as though afraid someone outside might hear. Therefore, there is something we must do. Gather those who share our cause. He paused, swept his gaze over everyone in the room, and ordered, from this moment onward, search for the 10 hidden secrets. After Unshake's words, everyone began carrying out the plan over the following days. They arranged for people to monitor relevant targets and gather information. Their agents spread everywhere, traveling throughout the towns and even to places no one would expect. Once they gathered useful information, they wrote it on paper and passed it along to the message drop. Azun stood at the drop point, receiving letters containing information sent to Song Liqiu. Whenever a stack of letters arrived, she delivered it to Song Liqiu's study for him to read. Everything was reviewed, and important information was pinned to a board labeled, How Sect's 10 Hidden Secrets. Before long, the board was filled with information, and Song Liqiu stood before it for a long time each day, reading it. Whenever a stack of letters arrived, Song Liqiu spent hours reading and analyzing them. Sitting before candlelight, he rubbed his temples. Who could it be? It was already midnight. Song Liqiu wearily clasped his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair, and sighed. Several minutes later, as he rested, a soft knock suddenly sounded at the door. Without changing his position, Song Liqiu called out listlessly, Come in. Xiangzhou opened the door and entered with a smile, carrying a tray full of food. Song Liqiu immediately rose to his feet. Mother, it is so late. Why are you not asleep? As Xiangzhou entered, she replied, Aren't you awake as well? You must not overwork yourself. She set the tray before him. We came here to live together, yet I hardly ever see you. Yulin has been gloomy all day. I was afraid you might be hungry, so I prepared a little late-night meal. Eat while you work. Song Liqiu beamed. I was getting hungry too. Mother, please eat with me. Xiangzhou gently patted his shoulder. Do not worry about me. Just eat. Hearing this, Song Liqiu picked up some food and began eating heartily. All right, then I will not stand on ceremony. It really tastes like mother's cooking. While he ate, Xiangzhou looked around. She saw the desk covered in documents, as well as a large board filled with information he had personally sorted through. Xiangzhou smiled gently. Liqiu, thank you. Song Liqiu looked at her blankly. Yes. Xiangzhou gazed at him proudly. You have worked so hard for the sect leader. I am truly grateful. Song Liqiu set down his chopsticks and answered firmly. He is the one who protected our family. Of course I must do this to repay him. Xiangzhou's eyes shone with happiness as she looked at Song Liqiu for a long time, deeply moved. Meanwhile, Song Liqiu ate as he complained, I want to help the sect leader regain his position as soon as possible, but because of that special system called the 10 Hidden Secrets, it is not easy. Mother, do you know about the house sect's 10 hidden secrets? Xiangzhou rose to her feet and replied, Of course, I know them well. Song Liqiu added, If we do not deal with the 10 hidden secrets first, then even if we eliminate Violent Destruction Assassin Path, we still will not be able to help the sect leader successfully reclaim his position. Song Liqiu continued as Xiangzhou approached the list. I have identified 9 people for certain. As for the last one, I'm still unsure which of these 2 is one of the 10 hidden secrets. As soon as he finished, she pointed to the paper and said, It is not this one. Song Liqiu looked at her in confusion. Yes. Xiangzhou pointed at a name and looked at him. This man is addicted to wine and women. Ever since I was in the house sect, he has been ridiculed for his loose tongue. Even Violent Destruction Assassin Path would not use someone like him as one of the 10 hidden secrets. Her words seemed to spark something in Song Liqiu's mind. He pondered for a moment, then broke into a delighted laugh. Mother, it is done. Song Liqiu said gratefully. Xiangzhou, we can proceed now. It is all thanks to Mother. That very night, Song Liqiu prepared a stack of information and gathered everyone together. These are the people each of you must eliminate. The important thing is to kill them all at the same time before they realize the danger in Senward. We act between the hour of the dog and the hour of the tiger. By dawn, if even one of them is still alive, this plan will be considered a failure. Remember that well. Everyone in the room spoke at once. Yes, sect leader, move out. Only minutes later, the dozens of people Song Liqiu had assembled galloped away on horseback to carry out their mission. Elsewhere, at a cockfighting den, the shrill cries of roosters echoed deafeningly through the room. 2 fighting cocks lunged at each other without mercy, feathers flying everywhere. Cheers rang out all around them. Kill it, that is it, well done. When one rooster bit the other's neck, the crowd erupted even louder. That is the way. Excellent, Poison Ghost. Some people around them despondently clutched their heads, while others cheered. No one can beat Poison Ghost. One man shouted excitedly, Start the next match already. I am betting on Poison Ghost again this time. Someone came up beside him and called out, Hey. The man asked, Is that not Shopkeeper Kim? The other person nodded. That is me. Who is it? But the moment he finished speaking, the questioner lunged forward and slashed Shopkeeper Kim's throat with a knife. He collapsed, blood spraying everywhere. The room was too noisy for anyone to notice as the killer left. They continued shouting over one another. 3 tails on Poison Ghost. 20 tails on Great Victory. 10 tails on Poison Ghost. 5 tails on Poison Ghost. None of them knew that Shopkeeper Kim was clutching his blood-soaked throat. Elsewhere, the assassin Song Liqiu had dispatched also began their work. One by one, they eliminated their targets. In a single night, every person involved was cleanly wiped out without a trace. The assassins silently found where each person was staying and swiftly killed them without mercy. Even those who tried to flee and cry for help could not escape their hands. That same night, at a grand estate, frantic knocking rang out without pause. As someone inside approached the door, he shouted, What is all this noise? Stop it! Who is it? An urgent cry came from outside in the dead of night. It is 9th Sense 1. 9th Sense 1 panted as he continued. I must see the sect leader at once. Where is he? The man inside hurriedly opened the door. Seeing 9th Sense 1 covered in blood, he panicked. Is that you? WH, what happened? Clutching his severed arm, 9th Sense 1 said with difficulty, There is a rebellion. All the 10 hidden secrets have been murdered. I am the only one left. Hurry, I must receive the sect leader's final command. Upon hearing this, the man who had opened the door rushed inside and shouted, Sect leader, please wake up. The house sect leader sat upright at the cry and asked in confusion, A rebellion? He walked over to the wounded 9th Sense 1 and said, Fine. I do not know whose mad scheme this is, but since you are still alive, the rebellion will fail regardless. Then the house sect leader declared confidently, I, the house sect leader, shall issue the final command to 9th Sense, one of the 10 hidden secrets. Convey it to every disciple of the house sect. But before he could finish, 9th Sense 1 interrupted him. No, the house sect leader stared blankly, unable to understand. What did you say? 9th Sense 1 answered while gripping the skin beside his ear. Violent Destruction Assassin Path. As he pulled away the layer of skin, Xuanji's face was revealed. He said, "No one will obey your final command." The moment his face was exposed, the house sect leader froze. His eyes widened as he stared at Xuanji. The man who had brought Xuanji inside was equally shocked. He had never imagined that Xuanji was in disguise. Staring at him, he stammered, "Why you? Who are you?" Before Xuanji could answer, the man drew his sword and shouted, "What do you think you are, daring to enter this place?" Before he could act, Xuanji swiftly kicked the wrist holding his sword with his left foot. He flung his mask aside and used the sword in the man's wrist as leverage to spring into the air. Xuanji swung his right leg, delivering a powerful kick to the man's abdomen and sending him flying before he could react. With Xuanji's tremendous strength, the man struck the ground several times before crashing into a wall. The house sect leader looked at Xuanji and gave a vile laugh. "Though they said everyone was dead, as long as I had not seen your body, I always believed you must still be alive all this time." He bared his teeth, watching Xuanji warily. "Have you been well, First Blood Sect leader?" Xuanji paid no heed to his words and said coldly, "That position was beyond the ability of a mere protector like you. You have martial skill, but no brains. You may be useful as a pawn on the battlefield, but entrusting subordinates to you has always made me uneasy." The house sect leader turned and grasped the sword on his back. "And yet you favored a deficient man like me quite a bit, did you not?" Xuanji questioned him gravely. "If you're truly a disciple of the house sect, then tell me." He paused, scrutinized the house sect leader, and continued coldly, "Who ordered you to do this?" The house sect leader did not answer. He silently raised his sword and slowly drew it from its scabbard. Turning to face Xuanji, he let the scabbard fall to the floor with a clatter, followed by a cold snort. As he charged at Xuanji, he roared, "A smart man like you should investigate it yourself." Xuanji placed his foot beneath the sword the earlier man had dropped during the attack. He flicked his foot upward, sending the sword flying through the air toward him. Just before the house sect leader could strike, Xuanji caught the sword neatly in one hand. The house sect leader swung his sword, but Xuanji raised his own weapon in time to block the blow. The house sect leader leaned in close. "Why did you not just hide for the rest of your life? Why appear now only to seek death?" Xuanji sneered. "The only reason I could endure that day-by-day existence that barely counted as living was because I was thinking of you." As soon as he finished speaking, Xuanji knocked the sword aside. Both men retreated, watching one another warily. The house sect leader screamed madly, "Then die." This time, he gripped the hilt with both hands and brought the sword down on Xuanji, who managed to block it. But the house sect leader pressed his attack relentlessly, forcing Xuanji to hold his sword close to his face in defense. Xuanji gritted his teeth and struggled to hold him off. The house sect leader drew his sword back over his head and slashed hard at Xuanji's blade. The blow left Xuanji reeling, and he staggered backward. Xuanji braced his entire body against a nearby table to stop himself from falling. At the same moment, the house sect leader leaped forward, murderous eyes fixed on Xuanji. Seeing that he could not withstand the brute force of the attack, Xuanji hooked his foot around a chair beside him. He kicked it toward the house sect leader, who split it in two instantly, while the chair blocked his vision and prevented him from attacking again. Xuanji thrust his sword forward. The sharp blade pierced the house sect leader directly through the chest. The house sect leader had not expected Xuanji to counterattack so quickly. His eyes bulged at once, and all color drained from his face. Xuanji's blade had pierced through him. He died instantly, without even having the chance to utter a word. Xuanji released his grip, and the body fell to the ground. Song Liqiu and Unshake opened the door and entered. They saw the house sect leader lying motionless on the floor, blood pooling everywhere. Seeing Xuanji standing motionless, Unshake called out, "Sect leader." Xuanji turned to him and said slowly, "Immediately summon the leaders of every branch. We will swiftly restore order to the house sect." Unshake clasped his hands in salute and bowed respectfully. "Yes, sect leader." Once everything was settled, Song Liqiu finally returned home after many exhausting days of work. He entered his room and opened the door as quietly as possible. Yulin was still sleeping soundly. Song Liqiu gently removed his outer robe, its fabric rustling softly. Yulin slowly opened her eyes, blinking drowsily to see what had made the faint sound. In the dim lantern light, she saw Song Liqiu standing before her, slowly changing clothes. Yulin asked softly, "You are only returning now?" Song Liqiu turned toward her in surprise. "You are awake?" he said gently. "I'm sorry. I try to be quiet so I would not wake you." Yulin sat up and smiled tenderly. "Why apologize? I am the one who feels sorry for falling asleep instead of waiting for you to return." She pulled the blanket aside, gesturing for Song Liqiu to come over. "You must be exhausted. Come in quickly." Song Liqiu quickly finished changing, lay down beside Yulin, and covered her with the blanket. As Yulin smoothed the front of his robe, she asked, "Did the work go well?" Song Liqiu answered enthusiastically, "Of course it did. Better than well." She wrapped him in her arms. "That is wonderful." Song Liqiu shut his eyes and murmured, "I am so sleepy." Yulin giggled. "You have worked hard all day long." The next morning, Xuanji gathered the members of the house sect. One person called out loudly, "Sect leader." Then countless others echoed, "Sect leader, congratulations on reclaiming your position." Everyone in the room shouted in unison, "Congratulations, sect leader." Xuanji smiled in satisfaction and said softly, "I'm very happy." Standing upon the platform, he declared, "The true reason I am pleased is not because I defeated violent destruction assassin Path and his lackeys to reclaim this position. It is because people like you waited for me and welcomed my return. Thank you. During this time, my negligence caused everyone much uncertainty. As your sect leader, I sincerely apologize. I will restore the Hao sect to its former glory, so trust me and follow me." As soon as Xuanji finished, loud shouts arose below. "Yes, sect leader," a voice called out, causing Xuanji to turn. "There is a message for the sect leader. Daoist Xuanfu of the Wudong sect has arrived. I have invited him into the reception room." Xuanji immediately went to receive him, but the atmosphere between the two men was extremely awkward. Xuanfu spoke first, asking coldly, "Have you ever read the book of supernatural creatures and spirits?" Xuanji found the question strange, but still replied, "My apologies. My knowledge is limited, so I have not." Xuanfu considered this, then launched into a lengthy explanation. There are divine spirits residing within the human body. At fixed intervals, they ascend to heaven to report one's good and evil deeds. Commit 180 sins, and it is called depletion. Livestock will fail to thrive. Commit 190 sins, and it is called decay. Illness will follow. 530 sins are called lesser misfortune. Monstrous offspring will be born. 720 are called great misfortune. One will be unable to bear sons, only daughters. 820 are called calamity. One will become blind or deaf. 1,080 are called disaster. Calamities will befall them. 1,200 are called ruin. They will be attacked by violent men. 1,600 are called extinction. Their descendants will be cut off. 1,800 are called obstruction. Misfortune will endure through 5 generations of descendants. Xuanji continued listening attentively as Xuanfu spoke at length. When Xuanfu fell silent, Xuanji raised a hand and invited him to drink tea. Looking into his teacup, Xuanji gave a faint, mocking smile. "The tea has gone cold." Xuanfu did not care much and went straight to the point. "I heard that you received help from the assassin sect this time." Before Xuanji could answer, Xuanfu added, "The 9 sects and 1 gang are closely watching the assassin sect leader. If you have any ties with the assassin sect, you would be wise to forget them quickly." Xuanji narrowed his eyes at him warily. "I accept your advice with thanks." Without another word, Xuanfu pushed back his chair, braced his hands on the table, and stood up bluntly. As he passed Xuanji, he added in a low voice, "Since you have experienced it once before, I am sure you understand what I mean. If such a thing happens again, it will not end with merely replacing the sect leader." Xuanfu cast Xuanji a meaningful look. "It could endanger the entire Hao sect. Remember that well." Xuanfu opened the door and walked out. Xuanji did not turn around even once. The door slammed shut, and silence once more filled the room, just as it had when Xuanfu first entered. His words continued to echo in Xuanji's mind as he sat alone for a long time. Meanwhile, far away in a secluded forest nestled among the mountains, a large bird spread its wings and soared into the clear blue sky from the dense canopy. But after only a few seconds in flight, an arrow pierced through its body. It cried out and fell. A man caught it, plucked its feathers, cleaned it, and set it over a fire to roast. Hearing rustling from the bushes, the man turned with a wary look. A few steps away, he saw Miao-En parting the leaves as she emerged from the undergrowth. The man was slightly stunned, unable to understand why a young woman like her was alone in the forest. Miao-En approached him and asked, "May I warm myself by your fire for a while?" The man gestured beside him and answered awkwardly, "Of course. Have a seat." Miao-En sat beside him, and neither of them spoke for the next several minutes. Miao-En was the first to start conversation. "It seems you enjoy hunting." The man answered softly, "Yes." Holding up the roasted bird, he said, "When my mind is troubled, there is nothing better than this. The thrill of catching prey, too. And the taste is the finest." He tore off a leg and offered it to Miao-En. "Would you like some?" Miao-En nodded brightly. "I was just getting hungry from that delicious smell." "Thank you." Without ceremony, she took the leg and immediately began eating. The man offered her a flask of liquor. "It goes very well with pheasant. Would you like to try it? It is a little strong." Miao-En nodded. "Yes, that would be lovely." To the man's astonishment, she took several large gulps from the flask. After drinking, Miao-En smiled with satisfaction and gently wiped her mouth. She cried excitedly, "Delicious! This is what life should taste like." The man said shyly, "If you want, I can make as much as you like, miss." Suddenly, sobbing began beside him. "No, it cannot be like this." With tears welling in her eyes, she told the man, "I came here to kill you." The man jolted in shock and asked in a trembling voice, "Are you an assassin?" Knowing there was nothing else he could do, the man sighed and turned away, his voice still full of disbelief. "It is hard to believe. Someone like you, miss." Miao-En took another deep drink from the flask and replied, "Exactly. How did my life end up like this?" Her sorrowful eyes remained fixed on the ground. "A life where my hands have never been free of blood. I truly hate it." The man stared at her in shock, unable to understand why a tearful young woman wanted to kill him. Miao-En set down the flask and picked up the sword beside her. "Now it is time to begin my work." The man hurriedly asked, "Heaven-slaying sect or the assassin sect?" Miao-En answered coldly, "Does that matter? Before us now, fate has decreed that one of us must die." The man still refused to give up and tried to persuade her. "If it isn't an assassination, you can't kill me. Yet you came toward me so obediently. Doesn't that mean you have no intention of killing me?" But Miao-En paid him no heed. She drew her sword from its sheath. "Please draw your sword." Seeing that he could not sway her, the man clicked his tongue and picked up his own sword. He tried to step closer to her. "Even now, if you change your mind, you can still start over. I mean, miss, you can begin a new life." Miao-En answered curtly, "If I stop being an assassin, my family will die. But if I die as an assassin, my family will be able to live their whole lives without fearing starvation." The man grew flustered and shouted, "I'll help you, miss. I'll protect both you and your family." Miao-En looked at him through tearful eyes. "If you become involved with me, your life will become miserable too. You will surely regret it." She raised her sword before him. "Please make it quick and painless. That will be helping me." He clutched his head helplessly. After thinking for a while, he shouted at Miao-En, "No, miss. You still mustn't give up." But after taking only one step forward, the man suddenly froze, his eyes widening in shock. "Since when?" Miao-En had already stepped forward and plunged her sword straight through his chest. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold, completely unlike the tearful demeanor she had shown moments earlier. The man gave a helpless smile. "Damn it!" Miao-En then kicked him backward and coldly pulled her blood-soaked sword free. The sound and the overpowering stench of blood startled the birds hiding in the nearby trees, sending them flying away. That night, in another forest, a low voice rang out through the still darkness. "Three blades." The man who had been called flinched slightly and turned around in surprise to see who was approaching. Song Lichio stood behind him and asked, "That's right, isn't it?" Three Blades became immediately alert. "I don't know you. How do you know me?" As Song Lichio slowly drew his sword, he replied, "Someone gave me a very detailed description and told me to kill you." Three Blades narrowed his eyes, warily studying him from head to toe and watching every movement he made. Realizing that the situation was not good, he too drew the sword at his waist and prepared to fight. Seeing his chance, Song Lichio gripped his sword and rushed toward Three Blades. Three Blades slashed horizontally in front of him and shouted, "How dare you!" But contrary to what Three Blades had expected, Song Lichio did not attack him head-on. Instead, he leapt into the air, Three Blades froze, unsure of what to do, while Song Lichio had already moved behind him. He gripped his sword tightly with both hands. Then he brought it down, carving a long gash along Three Blades' back. Unable to defend himself in time, Three Blades could only endure the blow before coughing up blood as he died. Elsewhere, hurried footsteps rang out, as though someone were fleeing from pursuit. The man ran blindly until he crashed into a dead end. He braced himself against the wall and gasped for breath. The sound of his pursuer's footsteps came closer. As he panted, he turned his head back. Nan appeared, sword in hand, charging forward like a madman. Cornered against the wall, the man had no choice but to swing his sword in defense. The two blades collided with a piercing clang, but Nan swiftly leapt upward to continue his assault. He flew forward and drove his knee hard into the cornered man's face. The man cried out in pain, his entire body collapsing as the sword slipped loosely from his hand. Nan did not stop. He skillfully spun his sword and gripped the hilt tightly. He struck the man's face once again with the sword hilt, making blood spurt out. The pursued man collapsed in the middle of the path, his exhausted body sliding a long way across the ground. Even so, he struggled to push himself back up, painfully gasping for air. Seeing Nan approaching, he growled, "Using Kunlun martial arts for assassin's work. Aren't you ashamed?" In response, Nan coldly thrust his sword into the man's chest and said, "That's right. It is shameful." He bared his teeth in a grin, revealing an eerie face beneath the moonlight. "Is it over?" The man, pierced through the chest, fell backward, helplessly clutching the blade in agony. His breathing grew heavier, and the groans from his throat became louder, as though begging for help. But in the end, he could not escape the same fate as those before him. The people killed the previous night were found wrapped in blankets and laid out neatly. An old man with white hair stood beside them and said in a low voice, "At least they managed to draw their swords before dying. My teachings were not wasted." Even so, he could not suppress the bitterness in his heart and involuntarily gritted his teeth. This man was White Crane. Turning to the person beside him, he said, "Can you investigate who did this to my disciples? I will personally avenge this grudge." Blackwood glared at White Crane and replied, "I have a few suspects. Lately, those fools have forgotten their place and have been acting outrageously." A few days later, at Song Lichio's estate, someone reported, "Sect leader, this is all the intelligence gathered up to yesterday." "All right, you've worked hard. Just leave it there." After setting down the stack of papers, the person asked, "But what is today?" "The entire estate looks as though there's going to be a feast." Song Lichio nodded. "There's indeed a banquet today." He cheerfully told the two people before him, "You have all worked hard during this time. Today, you should enjoy yourselves a little. Even if you are tired, make sure you attend." Another person answered brightly, "Yes, that sounds wonderful." At that moment, Yeoun ran in from outside and reported, "Sect leader, everything has been prepared." Once the discussion was over, Song Lichio stood up. "Come on, everyone, let's go outside." The others had already left the room, but Song Lichio remained behind and glanced at something. It was the report Yeoun had read the day before. He stared at it for a long time. Yeoun went outside with the others, but noticed that Song Lichio was still inside and looked back. She returned to the room and called out, "Sect leader, hurry. Everyone is waiting." Song Lichio seemed not to hear her. He was absorbed in reading the paper in his hand. His brows were tightly furrowed, his teeth grinding, and his grip crumpled the paper before one's eyes. Yeoun called again, louder, "Sect leader." Only then did Song Lichio snap out of it. He put the paper back where it had been and turned to go outside. "Let's go." Yeoun quickly followed, but first she curiously glanced back at the paper Song Lichio had just set down. Outside, a lavish banquet had been prepared. "Yojio, Yui, Ishur, do you remember when we first came here?" Holding a chicken leg, Yojio cheerfully said, "How could we forget? When you said we would live in this ruined, abandoned estate, we thought you had gone mad." Song Lichio nodded and spoke loudly to everyone gathered there. "That's right. A place that was once like that has now become an estate full of life. We have grown so powerful that no one in the Central Plains is unaware of the assassin's sect's name. To reach this day, we relied not only on the 17 assassins, but also on the disciples of the inner and outer courts. I prepared this banquet to praise your contributions. Everyone has worked very hard, and I thank you all for everything you have done." Yet his eyes were filled with sadness and unspoken worries. Someone seated nearby noticed this as well. "Sect leader, why do you say that? It sounds as though you are about to leave." Song Lichio gave an awkward smile. Did I say that? At once, a loud cry rose from the crowd. The assassin sect is only getting started. We will destroy the heaven-slaying sect and become the leaders of the assassin world. Outside, many people gathered together and shouted excitedly. That's right. Long live the assassin sect. That's right. Drink up. Let's eat and drink to our heart's content today. That evening, a figure opened the door and entered Song Lichio's study through the pitch-dark corridor of the estate. It was Yeoun. She carefully closed the door as quietly as possible. She went to a table near Song Lichio's desk, where the stacks of intelligence reports from that morning had been placed. After searching for a while, she picked up a sheet of paper and held it up to read in the darkness. Suddenly, a voice rang out, startling her. "Why are you still awake?" Song Lichio was sitting on the floor. He spoke slowly. "Is it acceptable to enter the sect leader's office without permission?" Yeoun stammered. "Sect leader." She hurriedly bowed low. Please forgive me. Ever since seeing this, the sect leader has seemed to be in a bad mood, so I wanted to know why." She awkwardly continued. "I know I should not have done this, but I was too curious to sleep, so—" Song Lichio cut her off. "Chief Steward." Yeoun immediately answered. "Yes, sect leader." Song Lichio narrowed his eyes at her, his voice cold. "From now on, suspend all assassination operations." Yeoun stared at him blankly. "What?" Song Lichio clarified. "You may continue gathering intelligence, but halt all operations. Do not accept any more assassination requests." Yeoun could not hide her confusion. "You know that operating the outer estate to gather intelligence costs an enormous amount of money. If we do not accept requests, we cannot cover those expenses." Before she could finish, Song Lichio interrupted. "Tomorrow, go to Elder Tion. There are 90,000 taels that I once refused. Take that money and bring it here." Yeoun looked at him warily and asked in a low voice, "Sect leader, what exactly is happening?" Song Lichio pointed to the paper in her hand. "The report the chief steward just read says that 3 disciples of the 3 absolutes eccentric have died." Yeoun looked back at the paper and nodded. "Yes, I saw that as well." "So what?" Song Lichio's face hardened and his voice became grave. "Over 10 years ago, the assassin Soul Manor was destroyed by Cold 10,000 because it killed the 9-fingered divine sword. The 3 absolutes eccentric is no less influential than the 9-fingered divine sword. He will mobilize every resource at his disposal. Once the eyes and ears of the martial world are focused so closely on us." Song Lichio paused, emphasizing every word. "The 9 sects and 1 gang will not stand by either." It was the first time Yeoun had seen him this tense, and she stood frozen in shock for several moments. Then she said gently, "At dawn, I will go to Elder Tion immediately." Song Lichio nodded. "These are dangerous times. I will tell Ishur to accompany you." That day, when Song Lichio returned home, Yulin cried out, "What? How can that make sense? We have not even lived together for 3 months. Because you have been busy, we can count the times we have eaten together on one hand. And now you're saying we must leave the estate." Song Lichio looked at Yulin resolutely. "When we came to the outer mountain, I made it clear, didn't I? We cannot stay here forever." She could not help asking, "But isn't this too soon?" Huang Yu, seated opposite Song Lichio, asked in a low voice, "Is the situation that bad?" Song Lichio nodded. "Yes." The strain was clear on Song Lichio's face. The entire martial world's attention will be focused on the assassin sect. Huang Yu became just as tense. He furrowed his brow, clearly understanding Song Lichio's concerns. After a while, Huang Yu nodded. "All right, I understand. Even if we cannot be of help, we should at least not become a burden." Yulin abruptly stood up. "Father!" Seeing that she could no longer sway either of them, Yulin's eyes began to fill with tears. As she ran outside, she shouted, "I don't want this." Song Lichio called after her, "Yulin, I don't want it." Yulin ran far away and stood alone in silence. Song Lichio quickly followed her and quietly came to stand behind her to comfort her. He said nothing, merely remaining at her side so she would not feel alone. After a few minutes, Yulin spoke. "Promise me." Song Lichio immediately answered, "Don't worry, I won't die." Yulin shouted irritably, "What are you talking about? I mean, don't make eyes at the chief steward." Song Lichio was slightly surprised and swallowed. "Of course, that goes without saying." Yulin folded her arms and looked aside. "The way she looks at you is not normal at all. She is clearly so much older, too." Despite her sharp words, they could not ease the worry in her heart. Tears welled in Yulin's eyes, and to Song Lichio's surprise, she suddenly rushed forward and embraced him tightly. Crying, she whispered to Song Lichio, "I'm sorry for acting childish. I know there is no other way, but I was upset, so I acted like that. You must come back quickly. I'll stay awake and wait for you." Song Lichio held her in his arms, lifting a hand to gently stroke her head and comfort her. He whispered, so only Yulin could hear, "I promise." The two remained locked in each other's embrace for a long time. By then, Yeoun had arrived at Elder Tion's place. He held out a stack of papers stamped in red. "These are 90 banknotes, each worth 1,000 taels." Elder Tion continued speaking to Yeoun and Ishur. "It will be difficult to cash them all at once. This amount includes estates and land, so it will take some time to process. Withdraw 10,000 taels at a time, 1 month apart." Yeoun accepted the stack of banknotes. "Understood, sir. Thank you for your assistance." Elder Tion shook his head. "There is nothing for you to thank me for. No, I should be the one thanking you." Yeoun looked up at him in confusion. "What?" Elder Tion could not help laughing and replied slowly, "What? Do you find it strange that I said I should thank you? It may seem that way, but I mean it sincerely." Then, pushing back his chair as he rose, he said, "I have spent my entire life accumulating wealth. Why? Because there is something I desperately want to see." Elder Tion stood with his back to Yeoun and Ishur. "Can there be an assassin who is completely free? No. Can there be anyone in the martial world who is free from death? I have always wanted to see that. I believe that either Xiao Gao or Song Lichio will surely become the martial command." Elder Tion turned and glanced at the two behind him. Since he has come to claim the money he once rejected, he must be facing difficulties. But I am grateful that he reached out to ask for my help. I am deeply grateful that I can be of use on the path he walks. Every person has a different reason for living, but Elder Tion was truly not easy to understand. On the way back, Ishur said to Yeoun, "To hand over such an enormous amount of money without even blinking. That is truly admirable." She nodded. "Yes." Yeoun paused, then murmured, "But that is not all." Ishur looked over at her. "What?" Riding her horse, Yeoun spoke her thoughts aloud. "To be honest, I once did not understand why Yojio, Yui, and Ishur followed the sect leader. Why would men who have already lived more than half their lives stake their lives on serving someone barely 20 years old?" Ishur laughed. "Is that so?" Yeoun turned to look at him. "But after working with the sect leader for so long, I came to understand why. It is because, before she could finish, both of them froze at the sight ahead. A large group from the beggars' gang had gathered directly in front of Song Lichio's estate. Some were sprawled on the ground, while others stood, but all of them glared at Yeoun and Ishur with murderous hostility. Ishur stepped forward and shouted, "What are you doing in front of someone else's estate? Go back at once." One of the beggars' gang members sneered. "The area in front of the estate is not your land, is it? What does it matter if we sleep or relieve ourselves here?" Growing impatient, Ishur tugged on the reins and shouted, "We are in a hurry. Sleep or take a piss wherever you want. We do not care." Ignoring the people blocking his way, he urged his horse forward, leaping over them. The beggars' gang members had not expected Ishur to act so boldly and hastily backed away. Someone among them spoke up. "You bastards, why are you blocking other people's way? Move aside and let them pass." The beggars' gang members immediately split into two groups, leaving a narrow path between them for the two to pass through. Their displeasure was obvious as they glared after them. Ishur sighed wearily and looked back at them. The two of them slipped gently through the beggars' gang crowd and slowly made their way toward the manor gate. Meanwhile, in a forest, Elder Wu turned to Lichio and said, "We have taken everything important. Just burn the rest." Standing before an underground entrance, Lichio instructed, "Travel in secret. Do not take the main roads until you have completely left Shuzhou." Elder Wu turned away. "I will remember. Until we meet again. Let us go." Lichio watched them gradually disappear down the narrow path. Only after making sure they were far away did he look away. Lichio looked around, then quietly climbed into the underground chamber, supporting the wooden door as he closed it. He walked through the dark tunnel, where the only light came from faintly flickering lanterns. The tunnel stretched on endlessly, with many winding stairways leading deep underground. At the end of the passage, Lichio opened a wooden door, and Yeoun's voice rang out, "Sect leader." He looked at the two people before him. "You're back." Yeoun held out a stack of banknotes. "Yes." This subordinate received 90,000 taels from Elder Tion. More importantly, the beggars' gang has formed an encirclement outside the estate. Lichio shut the wooden door behind him. "I know." He glanced at Yeoun and Ishur before ordering, "Gather every assassin and disciple at once." Elsewhere, in an elegant room, an elder spoke. "For now, we have sealed off the estate to prevent them from taking further action. Yet we still cannot determine whether this truly was the assassin sect's doing. Judging only by appearances, it does not seem to be the assassin sect. But in truth, the only ones bold enough to do such a thing would be the assassin sect. That Song Lichio is a dangerous man." The Zen master seated opposite him also spoke. "This old monk has met him before. He is an exceedingly audacious fellow. I thought I had restrained him to some degree, but it seems I was wrong." The man seated beside the Zen master, Hollow Cavern, added, "Since ancient times, there have always been people born with rebellious bones. And those with rebellious bones are never lacking in talent. I know you intended to use the assassin sect as a means to counter the increasingly powerful heaven-slaying sect. Just look at the heaven-slaying sect leader. They may seem harmless now, but one day they will surely bear their fangs." Hollow Cavern shook his head and said solemnly, "If a minor threat is not removed, it will be too late for regret in the future. We must swiftly destroy the assassin sect." The Zen master turned to look at him. "This matter is beyond this old monk's ability to resolve. I hope Hollow Cavern can take charge." Hollow Cavern laughed. "The abbot always pushes these troublesome matters onto this foolish old man." Then Hollow Cavern waved his hand and told the others, "Let us do that. It just so happens that I have a few young ones who need a trial by fire." The Zen master slowly replied, "My thanks." Hollow Cavern paused for several seconds before continuing. "Then the matter of the Hunan martial world is settled. Let's move on to the second matter. Recently, someone calling himself the Blood Shadow Demon God has recklessly committed many murders. Meanwhile, at Lichio's residence, the assassins and disciples had all gathered. 3 Blades, Demon Sect 9, and 8 Extremes Swift Sword. The 3 disciples of the 3 Absolutes Eccentric have died. Manor Lord Zhuang, the foremost righteous hero of Hengwo, has also died. Mad Dance of the Eastern City is dead as well. Surely all of you can feel just how tense the current state of the martial world has become." Lichio's voice sank and his expression hardened. "The person responsible for all these events is me." The revelation immediately stirred up a commotion among those around him. "Sect leader," Ghostface was the first to ask, "this subordinate does not doubt your ability, but when would you have had the time to do all that?" Lichio allowed a long sigh. "Whether I truly killed those martial artists is not important. All of it must become something done by my own hand, because they intend to destroy me." He lowered his voice, looking at everyone with guilt in his eyes. "I should not have provoked them. That was my failure. Everything is the consequence of my own weakness. I am sorry. You may blame me if you wish." But Lichio's assassins and disciples promptly answered, "No, sect leader, how could we possibly blame you?" Seeing that they were united, Lichio continued with relief, "A large-scale attack will soon come to destroy our sect. The outer estate disciples and servants should go surrender to the beggars' gang outside the manor. That is the only way to preserve your lives." A murmur rose from below once more, and everyone looked at one another in bewilderment. Lichio turned to Yeoun beside him. "Chief Steward, distribute all the remaining silver among them." "Yes, sect leader." Lichio shifted his gaze back to those below. "The same goes for the assassins. I am the one who has driven you into this deadly situation. Leave, hide yourselves, and survive until the name Assassin Sect has been forgotten." Hearing this, they were nearly stunned speechless. "I'll leave." "Sect leader, this," Lichio instructed Young, "Chief Steward, give each assassin 5,000 taels from the banknotes I received from Elder Tion." The assassins and disciples below could no longer remain calm. They cried out, "Sect leader." Lichio narrowed his eyes and spoke in a low voice. "I'm deeply sorry that I could not keep my promise to you. Assassin Sect, it is over." Though reluctant, Lichio had no choice but to announce it. This time, there was no more murmuring below. Everyone fell silent, and a heavy atmosphere filled the entire room. Several hours later, one of the beggars' gang members standing guard outside said, "Branch leader, look." He pointed at the stream of people walking out through the gate. "People are coming out of the assassin sect." The group that had just exited approached them. We wish to leave the assassin sect. What the assassin sect has been doing, killing so many people, has truly terrified us. One of them pleaded in a low voice. We are merely attendants serving the assassins. Please spare our lives. The branch leader sneered. The fact that he let you go like this means that assassin sect leader still has a little humanity left. Then he called out smugly, you should know how fortunate you are. If you had remained in there, you would have been wiped out along with those assassins. The branch leader turned and ordered the beggars' gang members. There may be assassins mixed in among these people, trying to escape. Search every one of them carefully before letting them leave. Yes, branch leader. Inside the estate, people continued filing out. This subordinate takes his leave. Though my time here was short, it was an honor to serve here. Please take care of yourself. Huang Yu waved goodbye to her. You have all worked hard. Have a safe journey. He silently watched the maid leave. She was not the only one. Many servants were leaving as well. Huang Yu sighed. What should we do? Zheng Hao, standing beside him, asked, what do you mean? Huang Yu replied dejectedly. Didn't the sect leader tell us to leave too? So what now? No, I'm simply curious about what he intends to do next. Zheng Hao shot him an irritated look. Stop prying. If you want to leave, then leave. No one is stopping you. Huang Yu hurriedly explained, no, that is not what I mean. I did not want to leave. Zheng Hao turned and walked forward. If we leave, we will only continue living in hiding. I would rather live and die alongside the sect leader. If we turn our backs on him, how are we any different from the heaven-slaying sect? Meanwhile, Li Qiu handed Youn 2 cloth-wrapped boxes. This one is for Yojio's wife, and this one is for the chief steward. He carefully instructed her, if a bloody battle breaks out, go down through the secret passage and open this bag. Do you understand? Youn stared at the 2 boxes for a long time without answering. Li Qiu glanced at her. Why is no one saying anything? Youn said quietly. This subordinate truly does not understand. Looking directly into Li Qiu's eyes, she asked, Sect leader, you seem to be deliberately making yourself an enemy of the 9 sects in one gang. Is that not so? Li Qiu turned away without replying, but Youn continued pressing him. Why are you not actively clearing your name and proving that you had nothing to do with those martial artist deaths? Li Qiu froze. After thinking for a moment, he slowly said, it is something I must do. Youn would not let it go. She stepped behind Li Qiu. Why? Why must you go that far? Is it because of the person you revere as your lord? Li Qiu remained silent for a long while. Youn narrowed her eyes, pressing her lips tightly together as she stared at him. Youn waited for Li Qiu to say something, to give her an explanation, but he remained silent. She rushed forward and embraced him from behind. Li Qiu was startled, his eyes widening in surprise. Resting against Li Qiu's back, Youn whispered, this cannot be the end for us, can it? Li Qiu did not push her hands away. Instead, he reassured her quietly, do not worry. I will not die. Youn softly asked, can you promise me that? Suddenly, a gentle knock sounded outside the door. Sect leader, it is Yojio. Youn immediately released Li Qiu, and Li Qiu called out, come in. As soon as Yojio pushed open the door, Li Qiu hurriedly asked, have you found them? Yojio nodded. Yes, this subordinate has invited them here. He stepped aside to let the person outside enter. That person spoke as they walked in. Greetings. Several hours later, a servant rushed in and reported, Sect leader, there are many martial artists gathering outside the estate. There are even more of them than the beggars. Li Qiu was not particularly surprised. He calmly walked out of the estate and headed for the wooden gate. The moment he opened it, battle flags fluttered in the wind. Hundreds of people waited outside the gate. Li Qiu glanced back inside and said coldly, Assassin sect, prepare for battle. A voice rang out. All the household servants have left. Only Song Li Qiu, 17 assassins, and a few stewards remain in the manor. It seems only around 20 people are still holding out. Shun Liang muttered, still being stubborn at a time like this. They truly do not know their place. Divine Beggar added, where else could they possibly run to in the Central Plains? Shun Liang smiled faintly. There is no need to hesitate. Finish this swiftly and withdraw before nightfall. Suddenly, someone cried out in surprise. Branch leader, look, someone is coming out of the assassin sect. Li Qiu stepped out through the gate. He calmly walked toward them. I am Song Lichio, leader of the assassin sect. I do not know what grudge you hold against us that you have come in such numbers to destroy our sect. A weak man like me can only disappear as you wish. But he tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. Remember this well. Even if we must die today, we will not sit still and await capture. Until my final breath, I will drag a few of you down to the Yellow Springs to accompany me. Anyone who sets foot inside this estate will be seeking death. If you do not value your lives, then come in. Silence descended over Shun Liang's group. Lichio said no more and quickly turned back toward the gate. The estate doors immediately shut before their eyes. Shun Liang frowned coldly. What a bloodthirsty, murderous demon. The sooner we eliminate him, the sooner we rid the martial world of this scourge. Lichio had returned inside. He silently looked at the people around him. Familiar faces watched him without a word. Sect leader. Lichio slowly approached them. An unusual trace of concern crossed his face. Lichio lowered his head slightly, his lips pressed tight in helplessness. The men opposite him also murmured softly, "Sect leader." Lichio's face quickly became expressionless again. "Assassin sect, take your positions." The men immediately turned and rushed away. Outside, Shun Liang ordered, "Southern Sky, take the lead." "Yes." "Break down the gate and clear the way." Southern Sky immediately led his disciples forward. He swiftly stepped on one man's shoulder and sprang ahead. Southern Sky continued running toward the gate as Shun Liang ordered, "Quickly scout the situation inside the estate." Southern Sky got up and placed his hand on the gate, his top knot barely visible above the estate wall. He narrowed his eyes and peered into the courtyard. Inside, the assassin sect's people stood in formation. Beside the gate was a pile of firecrackers. Southern Sky was startled as he realized the danger posed by them. A flame was slowly spreading toward the fuses of each firecracker. Southern Sky urgently shouted, "Explosives!" The people around him were confused. Explosives! A deafening blast rang out, shattering one of the estate towers. Shun Liang and Divine Beggar hurriedly raised their hands to block the dust and smoke. Shun Liang narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. The estate gate had exploded apart. A cloud of smoke and dust drifted before them. Three figures gradually emerged from the gray haze. Lichio appeared coldly behind the smoke. Divine Beggar muttered, "The gate is open now, in any case." That man, Shun Liang immediately drew his sword. He swung it through the air. "Charge! Kill every assassin! Leave none alive!" The large crowd behind them immediately surged forward. A man instantly leaped down from the rooftop as he rushed toward Lichio at full speed. Lichio swiftly slashed hard across his body. Blood sprayed into the air. One man collapsed onto the chaotic ground. Another hand gripped a sword tightly and swung it at the person before him. Lichio quickly blocked the man's sword, then seized the chance to dart behind him. Lichio lunged forward and slashed repeatedly at the men surrounding him. The disciples immediately fell to the ground. Lichio tensely turned around. A beggar's gangman muttered, "They're actually holding back the hollow cavern sect's attack. Honestly, I underestimated them." The other man replied, "For the 9 sects and 1 gang to personally move against them, they could never have been weak. But I never expected them to be this formidable. Should we step in to help?" "We were ordered to await the command of Elder Cloud-Parting Autumn Moon. We should wait for his arrival." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind them. "Branch leader, the Heaven-Slaying Sect's assassins are here." One man said. The Heaven-Slaying Sect had planned to teach the assassin sect a lesson as well, since they dared interfere in our internal affairs. "Leave the chance to eliminate the assassin sect to us." Yojio handed over a bundle. "This is what the sect leader prepared. He said the way to survive is inside. Stewardly will explain what to do. Follow her instructions. Now we must go. Please take care of this young lady. And Stewardly, please take care of yourself as well." Stewardly replied, "You must take care of yourself." Yojio gave a faint smile. "I certainly will." Yuanji immediately looked worried as she saw him leave. "Yuanji, it is Yuanji. Your name is Zheng Yuanji." Yojio turned toward her in surprise. Yuanji hurriedly ran toward him. She tightly embraced Yojio. He murmured, "Yuanji," she replied. "Every man in this world has only brought disappointment to me. If you are like them too, I will have no desire to keep living. You must come back. Otherwise, I will be disappointed once again." Yojio replied, "Do not worry. I will not disappoint you. So go." Hurry and go wait for me. I will catch up soon. Stewardly placed a hand on Yuan Ji. It is time to go. Yojio dashed out of the room. What was the situation? Zheng Hao said nothing, merely gesturing that everything was ready. Yojio hurriedly turned to the others. And you? Are you finished? Understand. He immediately rushed toward Li Qiu and the chaotic crowd. Yojio's weapon struck the ground. Yojio shouted loudly and charged toward them. He swung his sword hard at the man blocking his path. Yojio's sword continued, driving forward. Sect leader, everything is prepared. Li Qiu turned his head, slashing heavily at a man behind him. Assassin sect, retreat. Plum Blossom immediately swung his sword high above his head. He swung the sword in a circle around him. The surrounding crowd fearfully dodged away from the sword. Plum Blossom hastily seized the opportunity to dash away. On the other side, Yui also pushed the crowd away. Li Qiu and his accomplices hastily dashed away. Shunliang swung his sword up. They're escaping. Don't let them get away. Catch them. The green-robed crowd immediately rushed up on command. They split up, searching all the surrounding areas. One man immediately lunged to attack when he saw Yishur. He quickly blocked the sword in the man's hand. Then Yishur punched the attacker hard in the stomach. Bloodwind opened the door and entered inside with Yishur. The two of them hastily headed towards another door. They stopped in astonishment when they saw the window was still closed. A disdainful voice rang out from behind. Fools! On this great outer mountain, I wonder what other way you have to escape. Where did that aggressive momentum from earlier fly off to, that you are now running away with your tails between your legs like this? Bloodwind chuckled softly. 3 kills pushed the window open from the outside. Please come out. Immediately, Bloodwind and Yishur dashed outside, under the astonished gazes of the crowd inside. They hastily held the door tightly from the outside. Then the other two quickly blocked the door with wooden planks. Run! The two of them, along with Yishur and Bloodwind, hastily ran with all their might. A loud explosion rang out from the room earlier, outside the manor. The beggar's gang was astonished by the situation unfolding inside. A plume of white smoke rose up into the night sky. They are detonating the manor themselves. They have cut off their own retreat. The truth is indeed so, but inside the manor, thick smoke continued to blanket everywhere. First Kill spoke up. Next, we will wait to detonate the pavilion over there. Li Qiu reminded, the people of the Kongtong sect are scattered everywhere. Be careful. Suddenly, First Kill's face abruptly changed color. A sword had just pierced through his body. Li Qiu immediately realized something was wrong. The assassin behind spoke up. Song Li Qiu, the Heaven-Slaying sect leader, wants your dog life. The assassin continued interrogating. Let me ask one question first. Our former sect leader, where is he now? Li Qiu coldly replied, I'm serving him very attentively, so there is no need to worry. I will pass on the word that you are very worried about him. The assassin immediately pushed the man down to the ground. I had anticipated that you would not obediently confess, but you'll have to speak eventually. 3 Kills panicked and ran towards the man. Brother, damn it, you. I'll kill you. Li Qiu hastily stopped him. 3 Kills, but he didn't listen to Li Qiu's advice and charged forward. The assassin coldly dodged the incoming attack. The two swords clashed together, ringing out with a piercing sound. The assassin's sword quickly overpowered 3 Kills' sword. He gritted his teeth, holding tightly onto the sword in his hand. The assassin suddenly startled and turned his head backward. He immediately elbowed 3 Kills in the face. Huadan seized the opportunity to swing his sword up. The assassin immediately turned around, kicking hard at his body. Huadan lost a bit of momentum while in the air. Fortunately, he quickly landed on his feet and continued to block the attack. The assassin loudly commanded, entire Heaven-Slaying sect, attack. Dozens of subordinates drew their swords. Li Qiu also dashed over to them. Fall back behind. 3 Kills, scatter. The assassins of the Heaven-Slaying sect hastily stepped back, tensely surrounding Li Qiu. A sword swung up from somewhere. An assassin darted towards him. Li Qiu immediately swung his sword towards the man in front of him. He coldly blocked the incoming sword strike. Then Li Qiu gripped his sword tightly with both hands. The assassin in front of him was immediately cleaved in two. The men standing around Li Qiu also simultaneously lunged towards him. Li Qiu immediately turned around and slashed across the body of the man who just lunged at him. A hurried footstep ran past the crowd. Li Qiu paused for a moment in front of the crowd of assassins. 3 Kills was swinging his sword at the enemy. His sword pierced through the body of the man in front of him. This assassin immediately collapsed to the ground. 3 kills declared, Heaven-slaying sect, I will kill all of you. Suddenly, his face abruptly changed color. An assassin lunged from out of nowhere and swung his sword heavily. Lichio suddenly realized something was wrong. 3 kills. Scene transition. Steward Lee hastily ran forward, followed by UNG, who was also trying to run. A moment later, Steward Lee sat down. Before escaping, he told us to open this bundle of luggage. The two of them stared in shock inside the 2 bundles of luggage. It was a letter and a human skin mask. UNG wondered, Steward Lee, what exactly is this thing? She replied, the sect leader personally prepared it so that we can retreat without being discovered as members of the assassin sect. His instructions are clearly written in this letter. At a critical time like this, when did he finish preparing these things? In here is written the background information for each human skin mask. Everyone must memorize it by heart. The main issue is how to wear this human skin mask. The method is also written in great detail, so let's just give it a try. Scene transition. Lichio just blocked a slash from an assassin. He kicked his leg hard into the stomach of the man in front of him. Then Lichio quickly delivered a very heavy slash to his body. His face frowned slightly, a flash of discomfort appearing on his features. Lichio looked towards the assassin. Beside him was the body of a man. The assassin coldly declared, Tell me where he is. If so, I will retreat here. Lichio immediately muttered something. His face immediately changed color. What? You're dead for sure. Lichio immediately gained momentum and darted forward. He swung his sword high, lunging towards the man. The man coldly spoke up, Let's see what the skills of the assassin sect leader are like. But immediately, this man's face flashed with a look of stun. Lichio had lunged over and thrust his sword into his forehead. The assassin in the distance looked fearfully at his back. Lichio turned his head, passed the word to Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword. If he wants to know where the sect leader is, tell him to come here personally. Scene transition. Chiyo muttered, I once said that a tower built easily will also collapse quickly. You should have only bragged in moderation, you idiot. A voice called out loudly, Elder, you're here. Branch Master Chogu Shingai is waiting for the Elder's orders. Why wait for my orders? What do you mean? Didn't the gang leader give the authority to command the Beggars Gang disciples to participate in wiping out the assassin sect to you, Elder, to handle? Chiyu replied, Pass the word to the branch master. My physical condition is currently very bad. Even walking is difficult. Zhong Hui wondered, if so, what should be done? Should we tell the branch master to act on behalf of the Elder? He replied, No. Tell him to stay right there. Just stand and observe. Zhong Hui panicked, but the assassin sect is fighting back much more fiercely than expected. There are even rumors that at this rate, the plan to wipe out the sect will fail. Perhaps we must also contribute our strength. Chuyua immediately pointed his finger to the distance. Look there, the Kongtong sect leader has personally taken action. Even if we do not show ourselves, it is time for the assassin sect to be completely wiped out today. The sounds of firecrackers exploding echoed throughout the manor, dust and smoke spreading everywhere. Yui held his head, his body thrown far away by the explosion. He and his accomplices fell down onto the ground. A group of people from the Kongtong sect seized the opportunity and ran over. Quick as lightning, they lunged in to attack them. Yui hastily stood up and warned, Behind us. Duan Chuang quickly dashed at the nearest enemy. His spear barely managed to block the man's attack. Duan Chuang swung his spear forcefully, sending this man flying far away. However, Duan Chuang's face immediately changed color right after. That green-robed man had managed to thrust his blade into him. Yui hastily dashed behind the green-robed man and slashed across his neck. Han Tian had also just delivered a strike with his axe to the neck of another. Battles continued to take place everywhere in chaotic circumstances. Duan Chuang silently clutched the wound on his body. Not long after, he collapsed to the ground. Senior brother Duan Chuang. Scene transitioned to another place inside the manor. Second kill peeked his head out from hiding, looking around carefully. Is this already the end? That's right, it's the final battle. Suddenly, a group of green-robed men charged at them from out of nowhere. Second kill hastily turned his head back, quickly drawing his sword. However, Shan Liang had already slashed his sword heavily into his body. Fourth kill hastily lunged over. You bastard! Shan Liang calmly blocked the attack. Then he slashed heavily into the man's body. Drops of blood subsequently flew into the air. Fourth kill immediately collapsed to the ground, without a bit of resistance. Shenliang spoke up, "Kill, find the hiding assassins, and wipe them all out for me." Suddenly, noises rang out from somewhere throughout the manor. Shenliang turned his head in surprise, observing behind him. "What order is that? We are about to completely wipe them out. So what does it mean to tell us to retreat?" A green-robed man loudly announced, "Kong Tong's sect retreat. Everyone retreat." Shenliang shouted angrily, "Hey you, shut your mouth. I'm the commander here." He replied, "This is the sect leader's order. He is currently standing in front of the manor gates." Shenliang briefly felt a sense of fear. The sect leader? Scene transition. Shenliang explained, "The buildings have almost completely collapsed. Now only a 3-story pavilion is left. There is nowhere else to hide. With just a little more push, we will end everything." The Kongtong sect leader scolded, "What kind of failure have you caused here? Facing merely 18 assassins, and yet you sent this many disciples to their deaths?" Shenliang stammered, "It was them. Your subordinate didn't expect them to use explosives to fight to the death like that." The Kongtong sect leader scolded, "Shut up. Those assassins were originally not human. To kill people, they would stop at nothing. Didn't I instruct you like that before?" Shenliang instinctively felt afraid. Your subordinate did not think thoroughly. Your subordinate deserved 1,000 deaths. The Kongtong sect leader coldly commanded, "Die then. Since you have committed a crime worthy of death, you must die. Take responsibility for what you have done." Shenliang blanked out slightly at this ruthless order of his. He slowly spoke up, "Wishing you eternal longevity." Then Shenliang raised the sword to his neck. A stream of red blood suddenly flowed all over the ground. Shenliang's body also slumped down accordingly. Shungai and the beggars gang standing outside could not help but be astonished at the current situation. The Kongtong sect leader spoke up, "Ijuan, just because we could not handle an assassin gang, the prestige of Kongtong has been trampled on. What should we do now?" He calmly replied, "We will rebuild that reputation." Scene transition to late night. The entire manor had almost been blown to pieces. Shuangzhou gazed thoughtfully towards the citadels that were now destroyed. He hastily turned his head and ran inside the room. "Sect leader, sect leader." Han Tian spoke up, "Big brother Shuangzhou, eat some steam buns too. Your stomach must be full to have the strength to continue fighting." Shuangzhou replied, "I know, you just eat first." I don't know for what reason the beggars gang is still standing still, but the number of enemies has continued to increase. Li Qiu replied, "They will not stop until we are completely wiped out." Shuangzhou answered, "Now I understand that this battle will only end when we all fall down together. However, if the assassin sect is exterminated right here, it would truly be too unjust. That is why I am saying there is no need for all of us to die here for no reason. Let half of the personnel escape and plan for the long term." Li Qiu frowned slightly, muttering his name. Shuangzhou continued, "Someone has to take revenge for us, right?" Scene transition. Dozens of footsteps rang out in the night. The Kongtong sect disciples appeared from behind the veil of night. Ijuan spoke up, 6 heavenly armies. Is everyone ready?" "Anytime, let's charge in." Shuangzhou spoke up, "I clearly know how the sect leader has built the assassin sect over this period of time. But our dedication is not inferior either. It's just that it feels frustrating for the assassin sect to disappear like this. That emptiness cannot be filled no matter how many enemies we kill." Li Qiu looked at him. "Then, how do we decide who stays and who leaves?" Shuangzhou replied, "First of all, Yojiu, Ishur, and Big Brother Yui are like the sect leader's family, so they must leave together. Furthermore, among the remaining assassins, the even numbers will stay and the odd numbers will leave." Li Qiu wondered, what is the reason the even numbers have to stay? Shuangzhou replied, "There are 2 reasons. First, Heavenly King, Sword Emperor, Manhwa, Duanshuang, and the 4 brothers of the assassin sect's 4 kills who have died in battle coincidentally all have even numbers. With only a few scarce even numbers left, it would be difficult to promise a day of revenge later. Second, the one making this proposal is me, Siliang, right? That is also an even number. I cannot force the odd numbers to stay just because I want to live." Ghostface hastily stood up. "That's right, I think so too." Jing Hao replied, "Spot on. Big brothers, quickly take shelter. There's no need for everyone to die together." Han Tian hastily cried out, No way this matter. Ishur slowly spoke up. I will also stay. Aren't we all a family sharing brotherly affection? I am an even number early on after all. I cannot accept this special treatment. Yojo frowned slightly, speaking up thoughtfully. Ishur. Lichio still did not speak. Suddenly a voice rang out. Sect leader, they are here. There are 6 people advancing into the pavilion. It seems they are not ordinary folks. Lichio quickly stood up. Ishur, Shuangjiu, Huzito, Jinghao, let's go. The rest of you, immediately go down the secret passage and escape the manor quickly. Yantai, you go along too. He looked surprised. What do you mean by that? Lichio commanded. Yojio, Yui, quickly lead the assassins away right now. This is an order. Yui frowned slightly, speaking worriedly. Sect leader, big brothers. Jinghao smiled and raised his hand reassuringly. The remaining people could only watch in silence as they walked further away. Scene transition. The Kongtong sect disciples forcefully kicked down each door. However, there was not a single person in this room. Ijuan annoyedly continued to lead the disciples onward. Suddenly, his face frowned slightly. There's something here. No need to look further. They are right there. Assassin sect. Lichio led the group of assassins, charging at them. Attack! Lichio aimed straight for the man leading the group. Shuangjiu dashed towards the disciples behind. His hand swung the sword high. Ishur also began to swing his weapon over his head. Ghostface also flew at another man. The entire ceiling was stained with streaks of blood from the battle. Scene transition. Chiyue spoke up. Are you still well? Hearing the news that the sect leader had personally come here, your subordinate rushed over immediately. The Kongtong sect leader replied, It has been a long time, Elder Autumn Moon. Autumn Moon was surprised. I never expected the sect leader himself to come personally just to clean up a handful of insignificant assassins. I thought a light push would be enough to knock them all down. I did not expect things to escalate this far. Assassins have always been this tenacious. But who has already gone inside? The Kongtong sect leader replied, 6 heavenly armies has gone in. Autumn Moon looked startled. 6 heavenly armies? Suddenly, the Kongtong sect leader frowned impatiently. My saber. Bring me my saber at once. I will personally cut off their heads. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword suddenly spoke up. Please calm yourself. Sect leader, how can you allow your precious saber to be stained with the blood of such lowly creatures? Leave this trivial matter to us. The Kongtong sect leader replied, Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword. Is this not precisely the sort of moment for which you support me? Scene changes. Lichu leaned wearily against the wall. He looked around. The floor was covered with the fallen bodies of men. Lichu looked at Song Q's face, which still wore a faint smile. Then at Ghostface, expressionless face lying prone on the ground, and at Dyke Thatch, who lay still with his eyes peacefully closed. Lichu's face tightened with grief. A man behind him suddenly groaned in pain. Lichu hurriedly crouched down. Jinghao, stay awake. Duong Jinghao. Suddenly, a voice rang out from afar. Song Lichu, I am here. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword of the Heaven-Slaying Sect has arrived. Song Lichu, where are you hiding? Lichu immediately called out loudly, Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword. I'm right here. If you want her answer, come this way. One disciple cautiously warned, Be careful, sect leader. They must have set an ambush inside. Lichu shouted, The assassins of the assassin sect are all dead. There is no one left to ambush you, so stop worrying and come in. A disciple hurried forward. Allow this subordinate to take the lead. The man cautiously peered into the room from which Lichu's voice came. Sect leader, that is him. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword entered. Song Lichu, I have waited a long time for you. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword. Even if you had to interfere in our affairs like this. Lichu calmly raised both hands. Then let us go together. The entire room was filled with jars of explosives. Lichu coldly continued, To the 9 springs with you. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword roared in fury. You madman. The door remained open toward the outside, and Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword's men rushed toward it. One after another, they leaped through the doorway. A massive explosion thundered behind them. Smoke and dust burst outward with the devastating force of the explosives. The final stronghold of the manor was blown into nothing but dust. A lifeless disciple of the Kongtong sect was carried out. The Kongtong sect leader silently glanced at his defeated disciples. Autumn Moon murmured, The losses are truly terrible. The Kongtong sect leader replied, It is all because I was incompetent. But if I had not uprooted the assassin sect today, they would surely have caused countless more deaths in the future. I can only console myself with that. Autumn Moon did not answer, merely gazing into the distance, where a vast fortress had once stood and now had been reduced to dust. Scene changes to the Rougeau branch of the Heaven-Slaying sect. A guard suddenly noticed something strange. What is it? Is someone coming over there? Halt! State your name first. A figure suddenly shot out from nowhere. An arrow flew like the wind, heading straight for the guard's forehead. The other guard was shocked as his companion suddenly collapsed. Yet in the very next moment, another arrow shot straight into his neck. Dozens of dark figures emerged from the thick mist. Crimson Serpent stood at the head of the group, drawing her sword. Kill them. Leave no one alive. Scene changes. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword raised his bowl and drained the wine in one gulp. He then set it down in satisfaction and wiped his mouth. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword silently looked at his disciples, who sat brooding in worry. What is wrong? Why does everyone look as though they are attending a funeral? Why? Because our subordinates died last night? We are alive, are we not? We survived. The fate of assassins is never knowing when or how we will die. As long as you still have your life, that is enough. Drink. Drink up. Do not wait until death to regret it. Drink wine, get drunk, and savor every moment that you still exist in this world. The assassins replied, yes, sect leader. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword praised them. Good, but wine without beautiful women is no fun at all. Proprietress, where is the madam? Nan hurriedly led the courtesans out. Yes, I am here. The courtesans complained, oh my, what is this? We have been waiting so long, wondering when the gentleman would finally call for us. Nyans, my, you came all the way to a brothel only to keep your heads down and drink wine. I was beginning to think you gentlemen were no longer men. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword replied, such exquisite beauty would be wasted if it were left to wither here. Become my 7th concubine. Nyans, my, sir certainly knows how to tease. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword replied, I am not joking. Hey, I am the sect leader of the Heaven-Slaying sect. I am the Heaven-Slaying sect leader. Whatever you want, I will give it all to you. Nan gave a soft laugh. I heard that every Heaven-Slaying sect branch in Hunan was wiped out last night. I wonder whether this sect leader still has enough power to make such promises. Flying Cloud Scarlet Sword suddenly flew into a rage. What? You bitch! What nonsense are you barking? He stared in shock as he noticed a needle lodged in his neck. Elsewhere, one of the assassins also realized something was wrong. The courtesans simultaneously drove needles into the necks of the Heaven-Slaying sect members. Your Heaven-Slaying sect is finished. Scene changes. Jiak Van's voice sounded. The assassin sect at Great Outer Mountain has been destroyed. During the extermination, the Kongtong sect also suffered severe casualties, including those who remain missing and whose bodies have yet to be found. The total has exceeded 80. The Kongtong sect leader must be grieving deeply. The Zen master ordered, find out when they will hold the funeral rites. I must attend and comfort the souls of the departed. Jiak Van replied, I will do so. There is one more matter. While the 10 nets was declared against the Blood Shadow Divine Demon and the assassin sect was being eradicated, a tremendous upheaval occurred in the assassin world. The Heaven-Slaying sect has just fallen at the hands of a new assassin organization called Dark Moonlight. The Zen master could not help frowning at this new information. Dark Moonlight? That is an utterly unfamiliar name. This is the first time I have heard it. How could a force powerful enough to swiftly destroy the entire Heaven-Slaying sect have escaped our notice? Jiak Van replied, it appears they concealed themselves extremely well for a long time, merely waiting to seize the opportunity presented by this great event. Who is their leader? A woman who calls herself Little Ant. The Zen master murmured, Little Ant? Tell her to pay us a visit when she has the chance. Scene changes. Jiak Van introduced the place. This is a peaceful Buddhist sanctuary devoted to the Buddha. We will return your weapons when you leave the mountain. Little Ant calmly handed her sword to the monk beside her. Jiak Van gestured ahead. Please come this way. Little Ant calmly followed, ignoring the frowning monks whispering behind her. Jiak Van continued, Welcome. We have been waiting for you. Footsteps suddenly rushed toward them. The monks raised their hands above their heads in a display of force. Then they formed a circle around Little Ant. Jiak Van ordered, Go and cleanse yourself of your murderous intent. Little Ant grasped the gray robe draped over her body and swiftly cast off the long garment. She immediately raised her hands and took a fighting stance. Without hesitation, she faced the men surrounding her. If you have the ability, then try it. Suddenly, the Zen master's voice rang out. "Stop!" Jiak Van and the disciples immediately froze. The Zen master coolly commanded, "Stand down." Little Ant remained silent, her face wary as she looked at the Zen master. Jiak Van looked surprised. "Abbot," the Zen master quickly ordered, "show her in." A short while later, Little Ant and the Zen master sat facing one another. The Zen master said, "Please have some tea." Little Ant replied, "Shaolin tea is renowned for its delicate flavor. I always said I wanted to taste it at least once. I never thought that day would be today. Thank you. I will gladly try it." The Zen master replied, "What is so special about Shaolin tea? It is nothing remarkable. The world has merely exaggerated its reputation." The two slowly raised their teacups and drank together. The Zen master said, "I have met many people. I have met the leaders of every newly risen sect. Among them, only 2 have dared to come here alone without protectors." Little Ant replied, "Would you like me to guess who they are?" "Me and the assassin sect leader, Song Lichu, correct?" The Zen master was surprised. "What is your relationship with him?" She answered, "Relationship? In the assassin world, who does not know the assassin sect leader? From my perspective, the assassin sect was even more troublesome than the heaven-slaying sect. Since you personally exterminated the assassin sect, I can only thank the 9 sects and 1 gang." The Zen master studied her in silence. The air around them fell quiet. The Zen master said, "Benefactor, stop your killing intent here. Then I will not pursue anything that happened before this." Little Ant replied, "I cannot stop. Those under my command thirst for blood. If you continue to obstruct us, I will have no choice but to let them act freely. Then there will be tremendous chaos. Are you certain that is acceptable? You need people like us to handle your dirty work as well. Has not the 9 sects and 1 gang acknowledged that? I do not wish to cause further trouble for the 9 sects and 1 gang. I will keep them under control. We will not encroach beyond the heaven-slaying sect's territory." The Zen master asked, "Is that where you intend to end things?" The Zen master fell silent, his face tightening with unease. "You are the complete opposite of Song Lichu. Song Lichu was outwardly cold but inwardly deeply loyal. You appear warm on the outside, but your heart is cold as ice. Though Song Lichu is dead, he still leaves people longing for him. Yet you, though alive, are a very dangerous person. Song Lichu's assassin sect was destroyed, but he did not disappoint me. You have built a foundation in Hunan's martial world, yet I find it difficult to expect anything from you. You must be quite pleased with yourself for evading our notice and bringing down the heaven-slaying sect, as though the entire world were in your hands. Remember this well. The 9 sects and 1 gang are not mere ornaments." Little Ant immediately cupped her hands respectfully. "I shall take that as your acknowledgement of dark moonlight. I will take my leave. Next time, I will personally prepare tea for you." The Zen master remained silent for a long while. Once she had gone far away, he asked, "Still no news from White Heavenly Robe?" Jiak Van replied, "Yes. Still nothing. Could he have been swept up in the joint assault on the assassin sect? No, he withdrew before the attack began. Report to me as soon as there is any news instead of standing there." Outside, the monks silently watched Little Ant depart. Little Ant thought to herself, "All right, now it is time to begin." Scene changes. Night had fallen, and Elder Van was calmly walking home. He slowly opened the door and entered the lit room. Outside, everyone was talking about dark moonlight, saying that it had destroyed the heaven-slaying sect in a single night and risen to the pinnacle of the assassin world. That position should have belonged to our assassin sect. Lichu asked, "What about the beggars gang?" Elder Van replied, "The beggars stationed at every crossroads have all withdrawn." Lichu replied, "Good. We should leave." He asked Zheng Hao, "Are you all right? Can you walk?" Zheng Hao replied, "I can move now. It is all thanks to you." Elder Van respectfully said, "Sect leader, take care on your journey. If you ever reopen the sect, you must call for me." Lichu replied, "Of course. Take care. Even though the beggars gang has withdrawn, we must still take the mountain paths to Shangxi. Endure the hardship a little longer. Do not worry. A boat will be waiting at Whitewater in Shangxi." Scene changes. Trine Hung said, "This archipelago is called Heavenly Abode. I was born and raised here. Of all its islands, Upper Palace has the most beautiful scenery. An old woman once lived there, but she passed away after I left. Since then, it has become a deserted island. When the sect leader said we needed a place to hide, this was the first place that came to mind. Sect leader, the island is in sight. On Upper Palace Island, dozens of figures stood waiting along the shore. Ngulan shouted upon seeing the boat approaching. Lichu immediately called her name in return. Mulan! He rushed straight toward the shore. Ngulan also raced toward him. Li Chu waded through the water, running toward her with all his strength. The two hurriedly embraced tightly. Hugh Hoi, Hugh Q, Duong Thiet, and Mo Chan stood in a line. Sect leader. Beside them, Hong Tien and the three people with him also respectfully cupped their hands. Li Chu said, "It must have been difficult to evade the beggar's gang's eyes and ears. I'm glad that everyone arrived safely. You have all worked hard." His mother smiled. "I always believed you would return safely." "Of course." Hong Mok hurriedly asked, "Where is Dyke Thatch? Why did he not come with you?" Li Chu replied, "He returned to his homeland first. By now, he is probably soaring through the skies of the southern wilderness." Hong Mok pressed his palms together. "Dyke Thatch is finally free? I will pray for his soul." Li Chu looked around. "Where is father? Is he unwell?" His mother replied, "What do you mean, unwell? He is fine. He is there. He is inside that house, waiting for you. Go in quickly." Li Chu quickly climbed the steps toward the house. Li Chu's father hurried out the door. "Li Chu, my son." His expression faltered somewhat when he saw Li Chu's face. "You have suffered greatly. You truly have." Li Chu replied, "It was nothing." Suddenly, his father gestured into the inner room. "Hurry and pay your respects. Your great-grandmaster is here." Before Li Chu stood Tianlan, now blind. Li Chu froze for a moment when he saw his current state. He carefully looked again at the face of the man he had once known. Silence descended over the space around them. Suddenly, Li Chu let out a roar, his face filled with murderous intent. Outside the house, everyone stopped when they heard the piercing shout. The men around him struggled to restrain Li Chu. "Stop! Step back!" Song Li Chu roared. "Is this not enough already? What more do you want me to do? What exactly do you want?" Suddenly, his father grabbed the back of his collar. He forcefully yanked him backward. "You brat, what do you think you're doing?" Li Chu panted, his mouth partly open as though he wanted to explain something. Tianlan said, "I can feel raging fury. Has Song Li Chu arrived?" Li Chu did not answer him. He merely braced himself against the floor. Slowly, he crawled out through the doorway. Li Chu did not respond, only silently walking outside. Scene changes to the vast shoreline. White waves rolled in and crashed against the rocks. Song Li Chu sat alone, gazing at the beautiful shore. His father slowly approached from a house. Standing atop a rock, he silently looked at the contemplative Li Chu. "I am sorry, Chu. I put you through this again. But your great-grandmaster came to praise and comfort you after you returned from accomplishing something great. Please do not misunderstand." Song Li Chu replied, "I know this will only end once everyone is dead. But being wiped out like this is far too unjust. Did everyone really have to die here?" Song Qnat Sat said that half of us would retreat and plan for the future. He said we must avenge this. Hearing those words made me very happy. The 9 sects and 1 gang will need everyone's corpses for confirmation. But even so, not everyone has to die. So who should die? How could I possibly bring myself to say that? Yet the words I should have said, the words I could never bring myself to utter. Song Qnat Sat said them for me. His father frowned slightly and spoke worriedly. "Ju," Li Chu continued, "Dyke Thatch, Song Qnat Sat, the Heavenly King Sword Emperor, Hao Tu Dao, Tan Hoa, Don Thuong, and even the 4 assassins of the assassin sect. I killed them all. They died because I sent them to their deaths. Watching each assassin fall one by one hurt more than I could bear. I have no right to be an assassin. I'm sorry. I do not think I can live the life Father wants for me." White waves continued to crash against the rocks below. Li Chu's father gently closed his eyes and faced the distance. "All right, Chu, you may stop here for now." With that, he left Li Chu alone on the rock. Scene changes. Li Chu's father spoke. "Elder brother, are you not asleep yet?" Tianlan replied, "I am still awake. I have a favor to ask of you. A favor. Please spare Song Li Chu. Chu has done his best. Please regard him as having died at Great Outer Mountain." Tianlan was silent for a moment before replying. "Can you bring Song Li Chu here?" A little while later, Li Chu entered the inner room. "I am here," Tianlan said. "I wish to speak privately with Song Li Chu." "Everyone, leave us." They immediately headed for the door, leaving Li Chu alone inside. Tianlan spoke. "I know everything about the destruction of the assassin sect and the deaths of your subordinates in this battle. I was once a manor lord who led a sect myself, so how could I not understand how you feel now? Those were utterly meaningless deaths. If you have become disillusioned and wish to leave the martial world now, I will not stop you. But remember this, the sacrifices of all those people will shine when the rain command is born. Otherwise, their deaths truly will have been in vain. Li Chu pressed his lips together coldly. What sophistry? Tian Lan continued. Whether their deaths are in vain is entirely up to you. Everything will be settled through the rain command. The assassins of our Assassin Soul Manor have always pursued the dream of becoming the rain command. I hope you will help make that dream a reality. I always believed Little Ant possessed that talent, from drinking the blood wine at Kaifeng to founding the assassin sect, and even deceiving the entire martial world in preparation for Dark Moonlight's emergence this time. I believe you're no less capable. Song Li Chu, become the Rain Command. Whether you walk alone or join forces with Little Ant, you are both at the pinnacle of assassins. Become the Rain Command. Scene changes. Galan spoke. This is so frustrating. He has been sitting there blankly staring at the sea for days. What good is it to just stand there watching him? Hong Mok replied, there are times when rushed comfort does not help, and perhaps this is one of them. All we can do now is wait. And Mo Chan asked, Q Q, where are the assassin sect's assassins now? He replied, they are inside the house. It seems no one has woken up yet. We do not even know when or what orders the sect leader will give, and they're still sleeping inside? Call everyone out to the shore immediately. Begin sparring practice. Scene changes. Steward, Li carefully placed a stack of papers on the rock. Even in a situation like this, Dang Tien Tao is still constantly sending information here. The assassins trained and struck out, while the servants attended to their food and lodging. Those who survived being driven out of Great Outer Mountain continue their duties, so that when the sect leader looked back, the assassin sect would still remain in its place. She turned and left, leaving Li Chu alone in thought. After a long while, Li Chu slowly turned his head. A group of assassins was practicing martial arts by the shore. Every one of them trained earnestly, as though preparing for a new mission. Li Chu narrowed his eyes slightly, moved by the sight. He turned to the stack of papers Steward Li had left beside him. Blood Shadow Demon. 10 nets. Suddenly, Li Chu called out loudly, Assassin Sect. Duong Thiet and the other assassins were startled by the sudden call. Sect leader, Li Chu declared, Assassin Sect, we are returning to the martial world. Before that, we must make thorough preparations to improve our combat strength. Training hard in martial arts is fundamental. Equipping weapons that can bring out 100% of your strength is also part of those preparations. Before the Assassin Sect was attacked, I searched for weapons suited to each of you. Now is the time to collect them. First, Hugh Q and Hugh Hoi retrieved the scarlet thorn throwing needles made by the Tang clan of Sichuan. Hugh Q replied, as you command, sect leader. Make sure to learn their method of manufacture as well. Next, Blood Slaughter Bat. At Western Peace Mountain, a man named Ghost Shadow Staff Whip possesses the steel-jointed whip. Take it from him. Silver Yang Iron in Jiangxi's Jianchong. A martial artist known as 100 Bird's Twin Halberds possesses a pair of halberds far beyond his abilities. Bring them back. Duong Chin Hao, go to Righteous Mountain in Huguang Province and take the Thunderbolt Evil Axe from a man named Dong Tone, Mo 9-Stream Swordmaster. Go to Nanjing and seize the Sword Seed. Chaos Subduing Heavenly King. Go to West City in Wuchang and retrieve the Wolf Fong Mace. As for Left Spirit Killing Sword, the Heavenly King Sword Emperor once said that if Left Spirit Killing Sword's black scale were combined with the 9 forms of the Heavenly King, it would become 10 times sharper. I agree. The manual for the 9 forms of the Heavenly King is at the Heavenly King Sword Emperor's home. Bring it back, and while you are there, deliver these travel funds to his family. They are the Heavenly King Sword Emperor's share. Left Spirit replied, as you command, sect leader. They departed together. We request permission to set out. Sect leader, Mo Chan asked, have you found where I am to go? Li Chu replied, Mo Chan will come with me. What? We are going to East River. At Eastgate Prefecture, East River, a man spoke. Wouldn't it be wonderful if I ran into the Blood Shadow Demon? Are you not afraid? He is the Blood Ghost, the Blood Ghost. They say he collects heads to cultivate blood energy. That is only because he has not met a worthy opponent. To prepare for this day, I shut myself away in those mountains and trained for 15 years. This is my chance to prove those 15 years of hard training were not wasted. Give a rest. I seem to recall you spending 10 of those years sitting in gambling dens. An observer watched them and muttered, people who will not be of any use in the 10-death warrant. They keep flocking here only so they can go home and boast that they were present. Pitiful fools. They have no idea they will truly lose their lives if they do this. Suddenly, he paused upon seeing two men walk past, looking like strangers. Hold it, the observer spoke. This is a sensitive time, so please cooperate with an inspection. Where are you from? Who are you? Li Chu, disguised as a middle-aged man, answered, greetings. I heard the 9 sects and 1 gang have issued a 10-death warrant against the Blood Shadow Demon. As a member of the martial world, I could not simply stand by, so I hurried here. The observer narrowed his eyes and questioned them. Where are you from? Who are you? Li Chu answered, my apologies. I am Li Yongxian from Mount Tai. This is my senior brother, Zhang Wu. My senior brother is mute, so please excuse him. The observer quickly dismissed them. Go home. You will not be as helpful as you imagine. Li Chu smiled faintly. Naturally, I know my martial arts are merely insignificant. However, I believe seeing the great masters of the Central Plains martial world in action would broaden my horizons. Surely you can grant such a small request. The observer sighed. Fine, do as you wish, but do not meddle in matters that do not concern you. Above all, do not enter the restricted zone. Li Chu was surprised. The restricted zone? The man replied. It is a controlled area meant to stop eager people like you from walking in and getting yourselves killed. Li Chu answered, thank you for the warning. We will remember it well. The observer silently watched the two men walk away. He ordered the person beside him, send a carrier pigeon to Mount Tai. Investigate whether two men, named Li Yongxian and Zhang Wu, really exist. Meanwhile, Mo Chan kept scratching his face. Li Chu warned him, stop scratching. If the adhesive comes loose, the mask will peel off too. Mo Chan asked, this thing is stuffy and uncomfortable. How can you keep wearing it? Li Chu said softly, be quiet. Zhang Wu is mute. The beggar's gang has eyes and ears everywhere, so be careful. Scene changes. Li Chu asked, where did he go? Have you found a route? Tryon Hung, sitting with his back to him, quietly replied, he has not left East River. Starting from Lower Ford, there is an unnamed barren mountain. It will not be difficult to find. Countless martial artists have gathered to capture the Blood Shadow Demon and are surrounding that mountain. Li Chu narrowed his eyes. The Blood Shadow Demon was not fleeing the 10-death warrant. Rather than running, he had chosen to wage war against the entire martial world. Innkeeper, I have finished eating. Scene changes to a distant forest. Before its entrance stood a sign reading, Restricted Zone. Trong Q spoke when he saw Li Chu and Mo Chan preparing to cross it. Do not even think of doing something so foolish. If you want to help, do what everyone else is doing. Just surround the mountain so he cannot escape. Li Chu asked, the Blood Shadow Demon is up there? Trong Q replied, did you not come here because you already knew? A few overconfident fools went up the mountain, but none of them have come back down. Assume they have already gone to the Yellow Springs. No matter what, do not even think about going up there. You would only die for nothing. Li Chu answered, understood. Thank you for the advice, brother. Do not mention it. Li Chu looked around and muttered, too many eyes and ears. Suddenly, a panicked voice rang out. Two martial artists just charged into the restricted zone. Two men aggressively rushed up the mountain. Trong Q said helplessly, honestly, why are these people so reckless? They truly do not value their lives. Another man interrupted, do not say that. What? Perhaps those two martial artists will truly take the Blood Shadow Demon's head. Do not disparage an act born of righteousness. They watched as the two men neared the upper area. Before long, they saw the men raise their swords. Then suddenly, neither of them remained visible to those below. Miserable screams echoed throughout the forest. Everyone below fell silent and watched the mountain in tense anticipation. The area around the restricted zone suddenly became deathly quiet. Fear began to show on the faces of those below. They continued to stare at the place where the two men had vanished. Before long, a figure appeared there. There, over there, a strange black silhouette held a long spear in one hand. The men below could not contain their mounting fear. Blood Shadow appeared before them, laughing wildly. The people stammered as they saw the human heads impaled upon his spear. The crowd below screamed. He is no longer human. He really is the Blood Ghost. Blood Shadow roared. Who is it? Who else is willing to offer their head to this blood energy? That creature does not deserve an intact corpse. Tear him to pieces. What are you planning to do about that, madman? Li Chu remained silent. Above them, Blood Shadow roared. Come up, whoever you are. I will take you all on. Elder Zin's quiet voice sounded. How strange. You pass by so many inns, yet you want to stay in a place like this? Li Chu replied. Martial artists from everywhere have filled all the inns, so there are no rooms left. We only need somewhere to shelter from the night dew. Please help us. We will pay generously. He quickly led them away. If that is the case, please come this way. Forget the money. I would be ashamed to accept payment for a place like this. Once inside, Imo-chan looked around in surprise. Why would you refuse a comfortable place and insist on sleeping somewhere like this? Li Chu answered. Would a quiet place like this not be more comfortable for a mute man to speak without being watched than a crowded inn? Montak-chan was somewhat surprised. So you chose this place because you were thinking of your subordinate. Li Chu suddenly said, Mo-chan, put yourself in the position of the Dark Flame Tribe's chieftain and answer me. There is a stranger whose origins, abilities, temperament, and past are all unknown. That person is in danger. Though there is a way to help him, doing so could place the entire tribe in danger. Mo-chan asked in surprise, Are you saying there's a way to save the Blood Shadow demon? Li Chu replied, Did I say that stranger was the Blood Shadow demon? In any case, paying that price would bring no benefit and might even invite disaster. If you were Mo-chan, would you save him anyway? Mo-chan answered, No. I also do not understand why you are so obsessed with the Blood Shadow demon. He is the common enemy of the Central Plains martial world, and a 10-death warrant has been issued against him. If we make a mistake by saving him, the assassin sect, which only just escaped from Great Outer Mountain, will surely be destroyed. As you have seen, he is merely a bloodthirsty blood ghost. He may possess martial arts, but he has no mind. He is just a madman. Li Chu merely muttered, That is right. He is a madman. But in the end, people like us, who accept money to become assassins, are just as mad. Mo-chan said nothing, only murmuring softly, My lord. The atmosphere around them gradually fell silent. Mo-chan slowly lay down as well. Please rest, my lord. Scene changes to outside the room where they were staying. Broken bowls lay scattered across the floor. Elder Zin hurriedly said, I am sorry. I am truly, terribly sorry. Please forgive me. Hao Luong looked displeased. Damn it, look at this. It reeks now. This is clothing I only bought yesterday. What are you going to do about it? What are you going to do? Elder Zin replied, Oh heavens, I am truly sorry, sir. The man grumbled, What good is a verbal apology? Compensate me. 10 taels of silver. Elder Zin immediately froze. Sir, how could I possibly have that much money? Please show mercy. Actually, you were the one who ran into me. Killing intent immediately filled Hao Luong's face. What did you say? He kicked Elder Zin fiercely in the chin. This bastard dares to shift the blame onto me? Fine, I will not take your money. Instead, 1 tael equals 1 punch. The man beside him hurriedly stopped him. Calm down, brother. Let go of me. Let me go. Hit him again, and this old man will die. Wait, damn it. It looks like he really is dead. Li Chu had witnessed everything from the rooftop. Scene changes to the following morning. Mo-chan noticed that Li Chu seemed to be making something. My lord, what are you making so early in the morning? Li Chu, still disguised as another man, replied, You must be very tired. You slept so deeply that you had no idea what was happening around you. Mo-chan's face immediately turned wary. He hurriedly grabbed the sword lying nearby. Mo-chan drew it and held it to Song Li Chu's throat. Who are you? Song Li Chu whispered. Calm down, Mo-chan. Mo-chan looked somewhat startled. Sect leader. Song Li Chu held up a freshly made skin mask. Come here. I'll put a new one on you. Mo-chan asked, puzzled. When did you find all this? I didn't even hear you leave. Song Li Chu replied. Let's get out of here before the innkeeper notices. Mo-chan asked, Who am I this time? Song Li Chu replied, J Blood Blade Hao Min. The 3 sons of the Hao family, the foremost Blade clan, are known as the 3 heroes of the J-Blade. You are the youngest, while I am the eldest brother, Hao Luong. A moment later, a man on the road turned toward him. Young Master Hao Luong, are you well? With the 3 heroes of the J-Blade personally taking action, the Blood Shadow demon is as good as dead. Song Lichu replied, "You flatter us. We merely wish to contribute what little strength we can." The man asked in surprise, "Where is your second brother? Isn't he with you?" Song Lichu replied, "As you know, he has always been slow. He is hurrying here as we speak. If young Master Hao Kuang is considered slow, then what does that make the rest of us? That was not what I meant. If I have offended anyone, please forgive me. I was only joking, only joking. By the way, when will you make good on your promise to buy us wine?" Song Lichu replied, "The 10-death warrant is still in effect. It would hardly be appropriate to set out a wine table now." The man explained, "Mystic Crane Taoist to the Wudong sect, who is leading the pursuit under the 10-death warrant, has arrived in person. This matter should be settled today." Song Lichu replied, "Is that so? Then, that is excellent. Since Mystic Crane Taoist has come personally, I should go pay my respects. And do not forget our promise of wine." Of course, of course. Well then." A moment later, Mo Chan whispered, "Wouldn't unknown nobodies like Li Yongxian and Zhang would have been better? I'm sweating from fear that they will recognize us." Song Lichu gave a quiet laugh. "So the renowned Mo Chan is such a coward. The more conspicuous we are, the more suspicion will disappear." The scene shifted to a large crowd gathered together. "Mystic Crane Taoist," Song Lichu whispered. "They are preparing to go up the mountain. We do not have much time. Let's hurry." Before long, the two arrived at the restricted zone sign. "You have all worked hard." Trong Q and the man beside him looked at the pair in surprise. Song Lichu said, "One murderer has caused so many people to suffer." The two hurriedly bowed respectfully. "What an honor to meet the three heroes of the Jade Blade here." Song Lichu continued, "Let us endure a little longer together. Mystic Crane Taoist has come personally to bring the 10-death warrant to an end. Of course, it should be so." Suddenly, a strange look flashed across Song Lichu's face. Something seemed to pass through those trees just now. Did any of you see it? Tronq looked around. "What? I did not see anything." Song Lichu immediately leaped over the fence. "The Blood Shadow Demon may be secretly trying to escape. I need to check. Min, come with me." Mo Chan hurriedly leaped over the fence and followed him. Trong Q and the others hurriedly shouted, "Take care." The pair swiftly ran up the route the two men had taken the day before. The people below immediately looked on in admiration. No wonder they are called the three heroes of the Jade Blade. Their movement techniques are truly extraordinary. Song Lichu called back, "Mo Chan, wait here. Watch the Wudong sect's movements. If they make a move, send me a signal immediately." Mo Chan stopped at once and answered, "Understood, sect leader." Before long, Song Lichu was standing near the mountaintop. Human bodies lay strewn throughout the forest. Song Lichu looked over the headless corpses sprawled around him. Then he calmly walked forward. Song Lichu cautiously took several more steps. He carefully surveyed his surroundings. Blood Shadow sat beneath a leafy tree, a spear lying beside him. Song Lichu looked closely to confirm his identity before approaching. "Blood Shadow Demon, do you have a death wish?" Blood Shadow's expression did not change at the sound of his voice. Song Lichu continued, "You are being hunted under the 10-death warrant, yet you are not running. By offering up your life like this, you clearly no longer have the will to live. If you wish to die so badly, I will grant you a painless death. But if you still wish to live, I will spare you." Blood Shadow slowly spoke. "You can save me, and you can kill me?" Blood Shadow suddenly gave a contemptuous laugh and slowly pushed himself to his feet. "Fine, which of those two things is easier?" Song Lichu replied, "Saving you is naturally harder, because there are always unforeseen variables." Blood Shadow seized the sword at his side. "Then you cannot save me." "Why?" "Because you cannot kill me in the first place." With that, he charged directly at Song Lichu. Song Lichu immediately dodged aside and drew his sword. He calmly swung his blade forward. Blood Shadow roared, "Your worthless life will become an offering to the Blood Banner as well." The two began a fierce battle. Song Lichu calmly blocked the incoming strike with his sword, while Blood Shadow continuously unleashed powerful slashes at him. Song Lichu quickly stepped backward. Blood Shadow immediately surged forward. His sword point shot towards Song Lichu. Song Lichu raised his blade to block the strike about to reach his throat. He twisted his wrist. Now, both Song Lichu's and Blood Shadow's swords were held at each other's throats. Blood Shadow silently observed their current predicament. "Save me." Below them, a man raised an arm. Gather, Wudong, gather. And Mo Chan, hiding behind a nearby tree, muttered, Wudong is making its move. He carefully leaped out of hiding, landing without a sound, then hurried off to report to Song Lichu. The scene shifted. Blood Shadow said, I was not testing whether you could kill me. I only wanted to see whether you could save me. This life of mine, can you entrust it to that person? Do you have a way? Song Lichu replied, Of course. Did you think I came here without a plan? Mo Chan's voice suddenly rang out. They are coming. Song Lichu reassured Blood Shadow. It is fine. They are our people. Mo Chan hurriedly reported. They are here. Wudong is formed up. They will rush in at any moment. Song Lichu replied. They came at just the right time. Bring me the bundle of skin masks. Blood Shadow exclaimed in surprise. Skin masks? Song Lichu replied. There is no longer enough time to use a mask. Stall them for time. The longer, the better. Mo Chan muttered, How am I supposed to do that? Try it and find out. Before long, footsteps echoed throughout the forest. The Wudong group searched everywhere. They warily turned their heads, inspecting their surroundings. A moment later, something caught one man's attention. He immediately pointed and shouted, The blood banner. A blood-stained strip of skin hung from the treetops. They hurried toward it. Chase him. A spear, threaded through severed heads and trailing the strip of skin, sped through the forest like the wind. The Wudong men ran after it, blocked the right flank. Mo Chan was the one carrying the spear as he raced away. His face was utterly expressionless as he continued running into the distance. The Wudong men hurriedly shouted, Over there! He changed direction. The blood banner has disappeared. Hurry! Yet they abruptly stopped when they saw a lone spear lying on the ground. It seems he used the blood banner to lure us away. Stay alert for an ambush and spread out to search the area. Suddenly, a sound came from the nearby bushes. The Wudong men immediately noticed it. Their faces grew wary, and they drew their swords. The surrounding air became oppressively still. The leader narrowed his eyes, preparing to attack. Suddenly, a dark shadow swept out from the bushes. Both sides were extremely surprised to see one another. Mo Chan spoke up. So, it is the Wudong Taoist masters. The blood shadow demon fled this way. Have you seen him? The other side replied. We also followed the blood banner here, but he threw it away and vanished without a trace. Song Lichu sighed. Where has that bastard crawled off to? A Taoist master said, The 3 heroes of the Jade Blade went up the mountain and then disappeared, so we were somewhat concerned. It turns out the Blood Shadow Demon is the one fleeing. However, this 10-death warrant is a mission of our Wudong sect, so please leave him to us and go down the mountain. Song Lichu calmly released his sword hilt. We should not obstruct the 10-death warrant. Very well. I hope you will cut down that murderer and prove that justice still exists. A moment later, Song Lichu and his 2 companions reached the foot of the mountain. They carefully approached the crowd outside the area. A man looked surprised to see the 3 of them. Did you find the Blood Shadow Demon? Song Lichu replied, Not yet. There was no sign of him. The Wudong disciples are searching intensely. Perhaps we will see his corpse shortly. The man replied, I am waiting to witness that sight myself. Song Lichu answered, Then please carry on. We will go find something to drink nearby and return later. Very well. Go ahead. Farewell. Blood Shadow whispered. Let us get out of here quickly. Song Lichu reassured him. Act naturally. Be natural. Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, Hey, Hao Luong. Song Lichu was startled and hurriedly turned around. The eccentric called loudly, Over here, over here. Where are you rushing off to that you would not even turn around when called? Fear immediately flashed in Blood Shadow's eyes. The eccentric of 3 absolutes. Run. Song Lichu replied, How can we run? Follow me. We have to go greet him. Blood Shadow asked in surprise, What are you planning? Song Lichu muttered, Are you confident you can outrun this many masters? If not, abandon any thought of fleeing. The 3 quickly bowed respectfully. Greetings, senior. Song Lichu said, We juniors should have recognized you immediately and come to pay our respects. Please forgive us. The eccentric replied, It is all right. There are quite a lot of people here. This old man nearly failed to recognize you and walked away. It has been a long time since we last met, has it not? Since your father remarried. About 3 years, I believe. Song Lichu replied, We juniors should have visited you more often. We have been truly discourteous. The eccentric chuckled. No, it is nothing. Everyone is busy these days. It is good enough that we can meet on such a joyful occasion. Song Lichu lowered his head slightly. This junior heard the news of your 3 disciples' deaths, but I was occupied and could not attend their funeral. Please accept my belated condolences. The eccentric pressed his lips together and lowered his head without replying. It was the assassins from that so-called assassin sect. This old man should have destroyed them personally, but I was struck by a high fever that day and was bedridden. Song Lichu continued, and during that time, the Kongtong sect destroyed the assassin sect. You must have found it deeply regrettable. The eccentric replied, indeed. But Kongtong acted in my stead, so I should be grateful as well. Allow me to introduce him. This is Elder Blackwood, the Black Wind Mad Monster, one of the 7 Knot disciples of the Beggars Gang. Song Lichu and the other 2 immediately cupped their hands. How Luong, How Kwong, and How Min greet Elder Blackwood. Blackwood replied, I have long heard of the 3 heroes of the Jade Blade. Seeing such upright young heroes of the martial world truly puts my mind at ease. Song Lichu replied, You overpraise us, Elder. We hope to receive much guidance from you in the future. A strange expression suddenly appeared on Blackwood's face. Song Lichu looked at the eccentric. We juniors shall take our leave first. We were planning to stop by a nearby inn for something to drink. The eccentric replied, I see. Go on then. Song Lichu quickly led the other 2 away. Yes, then we shall. The 3 calmly walked away from the crowd. Their pace gradually became a little faster as they continued onward, until the crowd was no more than tiny dots in the distance. After walking a while longer, Song Lichu and the other 2 prepared to run. The 3 immediately sprinted away. Blood Shadow looked back reluctantly. The mountain where he had lived was still there, but now it was very far away. The 3 continued fleeing into the distance. The scene shifted, and the crowd remained in an uproar. They discussed matters near the restricted zone. Look, the Wudong disciples are coming down the mountain. Did they finally catch the Blood Shadow demon? It does not seem so. They are all coming down empty-handed. A Taoist master hurried toward the eccentric. Report, the Blood Shadow demon has disappeared. We searched the entire mountain, but found no trace of him. Mystic Crane was stunned. What? How can that be? Did he escape the mountain? The Taoist master continued. That is impossible. The entire mountain is surrounded by Beggars Gang disciples and martial artists. There is no way he could have slipped through. Mystic Crane replied, Yes, naturally that should be the case. For now, let the disciples rest. After they have eaten and drunk, we will continue the search. The eccentric quietly said to Blackwood, During the next search, we must go up there together. Blackwood did not answer and merely walked forward in silence. If you're hiding something because you fear punishment, I will not hold it against you. Tell the truth at once. If the Blood Shadow demon truly escaped, we must pursue him immediately if we are to catch him. The Beggars Gang members below explained, It is the truth, Elder. No one escaped. We kept our eyes wide open and guarded carefully. Only people went up the mountain. No one came down, except for the 3 heroes of the Jade Blade. Blackwood was startled. The 3 heroes of the Jade Blade? 2 of them went up the mountain. Blackwood asked in surprise, Only 2 went up? Are they not always together as 3? One man spoke up, but there were 3 of them when they came down. I saw it with my own eyes. Blackwood muttered. 2 went up, but 3 came down. Blackwood immediately realized that something was wrong. Could it be the scene shifted? Blood Shadow angrily tore off the skin mask. I do not enjoy this either, but at least wear that thing until we leave East River. Song Lichu replied, Do you still not know what the Beggars Gang is like? Before long, they will be searching for the 3 heroes of the Jade Blade. Blood Shadow studied Song Lichu's face curiously. A southern barbarian with only a little stubble speaks the language of the Central Plains? That is far from what I imagined. Song Lichu asked, Blood Shadow Demon, how many people have you killed so far? Blood Shadow replied, I have no time to count, but probably around 50. Song Lichu asked again, Have you ever taken the initiative to attack someone first? Blood Shadow answered, Only once. It was for revenge, and that was why I first took up the blade. After that, those people simply refused to let me go. Then let me ask you this. Why did you save me? Song Lichu replied, When a man seeks to accomplish great things, the matter that weighs most heavily on him is his family's safety. I only need you to protect my family for 1 year. Blood Shadow asked, If you need a protector, the Central Plains has no shortage of people to hire. Why choose someone being hunted under the 10-death warrant? I cannot understand it. Song Lichu smiled. Yes, why indeed? When people want to take your life, do you want to resist? Blood Shadow fell silent, offering no answer to Song Lichu's question. Suddenly, fireworks blossomed in the sky above the three of them. Song Lichu sighed. So you saw through it long ago. Those beggars gangmen really are. Blood Shadow Demon asked. Are you sure we can break through the encirclement of the eccentric of three absolutes, Wudong sect and the beggars gang? Song Lichu replied, I tried it once before when I went up that mountain. Scene change. Elder, a message has arrived. Elder Blackwood read the letter. The three heroes of the J-Blade have been missing since yesterday, and their families are frantically searching for them as well. So they did use human skin masks after all. Call off the search on the mountain. It would only be wasted effort. Someone has already helped Blood Shadow Demon escape. The eccentric asked in surprise, Who could that person be? Elder Blackwood replied, Who knows? I'm very curious myself. Since the assassin Soul Manor vanished, no one has committed such disgusting, demonic acts. I have no idea who they are. All beggars gang disciples in East River, heed my command. Impose martial law and conduct a thorough search. They may have changed into different human skin masks. If you see anyone suspicious, strip off their face and inspect it carefully. An angry voice rang out. Why are you doing this? I only wanted to touch his face and see what it felt like. Why are you guarding it so closely? Now that you mention it, why would anyone suddenly touch another person's face? What's wrong with this guy? Why is he so worked up? A beggars gang man shouted. I told you, we're searching for a murderer. A Taoist pressed his sword to the man's throat. Keep resisting, and I'll treat you as the murderer and cut you down right now. The beggars gang man immediately held out his hand. Just sit still. Be good. His hand slowly reached toward the other man's nose. Suddenly, a hand knocked the beggars gang man's hand away. Trong Hui was astonished by the man's action. This guy. The man immediately drove a fist into his stomach. The Taoist raised his sword at once. You're not a gatherer. Song Lichu delivered a powerful kick to the Taoist's mouth, knocking him backward off balance. Before long, the Taoist had fallen to the ground. The surrounding Wudong men cried out, This man is extremely suspicious. Get him! Song Lichu immediately grabbed the sword lying on the ground. He rushed forward and blocked the Wudong men's strikes. Song Lichu swung his sword, slashing across one man's body. Then he ducked low and struck another man hard. Song Lichu spun again, and another Taoist fell. The last one hurried forward. As expected, he's no ordinary man. However, a basket struck him hard on the head. Startled, he quickly turned around to look behind him. But Emo-chan rushed in and kicked him in the neck. The Taoist spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. A hand slowly stretched forward. Struggling, Trong Hui reached for the sword that had fallen to the ground. Suddenly, a foot stomped down hard on his hand. A burly man bent down and picked up the sword. Blood Shadow Demon gave the man a faint smile, coldness flashing in his eyes. A spray of blood shot into the air. All around the three of them, Wudong Taoists and beggars gang men had fallen. The nearby townspeople watched them in silence. Blood Shadow Demon coldly glanced at the people behind him. They hurriedly begged, Please spare our lives. Blood Shadow Demon threatened. If you want to live, keep your mouth shut. They hastily replied, Of course. We saw nothing at all. The townspeople immediately fled. Song Lichu ordered, Hide these bodies in the forest. Yes, sect leader. Strip off all their clothes too. Hurry, strip their clothes too. Scene change. Elder, over there. 3 Wudong disciples have been found stripped naked. The eccentric replied, It wasn't only their clothes that were stripped away. Their facial skin was taken too. What vile, ruthless bastards. They must be planning to disguise themselves as Wudong disciples now. Elder Blackwood replied, Perhaps. Or perhaps not. The eccentric was surprised. What do you mean? Elder Blackwood replied, If they didn't peel off their faces to make human skin masks, then it means we've now been forced into suspecting one another. They're truly cunning. It has been a long time since anyone stirred my desire to win like this. Scene change. Elsewhere in the sprawling city, a man in a hat leaned against a wall. Someone passing by raised a hand in greeting. Hey, Brother Tien, have you been waiting long? Why did you take so long to get here? I was about to give up and leave. Song Lichu replied, Don't even mention it. This fellow secretly ate something and gave himself terrible diarrhea. I've lost count of how many times he relieved himself on the way here. It's disgusting. Try and Hung whispered, Sect leader, you finally got Blood Shadow Demon out? Song Li Chu ordered, "Prepare a boat immediately." To avoid the beggar's gang's eyes and ears, traveling by water is safest. Tryon Hung replied, "Give me one shirt, Chun. I'll arrange for a boat to be waiting at Jade Crest Lake on Peace Mountain. I'll take care of it right away, so you should get something to eat at that street stall first." Song Lichu looked at Blood Shadow Demon. "How long has it been since you had a proper meal?" At the stall, Blood Shadow Demon immediately began wolfing down his food. Emo Chan whispered, "If we hadn't stopped here to eat something, there would have been trouble." Song Lichu warned, "Hey, be careful. Don't chew up the bowl too." Emo Chan whispered, "Sect leader, there are beggars gang men behind us." Song Lichu replied, "I saw them too. They're beginning to gather in the alley." Behind them stood a group of people dressed in ragged clothes. Emo Chan whispered, "Have we been exposed?" Song Lichu replied, "It seems so. They're itching to rush in." Blood Shadow Demon set down his bowl. That was satisfying. Another bowl would have been perfect, but it seems there's no time. Song Lichu said, "We split up now. In a crowded market like this, it isn't suitable for the three of us to move together. Meet again at Jade Crest Lake on Peace Mountain." One after another, they stood up, pretending to go to the latrine before slipping away. Emo Chan replied, "Sect leader, please take care." Emo Chan rose and called loudly, "Shopkeeper, where's the latrine? Please go around behind the building." In the distance, the beggars gang men whispered, "It looks like two of them are leaving. Should we take them down first?" They said they're going to the latrine. "The boss told us to wait for now. Don't alert them." Song Lichu slowly slipped a hand into his inner pocket and calmly placed 3 coins on the table. Then Song Lichu calmly rose from his chair, gathered momentum, and shot away like lightning. The beggars gang men abruptly realized something was wrong. "That man, he's running away. Chase him. Go check on the two who went into the latrine now." Song Lichu seized the chance and continued racing away. One of the beggars gang men chasing him suddenly whistled. Song Lichu darted into a narrow alley, only for a foot to appear and kick him hard in the stomach. Song Lichu was thrown backward. Yellow Tiger interrogated him. "Where do you think you're going?" Blood Shadow Demon. Song Lichu muttered, "What nonsense are you talking about? What Blood Shadow Demon?" The man narrowed his eyes. "You're not? Then who are you really?" Song Lichu said, "What use is knowing who I am to you? Will it help you with your begging?" Yellow Tiger held a blade to his throat. "Cut the nonsense. Take off your mask." Song Lichu looked at him in surprise. "A mask?" Yellow Tiger roared furiously. "Take it off now." Beggars gang men hurried over from somewhere nearby. "Sir, you caught him." Yellow Tiger demanded. "Where are the other two?" "We're still pursuing them. Bring them here at once. Leave this one to me." Suddenly, Yellow Tiger's expression changed. Song Lichu raised his fist and prepared to charge at him. Yellow Tiger immediately shifted aside to avoid the attack. Song Lichu struck at him with his other fist, then quickly extended his left hand. Song Lichu seized the hilt of the sword at his opponent's waist, drew it, and leaped back. Song Lichu gripped the sword hilt with both hands, swung once, then withdrew to assess him. Yellow Tiger said, "Let's test you then. I'm becoming curious about who you are." Song Lichu replied, "They say those who die of curiosity become wandering ghosts in the 9 springs." The beggars gang men anxiously asked, "Sir, are you all right?" Yellow Tiger replied, "Get lost." At his words, the beggars gang men immediately ran off. Yellow Tiger charged forward. "I will personally peel off that mask and see your face." Song Lichu immediately blocked the descending blade. Yellow Tiger instantly swept his sword upward again. Song Lichu blocked again but was knocked backward. Seeing this, Yellow Tiger charged straight at him with satisfaction. Song Lichu clenched the hilt with both hands and blocked his slash. "Old beggar, what does it feel like to be bitten by a rat?" Yellow Tiger faltered at the strange question. "What?" Song Lichu swiftly stepped behind him. Yellow Tiger shouted, "You know who I am?" Song Lichu swiftly slashed hard across his body. Yellow Tiger's face flashed with surprise at the attack. Song Lichu swung his sword again, and the man's body quickly collapsed. Blood sprayed into the air. Yellow Tiger's face remained expressionless as he fell, while the sky above stayed as peaceful as before. Water gradually came into view beyond the trees. Song Lichu's feet raced along the trail. He hurried toward the meeting point, then carefully leaped into the grass beside the road. He watched Tryon Hung and the boat in the distance. Tryon Hung stood patiently waiting for them. A voice whispered softly, "Sect leader, over here." Song Lichu asked, "Did everyone get away safely?" Emo-chan replied, "It is all thanks to you, sect leader, for buying time for us to escape." Song Lichu hurriedly rose. "Let's go. Trine Hung is waiting for us." Emo-chan replied, "No, sect leader. We can't leave yet." "What happened?" "Look behind that boulder." Song Lichu looked toward the boulder in the distance. "An ambush." Song Lichu hurried forward for a clearer look, with Emo-chan carefully following close behind. Song Lichu crawled forward carefully, followed closely by Emo-chan and Blood Shadow Demon. He hid behind a large tree and watched. He could see a group of Wudong men hiding behind the boulder. There were so many of them, as though they knew for certain he would be there. Emo-chan whispered, "There are Wudong sect men hiding behind the boulder on the opposite side as well." Trine Hung remained standing beside the boat, waiting. Suddenly, a child's voice called out to him, "Mister, someone asked me to give this to you." The child handed him a tiny letter, then hurried off with his friend. "We got a whole coin for such an easy errand. Let's go buy something delicious." Trine Hung read the letter. "We're being followed. The rendezvous point has changed. An abandoned house halfway up Little Peace Mountain. Bring a jar of wine." Trine Hung carefully surveyed the area around him. Then he slowly headed down a forest path. A moment later, Trine Hung narrowed his eyes as though he had spotted something. A thatched cottage appeared before him. Trine Hung calmly entered it. Song Lichu was sitting inside. "Trine Hung, over here." "Yes, you found the right place. Did you buy the wine?" Trine Hung immediately raised the wine jar. "Yes, here it is. Why ask for wine while we're fleeing? Did something happen?" Song Lichu replied, "It's a farewell drink." Trine Hung was startled. "What?" Song Lichu continued, "You have done much for the assassin sect all this time. I truly thank you. But what made you suddenly change your mind?" Trine Hung could not hide his astonishment. "What are you talking about?" Song Lichu continued, "When the beggars gang recognized us at the Violet Tower, I thought it was because of their terrifying intelligence network. But when I saw Wudong experts waiting in ambush by Jadecrest Lake, I became certain. Why did you change your mind? No, was this your purpose from the very moment you joined the assassin sect?" Trine Hung raised his cup of wine. "Assassin sect leader, drink." Yellow Tiger's eyes remained wide open even as he lay dead. Trongvo silently looked at his companion, who no longer showed any sign of life. He slowly placed a hand over Yellow Tiger's face. Then Trongvo closed his eyes. The beggars' gang members around them looked on sorrowfully. Scene change. Trine Hung emptied his cup of wine. He set the cup on the table and sighed. "Assassin sect leader, you should never have left Heavenly Abode. I thought you would stay quietly on that island, living in seclusion like a dead rat." Song Lichu replied, "Did you really think that was possible?" Trine Hung continued, "I see now that it was only wishful thinking." Song Lichu smiled faintly. "It seems you care quite a lot about me." Trine Hung poured another cup of wine. "I admit that it would be a great waste to simply destroy you. I regretted never understanding why you became an assassin. I had hoped you would fail to rescue Blood Shadow Demon. But the moment you appeared with him, I knew that if I allowed the assassin sect leader to roam freely through the martial world, another storm would follow in your wake. I was wrong. Human nature truly never changes. Once again, reality has awakened me." Song Lichu explained, "Blood Shadow Demon has not committed a crime deserving of a 10-death warrant. It was merely a fair duel and an accident." Trine Hung replied, "That is only his excuse. The victim's family does not see it that way. Blood Shadow Demon's account and the family's account conflict. How can anyone be sure who is right and who is wrong?" Song Lichu replied, "Exactly. Only heaven knows the truth." Trine Hung continued, "Even so, we cannot wait for heaven's judgment. Someone must distinguish right from wrong. Yet you strip people's faces and wear them yourselves. Do you think the world will believe the words of monsters wearing human skin? Behind that kind face was a man who abused his wife and children day after day. Only when they saw him die did his wife and children truly smile in relief." Song Lichu replied, "I only kill those who point their swords at me, or those who deserve to die." Trine Hung challenged him, "Who decides that someone deserves to die? Who gave you that right?" Song Lichu replied, "That's right. Perhaps my killing that man is no different from the sects and gangs issuing 10-death warrants. In the end, strength is truth, and they use that strength to maintain order in the martial world. Now I understand why assassins covet the 4 martial token so desperately. Trine Hung silently looked at him without saying a word. He set down the wine jar. Give up your delusions about the four martial token. Forget tomorrow. You cannot even escape this place now. If you surrender, I will find a way to spare your life. Song Lichu asked, Who sent you here? Trine Hung replied, This was originally my elder brother's task, but I came in his place. You mean Shaolin? Song Lichu snorted coldly. That damned old man. Trine Hung gritted his teeth. Watch your tongue. He is a man who can decide whether you live or die. The lives of those assassins who entered the martial world in search of weapons are in his hands as well. Surrender. I will do everything I can to save your life alone. Song Lichu asked in surprise. You revealed the assassin's whereabouts? Trine Hung continued. Just hand Blood Shadow Demon over, then return to heavenly abode. Song Lichu lowered his head slightly for a moment before snorting coldly. Do you think a threat will work? Mo Chan suddenly spoke up. My lord, I stayed behind to watch, but I didn't find anyone following us. So there really was no tail? Song Lichu cautioned, don't underestimate them. Do you think they would follow us openly and let themselves be discovered? That's true. How much time do we have left? Trine Hung replied, About 1 or 2 incense sticks worth. Wudong's people will be here by then. Song Lichu asked, Can you hold me off until then? Trine Hung drained the cup of wine in his hand and decisively set it down. Of course. Trine Hung immediately flipped up the wine table and kicked it hard. It flew towards Song Lichu. He caught the incoming table swiftly, but his body was still knocked to the floor. Blood Shadow Demon charged over in fury. You bastard! Mo Chan immediately stopped him. Stop! You don't need to act. Move only when ordered. Trine Hung raised his leg high and drove a powerful kick towards Song Lichu. Song Lichu quickly dodged and sprang back to his feet. Trine Hung followed with another kick. Song Lichu blocked it and quickly retreated to observe him. Trine Hung rushed forward again. He swung his fist. Song Lichu evaded it and counterattacked, landing a heavy punch on his face, then kicking him in the face. Trine Hung lost his balance and was flung into the air. The next instant, Trine Hung crashed onto the floor and immediately began coughing in pain. Song Lichu put his hand on the door. Jai Hung spoke Heavenly Abode. Now the entire martial world knows about Heavenly Abode. Song Lichu froze at his confession. Trine Hung continued. Those who hate the assassin sect to the bone are surely heading for Heavenly Abode. Song Lichu's expression changed at once. He clenched his fist and swung it fiercely at him. Trine Hung's body flew out of the cottage. Song Lichu's anger had yet to subside. He quickly turned and dashed away. Let's go. My family is in danger. My lord, please put on your mask. Wudong's people are coming. I don't need that. Elsewhere, a voice rang out. I mean, they took 3 horses. You mean they stole them? The other man said, No, they paid for them. So what's the problem? Well, one of them had disheveled hair and a sword scar on his face like this. I thought he might be that Blood Shadow Demon or whatever demon you're looking for, so I can't tell you. Trongvo suddenly put a hand on the man's shoulder. Which direction did they go? Elsewhere, hoofbeats grew increasingly urgent along the forest path. A group from the beggars' gang appeared in their path. Horses are coming. Stop them. Halt. There's an inspection. Please stop. Song Lichu did not slow down and merely shouted, Move! Blood Shadow Demon's group rode past the man blocking them. As he turned, he caught sight of that familiar face. The people around him gathered and asked, Who are they? He pointed. The one on the left, is that Blood Shadow Demon? The man who had seen his face confirmed it. Yes, I saw him too. Fire the signal flare quickly. Elsewhere, a bruised and battered man appeared on screen. 3 people carried him inside. Mystic Crane Taoist asked sternly, Is this the man who provided intelligence on Blood Shadow Demon? A subordinate promptly replied, Yes, that's right. He suddenly closed his eyes and murmured, Great 3 pure ones. Suddenly, someone interrupted. Could you please make way? The elder looked over and asked directly, Who are you? The man bowed politely. I am Baek Cheon Ui of Shaolin. Mystic Crane Taoist seemed to recognize him. Baek Cheon Ui? So you are Baek Cheon Ui, one of the 4 dragons among Shaolin's lay disciples. Cheon Ui clasped his hands and explained, The man lying here is Baek Cheon Hung, my younger brother. He took on the task in place of his foolish elder brother, which is why he ended up like this. Great 3 pure ones, please grant his soul passage to the next world. We did not know how to handle the body, but fortunately, his family arrived in time. Suddenly, brilliant fireworks burst across the sky. He asked the person beside him, "Elder, what does that signal mean?" Elder Blackwood's expression did not change. "It means Blood Shadow Demon has appeared. Reports say the three of them are moving southeast." The eccentric of three absolutes asked, "Isn't it too late to pursue them now?" But Elder Blackwood had already made arrangements. "Don't worry, the disciples will stop them. The Beggars Gang has eyes everywhere." Mystic Crane Taoist could wait no longer and gave the order. "Set out at once. Descend the mountain." Their figures gradually disappeared beyond the forest. Chion Ui remained behind. "I'm sorry, little brother. I came too late." Back on the other side, the three raced their horses against time. And Mo-chan reported clearly, "My lord, I think we should have killed the beggars we encountered in the forest before leaving. Since they fired a signal, our escape route has likely been exposed." Song Li-chu took a moment to look back. The situation was too urgent. There was no other way. Suddenly, a thin rope appeared across the road. He was startled when he saw it, but it was too late. The horse's legs struck the rope. The horse lost its balance and crashed to the ground from its momentum. Song Li-chu was thrown from the saddle, and the other two had no time to stop. All of them were thrown from their horses. The exhausted horses lay on the ground, as did the three riders. Mo Chan's first concern was, "My lord, are you all right?" Song Li-chu clutched his shoulder, but forced himself to endure. "Don't worry, I'm Yufina." Several figures approached. Trong Vo drew his weapon. "You couldn't even stay hidden, and now you dare show your faces openly on the road? Did you think you could escape the Beggars Gang's eyes and ears?" "Who are they?" "The ones who slaughtered thousands of lives. Mo-chan and Blood Shadow Demon." Song Li-chu slowly drew his sword. Taking a fighting stance, he threatened, "Anyone who dares block our path to heavenly abode will die." With that, Blood Shadow Demon charged forward. "It is time to pay you back." Trong Vo was not intimidated. "Is it you?" He bent his legs and launched himself forward. The two bravely clashed. A powerful sword strike came down. A single strike decided the contest, leaving the air silent. Yet Trong Vo was still forced back several steps. Trong Vo stood speechless, while Blood Shadow Demon calmly waited for his next move. His gaze was so sharp that it seemed capable of killing at any moment. Then Blood Shadow Demon gave a terrifying smile. Instead of following convention, he rushed toward the subordinates behind Trong Vo. Blood Shadow Demon's sword flashed like lightning as he closed in step by step. Trong Vo guset fudio sili, bastard. His eyes suddenly shifted to the side. Song Li-chu swung his sword without hesitation. Though Trong Vo blocked it, Mo-chan leaped up and attacked a second time. Caught off guard, Trong Vo's head was stained red with blood. 2 against 1. There was no need to say that defeat was inevitable. Before he could recover, they rushed in again. Together with Blood Shadow Demon, they attacked the people behind Trong Vo. Blood Shadow Demon was immensely powerful, easily defeating his opponents with only his fists, and Mo-chan was no less formidable. Before long, a strange sound came from the nearby forest. The sound of furious teeth grinding echoed. Great three pure ones. The people on the ground were no longer whole. Elder Blackwood's face was as dark as thunderclouds. He truly could not understand it. Blood Shadow Demon was one thing, but who exactly were the people who had rescued him? They were surely irreconcilable enemies of theirs. Elsewhere, someone nimbly jumped ashore from a boat. After running a few steps, Song Li-chu had already put some distance between himself and the shore. As he ran, he called out desperately, "Yulin, mother!" His voice rang throughout the area. Song Li-chu pounded hard on a door, breathing heavily as he tried to calm himself. But there was no one inside the house. Song Li-chu hurried elsewhere and called out again, "Yulin!" He searched another house, but the result was the same. He ran while shouting, "Mother!" Song Li-chu did not give up and continued searching. "Father!" He suddenly stopped, his face exhausted. Then a call came from afar. "My lord!" At the same time, a voice sounded behind Song Li-chu. "Li-chu!" He quickly turned around. Yulin smiled and asked, "When did you get here?" The person beside her greeted him as well. "You came so early?" Then she noticed his expression. "But why do you look like that? Did something happen?" Song Li-chu seemed as though a great burden had been lifted from him. Back to that night, voices drifted out. Heavenly abode is no longer safe. We must leave. Huang Will did not ask for the reason. "All right, then we should go." But where can we hide from their eyes and ears? Song Li-chu had already made plans. For now, the best choice is to go to the assassin sect leader's place. The man raised his brows, somewhat hesitant. It is far from his central plains, so it is suitable for taking refuge. But we did not return to the central plains merely for our own safety. Song Li-chu maintained that resolute look. That is why I am troubled. Still, the family's safety is the most important thing now. Suddenly, Li Jun spoke, drawing both of their attention. Sect leader, forgive my presumption. Since I was worried this might happen, I contacted Senior Long Jinhua. He has traveled through every province and prefecture to make maps. I hoped he would have the answer we need, a place that is easy to hide in and easy to defend against intruders. I asked him to find such a fortress for the assassin sect. Song Li-chu needed confirmation. So, does such a place exist? She searched through the documents. Wait a moment. Li Jun took out a sheet of paper. Song Li-chu directly accepted it and examined it, while Yulin leaned in to look as well. As he looked, he murmured, Eightfold Ridge, Taiyuan Prefecture, Shaanxi Province, Nine Men Valley. After everyone left, she sighed. Since when had she prepared all of that? Impressive. The older the ginger, the spicier it is. Song Li-chu was also surprised. I never expected this either. Yulin suddenly remembered something and asked, So, did you praise her? He looked at her in confusion. Praise her? Knowing he did not understand, she taught him. You should tell her she did a good job. Hard work deserves a reward. Song Li-chu fell silent, deep in thought. He turned back and kissed her on the forehead. We are about to travel a long way again, so get a good night's sleep. Yulin pouted unhappily. What? Were you going again? Song Li-chu did not explain and simply left. I'm going to find a boat. The boat we have now is too small to reach Liaozhou. She tried to stop him. How long have you even been home? But he did not change his mind. This is not the time to rest. We must leave as soon as possible. I'm going. Yulin could only sigh. That wasn't what I meant. He's grumbling again. Elsewhere, Li Jun brought over some items. I copied the assassin's route and the map of Eightfold Ridge. I tried to reproduce them as accurately as possible, but it was not easy. And here is the silver to buy the boat. Song Li-chu finally understood. You have worked hard. I do not know what would become of the assassin sect without Chief Steward by Li Jun. Thank you, truly. She fell silent at those words, her face sorrowful. Li Jun did not say anything and simply urged him away. Go quickly. He turned away without giving it much thought. All right. As Song Li-chu pushed the boat away, he did not forget to instruct them. Imo-chan, Blood Shadow Demon. While I am gone, please protect my family. Neither man made much of it. Do not worry, my lord. Have a safe journey. He soon arrived at the dock. Find the assassins who went to purchase weapons. I have orders to convey. There is information that someone is targeting us. Tell them to be extremely cautious. The information has not been confirmed, but it is better to be safe than sorry. This is the area the assassins are heading toward, as well as the map of Eightfold Ridge, where we are going. Once they finish their work, issue an order for them to gather at Eightfold Ridge. Qion Chao examined it and said, It will take quite some time to find the assassins scattered everywhere. Song Li-chu gave a new order. I know. First, find 6 more outer estate disciples to reinforce us. Then he had another idea. What about using the network of the Black Crow sect? Wouldn't that be faster if we asked their sect leader for help? Song Li-chu immediately rejected the idea. Our journey to Eightfold Ridge is top secret. The fewer people who know, the better. It is not that I do not trust the Black Crow sect leader, but if word gets out that they contacted us, their sect leader will be put in a difficult position. Cao Gao note that. I understand. I will go inquire about the outer estate disciples. At that moment, Song Li-chu used the words Yulin had taught him. You have worked hard. Wu Dong called down from the bridge. Sect leader, we found a boat. Song Li-chu could not help but remark. To find one so quickly in the middle of the night is faster than I expected. The man replied cheerfully, You gave us so much silver. With money, anything can be done. Song Li-chu boarded the boat and bid them farewell. Then I will have to trust you all. They both clasped their hands. Have a safe journey. Once we deliver the letters, we will immediately follow after you. At last, he began another journey in the middle of the night. Elsewhere, the ones who had taken Blood Shadow Demon away were the assassin sect. Everyone in the room was shocked. The assassin sect? Wasn't the assassin sect destroyed? The Zen master spoke calmly. There are still surviving remnants. The Black Crow sect leader was displeased. You knew and yet turned a blind eye? The old man did not seem concerned. I thought we could keep them completely under control. The sect leader became furious and lost his composure. "Master." But the Zen master merely said, "Amitabha, this poor monk is old and frail, and my judgment has become clouded. Please forgive me. I will take responsibility for this matter and withdraw. From now on, Shaolin will quietly abide by your decisions." Everyone sighed. One of them made a suggestion. "Even so, we cannot simply let them go, can we?" Mystic Fortune proposed, "Release the hounds. This time we have new hunting dogs. We should see how well these dogs hunt and how loyal they are." At the same time, waves crashed repeatedly against a boat, the boat carrying Song Lichu's group. 1G was somewhat worried. "Sect leader, what about you, Gu?" Song Lichu reassured her, "Don't worry. We have already sent word. He will find his way to us." Having received her answer, she asked, "Sect leader, where are we going?" Song Lichu replied confidently, "We are taking this boat to Liaozhou." Elsewhere, the letter read, "Kill Song Lichu." Little Ant stared at it in silence. The entire room became stifling. Early in the morning, the area was already bustling. Yet Egon were the ones who handled Zhao Xian and Luoyang and Yang Guiling and I Ching, your blue killing monsters. Egon calmly admitted it. "That's right. We handled them neatly and cleanly." Red Serpent began lecturing again. "I heard you chop their bodies into 12 pieces. Why did you have to go that far? You crossed the line. He found it perfectly normal." "What line?" "The clients loved it. They all said it was incredibly satisfying. Thanks to that, the number of commissions doubled compared to last month." Ruin could not hold back either. "Have some self-respect. The whole world already calls us butchers. Doing that tarnishes Dark Moonlight's reputation." Egon gradually lost patience. "All right, enough. Just manage your own subordinates properly." The three suddenly stopped talking. They did not dare raise their voices and entered quietly. Little Ant was sitting inside, holding her head and looking exhausted. A woman asked worriedly, "Elder sister, are you feeling unwell?" The man also showed concern. "Big sister, did something happen?" She said nothing, merely raising the letter. Song Lichu of the Assassin Sect. Red Serpent had known this day would come. What was bound to happen had finally happened. Yingan sneed it. They can't even deal with one Song Lichu, so they're pushing him onto us? Looking at it closely, the 9 sects and one gang are nothing but a pack of weak, useless fools. Rune asked Little Ant, "What should we do about this?" He did not seem burdened in the slightest. "What do you mean? What should we do?" "We should seize this chance to capture him and kill him." He frowned. "But Song Lichu is one of us." Egon did not care about that reason. How naive. Don't you see the 6 marks on the letter? They're saying that if we fail to complete this mission, they will hold us accountable. We'll lose our lives. Red Serpent snapped at that. "Who doesn't know that? Then you had better shut your mouth. The one who should be killed is Song Lichu, not me." Little Ant angrily slammed the table. "Enough." The room returned to its usual silence. She explained quietly, "The 9 sects and one gang have used the Heavenly Killing Sect as their hand of death. With their secret backing, the Heavenly Killing Sect finally succeeded in cutting away the rotten flesh called Song Lichu. To them, the Heavenly Killing Sect and Dark Moonlight are no different. They are both assassin organizations freed from the grasp of the 9 sects and one gang. I never expected this process to go smoothly, but this time we have encountered a serious obstacle. Still, perhaps this can be called fortunate. Neither they nor we know where Song Lichu is now. While searching for the assassin sect, think of a way to resolve this matter properly." Red Serpent had no objections. "Yes." Rune merely agreed as well. "Yes, big sister." Little Ant called out firmly. "First kill." First kill immediately emerged from behind a pillar. "Sect leader, you summoned this subordinate?" She ordered, "Go find Song Lichu at once. Make it look as though you are searching diligently, but take your time." Elsewhere, Heavenly Will's words startled the 2 men. The ones who stole the Blood Shadow Demon were the assassins of the Assassin Sect. "The Zen Master told me to withdraw, but I cannot ignore my younger brother's death. That is why I have come to beg for your help. Are you willing to join me in subjugating the Assassin Sect?" Mystic Fortune immediately agreed. "I, too, lost a disciple to those bastards. Every night, I grind my teeth in rage and resentment. Of course I will go with you." Blackwood needed no further persuasion. "No matter where they hide, I will find them." The scene shifted again. Mystic Fortune sighed. "This is infuriating. Truly infuriating. They have erased every trace for more than 3 months, and we have not even heard a rumor of anyone matching their description." As he was racking his brain, someone came to report, "Sect leader, Elder Black Wind Mad Monster has arrived." He immediately ordered, "Bring him in." As soon as Blackwood entered, he brought good news. "Sect leader, we have finally found their trail." Mystic Fortune was delighted. "Really?" He recounted. After 8-fold blessings soared died. A man named Song Jin appeared and cried out in anguish that his vengeance had finally been fulfilled. He insisted that the killer was an assassin of the assassin sect. The old man cared about only one thing. Where is that man now? Blackwood answered with certainty. At Eightfold Ridge in Liaozhou. Fearing revenge from Eightfold Blessing's sword's family, disciples of the Beggar's Gang are protecting him. Mystic Fortune praised him with satisfaction. Excellent. Let us depart for Liaozhou immediately. At the same time, First Kill reported, Sect Leader, we have found the assassin's sect's whereabouts. Little Ant replied calmly, I know. They're at Eightfold Ridge, aren't they? He was greatly surprised. How did you know? She raised the letter. Here, the 9 sects and 1 gang have just sent another secret letter. They're deeply dissatisfied with how slowly we have acted. They demand that all of Dark Moonlight go to Eightfold Ridge and destroy the assassin sect. First Kill could not believe it. All of us, we still have contracted assignments. How can we leave our posts vacant and all go there? Isn't that excessive? Little Ant fell silent, then swiftly made her decision. Gather all the command leaders here at once. Dark Moonlight will depart for Eightfold Ridge. Elsewhere, the guide greeted them politely. Elder, you have traveled a long way to come here. Blackwood only asked, where is he? The man pointed. This way, please. Nearby, a man was being surrounded. Why are you doing this to me? I merely used my own money to hire an assassin. What is wrong with that? Blackwood explained in a righteous tone. We are not here to harm you, so do not be afraid. We only want to know where the assassin sect is. The man sweated, but still forced himself to speak. How would I know where they are? However, I do know where they accept commissions. The old man spoke sternly. What do you mean? That is exactly why we came here. Knowing he could no longer hide it, the man said, at a place called Great Arrival Peak on Eightfold Ridge, there's a Buddha statue facing away. You simply go before that statue and discuss the commission. But take note, no more than one person may go. You must go up alone, and you must never carry a weapon. A notice at the entrance clearly states these conditions. Read it yourselves, and you'll understand. If you do not follow those instructions, the person responsible for accepting commissions will never appear. Elsewhere, Mystic Fortune ordered, everyone wait here. If we all go, they will certainly hide even more carefully. I alone will go up there. I will seize the commission receiver and bring him back. Once we interrogate him, he will soon reveal the assassin's sect's hiding place. Everyone answered in unison, May your journey be safe and successful, Elder. Shortly afterward, he saw a signboard. Step back. Enter one person at a time. If 2 or more arrive, only 1 representative may enter. Martial artists must remove their swords before entering. Causing trouble while waiting is strictly forbidden. Those who disobey will be executed without mercy. Mystic Fortune fumed. It is merely a matter of placing a commission. Why are the conditions so strict? Suddenly, someone slowly approached. He said irritably, Go up there and try it yourselves. My business here is finished. The old man looked in another direction. Soon, Mystic Fortune stood before a Buddha statue. He shouted, I have come to place a commission, but no one answered him. Not knowing what the problem was, he fell silent. Then Mystic Fortune decided to continue. In the martial world of Hunan, there is a man known as the 3 Absolutes Mystic Fortune. Kill him for me. Only then did a voice echo from within. How much is the payment? He slowly stepped back. 10,000 taels of silver. The person demanded, half must be paid here in advance. The other half will be paid after the task is completed. Mystic Fortune said nothing and followed the other party's instructions. He placed down a sheet of paper. This is a banknote from the Silver Gate Bank. Exactly 5,000 taels. The voice sounded satisfied. Very well. This commission is accepted. You may descend the mountain now. Mystic Fortune answered politely, Many thanks. Mystic Fortune lowered his head and quietly departed, but then he turned back to look. They're clearly nearby, watching every movement I make, yet I cannot sense even the slightest presence. Where is that person hiding? Underground. Mystic Fortune reluctantly looked back again. This time, everything seemed magnified and terrifying. He sighed and said nothing more. Mystic Fortune decisively turned away without looking back. He muttered, It is regrettable that I cannot capture the commission receiver alive, but one thing is certain. The assassin sect is based here. If I place another commission and carefully observe beneath the ground, I will be finished with this. You should go up and try it. Suddenly, that person spoke again. You saw the words requiring you to discard your weapon, yet you deliberately broke the rules. You even threw out a blank piece of paper without a single word on it and called it a banknote. And you were arrogant enough to issue a commission to kill yourself. Even so, our sect leader has accepted that commission. Mystic Fortune turned around with a smile. I have found you. Mystic Fortune said disdainfully, there is nowhere in the martial world for you to hide. I will find and slaughter every assassin of the assassin sect hiding at Eightfold Ridge. I will spare none. It is the dying wish of my wrongfully slain disciples, and it is mine as well. The other person said nothing, merely rising slowly to his feet. He drew his sword. You will not live to see that splendid sight of the assassin sect's destruction, because you are about to die. The old man cursed furiously. You bastard! Muchun gave the other man no chance to continue speaking and lunged forward, but Mystic Fortune blocked the attack. The old man glanced back disdainfully. As Mystic Fortune attacked, he taunted him. Without underhanded ambushes, you lot are nothing but useless trash. Muchun retreated, then suddenly stopped. Without hesitation, he thrust his sword forward. Yet the old man still blocked it. This strike also left Mu Chen's back exposed to his enemy. Mystic Fortune immediately seized the opening, but Mu Chen was no ordinary opponent and evaded it. This time, he successfully stabbed the old man.